We are in Madrid for the final of our European playoffs.
You have got the two fan favorites doing battle for the Spring Split title.
Rookies versus rookies, well, rookies and Yellow Star.
They've got such a massive, massive outpouring of support behind them. A completely rebuilt Fnatic team.
The team that somehow always managed to make the finals, doesn't even matter if they change the roster or not.
Fnatic, it took them 5 games to do it, but they are going to the finals.
And on the other side, the Unicorns of Love, they gave us the craziest games we've seen this season.
They faced SK Gaming! The Unicorns of Love are going to Madrid!
It's right there in the name. I mean, you know, when you've got the power of love on your side and power of evil, you combine the two of them and you can pretty much do anything.
These two teams in Madrid was going to be a crazy crowd.
I expect the Spanish crowd to go completely insane.
It's been a long journey since the start of the split, and there's still a ways to go on the road towards the Summoners Cup. But at the end of the day, here at the Palacio Vista Alegre in Madrid, one team will walk away as the spring split champions. You can hear the chants. Palacio Vista Alegre is all fired up. Still people outside, they got their signs. The Unicorns of Love fans are aplenty. Fnatic is getting ready on stage, being absolutely concentrated just a couple of minutes ago in there. Kikis with his crazy picks. What will he pull out today? They're very concentrated, Unicorns of Love. Eyes on the prize. Quick shot with the Spanish crew. He's going to bring all the action for the local crowd. And I'm Eefje Schok supporter behind my trusty analyst desk, where I'm joined by coach for the Copenhagen Wolves, Dentist, and the mind behind Gambit Gaming, Leviathan.
It's a pleasure.
Well, you didn't even hear my question because it is so loud in here, but it is amazing. The atmosphere is booming and nothing has happened yet. Now, before we focus in on today's final, let's get a catch up on what's been happening here in Madrid. Yesterday, SK Gaming and H2K, they went the full 5 games, and to me, H2K, who couldn't adapt or couldn't keep it going for 5 games in their semifinal, SK dropped the ball, they just couldn't keep going.
For me, it was more H2K losing, SK losing it than H2K winning it. SK looked so dominant in their first performance. The first game was a perfect display of what SK has to do to win against almost every team in the LCS. And afterwards, they didn't adapt to what H2K put against them, and they suddenly changed their style. It was like they wanted to lose.
And yesterday we were talking about mental fortitude on the side of H2K after their semifinals performance. In this third place match, they really showed that being down 0-2, they were able to dig deep, come back, and get those 3 wins for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, definitely. And for a team that's only their first LCS split, making third, no shame in that. But SK, it's actually been their worst result in 3 splits, so they're going to have to maybe reevaluate going into the next split. Now let's bring up the bracket and see where H2K win leaves us today. There's one best of 5 match left to play to decide the spring split champion, and the winner will represent Europe in the mid-season invitational. This is, of course, Fnatic first, Unicorns of Love. Fnatic, who secured their spot by beating H2K in the semifinal, and the Unicorns of Love, who qualified by beating out the first seed, SK Gaming. And I think when we take a look at this bracket, not a lot of people had expected it to go this way, Dentist.
Not at all. Like, I didn't expect it. Unicorns of Love is a team coming from Challenger Series. They're all rookies. I mean, they're super young, they're super inexperienced, and now they're standing on the grand stage. It's the title that is on the line. They're in the finals of this year's LCS Spring Split. That is just amazing for those guys.
Yeah, and Fnatic always finds a way to make it to the finals. Yellow Star carrying his team of rookies all the way here, and this is going to be an exciting match.
Absolutely, and that brings us to today's spring finals, a best of 5 match between Fnatic and the Unicorns of Love. And that is not all. Immediately following our coverage of the European LCS, we'll hand it over to our friends in North America, where Team Solo Mid and Cloud9 will square off in a 4th consecutive LCS final. Everything the same, another great final there in North America, and here it's all dangled up. Fnatic versus the Unicorns of Love. And with a seat at the mid-season invitational on the line today, we want to know what you think. Which EU LCS team do you think would best represent the region on the world stage, and why?
Well, the thing is, if you listen to that crowd, it doesn't really matter who we send. Both are going to be cheered at like crazy. For me, it's hard to judge. Fnatic is the team that looks on paper more stable and should be able to deliver a show against international teams. But Unicorns, they're crazy. They have picks, they have cheese, they have Gouda, they have everything up for them, and they might be able to surprise some international high competition.
You know a thing or two about that, Gouda.
Oh yeah, I sure do. I have to give my vote to Unicorns. One, because I'm Gambit. We lost to Unicorns in the quarterfinals, so we lose to the eventual champions. We'd like to see what they can do at MSI. But also just their crazy picks, and they're so entertaining to watch. Who wouldn't want Unicorns at MSI?
Yeah, and lucky us, we get to watch maybe 5 games of these teams versus each other. But be sure to tweet your answers, who you think would do good on the international stage at LL Esports, and include the hashtag LCS, and we'll check out some of your responses later today. Now, the teams are about ready to take the stage in front of this amazing crowd, so let's meet our finalists.
Fnatic has been in every LCS finals. I hope that we are going to take our 4th title.
I think ever since we started playing, we've always been kind of the underdog. Coming from being like a challenger team and now being in the LCS and going to the finals, it's incredible.
Fnatic are taking down the Unicorns of Love.
No!
A few more hits.
What?
Unicorn of Love is the only team that we've lost 2 games during the regular spring split.
I am expecting a close series against MS1 final.
Steelback has just gotten massive.
Yeah, you're pretty fat here.
I think we have stronger individual players.
I think we're a really unique team with like high champion pool.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Shaco is locked in.
We kind of know their playstyle, and we are really good at adapting.
If we do good prepare, we can easily win.
We want to be first place, to show them that we're a really strong team and that we can compete with the best in EU.
There they are, our 2 finalists, Fnatic and the Unicorns of Love. And no matter how much you strategize, practice, or prepare, the minute you take the stage and you hear this, something goes through your veins and you gotta be ready for it.
Yeah, I can only imagine what's going through these kids' minds right now. Looking out into the thousands of people, all the people watching at home, getting ready before your most important match of most of these guys' careers. This is just amazing.
If you go out there, that is a moment you definitely want to take a picture of. I can't imagine how you can't get affected by that. Like, I'm affected by it. This is amazing here.
We all are. Also saw Daylor and Sheepy there. They're also going to play such a pivotal role, and you know what it is. You know, would you get affected by it yourself? They're standing there. The cup is right there, and you got to make it happen.
The coach has to be the catalyst for the team. You have to keep all your emotions in check. Regardless of how wrapped up in the emotions you want to get, you must remain on that solid level. You must be the balance for your team.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what it is. Fnatic versus the Unicorns of Love, 2 brand new rosters who have shown they're the best in the LCS, but now they have to prove if they're the very best, can they thrive under pressure? And we can't forget, 9 players out of 10 on that stage playing right now. It's their first LCS split. And that only gives more weight to Yellowstar in the lineup of Fnatic because he'll be able to bring so much to that team.
Absolutely, Yellowstar is a veteran. He's on spot with everything he does. He's a brilliant mind, he's a brilliant player, and he's been there since season 1. So he's the player who that Fnatic team is built around, and it just worked out all the way to the finals.
And he's like, I'm back, guys, another final for me. And now while the teams set up for game 1, let's take a closer look at the lineups for Fnatic, who will be starting on the blue side. We have Huni, Reignover, Febiven, Steelback, Yellowstar, as we said, and they are coached by Daylor. Both teams decided to choose blue for all the games, so 1, 3, and 5, blue for Fnatic, 2 and 4 if it comes to that. Blue side for the Unicorns of Love, which is a change because the Unicorns went for the red side when they could in the past in their last game.
Absolutely. Both went the standard way. Usually when you think of best of 5, you always choose blue side for yourself. In the current meta game, it doesn't really matter what side you pick. If you're blue side, you can secure that 1 OP champion in the meta to secure for your team that takes the victory. And if you're purple side, or red side, you're able to counter pick one of your solo lanes, which is also very important. It's a matter of preference.
Yeah, and Leviathan, how will that come into play here? Knowing that Fnatic in their semi-final versus H2K, they took a while to adapt, and they're going to have to adapt faster in this one.
Yeah, I'm sure they took a look at their series and are going to reevaluate their drafts moving forward. I think it's really important to make sure that your first couple of picks are flexible picks that can move into different strategies and styles of play. So if the enemy is coming at you with something that is really strong at what you want to do, you can quickly make that audible and go into something else.
Yeah, and Central, and that was, of course, Huni, whose name is being shouted here a lot, who they didn't win because of Huni, but it was crucial for them to change and go up to that Vladimir pick, and you wonder, why would they stick with the Lee Sin pick for so long?
Well, I said it last week, if you pick a Lee Sin in the top lane, Smite doesn't really matter. You want to be aggressive. You want to have early game pressure, and Huni was just not able to deliver that amount of pressure for his team. He became a tank, and Lee Sin as a tank without any stats is not the greatest. So once they swept from the Lee Sin to the Vladimir, it worked out perfectly for them, and that's the way they have to go today.
Yeah, and someone else who did put a lot of pressure down, Febiven absolutely carried. I mean, also his first split. What a story for him, choosing to go with Fnatic in this new lineup, and it has paid out.
Yeah, no, he's an amazing mid lane player, very hyped up. A lot of talk around the pro community about when he was going to turn 17, what team he was going to go to, how he was going to perform, and he's really stepped up this whole split and in the playoffs, carrying his team to the finals, and we'll have to see how well he does today.
Yeah, key here is how they will do and how they will adapt. Let's take a look at the opponents for Fnatic. On the red side in game 1, we have the Unicorns of Love, Vizicachi, Kikis, Power of Evil, Vardak, Hilasan, and their coach, Chibi. Sheepy. They adapted, we said it before, they adapted and picked some bans in their game versus you guys. And then they adapted in playstyle, which is maybe more impressive. They show that they are not one-dimensional and they can play someone else's game.
Yeah, no, it's really amazing how the Unicorns of Love play. I was overhearing that, they don't really pinpoint their exact strategies going into the games. They kind of just go with the flow, see what they can see in the game, and, oh, we see an opportunity here to make a move, well, let's go. They all work together in the shot calling, and it's really awesome to see. I love watching the Unicorns of Love play.
The most important and the most actually incredible thing about Unicorns, it's a bunch of friends. Those guys are 5 or 6 if you include the incredible coach Sheepy. They're 6 friends. They have no shot caller. Whoever feels comfortable makes the calls, and that is the reason for their crazy playstyle. They just, if they see an opportunity, they go for it. They will fight you wherever, whenever.
Yeah, which could be their downfall in some occasions, so we'll see how those levels of aggression play out versus each other so crucial in this matchup. We touched on Febivin. We got to touch on his counterpart, Power of Evil for the Unicorns of Love. Also incredibly hyped, we got to be honest, coming into the season, but who's gone quite a different route, not going for those all-in assassins like the LeBlanc, like the Zed, but choosing those scaling champions and playing around those.
Yeah, no, Power of Evil is the focal point of the team. When Power of Evil is ahead and when Power of Evil is performing well, they generally win their games. I saw this statistic where in wins, Power of Evil generally does 35% of the damage for the team, but in losses, he's under 20%, which is very high and very low, considering where the rest of the mid laners sit. So when Power of Evil is on, his team is on, and he's shown that he's able to both play the Assassins and play those more supportive champions, late game scaling champions like Orianna.
That's what surprised me the most. Power of Evil is a known assassin player, and if you put him on that assassin and he gets ahead, he's able to put all other 4 guys on his back and carry the game home. Last, in the semis, he didn't pick assassins, and when he did, he fell behind, and he was actually the reason, or one of the reasons, why they lost the Pacific game on LeBlanc. On Kog'Maw and Orianna, he had incredible performances, so I really don't know what to expect today.
I think the center point is here. We don't know what to expect, but we're going to see a lot of kills, bloody games, exciting games, and hopefully 5 of them. The teams are armed and ready on stage, so let's send it over to the casters for game 1.
Thank you very much, Shocks and the analyst desk. We are about to get into game 1 here in the Spring Split Finals. I'm Quickshot. This is Deficio. It is a best of 5 that has the potential to go anywhere. And I think the analyst desk said it best. We don't know what the teams are going to bring.
No, and this is the final. Every single fan at home who watches EU LCS were hoping for 2 teams. One of them completely new into the LCS. Another one, yes, Fnatic has been here as a brand, but there's 4 new players in the LCS as well as Yellowstar. We talk about it so often because it's such a crazy story. And looking at the 2 teams here, Unicorns of Love, while they've completely changed the play style in the late game or in the playoffs, we're going to have to see if they stick to it against Fnatic, who's so good in the mid game.
Well, we will be finding out, Deficio, because there's more than just the Spring Split title on the line today. Both of these teams are playing to secure those championship points. 90 for a win. First place, 70 for second. It will determine one of the 2015 Worlds Qualifier spots. Whoever has the highest amount of championship points will obviously go to Worlds. Winner of the Summer Split, as well as the winner of the regional qualifiers. And on top of all of that, the winner represents Europe at the mid-season invitational.
That's the big one for me, because I really want to see what one of these 2 teams can do against the international competition. We didn't have a good showing at IEM, we didn't have a good showing at Worlds. We can show at MSI that these 2 teams here, they can bring something special.
Well, I sincerely hope so, because
so do I.
Europe has been a little bit dragged through the mud in recent international tournaments. We are about to get into the championship series for the Spring Split title. Deficio, I think we have to let the crowd speak for us.
Yeah, that's very true, but are we finally going to see Morgana and Thresh being banned away and taken away from Hylissang? I'm expecting at least 2 support bans and potentially a first pick then for Yellowstar to take all 3 main champions, Annie, Morgana, Thresh, away from the main playmaker on the Unicorns of Love. Morgana is here already, Cassiopeia, no surprise, you gotta ban it against Power of Evil.
Definitely the case, and something the analyst desk was talking about, the fact that Power of Evil's trended a little bit away from Assassins in the playoffs. He was doing it a lot in the splits, whereas Febivin, Zed and LeBlanc was his bread and butter. I do want to touch on this Cassio ban. It is the 20th time it's been banned against the Unicorns of Love.
First pick Thresh.
In 28 games, and as you've touched on, Deficio, you're expecting that support focus.
Oh, for sure. First pick Thresh coming in for Fnatic and Yellowstar here. Otherwise, the two bans wouldn't make any sense from Fnatic. And the reason he wants this over the Annie is for the early roaming potential. He likes to use on Thresh. Annie is great as well when it comes to early roaming, but it can be a bit more risky. You can be caught out, you're very squishy. Thresh, on the other hand, you group him up with his jungler, you invade into the enemy jungle for deep wards, and then you have that lantern as well to pull your jungler out to safety. So you're very, very good at these early skirmishes on that champion, and that's why Yellowstar wants it for himself, because this game is going to be so much about can Fnatic get that lead we often see around the mid game and stop the Unicorns on Love for getting to late game if they keep picking scaling comms. When you ban double assassin, it tells me that Power of Evil wants to get one of these passive mid laners, wants to be able to sit and farm for 15-20 minutes before he really wants to do a whole lot.
And that could be bad for Fnatic. The two previous times these teams have met, it was the late game that determined the eventual victor. Couple seconds left on the clock. Unicorns going to go with a fairly standard, safe lock-in here. Vardag's on the Sivir. Kikis is going to be taking that Grungle. And I do want to touch on Huni. He trended towards the Vlad after the Lee Sin fell on its face, but Rumble is available. It was banned out in the semis.
Was banned, yeah, but Rumble is open. Febivan showing his old main champion, Riven, in the mid lane, even where his name comes from. Now with two Assassin banned away, there could potentially be a pick for him, but I think you want to see some more picks from the Unicorns first. I do notice how Vardax, though, has not locked in Jinx. That was his main champion in the playoffs, or has been the main champion for him in the playoffs. But every single time he played it, it was paired with Thresh or Morgana, so you could chain CC, pull in a target or bind the target into trap, and then you execute them at level 6 with your ulti as the Jinx. Seeing as those supports are gone, he's swapping it over, safe for Lena and Sivir. Also a takeaway from Fnatic, obviously, who really likes to play Sivir a lot.
Wow, big change here for Fnatic. We touched on Kalista extensively over the course of the last couple of weeks. 5.6, Kalista has difficulties taking down those tanks. And there's going to be Rek'Sai for Reignover, another early game jungler, which is something he also favors.
It fits so well with the Thresh here. Again, this is the 2v2 roaming potential from Fnatic, where they're beefy, they can take the fights. That Lantern, you always got to respect it, not only if you want to save your jungler, but also to pull in someone else into the fight and quickly turn it into a 3v2 situation for Fnatic. Kalista, yes, as you said, she has trouble killing the tanks late game. That's why you're not aiming to go late game. You are here because you are a fantastic laner as Kalista. Your mid game is brilliant as well. So you want to make sure that you can force fights. You can even throw in your support now to start the whole thing. Flay, Box, following from Yellowstar. There's so many ways for Fnatic just with that bot lane combo to start fights and also take these early skirmishes, which we know they love to do.
And for the first time all year, Hylissang will be playing on the Braum. He's only played 4 champions to date and has not opted to the Leona. Vizicachi on Maokai has been incredibly successful in the bigger picture, but we'll need to see whether or not there's enough damage. Unicorns, I think they're lacking, especially if this game goes longer. We'll have to see what Power of Evil decides to lock in that mid lane.
Well, the thing is, if you lack damage, you gotta make up for it somehow. In this case, it's by being extremely tanky. So you have these long team fights where, as we mentioned, Kalista, she needs so many spears to take down a big tank. Sivir gets more damage than that way in terms of the late game. Kalista can still get close if she plays it really well. And then we're gonna have to see. I expect a late game scaling champion for Power of Evil. So suddenly there is late game damage. And you have these long drawn out team fights where you can kite them around and you wait for one guy to miss position from Fnatic. You pull the trigger, you blow him up, you lock him down with the likes of a Maokai, with a Braum ulti, and that's how you win it.
Is that locked in? I think that is.
It is.
Vladimir top lane for Huni. He's going to the champion that got Fnatic to the finals, and we will be seeing Kassadin in the mid lane. It is gaining popularity in recent weeks, and Febivan is undefeated on that champion thus far this year.
I've got to see Kassadin a few times yesterday. We've seen it in China quite a lot, where the whole new Kassadin started with their themes. We can talk more about that in the game itself. Fnatic, though, I mean, honestly, it's fairly standard. The only thing they don't have now, which we normally see, is a whole lot of engage, because they like to run champions like FLICKR for Huni, but that's obviously been banned away. Then they would normally pick an Annie for Yellowstar, but they prefer the Thresh over it. There are still options to start fights, but it's going to be more about having the vision control, spotting Unicorns of Love out of position, or if they go too aggressive, and then you turn it around.
Ladies and gentlemen, get Leviathan in the house. The Frozen Heart versus first Gouda is what he was touching on. Is it going to be the same?
It will not be the same, Trevor.
And why not?
That was a top lane Varus. This one here. So, I looked at Power of Evil and his solo queue. He had one Varus game. I was a bit surprised. Why is this man playing Varus in the mid lane? So I started to look towards what Varus can do. And he fits in with these long-range poke champions that he likes to play. What do you want to do? Here's what I'm expecting at least from him. Is you aim for early brutalizer, get cooldown reduction boots, so you get about 40% cooldown reduction in the end. That means your cooldown on Q, because now when you charge the Q, the cooldown starts already, not when you fire it. That was one of the changes to him. So the cooldown drops down really, really low, like 1 or 2 seconds at rank 5. And then you just max out armor penetration, brutalizer, last whisper, then you add in a BF sword later. And your poke damage in the mid game is insane. It is so high, and you have such a low cooldown that you can keep firing away. And because Fnatic is not running this hard engage composition, they gotta throw in the Thresh to really start the fight, or maybe the Kassadin slowing people, and then a tunnel from Rek'Sai. This pick might work in just sitting back and poke away.
If anybody was going to make it work, it is going to be the Unicorns of Love for the last time in the spring split. Hit us up on Twitter at LOL Esports. Listen to the crowd and pick who you feel will win. Hashtag FNC win, hashtag UOL win. We are on to Summoner's Rift for the spring split finals. And there is a Varus mid lane.
Yeah, if there's one team to pull that out in the final, in front of so many people here in Spain, it's Unicorns of Love. Flask start for Power of Evil, running Ghost like he likes to do, and these immobile carries. Can't believe I just said that about even a Varus in this sense. But it's also it's a good lane matchup. I mean, Kassadin is not going to be able to do a whole lot against him. He's going to be able to push him down to his own tower, poke him away, maybe even force him back. We see Clough start from Febiven. Obviously respecting the damage that's going to come from Power of Evil. We have seen some AP Varus in solo queue from time to time. This is not the case.
No, I'm not going to believe that.
This is armor penetration. I'm going to shoot you in the face, and if you don't engage on me, you're going to have to go back to base and I'll take your tower.
Well, Deficio, I want to touch on 2 things we mentioned in Picks and Bans. Fnatic have got 2 scaling solo laners in Vlad and Kassadin. And as we've already mentioned, it was the late game that cost them the 0-2 during this regular split. And on the side of Unicorns, they are severely lacking that AP damage. There is a small amount that comes in, but you have to feel it could be lacking if enough armor is picked up.
Oh, I agree 100%. Fnatic, with them stacking armor, we know Hourglass is coming in from both Vladimir and Kassadin. That is very normal in their build path. I mean, what we have seen from Kassadin's lately is Rod of Ages, then you get a Codex, then you get your Hourglass. Might even get it earlier in this situation because of all the physical damage for Unicorn. So there's 2 solo laners who will always stack armor in the first place. Rek'Sai is going to do the same. So yes, Unicorns of Love will lag behind in damage. They're suddenly the ones who's looking to snowball and mid-game lead. Once you start hitting that armor penetration spike in the mid-game from Varus, get the Brutalizer, maybe even the Last Whisper, then you're going to see them start grouping, and Kassadin offers 0 proper wave clear to stop them. And that's what Unicorns are going to look for.
Especially if you look at the rest of the Fnatic roster, there's not a lot of wave clear at all. If Unicorns can use that Maokai, Gragas, Sivir combo to engage and disengage where appropriate, they could get that lead they're looking for. So we've been following this Varus mid lane. There was a lane swap that was initiated by the Unicorns of Love, and it will give Steelback and Yellowstar some free time in the bottom lane. Uni currently holding Reignover's hands. Let's have a look at the rest of the map.
Yeah, Sivir is going to freeze the top wave here for Unicorns of Love while we have a push from Steelback and Yellowstar in the bottom side. Visichachi has read this pretty well. He's already here. Didn't have to use teleport or anything. If he just places his ward in the tri-bush up here behind him like he's doing right now, okay, he just throws the sapling. That works too. You need something that just gives you some sort of vision if you're about to get tower doped, and then you can always back away. You still have that teleport. So he's going to get a lot of XP and farm in this one. Vladimir, he struggles in the lane swap. He's not strong in the early levels. Now he's been spotted by the sapling.
Level 1.
Chachi has to back away from this one.
He's not backed away just yet. That's a 4-man Fnatic. They're coming in for potentially the first kill of the finals. Yellowstar taking up the turret, but there's the damage. It's going to be first blood that goes to Reignover. Fnatic are on the board.
Chachi, Chachi, Chachi. You put the sapling. You saw the Vladimir, so you know the jungler is coming as well. Back away, my friend. No reason to stay under that tower. You won't be able to defend it anyway. He was obviously trying to wait for Hillesang to come down and maybe help him, but he was way too late. Unicorns of Love now behind in gold already, just by having Visichachi being a little bit too greedy under that tower.
Does look like the tower's going to get secured as well, Deficio. So first blood and first tower. Fnatic starting off this best of 5 exactly as they would have hoped.
Now they can go for Dragon as well. Kicking is on the top side. Only 2 members here from Unicorns of Love on the bottom lane. Obviously no summoners being blown from Chachi doing the dive beforehand. But Fnatic are okay, they're gonna play it safe instead and just stay around. But what they're doing as well is because they're pushing the bottom wave and the enemy top lane is showing him, you gotta go down and try and force him away so you just sit and get free farm and free XP. Also, you try to break the lane swap very early, so you get that Vladimir in the one-on-one lane. He wants to be against the Maokai as long as possible. He cannot really farm the jungle properly. He cannot really sit in a 1v2. So by taking this early tower, you can now swap to topside with Steelback and Yellowstar and give Huni the lane he needs.
We'll see how Huni can play this one out. Does also have access to his summoner spells. And Hillesang, a man that was heavily targeted, Thresh first pick and 2 support bans for a man that's only played 4 support champions this year, and a man that was given back-to-back MVPs in quarters and semi-finals. Let's see what he can do on Braum. It's not a champion we see particularly often. It does offer a lot of disengage for a Fnatic comp that wants to run at you for those extended team fights.
Yeah, you're gonna have Sivir ulti to either kite back, you're gonna have Braum, of course, you're gonna have the Gragas who works so well in these poke composition because he can both engage and disengage. So there's a lot of tools for Unicorns of Love to kind of try and stop Fnatic. And now Huni is realizing, well, he should have realized at least there's gonna be a lot of people.
That's gonna be a kill on the board for Unicorns of Love, and it goes to Vardags. Huni makes the mistake that Chachi made just 2 minutes ago.
Well, both top laners here really greedy for some farm. You haven't seen anyone on the top side. You pushed it into the tower. You saw the Maokai was already on the bottom side. You have to expect they're there. And yet you run in and face check the push. Both top laners, man, getting punished for staying around. Fnatic trying to trade for a top tower, or get a top tower at least, but Unicorns will get the dragon for themselves.
Start that timer, Deficio, on a team that you can discuss the late game scaling. Having an early dragon on the board, if they can maintain control, might be another way for the Unicorns to look towards a victory. While all that's going on, Fnatic have been uncontested in the top lane, and they will secure their 2nd tower of the game and maintain a gold lead. You need to look down on the bottom. Huni, he's in trouble, does have flash available, gets caught out. Hillesang and Visichachi still sticking around. The sapling goes out, but it does pop on the minions. That's Ignite ticking away on Huni as he continues to go back in. He flashes right under the tower. Hillesang is going to take some tower shots, but survives.
He's alive.
And Vardags goes 2-0.
Look at top lane though. 3 guys from Fnatic still pushing in. Huni just trying to draw some attention on the bottom side. Can't really see how big the wave is here for Fnatic, but they will at least get a lot of damage before Unicorns can even recall from the bottom lane.
So let's see what Fnatic can do. Tower is still being focused. There's no minions really to back up. The next line is coming up. So Vardags, 2 kills on the board as well as a tower. This is a teleport from Huni, which is cancelled just to keep the minion alive and allow Fnatic to take their 3rd tower of the game. They're trying to accelerate the gold lead, but at the cost of farm on both Vladimir and Febiven continues to be bullied in this middle lane.
Yeah, but that's why it's so great you get global gold for them. 3 towers down. It doesn't matter if you're 10 CS behind this early when you get so many towers. Also, Unicorns of Love didn't manage to bounce the wave on the bottom side, so there will be quite some minions coming into Huni now that he can pick up. So despite him dying twice, the first one could have been avoided. The second one was just him drawing attention, honestly. And Unicorns of Love put more value in 1 kill and potentially the bot tower and didn't respect how fast Fnatic could push on the top side. Therefore, 2 towers down up there already. Let's see once Power Weaver goes back. He should get that brutalize on the first one.
Yep, still sitting on about 2,000 gold. Febiven and Power Weaver yet to recall that middle lane, but you do expect it should happen shortly. Look at the rest of UOL, setting up for a threatening invade, but Fnatic were able to secure their blue buff. Steelback is also hanging out in this mid lane. Unicorns, there's nothing to really contest here, so questionable invade, but they are going to get away clean. Take a look at Febiven. He's moving up to try wave clear top potentially. No, because once he realizes Unicorns have support, he's going to need more backup.
Well, he has both Yellowstone and Rain over here. They just want to see if they can get under the tower.
Oh, they
Now
go.
they're
That's a
finding out
flash
the
death sentence! He manages to catch Hylissang, gets flayed backwards under the tower. That's another kill on the board. And that goes to Kassadin. Being played by Featherman, defending that top lane tower. Unicorns, they had been toying with fire for a while. There was nothing to contest. They end up getting punished for sticking around top.
Beautiful, beautiful setup from Yellowstar. I don't think there was any vision on him when he flashed in, and Hylissang didn't have a flash himself. But look at the mid lane. It's not their brutalizer first. That's going to come later than for Power Weaver. Manamune coming in as the first item, so looking to stack that one up. It's very important for him that he got that instantly and not the tier first, because that stacks way too slow on Varus. You don't really have a lot of spells you're spamming. You need those auto attacks to count as well. But this is going to slow down his power spike quite a lot. Now he's obviously going to wait till that one is fully stacked. It's not going to go very, very fast for him before he starts going towards these armor penetration items as well. I don't really agree with this from him, simply because we know how Fnatic is going to stack armor, and we know how Kassadin and Vladimir can do late game against you. So this is a bit risky, but obviously Unicorns love feeling that with double tank, even a tanky support, they might be able to kite the teamfight's late game anyway, and they can therefore delay the Varus spike.
So much pressure on Hylissang to get all of those stuns down to multiple targets. With 280 carries, the Braum passive becomes exceptionally more valuable, assuming Power of Evil and Vardax just don't get insta-gibbed by Kassadin and Vladimir. So many questions to answer. 10 minutes on the clock. Fnatic 1,500 gold up. There are 2 towers in the lead. Some big items completed. Rod of Ages starting to stack for Featherman. Those early towers and the kill, as you highlighted, Officio. Starting the stacking. Nice and early for him.
Very early on, Unicorns love. We're 10 minutes in. Now looking at the side lanes, you see a Kassadin and a Vladimir, so they say, okay, there's no real way for Fnatic to stop us in the mid lane at the moment. We just quickly group up, we push it in, we had blue buff on the Varus, and for Power Weaver right now, rank 4 on his queue already.
And something that Unicorns have just demonstrated is how strong Unicorns can, their team comp can be in a sieging situation. With all of the ultimates from Sivir, from Braum, from Gragas for a defensive peel, and the lack of initiation from Fnatic, I feel the only way for Unicorns to get punished when sieging a tower is from the flanks.
It is. It is for sure. So proper warding for them should stop it, seeing as a Rek'Sai is not exactly a sneaky champion. Yet a few walls you can jump over with your tunnel, but proper warding near the enemy jungle should do the trick for Unicorns of Love. That really is going to make these late game teamfights so tricky. Because if Fnatic can never really get engaged and just end up being poked away, the way Unicorns of Love likes to play this is not necessarily going for kills for Power People, it's just poking someone so he goes back to base, and that opens up an objective later on in the game, like a tower, like a dragon, and that's how they slowly play it. So if they just stay far enough back, Fnatic should technically never get the opening unless they throw in Yellowstar. He flashes in potentially, Flame Box, and then maybe you can start the fight and get onto one of these squishies in the back line.
Well, we'll find out if Fnatic can make that happen. Every single time Power of Evil charges up that piercing arrow and throws it out, the crowd is cheering, much like Nidalee days of old is what it's reminding me of. Remember, first dragon was secured just after 6 minutes after Unicorn successfully dived Huni. They've set themselves up for dragon number 2. This does not look like it will be contested at all. And at 12 minutes, Unicorns starting to show how their team comp can control objectives. They did it on the mid lane tower, and they're doing it on their secondary dragon.
Good start for them. Normally not a team who puts a whole lot of focus on dragons. They often value the towers over them. Seeing as they are a bit stronger at the moment and had control around it, why not just go and grab a free one? I mean, 12 minutes in, the 5th dragon thing is always going to matter. Kassadin does take a bit of time to scale up himself. Vladimir, we know the story, and this is an ult on the Yellowstar.
The Chain of Corruption connects, but we do see Fate's Call saving Yellowstar, trading ultimates. Vardax threw his down as well. Also, key to note, Hylissang's still level 5. And I want to go back to that dragon point you were touching on, Deficio. As you mentioned, Unicorns tend to play around kills, and then after kills, they tend to play for objectives. And this is a team comp that's not really set up to do the same sort of thing. Find out if Featherman can get away. A brilliant lantern from Yellowstar Death Sentence gets shielded
TP
away
behind.
by Vodex. This is a double TP. Chachi and Huni are going in. Yellowstar and Featherman are trying to race forward. There we see the team fight going on. Vodex in the background. Hebo Plague is on. It's not going to be enough to kill him. Fnatic are in full retreat. We do see Rek'Sai and Steelback coming along from the side lane. Rainover doesn't manage to get too many people knocked up. Steelback still not auto-attacking. It's Unicorns of Love. They get the kill on the board. And now Hylissang throws down the Glacial Fissure, knocks up and slows all of Fnatic. They've traded 1-for-1 as the team fight continues to break out. Unicorns unable to stick to Fnatic, but Fnatic not enough damage to get onto the Unicorns. And let's see what they can do. Sapling to try get that slowdown. Huni's looking for more. Can he get Chachi? Spell Shield blocks that Blood Tide, whatever the E is called. And it ends up being a 1-for-1 in extended team fight. Official, what do you think of how these teams played it?
Well, we got to see what Unicorns of Love want to do when the fight started. Everyone was kiting back away from Fnatic once they came in from the flank here, and they did get the first kill. Then just figured they could go for a little bit more and didn't realize how Fnatic was still fairly tanky. I think Yellowstar also connected quite a good hook for himself to secure at least a 1-for-1, but we get to see how both teams want to play. Fnatic coming in from different kind of flanks to try and get the engage. Hylissang and Rainover fighting each other at a red buff.
No real support for either, though. Official, while that fight was going on, it was that little stat that popped up. The last time these teams played in week 8, it was 64 kills in 35 minutes. It was the bloodiest game of the spring split. Averaged 1.7 kills a minute. We're on a much slower pace today.
Yeah, these teams got to step up, man. Go kill each other.
Well, it looks like Unicorns are trying. Yellowstar, however, with those Moby Boots not going to offer himself up for target. 15 minutes, Unicorns with the team comp you feel could get outscaled, are down 1,000 gold, but they are the ones making the aggressive plays, so they could even that up relatively quickly.
Yeah, honestly, I will say the late game team fight is going to come down to individual skill or team skill here with the way both want to play it. If Fnatic gets the right engage, gets the Cassidy and Vladimir in there, they can win the fights for sure. Unicorns Love, if they manage to kite and poke beforehand, so someone is too low for Fnatic to really fight, well then they're obviously going to be in the advantage. So it's going to depend so much on what is going to happen in the game here and which carry is going to get fed for either team. Varus, while he's had a great laning phase, 141 CS, he was against a Cassidy, expected that he wins that lane, keep pushing it down. No cooldown reduction yet for Pavilo. He's building towards the Brutalizer. He has, of course, the cooldown reduction boots for himself completed, as we talked about beforehand. And he's currently sitting on 33% because he has the blue buff. You want to get 40% once you have the blue buff. And then you just see the cooldown on his Q. Now he's going to fight 2 seconds, and there's another one. He's not even at 40% yet. So you better dance, or you're going to get those arrows in your face.
We'll see if Fnatic are wearing their blue suede shoes today, because Power of Evil is singing a song. Fnatic will be dancing to his beat. Something that our stats guys backstage just fed me. It's official. Teams are 21-5 when they've got the first 3 towers before 15 minutes. That is exactly what Fnatic did. But I feel like with the wave clear between Varus and Sivir and the options Unicorns have available, it's going to be so much more difficult than the stats might say.
Oh, for sure. And I want to see if Steelback is going Hurricane second, just to add some wave clear for them. I normally don't like the build at all because you have 0 damage on tanks late game. And now Rainover.
He gets caught out. Can the stun connect? I think that it will. Vardex comes in. We do see Featherman just off screen, but not enough to get involved. And 3 of Unicorn's 4 kills has gone to Vardex. He's already got that eye edge completed, and Unicorns finding Fnatic out of position.
And Vardex is such a tricky AD carry to judge. His laning phase is not the strongest. He tends to fall behind in CS nearly all the time. And then it's about Hylissang setting up kills for him, at least early on. So that's how he gets fed. In this game, he's just been running around with the team and been able to get the last hits, which is perfect because he's a good late game AD carry. In the big team fights, his positioning is great. He's good target selection as well, so it's worth it for Unicorns of Love to get kills on him.
Especially when he's on an AD carry like Sivir. So, tower will be secured by the Unicorns of Love. They've evened up the goal difference, and Featherman now left almost alone at this tower. The rest of Fnatic trying to come in from the side, and Chachi using those scouting saplings in the jungle and instantly backing away. Unicorns not willing to go for an extended siege.
Don't worry about the mid lane.
Flanked.
Yeah, so they were going for this top lane tower despite not really having any control of the other waves. Look at the bottom lane. That wave is going to push into the tower. Mid lane here was already being pushed by Steelback. So they quickly realized, oh, we cannot push this tower in time before we lose something elsewhere. We have to back away and try and at least save some of the situation, because Dragon is alive as well, and they want to go for these now. When you have 2 this early on, you've got to aim for 5 dragons. That's why they recalled, gave up a mid tower, but at least they can contest this one.
We'll find out what they can do. Do have some vision, but not the greatest to work with at the moment. And of course, for Unicorns, they have actually just waltzed straight into the pit. Nearly no hesitation. Teleport is available for Huni if he wants to come in.
There's a
Let's
ward
see where
behind
the wards are.
Unicorns. If your TP's there, they can get the flank. Here we go.
This is the flank they're looking for. Hylissang is peeling straight back into Huni. That's an instant Sanguine pull. Where's the Glacial Fissure? That's a flash forward from Hylissang. Throws down the Fissure. Now Fnatic trying to peel away. Power of Evil. He's just throwing out a piercing arrow, but I don't know if it's enough. Vardax threw down on the Hunt. It's already timed out. Yellowstar lobbed onto the Unicorn's backline. That's a double kill for Huni as he continues to run forward. A flash flare at the top of your screen as Steelback is looking for Power of Evil. It's AD carry on AD carry, but it's not the one you'd expect. Power of Evil's throwing out those piercing arrows, and the minions help him out. They end up trading a kill backwards and forwards. It's not over yet.
He's aiming for the Fnatic
are looking for Power of Evil. The hail of arrows doesn't connect, and Huni grabs his 3rd. 1 for 3. There's Rainover. He gets another, and Fnatic are going to chase down Kikis. There's a teleport in from Chachi. He throws up a sapling. He's looking for Huni. Sanguine pulls away to safety. Lanterns to the tri-bush. Chachi uses the TP to try get more. They end up trading what I believe was a 1 for 3. 1 for 4.
Definitely a 1 fight for Fnatic. TP came in at first. It looked bad with Huni coming in on his own because the rest of Fnatic were not ready to join. So with him pulling, getting out at first, at least bought enough time for Rainover and Febren to come around the sides and win the fight. We get to see what happens in a straight up 5-on-5 team fight where Fnatic can get onto the carries. They are the stronger ones. Unicorns of Love didn't manage to land any poke beforehand and simply got caught in a bad spot around the river. The Dragon is still alive, by the way.
Deficio, 12 kills on the board at 20 minutes. Teams know the Dragon's still up, so they're just going to reposition and let's do the dance again.
There's no
piercing arrow,
TP now.
And those hail of arrows coming up from Power. He's got a little bit of poke, but he needs more. Movement speed buff from the Crab is allowing him to peel backwards. But look, nobody's continuing to focus. Febiven trying to look for a flanking opportunity, and the rest of Unicorns, they're on Dragon.
And once again, Fnatic has already set up the side lanes. Top lane's in position. Huni, though, is very, very low. Fnatic might have to give this one up, but then again, Unicorns are tanking the Dragon, so everyone taking some poke. Here's Febiven.
Febiven goes in. He does get that Null Sphere out. They're trying to miss it. The Chain of Corruption doesn't connect. It's the most missed skill shot in the game. Dragon, number 3, goes to Unicorns, and they instantly peel away. And
Fnatic ping on the map
dance. What can they get from it? No TP for Huni to go top lane. And Unicorns trying to play for the 5 Dragon objective.
Fnatic can at least try and get a few wards in the jungle of Unicorns of Love here on the top side, because they know someone is going back to defend the minions. And there's still 5 guys together. That's what they're aiming for here. We'll also get a pink ward. Still fairly low, at least Rainover from all the poke. That's how Unicorns of Love want to set them up instead. Now, early Baron, Fnatic likes to do this. They place a ping ward and they expect you not to have any vision. There was a ward outside though. Unicorns are on their way.
Let's see what they can do. Kikis does not have flash available. Piercing arrow goes out. Rainover
go in.
and Huni are going low. Hylissang got Glacial Fissure. Baron is going down. Who gets the kill?
Kikis!
It goes to Kikis! The Unicorns of Love prove that they are magical. They claw back the deficit. And with Baron Golden kills, they are now once again in the lead.
They have done their homework here. Fnatic will always try and go for an early Baron if they think you're back in base. They had a ward outside. You can still see the pink on the map, so they went in. And Kikis, Power of Evil did it in the semi-final. Kikis, he's doing it in the final. And this is such a huge boost for Unicorns of Love.
Wave clear and all of the stats. Let's see what they can get. Everybody Fnatic will be up in 5 seconds. Minions slowly being killed away. Unicorns of Love are going to take their 2nd tower. Here comes Rainover. He's managed to get into the back line, but there's no real support.
Oh,
and to throw out the Prey Seek ends up just being a dissuasion technique. Unicorns were in full retreat. And Rek'Sai, played by Rainover, ensured they got out. Baron buff recalls and the Unicorns have exposed the base.
And Fnatic, they keep having these side lanes pushing for them. Let's talk about that after. Baron started, the ward spotted them, so Unicorns will be here to fight. Kikis at first, throws in his ulti, and then he just body slams over, smites on 572 HP, gets it. They win the fight because Fnatic is already low and stuck in a Baron pit. Once we come out here, let's see if Fnatic could get anything, because they had the bottom lane pushing. It looks like we might get another fight.
We'll find out. We do see Fate's call just to keep Yellow Star alive. Chain of Corruption catches onto Huni. He's forced to Sanguine Pool. Hourglass is available. We will pop it to
down here.
delay just a little bit of time. He won't be able to get to the Lantern as Unicorns get another kill. It goes to Vardax. Chachi's looking for more. Righteous Glory's not available. Here comes Hillisang. He's going to hop over. That's a flash forward. Does manage to get that. Concussive blows down. We do see Steelback is rooted. Piercing arrow from downtown. And Power of Evil powers through for a kill. Unicorns, they're onto the inhibitor.
They're gonna get that one here. This Baron has done so much for them. They got the mid lane towers, get the fight as well. You can see how Fnatic are trying to use the minions, but Unicorns of Love, they respond every single time and manage to stop them. Rainova wants a red buff.
Might be in trouble.
Yeah, you don't want that red buff, mate.
It's gonna be a little bit of a slow coming out from Power of Evil, but he does manage to get out. Unicorn's not sticking around for the buff. We'll have a look in the jungle in a second. But Power of Evil, 2-1-5. He's got a 50 CS advantage. All the armor penetration in the world and the cooldown that you were talking about, Deficio. Death Sentence connects on Hillisang, but Yellow Star, you do not want El Tigre Braum. He will be taking you down. Huni gets a decent hemo play, but there's no damage to follow it up. The pop isn't going to kill anyone. Here comes Featherman, but don't jump into 4. That will end badly. Vardax managed to get the hit and actually secures the kill. I think that was the red buff that did it. Now we see it's going to be Rainover going down. They're going to chase Steel back into his base. Unicorns of Love are running rampage across Fnatic and destroying turret after turret. This looks like game 1 is in the bag.
Yeah, what happened the last few minutes? Unicorns of Love just managed to get everything from the Baron to the towers to the base of Fnatic. They've been winning the last few team fights. Power of Evil, as soon as he got that armor penetration, started just shooting through people. They couldn't dance. They got hit by nearly everything. Unicorns of Love, what a start.
Second inhibitor down at 25 minutes. Fnatic looking for something, but not gonna find it. Rainover Void rushes in and tunnels out. We do see Huni in and amongst the team. That's a very good knockup. Chain of Corruption will spread and hold Fnatic in place as Unicorns have bought time to retreat. Look at how powerful that ability is. Piercing arrow after piercing arrow is piercing Fnatic fans' hearts. Game 1 of the series, strongly in control from the young upstarts.
And now,
what a game.
We reset everything. Fnatic gets to clear out these minions here. Dragon is up in about a minute's time. That's going to be the next objective here for the Unicorns of Love. Go down, you set up your early vision, you keep landing this poke, and if Fnatic ever want to engage onto you, well, they have no teleport this time, they have no flash on the Rex side. The only way to start a fight for them is by throwing in Yellow Star and then just try and pile onto some of the carries from Unicorns of Love. That should not be possible. They should be able to get that Dragon. They should be able to focus on the top side now with super minions pushing in. Black Cleaver completed for Power of Evil. We are talking full armor penetration. Even gonna help out Vardax and his damage now.
Deficio, give me a second to just get to this point, but Unicorn showed in their semi-final they could play patient, they could play controlled against SK Gaming. They had scaling comps, they didn't make mistakes. Something that we've not seen from them, Dragon play, all split long, it's not been their focus. In this series, they've got that Dragon nearly on spawn, and one of the stats guys were helping us figure out is how long Dragons tend to stay alive over an entire game, and Unicorns were the 3rd longest. They left those Dragons standing because their focus was elsewhere. What a great evolution from semi-finals to finals in their gameplay and their decision-making.
It's also just been with Fnatic not securing that Dragon early on in the lane, so despite getting the kill, Unicorns of Love, though, they're just powering up. They're going to give this Dragon. They don't care about that one. They're going to take top tower.
Yellow Star again does get pulled out. Keep in mind, Chain of Corruption was thrown at Yellow Star and it didn't connect. Huni gets caught up by Chachi. He's going to take the Lantern back off. Held onto that Sanguine Pool. Dragon was secured and here comes Rainover. Hemoplex thrown down into the front line of Unicorns of Love, but they need to get to the double 80 carries. Chachi is in front of Featherman. Just gets blown up. Unicorns of Love destroy him. There's super minions all across the lanes. Piercing arrow after piercing arrow. Huni is going to get taken out. Unicorns of Love are onto the Nexus turrets. There are super minions pouring through and Yellow Star doing as much as he can. It's not going to be enough. Steelback in full retreat. Can they get the kill? They're not even going to need it. Nexus is being focused. Game 1 of the best of 5 goes to the Unicorns.
And that was using a Varus in the mid lane for the first game.
Varus mid lane, 5-1-7 out of his team's 14 kills. Fantastic kill participation.
Right.
And I think some props to Hylissang's Braum. I personally felt with the Thresh pick away and 2 support bans, I didn't think he was going to have that same level of impact. It wasn't entirely about him, but he was in the right place. His ultimates were good, and you consistently saw him playing on that front line.
Yeah, he did a good job despite having 2 support bans and 1 being picked away from him. But this Varus pick, I love it so much. The way he started the game by going man immune because he had enough gold to fully complete it when he went back to base the first time, not just the tier, because that would have been pretty bad for him, meant that yes, it was a little bit slower, but then once he got the brutalizer, once he got the cooldown reduction, we just saw Unicorns of Love start going for these fights here, land the poke first. They lost the one at Dragon, but then turned it around at Baron a few minutes later, and that was just the turning point here. Suddenly Fnatic fell way too far behind for Vladimir and Kassadin to ever scale up into late game, and Unicorns just started running over them.
And the scary thing is he can do exactly the same thing with Kog'Maw. This is the
Even
AD version.
better.
This is the AD version of what he did with AP Kog'Maw in the mid lane. If we look at the damage graphs, more than double the damage of anyone on Fnatic. Nearly triple the damage of his own AD carry, Vardex. What a fantastic performance. Unicorns pick up game 1. I'm going to ask the analyst desk to break down that mid lane Varus.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. And that was actually what we wanted to start with talking about. And as you said, it's like the Kog'Maw. He is so good on those skill shots and controlling that power of evil. Talk me through the Varus pick. I mean, you've hinted at it before, but to pull it out also in the very first game, that is sending a message.
Well, yeah, but it was the perfect setup. He told me before the games, okay, when do you want to play the Varus? And he said, well, you can't really tell they played against Assassins, but if they are picking Vladimir or Kassadin, then it's just the perfect thing because Varus is an AD carry. And an AD carry in general performs fairly well against the Kassadin. But pulling it out on the grand stage in the finals, after this day, everyone will know his name. P-O-E.
Well, a couple of other things in picks and bans before we continue. Fnatic drawing the card of banning out Hylissang. We've sung his praises throughout the quarterfinals, the semifinals, double MVP, Morgana and Annie banned, and first picking Thresh. It doesn't matter. He can do the same on Braum.
Yeah, no, his Braum play is actually really good. We don't see a lot of Braum nowadays, but it actually works really well. Back in Alliance, we used Braum in our double AD comp, which was Stana in the mid lane. So it makes complete sense when you have an auto attack on the mid lane to supplement the Braum passive, which is going to apply that stun. And he played it very, very well. His unbreakable shields were good, and it was a Hylissang performance.
Yeah, it was definitely a Hylissang performance. You take away the Thresh, you take away the Morgana, but you have to assume that the opponent's going to ban it, especially Fnatic, who have always a smart picks and bans. So you take that week, you practice another champion, and the Braum fits this perfect. They have skill shots, they have chase potential, they have everything.
And they win with the Varus, so you know you're going to get your hands on Morgana or Thresh or Annie again, probably. But that's looking ahead. Let's look a little closer at this game again, because when you talk about teams winning the game or other teams losing the game, the Baron call from Fnatic, even though that is their signature move, this time it was too risky.
Yeah, it is definitely a signature move.
Let's pull the Ripple up on the screen so we can take a look
up.
immediately as well.
If you're playing against Fnatic, you know they're going to go for an early 20-minute Baron. Sometimes right when it spawns, sometimes at the 26-minute mark. It's right in between. Unicorns just secure the Dragon, and we can play the replay right now. Fnatic is grouped up in the pit, so it's perfect for the Varus to just poke them down. And don't forget, at this point, it's 20 minutes in the game. Baron does a huge amount of damage to your team if you're grouped up.
And it's very easy to analyze these different types of team comps. So if Fnatic is looking for an engage, they want to find an engage where both teams are at 100% health so they can bring their damage in when they can overpower them in a 10-15 second fight. And what Unicorns of Love is going to look for is some sort of engage where they're already able to apply some poke to the enemy team. Baron applied that poke for them. They cannot afford to take these risks because all they had to do was move around the map, find UOL setting up for an objective and take a fight. This game should have been theirs.
Yep, absolutely. Until up in that moment, actually, they did play it pretty well, and Unicorns of Love made a wrong call when they tried to push top lane. They hadn't had the minion control, Winions in some cases, as in their game a couple of weeks ago. But looking ahead, I feel for Fnatic, they can really analyze it being that mistake. They shouldn't have done it, but their flanks were actually on point when it did succeed with the cast and with the Rek'Sai.
Well, if you're the coach of Fnatic right now, what are you going to do? First of all, was the Varus really the problem? I don't know, the Varus, like the Kog'Maw does the same. He's standing in the back row, safe positioning, applying lots of damage to you and poking you. So there are a lot of champions who work like pretty similar to the Varus. The other parts, the Dragon control of Unicorns of Love were just absolutely astounding. That first Dragon at 6 minutes was absolutely perfectly played out. They engaged before them, pulled them away from the scene, secured it. And after that, it was just a perfectly planned out Dragon control game. You have to do something about that. You have to get the first Dragon.
So, yeah.
And I think one of the things that you can do to get the first Dragon is put a greater emphasis on drafting a strong 2v2 lane. The Kalista build, I believe, was questionable. You went Blade of the Rune King into Bloodthirster. I don't really know what that's meant to accomplish. So what I want to see out of this next game is Fnatic putting a greater emphasis on that winning 2v2 lane so they can send their dual lane to the bottom to give them that greater Dragon control.
We touch on the Dragon control, but to me it's almost like Sheepy has this booklet. Okay, what haven't we done before? The adaptation in best of fives, we know we can do that. Adapting to the way the other team plays, we can do that. Let's go for Dragon control, guys. It's got to be pretty intimidating to know, okay, what is the next step here?
Yeah, the next step, like they showed that they can scale into the late game and win games in late game. But they know if they want to scale against a team like Fnatic, they will have the better cards. So Fnatic will take that late game scaling game. So they have to put as much pressure as possible in the early game, and they did that. They had Dragon control, they had objective control, they reacted perfectly to the early towers that Fnatic took. It was just like they did some practice.
Yeah, and if I was Unicorns of Love, I would just run it again. Same pick, same strategy. If they make the bans, find the champions that fill the similar roles, and wait until Fnatic says, hey, we can show we can beat this, because the way Fnatic played this game is not the way you play to beat that style of composition.
Yeah, we know Fnatic, how good they are from the regular season, so they will be able to pick themselves up. We hope so, at least. I think that sums it up for this game, and we just want to see the next one. So coming up next is Game 2, as Fnatic looks to even out the score at 1 win each. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 3.5.
Four-man Fnatic, they're coming in for potentially the first kill of the finals. Yellowstar taking up the turret, but there's the damage. It's going to be first blood that goes to Rainover. That's a flash forward from Hylissang, throws down the Fisher. Now Fnatic trying to peel away. Power of Evil, he's just throwing out a piercing arrow, but I don't know if it's enough. Vodex threw down on the Hunt, it's already timed out. Yellowstar lobbed onto the Unicorns backline. That's a double kill for Huni.
Unicorns on their way.
Let's see what they can do. Kikis does not have flash available. Piercing arrow goes out. Rainover and Huni are going low. Hylissang got Glacial Fisher. Baron is going down. Who gets the kill? It goes to Kikis! The Unicorns of Love prove that they are magical!
Fnatic is a really strong team. We went in the LCS in I think 2-0 against them, but both games are really close. So I am expecting a close series against them as well in the final. I think our best of fives are looking really strong. We are adapting pretty good, and if we don't have this Gambit game 1 where we like just getting stomped on lanes, I think our team fights are really strong, or one of the best in the LCS.
Wow, welcome back to the European LCS, where the Unicorns of Love are 1-0 up over Fnatic. The crowd is definitely behind the Unicorns. We just heard Power People saying their best of fives are strong, but they've shown it. I mean, you can't argue. Their champion pools, their decision-making, everything.
That's the thing, again, how do you prepare your pick and ban phase against the Unicorns of Love? Because there's so many champions, you don't even know they exist in the game anymore, and they can pull them out and start playing them. So you gotta adapt on the fly with the 5 players only.
Two things really quick, sorry to interrupt. The reason they're all yelling, FLICKR has actually joined the Spanish casters for game 2 of this series. So not only are they cheering for the Unicorns of Love and Fnatic, they now have got one of their homegrown heroes on the shoutcaster desk for the in-house audio.
You're my pick.
Thank you very much to Fisher. I wear more tops than he does, though. Right, we're gonna jump into game 2. What did Fnatic do? This time round, Unicorns will be on the blue side as it is their choice, and they opted into blue side.
So, Unicorns of Love can technically ban the same. Zed LeBlanc, remove the 2 assassins, and then you can remove Hecarim from Huni. But Fnatic, their strategy was ban 2 supports and first pick 1. Either they ban all 3 supports, leave Cassiopeia open, or they completely change the strategy and potentially only ban the Morgana, and then see what else might be worth banning. Varus, if you don't know how to play against him, you can take him away on this side, but Cassiopeia is still such a good ban against him, and Morgana should come in for Fnatic as well.
Well, we'll find out. So far, you are 3 for 3, Deficio. Still some time ticking away, and just want to highlight that Varus really quickly. Power of Evil was responsible for 47.4% of his team's total damage in game 1. For contrast, during the playoffs, he's been responsible for 31% of his team's damage. If Power of Evil is playing well, I don't know if Fnatic can shut him down. There's the Morgana, the Hecarim, and the Annie. Close, but they've left the Varus up.
Yeah, left that one up. But that was only just like, if you don't know what to do against it, you could potentially ban it away. But there are other picks for Power of Evil that does the same. For the Unicorns of Love, it's more about adjusting your playstyle from Fnatic. They had the right idea going into that Dragon fight. They got the flank with Huni from the teleport, and it looked pretty good for Fnatic suddenly because they got the right fights. They didn't allow them to sit and poke until that Baron thing happened. I think the Rend from Kalista came in way too early, allowing Kikis also to get the steal on it, and that just completely turned the game on its head, and Unicorns of Love took 5 more minutes and they won the game.
While seeing Unicorns locking in Gragas as their first pick, they could have gone for a similar team composition from game 1.
Yeah, but take away Sivir.
The takeaway.
You have to.
Steelback's undefeated, 2 games played, 2 victories, and that was such an integral part of the engage-disengage power that Unicorns had.
Which was one of the things they were lacking in the last game, which they normally don't. So by taking Sivir here, you secure a lot of utility for your team, and I think it's a good call. Jinx is open for Vardax, but as we talked about here, he prefers to play that with Morgana or Thresh. So unless they lock in both, we might see something completely new from Vardax, because he's obviously been expecting potential focus around his AD carries because he's played so few in the playoffs. Obviously teams will look towards it. If they go for it, there it is.
Well, Thresh Jinx, it was first picked by Fnatic last round.
Yeah.
Interesting to see 2 bans on supports and leaving the Thresh up.
I would have left Annie up.
Considering that there was a jungle pick locked in for Kikis on the Gragas, got a question why the Rek'Sai was locked so early. Regardless, let's see what Fnatic go with the rest of picks and bans.
What we have seen from them quite a lot, honestly, is they run Sivir with the likes of Nautilus or Alistar even, if they want some sort of engage to follow up with the Sivir ultimate. And if Rumble gets locked in as well, this is just a composition that dives onto your backline, onto your Jinx, and says, well, you don't have a Janna to knock us all away. Thresh can put up a box, but that's about it when it comes to properly peeling against multiple members. It's going to be very tough to defend Vardax unless we get more peel for them. Gragas can offer some quite strong disengage. Power of Evil likes to play Orianna, where he focuses a lot on shielding his AD carry, protecting him in the late game teamfights. This is a composition Unicorns ran against SK Gaming, which with honestly quite some success because it got him into the final.
Well, we'll see if they can do it again, because Huni's Rumble, it is his most played champion. 7 games this split, was banned out the entirety of the semi-finals. And we saw just how effective Oda1 was yesterday on Rumble for the first time. Those sniping backlines with a greedy build. Huni responsible for more team assists out of any other top laner in the league. He's got his signature champion. We've seen the Mad Bomber. He's back. Not the first time, but it'll be the first time here in Europe.
Yeah, once again, he was played in Korea. From CG Enters, Coco pulled it out. If you saw, that was as a counter pick as well to a Cassiopeia, which is not in this game here. This is to offer more zone control. The reason people like Ziggs again, well, Athene's got buffed at 5.6. His mana cost on Q went down, so it's a bit easier for him. There's some good changes in terms of his early wave clear. And then he offers a lot of zone control because of the minefield coming in, the satchel as well, to protect your AD carry. So now, what you have is a Sion who can sit with his Q, create a massive zone you don't want to step into, because then you get knocked up into the air. You have a Gragas with his ulti and the CC to simply disengage from you. Everything here is built around, let's protect the Jinx in these team fights. We have so much zone control. Fnatic will, though, be able to pull off a Twisted Fate, Gold Card, Hourglass after, obviously, to stay alive, and then just Rumble ulti into a Nautilus ulti. Everything pile on to the backline here of Unicorns of Love. So once again, we got Kite on one side from the Unicorns. It's a style they like to play. We got all in from Fnatic.
Officio TLDR, Unicorns of Love want to control zones. Fnatic want to try get past it with the Equalizer Twisted Fate ulti. Maybe a Sivir ulti.
They want to try and reach the backline.
We'll have to see
every
which team
time
can pull it off. 3 out of the 4 mid lane picks we've seen in these 2 games are the first time that we've seen them in the playoffs. Twisted Fate for the first time in Febiven's hands. We'll need to see how he handles himself.
Yeah, and we need to see what Power Weaver can do on a Ziggs. Same style of champion, long range poke from him, a lot of zone control, as we said time and time again. Now, Unicorns of Love are going to play exactly the same way. There's not going to be any change for them in the way they want to set up the sieging, the way they want to set up team fights. Proper vision control. Cannot allow Fnatic to get the flanks, because then your carries will die in the back.
That was great to see both of the coaches. They're smiling as they left the stage. Ziggs for Power of Evil. There are your team comps, guys. You know what to do. Unicorns of Love are the fan favorites. But I feel like there is less weaknesses in Fnatic's team composition. We'll see if that proves to be the case. We load up onto the Rift. Game 2 of the Spring Split Finals. There is the Mad Ice Bomber himself. He's underneath the fat man, I promise.
It's hiding there somewhere. This comp as well from the Unicorns is so focused on being able to fast push towers. Ziggs and his passive, it stacks up, or I guess like a massive amount of bonus damage on a tower. Add in a Jinx with their insane amount of attack speed. If they ever get just a few seconds on one of the turrets from Fnatic, it goes down. So they have so many ways where they land a lot of poke once again, force Fnatic away, and just take your tower before you can even react. This might be trouble for Vardex. He's gonna run straight into the Yellow Star.
That's a flash route. Gold card goes out, but that was trading flash for flash. Yellow Star threw out that dredge line. Vardex, an immobile AD carry, now without his flash. What can Fnatic, and more importantly, that man Reignover, do with that information? We will find out shortly.
He's setting up to start on the top side, which means he's going to do his red buff, go down and take blue, so he will be on the bottom side with double buffs. As long as he's healthy enough, he can go in for the first gank. Also means one of the wards from the Unicorns of Love, if they want to start pushing this lane, has to be invested into the river. And in that small bush from the bottom side, so Reignover won't be able to just tunnel over the wall and get an easy gank. But that's, I mean, it's a problem, because you also need to control around the dragon, otherwise a Reignover or a Rek'Sai, sorry, will just tunnel over that. So there's so many small gaps you gotta close. The Rift Scuttler, we could potentially see Kikis try and rush down and clear it just to save his AD carry from an early gank.
Well, we'll see if Kikis does decide to do that. Krug started off here for Vardex and Hillsong, gonna get themselves to level 2. Seems to be equaled by Steelback and Yellow Star. Huni, looks like he got a bit of a freeze on the top lane there. No opposite number, as Vizichachi doing his standard Scion start, starting off on a camp.
Yeah.
Vizichachi, arguably the best Scion in Europe.
I think he is. Odo Amne is up there, close. But Vizichachi has been pulling off some insane ultis.
Nobody else has got a double kill wallbang at the Baron pit.
Oh, I mean, we can rewatch that 200 times. What Huni did in the top lane here was fairly smart. He decided to freeze the wave because you know Chachi's coming up as level 2, so you don't want the wave pushing down and then risk being zoned when you're only level 1. That's why he pushed it back. Yeah, early level 2. Nautilus does have some decent early damage as a support at least. It's not horrible damage as a jungler.
It's not Hook City that we used to reference the Thresh into Blitzcrank. But Thresh into Nautilus, there's going to be a lot of hooks going around. A lot of super mega death everythings with the Ziggs and a Jinx.
Early gank mid lane from Yellowstar. They fast pushed the wave with the Sivir. Rainover's here as well. Power of Evil. You have to be careful. Let's see if he got the satchel.
Well, I think he can. He's flashed away. Does get insta-flash. Gold card comes up, but not before the satchel charge.
Oh, into the tower! No flash!
Puts himself under the tower. He's got no flash, remember. The barrel's going to slow him. Gold card comes up, lands on to kick his pipe. Yellowstar will be able to get away. And there is one of the drawbacks of the dredge line hook. If you don't hit your target, you will go like Spider-Man into the object you're stuck to.
And while they got the flash in the mid lane, it also meant the early push didn't really do a whole lot for Fnatic on the bottom side. Jinx has gotten to push it back. He has Kikis around. He has the deep wards as well, and the Rift Scuttle are going to be taken from Kikis. So now they've suddenly established a lot of wards on this bottom side. Should be able to keep Vardak safe, despite not having a flash from that level 1, but they're obviously trading it for the flash and Power of Evil.
There's the Scuttle Crab secured on the bottom half of the map, as you mentioned a moment or two, Deficio. The rest of the lane starting to shave up. Yellowstar with that Nautilus roam. It's going to hurt Steelback's farming. Currently on 13, and the fact that he had to back. And Steelback's been alone in that lane. There's a minion wave for him to farm up, but we need to keep track of that, considering it was Bardags that lost his flash early.
Yeah, Fnatic has to be able to punish the Ziggs in mid lane. Now that they use so much on getting his flash beforehand, sacrificing farm and vision on one side of the map, Power of Evil probably is looking to push it in and go back and get his chalice. Second gank from Rainover. He is spotted by Chachi, but he's still pretty far out. See if they can force anything.
See what they can do. No flash for Rainover. Vizichachi does flash. There goes the charge and the decimating smash. Doesn't get the knock-up though. Successful gank because Huni was both under pressure and they got Vizichachi's flash. And every time we look at those HP bars, Huni's actually been bullied quite extensively. But I think a little bit of praise to Rainover. Successful ganks in both middle and top before 5 minutes had even ticked over.
And smart adaptation, saying, okay, I'm not going to go bottom lane. They will spot me, so I swap it up instead. And obviously forcing the summons. A good little start for Rainover. Already gone back with the skirmishes Saber, which is a tradition here in Europe. Pretty much all our junglers, they just go skirmishes Saber every game. Kikis likes it on Gragas. It helps him early on if he does get invaded on in the one-on-one, and also late game he likes it to try and shut down one of the carries.
I think it might have something to do with subliminal messaging. The championship logo for the LCS in Europe is a red banner, is a red flag.
So we have to take the red jungle item.
The red jungle item. We figured it out. This is next level analysis, everybody.
So what about that blue potion for Chachi?
No, it's only for jungle items.
Okay.
Yeah, we're drawing a line there, but let's look at this bottom lane. 10 CS down, Steelback and Yellowstar being shoved in by Bardags. Bardags just gets his flash available. We'll need to see whether or not Yellowstar and Steelback can regain control, seeing as though this lane may actually play into their favor for the next couple of waves.
Well, what the Unicorns are looking for is hit level 6, go back with Vardax, get a BF sword, and then you have Hillisang connect one hook, you pull them in, you put down a trap, you put down the box, and then you get them so low because they chain CC'd for such a long time that you will get that one-shot potential, or the execute potential from the Jinx to get the kill.
Well, I do want to touch on those stats at the top lane. Vizichachi on his signature top lane tank Scion. Huni on, honestly, Huni on the champion that made him famous. His rumble in the opening weeks of the spring split was so incredible. It has been banned out 11 times out of the team's respective 24 games. This is now 25. It is actually the most banned champion against Fnatic. And we'll see which one is going to accrue another loss today.
Let's see what Yellowstar wants to do. Unicorns Love has a habit of placing pink wards in the river when they're a little bit weaker in the early game in terms of the jungle matchup, and they can't really contest them too well. And it's very easy for teams to clear them out. So Yellowstar just walked up, saw the ward, knew there was no real threat for him to just clear it out. And that's a lot of gold invested from the Unicorns, not gaining a whole lot. They tend to adapt though, if it happened a few times, and then place defensive pink wards just in their own entrance to their jungle, and have the green wards in the river, which are harder to clear out for Fnatic, obviously, and use that as a tool of vision. Now, we are gonna go kill the Ziggs.
There is a flash in just a couple of seconds for Power of Evil. Satchel charge, will it be enough this time? The Mega Inferno Bomb comes out, and this time round, Yellowstar finds his man. First blood! Goes to Huni. I was speaking to the Spanish casters earlier, Deficio, and they were saying the fan favorites are the Unicorns of Love. He did respond to that invade, forcing Yellowstar's flash, but first blood on the board to the carry top laner of Fnatic.
Good little roam for them. They've been consistently pushing the lanes the last few minutes, whenever they could, at least in the bottom lane, and Yellowstar didn't roam, and they just do it to open up for him to walk away from that lane here. They don't care about sacrificing farm at the moment for Steelback, because there are multiple damage sources on the side of Fnatic with Rumble, Twisted Fate, even Rek'Sai in this situation. So they have other options than just an AD carry. That's why they don't mind putting him a bit behind. Also, he's on Sivir, so he can add a lot of value just with his ulti. And you just try to snowball your Twisted Fate, because the Twisted Fate that gets the advantage, that gets to push you down, suddenly you have pressure in every single lane just because of your ulti. That's what they're aiming for. Will have it ready for FIFBrand. Hasn't used it yet.
That's also something we haven't actually touched on. It is something that we talk about a lot when TF is in the game. The impact of the globals. The fact Reignover's got Void Rush, the Destiny, and the TP on Huni. Fnatic will have a lot of options once FIFBrand starts impacting the side lanes.
Yeah, and they are a team who really shine when it comes to taking or making these quick decisions with their globals, and they're not afraid of sacrificing anything if they give them some kills. They don't care about losing a tower if they get 2 or 3 kills for it on the important members. The warding here for Unicorns is very smart, but let's talk about that after.
Like this teleport comes in from Huni. Lantern goes up and Kikis flashes over the wall. Here comes Power of Evil trying to lob some bombs. The barrel from Kikis will keep him alive. But Steelback sniping Kikis with the boomerang blade. We do see Vardex is now in trouble. Equalizer's gonna affect his impact. Look at Reignover coming to the jungle. Huni's gonna tank this up for a little while. Super Mega Death Rocket goes out. FIFBrand takes a chunk. Huni's on the board again. Lantern is gonna pull Power of Evil into Reignover. At the end of the day, Fnatic are gonna get themselves more kills. So close. But Fnatic get the kills, they get the buffs, and they get the dragon.
Yeah, funny how we just talk about these global for Fnatic and then they pull the trigger. Oh, that was a bit closer than it should have been. But what we saw happen there was Kikis and Hylissang walking in together, despite not knowing, okay, can Fnatic collapse on us? And as soon as they showed themselves in the jungle, well, Fnatic pulled the trigger, got a few kills, got the dragon. Will lose tower, or top tower. Just like we said, they don't care about losing a tower as long as they get some kills.
So Fnatic in a great position, 2-0 on Huni's Rumble.
Well, I guess next time they're gonna lose.
It'll go down eventually.
He's gonna push it in again and
But
again.
look at this, flash is available for Power of Evil. No flash for Reignover from the previous fight, so he doesn't go in. Keep in mind, Destiny was used.
And let's look at the warding. Oh, let's see at the hook first.
That's a great death sentence. Hylissang follows it in, but I don't know if he wants this fight. Flame Chompers is going to connect with Yellowstar. Depth charge not available as Yellowstar's not yet hit 6. 1 or 2 more minions will get it. There is the Void Rush coming into the jungle. Depth charge goes out. Hylissang lands the hook, but I think he's the one that's going to get hooked. And Steelback gets himself his second kill of the game. 4-0 to Fnatic. The Fisher, they may even want a tower dive.
Well, why not? It's just a Jinx with no summoners down here. Kick is trying to read the situation and come down to help. But this tower, at least if Fnatic wants it, they should be able to bully Unicorns a lot away and get some damage on it. Dragon is not alive, but then you can just start roaming into the enemy jungle. Place a few wards, you have your Sidestone for Rek'Sai.
Keep an eye on the mid lane as well.
You can even go and dive to mid lane.
Yeah, FIFBrand does have Destiny available. You can see Yellowstar's moving up. That was a great satchel from Power of Evil. I was half expecting FIFBrand to just shove the wave in and go bottom lane. Instead, it looked like Fnatic will be content taking the tower. 3,000 gold in the lead. It's Fnatic that are now the ones invading. Kikis throws the barrel out. He interrupts the tunnel. That means Reignover can't get out. He's got no flash either. He gets played backwards into the team, and I think he's going to be the sacrificial lamb. So the bomb goes out.
The snowball.
Super Mega Death Rocket and Mega Inferno Bomb in the same game. My brain cannot do this. Unicorns are not done yet. Here comes Chachi. He's going to run into the wall. FIFBrand was able to get away. No kills come from it, but all of a sudden, Fnatic are punished for an over-aggressive invade, much like Unicorns were a moment ago.
Only lost 1 kill for it though. Could have gone a lot worse for Fnatic. Still has that TF ulti. Might just wait for Huni to have his teleport ready and then go for another 4 or 5 man dive and take a tower as well from Fnatic. It's very important when you play against Twisted Fate that you ward a bit different in the mid lane. You need to place wards above the wall. If you can see in the mid lane here, the 2 bushes, you need to ward it on the side close to their tier 1 tower. So you can see him move down towards the river on both sides. And therefore you can try and spot if he's going for an ult and you can call it beforehand and you can back away in the side lanes. There's 0 wards at the moment for Unicorns to spot where Febiven is going. So if he leaves the lane, you always have to call as a mid laner, well, Twisted Fate is missing, careful. And suddenly you cannot make plays just because you don't see Febiven on the map. He doesn't even have to trigger his ulti. Just by him waiting, that ping ward here from Fnatic is also really smart because it simply means nobody's gonna see him.
Well, we'll find out whether or not Fnatic can make it count. It did look like they were gesturing towards the bottom half of the map. And what they had to kill thwarted the attempt, and Fnatic control vision on the bottom half. Something you also have to touch on is the fact that Fnatic have got so many damage sources. Their only real tank frontline is going to be Yellowstar, and that's a support. Rainover's gone for the Warrior enchant. We'll need to see whether or not all of that damage, whether or not the damage can find the back line.
Well, I mean, if it keeps snowballing like this, you never allow the likes of Ascian and Gragas to really scale up and become these big tanks. And there won't be enough damage for Unicorns for Love with their 2 damage dealers to do anything, and they're just gonna basically be killed when the fight starts. So it's always one of the answers to this double tank meta is, can you play the early game aggressive enough and do you have to comp to pull it off? This situation, Fnatic does have to comp. There's so much dive in and so much CC. Top lane tower now.
That was the least exciting teleport we've ever seen. You cannot flash away from the depth charge, and Yellowstar will find Power of Evil. Febiven will land the killing blow. Rainover even gets his hand on an assist.
They got to back away in the bottom lane here.
Teleports available from Huni. He's going to come down.
There it is.
Destiny was used. Let's look for the equalizer. Febiven does get caught by the death sentence and slammed by the fat man. First kill. He's going to get Vardax excited as the rest of the team is peeling towards the river. Now Vardax is on the board as Huni. Finn has been able to chase down for Huni. Vardax rather. Vardax can't even channel Super Mega Death Rocket. Now they're going to chase down Vizichachi and Kickers. The tanks are not tanky enough. And the damage dealers of Fnatic will clearly win the team fight, losing only Febiven in the process. Fnatic 9-2 up and 6,000 gold at 15 minutes.
Unicorns of Love, they stayed and pushed the bottom lane tower here after losing Power of Evil. So Fnatic said, thank you very much. Let's take your top tower first and then just TP down and go 5 versus 4. Febiven gets caught in the start. Nice hook from Hylissang, but it's still in such a disadvantage. There is the remainings of Power of Evil. And Fnatic really punished the Unicorns of Love here, and they're not looking to slow down.
Oh, Vardax did manage to get himself a kill on the board. 1 and 2. He's even on CS, but the problem is he's so far down on the power scale with that Jinx. He's going to need a lot more time to ramp up before he can impact this game. Fnatic in a great position, playing a mid-game team comp, much like their regular spring split, and now we need to see whether or not they can maintain this lead and close the game out.
Everyone shows himself on the top side with no ulti for a few more seconds, so Unicorns will at least be allowed in the river to try and clear out these pings. It's been there for quite some time for Fnatic, and they've used it to try and set up the Twisted Fate ulti. He will be ready for him. He can move in, or he can just try and trade it for a tower. Keep extending your goal lead if you're Fnatic. Nice little hook onto Rainover.
Oh, body slam connects from Kickis, but nobody else follows through.
Febiven is coming as well now.
Does have Destiny available if he wanted to.
Just go push mid.
Up.
I mean, Unicorns of Love had just gone all the way down to the bottom side. You take the wave here, you just take a free tower, then you go back to that dragon and you didn't lose anything from it.
Well, it looks to be the case. Take a look at Chachi. He's down in the bottom lane. Mega Inferno Bomb just to wave clear. Febiven takes a couple turret shots more than he was hoping. Vizichachi is moving up through the river. Keep in mind, Scuttle Crab belongs to the Unicorn, so they've got some vision control in the next few minutes. Both teams setting up for an engage. Fnatic with the item advantage, thanks to their gold lead.
Item advantage and the composition as well. Affinity edge already for Sivir. You got the early magic penetration for Huni. He just hit level 11, that's very important, got rank 2 ulti. You don't want to fight Fnatic at this point. if you're the Unicorns of Love, but you're already so far behind, you might not even have a choice because there's no tower you can try and trade for the Dragon. Then you would have to push in the top wave, and that's going to take way too long as you're already stuck down here. They look to just try and go for something.
Hook, and it does connect. Hylissang's going to follow through. He plays them backwards, but that's a defensive equalizer from Huni. Reignover secures the kill credit onto Hylissang. Now Huni and Reignover running onto the back line. A steal back destroys Kickers. Depth charge will follow through, knocking a Power of Evil and Vardags. Daylor cold as ice as Fnatic are rampaging across the back line. Power of Evil's getting run down by Reignover. Red buff is ticking. Prey Seeker seeks his prey. Knocker onto Vardags, and Reignover will get himself a quadra kill. Fnatic take the Baron. Dragon, rather.
They take the fight, Trevor.
In a fantastic position to even up the series.
Yeah, they're going to get everything. I think, honestly, this Unicorns of Love knew they couldn't really fight, but they were fallen so far behind, they had to try and go for something. So as soon as Hylissang landed the hook, they just went for it. I mean, they feel like, okay, there's nothing else we can do. We're right. It is a Hex Stringer, so there's a bit more damage coming, but we're this far ahead. Why not? You're going to have one-on-one potential against anyone as a Rek'Sai this early in the game and this far ahead. All right, replay. Well, I feel like we kind of covered beforehand. Unicorns, they try and go for something. Desperate move. Backfires.
Did not work out at all. Reignover, quadra kill on the board. We had expected him to go tank, as is standard on those junglers. But
I mean, we've only seen a Hex Stringer. And now he's a tank. It doesn't even matter in this case for Reignover just because they are 10,000 gold ahead at 18 minutes. So...
Is that all?
He can do whatever he wants.
Yes, that's definitely
He's a grown man, Trevor. You're not his father. Don't tell him what to do.
2-0 on Dragons, 3-0 on Towers, 11 kills in the lead. This is closer to the bloodbath style of game we were actually anticipating. However, it is heavily, heavily in favor of Fnatic. We still need to see them push past those inner turrets. Let's keep that in mind. Yes, they've got a massive lead, but they now need to start pushing deeper into enemy territory, and making sure their vision follows suit.
What has been the difference here for Fnatic in terms of composition? Last game they had Vladimir Cassidy, two slow scaling soul laners. Here you have Rumble, main champion for Huni, and a beast in the mid game. Febiven on Twisted Fate to try and dictate the pace of the game already from level 6 and set up all these global picks that Fnatic are so good at finding time and time again. So they're a lot more aggressive in the early stages. With this comp, also taking Sivir away has been smart. It was a good pick for Vardags last game, and the Jinx, you know it takes time to scale up. So they just invested everything onto the early game and the mid game, and truly, truly paid off.
It definitely has, but they still need to get more. Until you're knocking on the Nexus door, this game is not closed out. We did see Febiven use that Destiny go to farm at the bottom lane. Just push the wave out, and it's something that we're expecting to see more of, seeing as they've got great global presence and pressure. We do, however, see Steelback arrive a little late to the party. Hey, that tower lasted a hell of a long time, dude.
It did.
We thought that was going to go down to Chachi, what, like 15 minutes ago?
Close to.
Close to. Ballpark.
A few more fights than expected.
Oh, come on.
Between.
Expected?
Okay.
Mega Inferno Bomb. Oh, look at the little carrot on the
That's an ugly snowman.
nose. It actually is quite an ugly snowman.
Pretty happy he died.
Props to our Observer team. They followed, I distinctly remember Febiven's Xerath ultimate in slow-mo, and you saw the super cool like rotation animation from weeks and weeks and weeks ago. And it seems any long-range skill shot gets animated with a twirl, because that snowball twirled as well.
Today I learned.
Fnatic have slowed the pace down. It's official, they're not willing to push into those inner turrets yet. Still scared of the engage from a Scion and disengage from Gragas, respecting the possibility of getting outplayed. But you just have to feel it is a matter of time before they're confident enough to go for the inner turrets.
Yeah, Fnatic is simply waiting to push down these lanes here, get in and get these deep wards in the jungle of Unicorns, and just wait for them to make a move, because then you will instantly collapse onto them. Power of Evil with a little bit of a special on Ziggs with the Luden's Echo. It's an item he really likes on close to every single AP champion he can play.
Well, we'll see if it works out for him. We are seeing Yellowstar go on a bit of a jungle invade. We actually see Yellowstar's family in the house, supporting the captain of the Fnatic squad, the only remaining member. It's fantastic to see. Yellowstar is one of the biggest inspirational stories in League of Legends, seeing his transformation from Season 1 to Season 4. Finalist in Season 1. All World Championships, 5 consecutive splits. A poster child for healthy living and professional video games. And rebuilding a team as the only remaining member. I mean, is there anything this guy cannot do?
Pentacles.
Thank you, production, for letting us know his family's in house. And let's see whether or not the Nautilus pentakill can happen. Tamisha, do you want to get us back on track?
I just want to talk about this Luden's Echo.
Yes, back on track indeed.
For Power Evil, that is back on track for sure. He likes it because as a poke champion, if you only expect to land like 1 or 2 spells, not a full rotation, then the Luden's Echo is very effective because it will always proc, seeing as you obviously have to fire these spells here with quite some seconds in between. So it gives some very good poke damage on like 1 target. Reignover does not want to let us talk about Luden's Echo.
Does not, but he does not get caught out to the cost of his life. Flashes to safety. Not a lot of minions to work with in the bottom lane as one more line starts to conga its way in. Power of Evil and those bouncing bombs. And decimating smash. And the Unicorns have... Honestly, they've successfully stalled for 6 minutes. Fnatic gonna peel away, set their sights on the next dragon. 30 seconds before it spawns.
Yeah.
Continuing to farm their way up.
So while the Unicorns managed to slow down the game, it's also because Fnatic has not tried to force anything. They've been waiting for key items themselves. They want to get that Hourglass on Bruni. They have now completed 2 items on both the AD carry and the mid laner. So they've simply said themselves, we don't really have to close out the game in 25 minutes. We can wait and just secure it completely because you don't want to risk anything. I mean, Fnatic against Unicorns of Love. Last time they played, the Nexus refused to die twice, even though Fnatic was so far ahead. They didn't kill the Nexus. It was down to like, what, 50 HP. And then Unicorns of Love managed to get to late game and turn the whole thing around. Yellowstar, funny enough, even played Nautilus and tried to kill that Nexus. So now, I feel like they're just saying, we can wait for a few items for Dragons because we've got 3-0. We can even set up a Baron, force Unicorns into a fight and not risk making any over-aggressive plays.
I completely agree, and I think when you take into consideration the Spring Split final is on the line. You're down 0-1 in the series.
I mean, you don't want to wait too long, though.
You want championship points. You want a spot in MSI, and I do agree with you. If you give Jinx, Ziggs, and the Uber tanks time to get Uber tanky, there is outplay potential, but they are still 10,000 gold up.
Yeah.
This is actually uncharacteristic Fnatic. When they've got an aggressive team comp that can get in your face, they do it. It's how they've won their games. It's how they've got the most kills, the most assists. It's their play style. And we need to see what the trigger's going to be. Will it be a Baron push? Will they try pull Unicorns towards them in the pit and then force a team fight with Sivir and TF?
Just set up Baron now. Set up Baron with like double or triple pink ward around it. So you know there's zero vision for Unicorns of Love. And then you just set up this situation where Unicorns always have to think, oh, are they on the Baron? Do we have to come and check? Do we have to like walk into our own jungle and risk being engaged on? Because Fnatic can always pop the ulti from Twisted Fate and see everything. And then suddenly a fight starts. Or will Fnatic just get the Baron for free and then they can use that and the buffed up minions to really push into the base? I mean, there's good wave play because there's a Ziggs. People hate that champion because of his wave player. Power Weaver still with the Luden's Echo. That's normally the build you have if you're trying to snowball yourself and you get to siege and poke, because again, then you land like one Q to proc the Luden's Echo. That's a lot of damage on one target. If you want to defend, Death Cap would have been better, because then you get more damage for your minefields, which is needed as well when you clear these waves. And you're very often just going to focus your damage on them.
Every time you want to talk about items, a fight's about to break out. Huni this time
we just talked about that one.
That's going to be a great equalizer. Locks up the Unicorns of Love. Febiven does manage to Destiny into the backline, and Hylissang is trying to do what he can. They've traded 2 for 1, and Hvardax is still yet to be untouched. Death Sentence connects onto Reignover, but he's going to get dropped by Hvardax. I think, no, he's managed to get away. Hvardax flashes him forward, firing rocket after rocket. Gold Guard will stun him up. Reignover and Febiven now zoning away both Hylissang and Hvardax. It ends up being a 3-1 trade. Hvardax almost taken out by the wild cards. I thought Reignover was going down for sure. He managed to get out with his life. Fnatic finally finding the engage opportunity, and they punish the Unicorn.
We talked about this, setting up the Baron with multiple pink wards, so you know the Unicorns will have to walk in and check if you're doing it. That's what happens here. They're fighting in a good spot for them as well. You got the Twisted Fate AoE, you got the Rumble AoE onto multiple members from the Unicorns Bluff, and they are still so far ahead that they will win these team fights every single time. They did just drop a little bit too low to start the Baron, but then you just go back and you set up the exact same play as before, because you still got those pink wards, and you wait for Unicorns to come in and you get round 2.
A lot of damage getting put down from Vardax. Oh, those wild cards so close to hitting. Fnatic though, 1 for 3. It took 10 or more minutes for that to happen. But they seem to still have vision control, so they may look to rinse and repeat. Destiny, depth charge on the hunt, almost available once more.
Yeah, no TP for Chachi now. He used it before, so suddenly the bottom lane can be pushed in by Huni. The minion wave is going to slowly group up and get into that tier 2 tower. Fnatic back. The same play. Gotta clear that one ward here in the bush. They should expect it to be there. See if they're just waiting for Sweeper to get off cooldown. Yellowstar. A few more seconds and he should be able to get it. And then only the Scrying Orb can save the Unicorns of Love. And I guess the ulti from Ziggs to try and check if anything is going on. But you need that to win the team fight at this point as well.
Kikis was toying with fire there. Realized he had no vision in the river and had
sweep that bush.
That was a good wall.
No, it's there.
I got stuck in. Will they kill it eventually? Let's see. Sweepers. There is one available for Yellowstar. He's opted not to do it. That's a barrel onto Huni, but he didn't go the right way. Now Kikis is a little bit aggressive, realizing the Lantern was available from Hillesang.
And now you know they can see you, because they have not walked in other than Kikis only showing himself. The rest of the Unicorns haven't moved. Now they sweep it out. Realize, oh, we've been standing on this ward for the last minute.
Peekaboo, Unicorn.
Suddenly the bait starts.
Is that Chachi? Unstoppable Onslaught does not connect. Did you see the Lantern? Now let's see. Teleports in the back line. Huni gets a great equalizer. Gonna splitting up the Unicorns of Love as the depth charge knocks him in the air. The Mega Inferno Bomb goes down and Vardax is shut down. Huni with a double kill. They turn Chachi in his passive. Now Rainover continues to zone away the members of Unicorns of Love, and Febiven is looking for Power of Evil, not even needed. We do see the Void Rush going out from Rainover towards the Baron. Fnatic, 3 more kills on the board. And they're going to set themselves up for a 29-minute Baron. Kikis is trying to be kept away here by Yellowstar and doing a great job of it. There's no Mega Inferno Bomb. There's no steal this time round. Unicorns 13,000 gold down. Fnatic playing the bait game. Fantastic.
Run, Kikis between 2 towers.
I don't think he'll get away.
Oh, he's
Rainover's going to be able to find out. Yeah, Precy.
Oh, can he?
Blue buff keeps him up.
Oh, the zone.
Minefield, and Kikis is going to get away. Oh, body slam over the wall, and Kikis. I was not a believer. I was not a believer. Power of Evil defending his teammate's life. 13 minutes to Fisher, 20 kills to 4. 3 dragons to 0, the 4th one available. And there's no ways Unicorns can even think to contest. But maybe they will.
I mean, I guess you can... No, Kikis is no flash. I mean, you can send him over the wall, maybe try and smite steal, but Fnatic has slowed down, but they played around the Baron once. They felt like we have the right items now. I mean, Huni had his Outlast completed. Twisted Fate has been out of control for most of the game, even though he's only picked up 1 kill. Febiven has been farming really well. He's been everywhere he needed to be. And Steelback has just been getting all the kills.
Well, I have to tell a quick story that I was talking to Daylor yesterday as we were going up for lunch. And I said to him, I sincerely hope your team plays as you did in the regular split. You see some action coming up back and forth. And do you see on the hunt going down? Here comes Rainover. He's jumped onto Hillesang. Vardax is off to the sideline. Equalizer, not going to get too much damage onto the carry. Hillesang still alive and burning. Now Chachi trying to zone everybody. Goes golden. Huni stays alive. The Super Mega Death Rocket flies wide, but Huni gets shut down. Vardax is excited, landing rocket after rocket. We see the Luden's Echo bouncing across. Vardax continues to chase. He's also got red buff. Red buff will be slowing Febiven down. He'll continue to chase away. That's a score to Rainover. Rainover does not have flash available. Zap does connect. Vardax looking for more. Remember, he's still got red buff to slow it down. The tunnel comes out. The flash into the shutdown. Unicorns of Love pick up kills on the board. And what Daylord said to me was his team was not going to play aggressive. His team was not going to play dangerously. And in that moment, they did.
Didn't they just dive 2 towers here and even went for the support at first? Look at this. The ult from Yellowstar is on Hylissang, not on Vardax. He was supposed to be the target. And now they're dancing in between both the inhibitor turret and the tier 1. So it takes so much damage and simply cannot keep chasing. Doesn't even get the tower. And Unicorns in Love gets a few kills, very important onto Vardax, but they need more of these kind of fights if they want to get back in the game.
Especially when Huni's equalizer was on a hook onto, or a catch onto Hylissang. Huni cannot afford to use that ultimate when it is not connecting
Point and click
Vardax.
from a Nautilus on the support as well.
Needs to be connecting on Power of Evil, needs to be connecting on Vardax. Otherwise, exactly that team fight can happen. Look, it is a few kills on the board. Unicorns are going to need 2, 3 more times those fight. Let's try this again. They will need that fight 2 or 3 more times to get themselves back into this game. Words are hard.
So will Fnatic say, we wait for the last dragon, or was this just a misplay, and we go back to grouping as 5 or 4 with the Twisted Fate having ulti in just a few seconds? So 4-man on the bottom side, TP for Huni as well. Just spread out the map. And if Unicorns want to fight, we instantly collapse with our globals while we wait for that dragon, because we're going to get number 5. We know Baron is going to spawn around that time as well. They have really been slowing it down.
But this is Fnatic taking a foot off the pedal. Yes, you know, Unicorns have been wave clearing. They've got a lot of it. But Fnatic have not aggressively pushed an inner turret at all. And the one opportunity they had a moment ago, they opted to dive Hylissang. So let's see what Fnatic decide to do. They're still 13,000 gold up.
Yeah, again, that's the thing.
It's still a massive lead.
Massively, they played that early game so well. We just saw Unicorns of Love never had any answer to the plays from Fnatic, the quick decision-making from Fnatic. And that's one of the things the analyst desk was talking about, how Unicorns of Love doesn't have a shot caller. It's all 5 guys trying to make calls, and it can be very tough if a lot of things is going on at the same time. Where Yellowstar, of course, is the main shot caller for Fnatic, saying, okay, boys, let's get some kills.
Well, this time round might be one of more patience, I feel. Yellowstar, the most seasoned player on this stage. You could even put an argument, the most seasoned player in the LCS in Europe. Fnatic are finally going to get their 4th tower of the game. It has taken over 20 minutes since their last tower was secured. You might make that 2 quick successions. Take a look. Teleport up for Huni. Destiny available for Febiven, as well as Void Rush from Rainover. So they're leaving their 2 global solo laners in the respective lanes.
And just going back now, waiting for that number 5, or the dragon number 5, for themselves. Don't want to risk anything if you are Fnatic. The thing is now, with Twisted Fate, if he's not in the lane where Ziggs is, he will slowly just take down a tower. He has Lich Bane, wildcards and everything. So as long as you don't put Fibim where Power of Evil is, you can continue having the 1-3-1 and you will slowly but surely you will get down the last few towers. So if they really don't want to take any chances, that's the way they have to play. Just move away from the Ziggs with your Twisted Fate and let him do the job.
I think it's a pretty safe assumption they're not going to take chances. At this point in time, 35 minutes gone, Fnatic have completely lost control of where the accelerator pedal is. But Dragon's coming up, 40 seconds. This is Dragon number 5. They may be forcing Unicorn's hand. Keep in mind, Baron is up as well.
That's the thing. One of the few things Unicorns can do is try and come back and see if they can trade a Baron for that number 5 Dragon, or give the Baron to Fnatic and get at least 1 Dragon for themselves. The problem is, Fnatic doesn't have to use 5 guys and taking Dragon. They can just have Fibim do it on his own, or even Steelback, and the other 4 guys sitting in mid lane, stopping Unicorns for ever starting a Baron and trading it. So by them at least just staying around. Chachi, yeah, he's going to try and see if he can get a flank.
Trying to set up. Unstoppable Onslaught will be stopped by the wall. He finds no member of Fnatic, and that's a big initiation tool. Destiny comes out from Featherford, he manages to get the wild card. Here comes Hooney. That equalizer does find its target. Vodax is shut down. Depth charge follows onto his opposite support. Power of Evil will get melted by the flame spitter of Hooney. Featherford throws up the wild cards and he does manage to peel away a steal back. Solos out the tank of Vizicachi. Fnatic find themselves 3 kills on the board, and Hylissang will may even be taken out by Dragon. That's a Void Rush just for Hylissang and the Dragon. The rest of Fnatic are in the mid lane. Chachi is down. Rainover, he wants the ace. The tower's going down. We will continue to follow this as the inhibitor will be an easy kill. Fnatic get themselves, come on, 5 kills. The turret, the inhibitor, most likely the 5th Dragon.
They get everything.
And maybe even the Baron.
Just what they needed here. A fight where Unicorns and Love were no longer standing at their towers, which they've been doing for the last many, many minutes. Dragon for them. Then you go over, you take a Baron. You have now everything in the world at your disposal to win this game, which technically has been won for the last 20 minutes for Fnatic.
Hey, again, it is in the series, so Deficio, he has the team fight again.
Well, Unicorns are spread out. They can't really handle the TP from behind.
Look at that.
The port in from Febiven as well. Just really well played from Fnatic, or well executed. And they get another ace, another Dragon, another Baron. Fnatic making sure we're not going to get a 3-0 today.
Well, let's find out once we jump out of the replay. So Dragon number 5 was secured. Super's down middle. Baron is available for contention. 20k gold down?
I would sit back in my base with my Ziggs and say, I'm just going to sit and wave clear. You can get that Baron. We can't fight you anyway.
Well, Deficio, you're not playing. Unicorns, they're
That's
actually going to
very
sit near the Baron buff.
It would have been a horrible level if I was playing.
Maybe try to attempt this. Let's look at the minimap. Is there any response? A little bit of vision.
Well, it seems they agree anyway.
They are going to back away. Just took them a few seconds longer to realize this. Steelback's going to try interrupt the call. On the hunt. Thrown down. Gold card comes out from Featherman. Vizicachi trying to get away. He will find the lantern. Hylissang will keep his top laner alive for a few seconds longer. Fnatic, 5 Dragons, Baron, Kikis. I don't really know if you want this fight. Equalizer goes out. Hooney was down below. Kikis also saved by the lantern of Hylissang. And Hooney sidesteps a death sentence. He can't get away from the Flame Chompers. Throws down the Hourglass. There comes a Mega Inferno Bomb, and Vodax gets himself a kill on the board. Super Mega Deathlock, it almost kills Febiven as well. And that might actually put a small stall on the siege.
Got to use some of the Ziggs, poke and wave clear in their own base.
Look at Febiven.
I mean, I think we can all agree, as viewers, we are happy that Ziggs is back in the meta. It's been a joy watching his wave clear.
If you were saying that on any social media, it would be /S at the end of the statement. Febiven goes down to this bottom lane. 390 CS. We've not touched on the items at all, really. And every time you did, 15 minutes ago,
that's why I stopped.
So let's start this again. Let's talk about some items. We do see Lichbane, Hourglass, and Death Cap for Febiven. Almost working towards the Lichbane there for Power of Evil. He did get that Death Cap a while ago.
So Baron buff,
getting tankier.
5 Dragons, and a Twisted Fate with Lichbane. I want to see how much damage he can do to a tower if he does get down. He's on his way. I assume the Dragon buff might disappear before, sadly.
In an alternative reality, Fnatic are pushing a tower.
Well, they are. No way.
There's no tower there.
It wasn't even meant as a bad thing. I just want to see the damage he can do.
We'll find out.
Come on, Febiven, go down to the tower.
Destiny's available. The rest of Fnatic was pushing the top lane. Look at all the vision and tunnels available for Rain.
Oh, he lost the buff just before.
Is he going to? Well, that's
a lot of damage anyway, and that's without the 5 Dragons.
You got your wish. 2 or 3 shotting that way. Febiven will secure the 7th tower of the game. For the rest of Fnatic top lane, teleport is available for Vizicachi.
Vizicachi.
It's not like I've said his name for 12 weeks. And Febiven now bringing those Baron empowered minions onto the bottom lane inhibitor turret. Rainover from the base and another shot. He's got more Malmortius to back up the Locket and the Hourglass. Febiven and Hooney are just melting this turret. Here comes Power of Evil. Unstoppable Onslaught. He's going to get flashed away. We do see the wild cards go up. They go wild. Don't manage to connect on anybody. Hooney overheats and he's got his hands on Equalizer still. Not needed yet. With all the members on the bottom half of the map, Will Fnatic get anything top? The box goes down. They're trying to focus Huni. He flashes away from the decimating smash, and Hylissang does not connect with the skill shot. They do connect with Fardax, and that is a legendary kill onto Steelback. They turn their attention to the Nexus turret. Double kill. What can Steelback do? He continues to run rampant, dealing damage to the towers. It's actually Huni that gets the bottom turret. Inhibitor down top lane. Fnatic got super minions. They're now on the Nexus after 42 minutes. It was slow going, but slow and steady wins this race. And Fnatic even up the series 1-1.
So Taylor was telling the truth when he said we're not going to play too aggressive. We're going to play really, really safe. Very clear what the shot calling was here for Fnatic. It's like we have a massive lead. We should not be able to lose at this point, so let's just take it easy. Secure every single objective we can. Take whatever fight Unicorns might offer us, and then we just roll over.
You could see the essence of the team, though, when they were setting up after that Baron in the middle lane. They were like, okay, play it safe, get the dive! And everyone just threw themselves in. And obviously that backfight stalled the game out for a little while longer.
Yeah.
They are a bucking bronco at their core. They want to go, they want to get aggressive.
And it
but
worked.
They tempered it down.
Yeah, I mean, but the first 20 minutes really showed how good Fnatic is at punishing a team who's playing a slow scaling composition. We had this kite again. Jinx needs time. The Ziggs need a bit of time as well for Power of Evil. And that just got punished so hard. You cannot do that again against the same kind of comp from Fnatic because they showed they will find the fights. Febby went on Twisted Fate. It's not a pick we've seen too often from him, but whenever he has played it, he's been so solid on the champion. But it's not even about him and his individual performance. It's just Fnatic as a team with all these globals.
Well, worked out in favor of Fnatic. Interesting to note, the team that chose blue side has lost both of their respective games. We'll see if that trend continues. To break down this game, however, I'm going to hand things over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. It is all square, as we see a little bit of a replay there, but it didn't need a replay because from the side of Fnatic, it is classic Fnatic, even though we've only seen this formation play for one split. The way they took the objectives, I like that they didn't stray away from their bans, Cassiopeia, Morgana, and Annie, and they went totally into the way they like to play their game, Leviathan.
Yeah, I really like the way they really took control of the game right from the get-go with the mid lane pressure. UOL is really good at making the enemy team play their game, while Fnatic made UOL play their game this game. They were able to establish that early lead, take that early dragon control, and then just slowly choke the Unicorns of Love out of the game.
Yeah, it was the perfect answer from information for the informations that they were given. You know, as Fnatic, that Unicorns of Love get really excited when they win a game. They play with and through the emotions, and they play like crazy little children. So the best thing that Fnatic can do is just do the most controlled game that they can possibly pull off, and they did that. Objective control, especially the dragons, were just astounding. Like the way they set up the vision around it, the way they defended the dragons and the way they took it, it was astounding. The first 15 minutes, I guess 4 or 5 towers, just one after another, just slowly choked them out. And then they knew, okay, we don't really have to fight here. We can just wait for the 5th dragon, for that Baron, and then take the inner turrets, and the Nexus, it was just...
Yeah, and it was just... sorry to cut you off there. It was just really well executed. They secured the game in the first 15 minutes, first 10 minutes of the game. Didn't make any mistakes or very few mistakes, none that cost them. There was that dangerous fight near Unicorns of Love's blue area where I believe it went 2 for 2 or something that was close. But from there they just said, okay, let's slow it down. Just took tower after tower, got the 5 dragon buffs and ended the game.
Yeah, and good point for our commentators as well in that position. What were the Unicorns of Love supposed to do? We know that if they're triggered to fight, they're always going to fight. But there is a moment where you realize, okay, if it goes even 1k more ahead in the favor of Fnatic, they're going to win anyway. So you kind of have to fight. So was it the right decision in the end?
Yeah, it was. At some point, it was like 13 or 14k gold difference, and it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And as Unicorns of Love, you got a scaling AD carry, you got a scaling mid laner. That mid laner can clear some waves. Ziggs is just beautiful in that regard, like the Vicious said. But you are forced to contest those 5th dragons. You are forced to contest those barons, and you are forced to try to look for a way to come back into the game. So when you're the Unicorns of Love, you have to find and you have to look for those opportunities and you have to take them. Fnatic was fine with taking them because Fnatic knew they were ahead, they had the items, so they could defend it pretty easily.
Yeah, and I don't know too much about Ziggs. I feel that Ziggs is a champion similar to Xerath, and what I can take from this game is when you play with Xerath, so I can assume when you play with Ziggs, the thing you need to worry about the most when you're playing a poke-style composition with champions like that is to make sure you stay ahead or at least even transition into the mid game. They fell behind so early early, their composition wants to be pushed up, wants to be poking, wants to be getting damage on the towers. When you fall behind early, you can't do anything that you want to do.
Well, looking ahead to the next game, seeing how we're all square Fnatic in a classic Fnatic game, the Unicorns of Love with a crazy pick in game 1, knowing that Unicorns of Love are on the red side again for game 3, you said I would just have gone with the exact same comp with the Varus in the mid once again. What are you anticipating for the next one?
It's Unicorns. How can you anticipate anything?
Try.
Okay, well, let's see. They play Varus, they play Kog'Maw, they play Ziggs.
Maybe another lane, man, Kikis.
Oh, yeah. I could see maybe. I would like to see Shaco again. I'm a big Shaco fan. But really, it's Unicorns of Love. How could I predict anything here? I'm going to say they're going to pull out the Kog'Maw next game.
Right.
It's impossible to predict it, like you said. They just go with the flow. When they're in picks and bans, they see what Fnatic's gonna pick, and then they just try to pull something off to throw them off. The Varus is a very legit option, if you ask me. Like, even against a Twisted Fate, the Varus should be a solid pick. And then you have to, like, pick other champions around this Varus. Like, the first composition was just perfectly built, and it worked well. So do that again, please.
Yeah. Why do we have you guys here if you can't predict what's going to happen? Just kidding.
Unicorns
of Love, they are crazy.
I predicted Draven.
Yeah, there we go, maybe. Before we set up for game 3, though, let's touch base with you guys in the Twitter sphere. As earlier, we asked you, which EU LCS team do you think would best represent the region on the world stage and why? And here's what you think. Our first tweet is from @KryptonCore. UOL to represent EU. Never been kept on the edge of my seat during Champion Select as much as I am when Unicorns of Love are playing. Well, that's definitely the case when we're watching.
Yeah, when they're in the game, they're really excited to watch. Like the last game, when they got slowly poked out, they're just so much excited. But if we get the Unicorns of Love from the first game onto the international stage, we're in for a ride.
Yeah, can you imagine Unicorns of Love versus a Chinese team just brawling, having fun all over the map? Fantastic. Second tweet @xgalu. Origen, of course, with that performance and players, I think they can reach Worlds, but they won't have an easy path. Very interesting seeing how they only just qualified for the LCS.
Yeah, and we can touch on that not having an easy path because they missed out on all of the championship points that you could get within the first split. But with their roster, they have a lot of talented players, a lot of veterans, like you have FLICKR. Just the players on that team are world-class players, players that could potentially compete on the world stage. So we're going to have to see how well they stack up against this European LCS. And if they do make it to Worlds, it could be a good show.
Yeah, we're actually going to talk to FLICKR in a bit after break as well, so I can ask him. Our last tweet is from @Morden101. Fnatic, such potential, such a diverse game, definitely good for MSI, and if they play like they did here in game 2,
I love potential. Potential is great.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you guys for sending those in, and remember, you can always add to the conversation. Tweet @LL Esports. Use that hashtag LCS. Whew, getting tongue-tied here with this series.
Oh boy.
For Nodo, we need to take a break, clearly, as the team's ready up for game 3. It is all tied up in the championship match, so stay tuned.
Here, they look to just try and go for something.
Hook, and it does connect. Hylissang's going to follow through. He plays them backwards, but that's a defensive equalizer from Huni. Reignover secures the kill credit onto Hylissang. Now Huni and Reignover running onto the back line. A steal back destroys Kickers. Depth charge will follow through, knocking up Power of Evil and Vardax. Daylor cold as ice as Fnatic are rampaging across the back line. Teleport to the back line. Huni gets a great equalizer. Going to splitting up the Unicorns of Love as the depth charge knocks him in the air. The Mega Inferno Bomb goes down, and Vardax is shut down. Huni with a double kill. Here comes Huni. That equalizer does find its target. Vardax is shut down. Depth charge follows onto his opposite support. Power of Evil will get melted by the flame spitter of Huni. Fnatic got super minions. They're now on the Nexus after 42 minutes.
I feel like Fnatic's game for us is kind of exploitable just because we kind of know their playstyle and we are really good at adapting, like mid season and stuff. Like in the middle of a series, we can easily like adapt and find new picks and find new strategies to try and win the games.
Welcome back to the European LCS, as we're going to dive into Game 3 of our finals in just a second. But first, I am joined here by Origin's mid laner, FLICKR. And well, how have you been enjoying yourself? Because you're in your home country and the fans have been absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, it's great. I'm so excited when I hear them chant here. And wait, I'm gonna take it out because if not, I cannot talk. I prefer to talk without it. But yeah, it's crazy how the people is here. Everyone recognizes me, and it just feels crazy that everyone wanna say hi to me, take a picture and everything, and that when they chant and everything that gives me chills.
Yeah, it gives you chills, and I think that's also what you work for. You're back in the LCS. Shine your light on this game, the Unicorns of Love versus Fnatic, because Yellowstar in there, who you know so well. Do you think he has what it takes to lead those rookies all the way to the title again?
I really think so. Like, they play really good. When I see them doing the picks and bans, they are really smart about it. So I'm pretty sure they will take this series. Maybe Unicorns of Love will take some more stuff like Barrows and stuff out and cheese them a bit. But I do think Fnatic is well prepared, and if the game doesn't go out of the meta, they will take the series.
All right, well, we will see what happens. One final question for you. Back in the LCS, not saying you're old, but you're kind of an old schooler, and you're going up against these guys like Power of Evil, like Febiven. Do you still have what it takes?
Yeah, it's better, especially I feel like it's gonna motivate me more. If I actually go there and play and see these guys are super good and people start calling me grandpa or something, then I'm gonna get so much motivated because it's gonna give me that thing to try to become one of the best again.
Definitely looking forward to it. Thank you very much. And we're gonna get back into our finals, so back over to the casters.
Thank you very much. I have to comment, Grandpa FLICKR, something that we touched on a lot coming into this final. 9 out of 10 players in their first LCS split ever. If you look at the top 3 teams, 2 out of the 15 players have ever been in the LCS. Both of them supports, in fact. And Kasing and Yellowstar, the other 13 players, first time in the LCS, first time stage, and they make top 3. FLICKR has to beat the odds in the summer split to prove the old guard, prove the old guard can still stick around.
He only has a new AD carry. The rest has been in the LCS.
Yeah.
I think it's just shown for us with this split how many new great players we've gotten in Europe. If we get the strategy down as well, then we have the talent to become very, very good as a region.
Well, we need to see if the teams can deliver on the international stage, because that is what they are fighting for. It is Game 3 of the Spring Split Finals. Winner takes home the trophy and represents Europe at the mid-season invitational. With 3 bans in, nothing has changed thus far.
First pick Thresh once again for Fnatic.
And of course, Hylissang 1-7 on that Thresh. Of the 4 champions he's played most, let's exclude the Braum, really not having a great showing on that one.
It's weird.
That's Hylissang, of course.
His individual performance on a champion is fantastic. It's more as a team. They have lost more games on it, and we haven't gone back and watched every single one, so we can't really explain 100% what it is. I think a main concern for them when they don't have the likes of Morgana is it's a lot harder to peel for the likes of Vardax without that black shield against these compositions that can like dive onto him. And that's also why Fnatic, at least in the last game, were happy enough giving them Thresh, take other champions in the early rotations, and ban that Annie, and simply respecting the hard engage from Hylissang as well. I mean, we have a support pulling 2 bans and potentially a first pick every single time. The rest of your team should be able to benefit from it. Oh, Hecarim is open. That's a mistake.
That's simple. Banning Rek'Sai against Reignover. We know it is his most played champion, but Reignover has played a number of jungle champions to fantastic success. The pony is locked in against the Unicorns.
Yeah, well, if you look at Reignover's champion pool, I guess what Unicorns are trying to do is move him away from early aggressive junglers, because Lee Sin and Nidalee has not been the most picked champions for him. He liked the tanks here in the Cinderhulk meta. He's even played the likes of Olaf before Cinderhulk came out. So he has shown, at least in the past, that if Rek'Sai is gone, it's more about the slow scaling junglers, and in this case, Fragger's just instantly being locked in. Unicorns put more value on getting the bottom lane and trading that for the Hecarim. We have to see if they can use the more passive approach from Reignover despite him still being very aggressive in terms of ganks, he's not on the same kind of champion in the early game.
And we'll have to see whether or not Unicorns can adjust their vision patterns to maybe play to that effect.
Oh, please lock it in.
Now, if any team is going to deal with Hecarim in a fancy, flashy way, it is the Unicorns of Lab. Febiven has played Xerath 3 times, won all 3 games.
Yeah, he's not going to play it, but his Xerath is just so insane that I love watching him play. They don't have to pick the mid laner here for Fnatic. You can go with the AD carry. If you want the Kalista matchup into Sivir, you can take that one again for yourself. Otherwise, Lucian has been a good pick for Steelback, where they run these compositions where they kind of protect him as a hyper carry and allow him late game at least to have a massive impact. They tend to run the likes of Janna and Nuno with it, so if Nautilus being locked in, it would be a different style.
The other thing,
but Lucian is still a good pick for them.
The other thing to note, hover picks are not something we tend to like to talk about as casters because they change so often. But one thing you cannot deny, Febiven flashing the Xerath with a jungler that is relatively slow. You get wave clear from Xerath, flashing the Anivia for the control for the late game. Does it plant seeds of doubt in the Unicorns' minds? That is something we need to see how it plays out. I think there's a lot of untouched nuances to the pick and ban phase that can actually affect players' mindsets. You see a Zillion, you don't think it's a lock-in. You see a Febiven Xerath, you go, you know what, that's not too crazy.
I can almost guarantee the teams don't really care, because they already have the sights on their own picks and they wait to see what's been locked in on the other side. But yeah, I mean, you got a point with them sitting and discussing it. Question is, will Unicorns go back to slow scaling, long range AP, or long range? Well, Udi has been locked in.
We love kickers. Mr. Cameraman, wherever you are, you deserve a cookie for finding that guy and also flashing at the moment the Man-Bear Pig is locked in. Udia, Irelia, Siva. If Unicorns were ever going to overwhelm you, this was the team comp to do it with.
So this is kind of different for Unicorns of Love. Normally when they play Udyr, it's in these kite compositions with their long-range poke mid laner and a big tank top laner who kites with them. Crowd really wants Teemo.
I can't hear you over Teemo. Well, I'm afraid it's not going to happen.
But now Irelia's been locked in, so with this, it's more dive onto Fnatic. And that's where Udyr is not always the strongest, because he gets kited around fairly easily. When he's against Nautilus, he's against the Gragas. Lucian has the mobility as well to dance around the Udyr. And suddenly he's not going to offer a whole lot if you want to dive the backline. He's a lot better in kite comps. So that's a little bit weird from them. Oh, that was getting close, but they got the Lucian in the very end. And Fnatic has a bit of everything here, honestly. There's good wave clear. You have the all-in potential. You have to engage from Hecarim, from Nautilus to get onto these immobile picks that Power People has liked to play. And you got good damage all around, from early game to late game, honestly, with Lucian, Ahri, and Hecarim.
So a lot of options on the Fnatic squad.
Just a good, well-rounded comp.
They can do little bits of everything. For Unicorns at the moment, it is really about throwing themselves at your opponents. The only player in Europe to play Syndra all year long for the 7th time will be running Syndra in the middle lane. Nobody else is playing this champion but Power of Evil, and it is, screw it, it's his champion.
It is his champion here in Europe, at least. When the nerfs came in, with their Q damage went down, their E got nerfed as well, was a lot thinner suddenly. A lot of the pro players were tweeting, Syndra, she's horrible now, she's not going to be played anymore, we're never going to pick her. The next day, Power of Evil said, well, here's Syndra, I'm going to lock it in and win the game. So for him, he still thinks it's a fantastic champion. And this is going to fit better with what Unicorns are built now, in terms of we need to dive onto Fnatic in with our comp here. We have the Sivir ulti, we have the Aurelia, and now the one-shot potential from Syndra. I still do think this Udyr is kind of misplaced in that kind of composition, because he's so much better when it comes to you kiting and you drawing out fights. This is not what Unicorns want to do. They want to have quick fights where they burst down a target within a few seconds of the true damage from Aurelia, ulti from Sivir, and of course the Syndra ulti.
Well, we'll find out if they can make that happen. As we touched on, Hylissang on that Thresh. 1-7 as far as his record is concerned. Power of Evil 3-3 on that Syndra. He does not miss stuns often.
No.
And if Steelback is out of position, it could really hurt. There's those team comps. One more time, the pick and ban strategy has altered with Rek'Sai banned away. Huni plays Hecarim for the 3rd time. Will it be a win in game 3 of this best of 5? Fnatic on the blue side. going to get themselves off to exciting starts.
And I want to see what Power Weevil skills at level 1, because he's one of the players who adapted to the nerfs to the Q, and he decided to skill W first, because that's 80 base damage, where the Q is 55 at level 1. So he skills W level 1 to surprise the enemy and win the first few trades, and then he maxes Q right after, so that's still going to be maxed first, obviously for the passive as well. I want to see if he's doing the same and if he gets a good trade on Feb event, because that's one of the ways he tends to get an early lead in his lanes when he plays Syndra. Kikis is going to have to be very active on the map. He has fantastic clear on an Udyr. He has fantastic mobility when it comes to moving around the map, but his ganks can be somewhat lackluster. They often
disagree.
Often
Flash
rely.
bear slap.
I was about to say, often rely on a flash to make it work. So he flash in, bear slaps them, and also when he plays Udyr, he does red buff and he does level 2 gank. 3 out of 3 times in playoffs. Let's see if Huni with no flash is smart enough to have down an early ward. Notice how he didn't place a ward at level 1, so that's still ready for him. And once he returns to lane, if Kikis is coming for that level 2 gank.
Flash bear slap. Do you believe in 4 out of 4? We'll have to find out, as definitely not Udyr. He's going to start on his traditional red buff. I want to quickly quote that video we saw just before FLICKR was interviewed. Vardag's touching on how good Unicorns are in best of 5s and how they can adapt. They have adapted, and we'll see whether or not their decision-making and strategy pays off. Deficio, we've been hovering Power Weevil for a little while. He skilled
the
Q.
Yeah, I guess
his first play.
I guess he only does the W against Cassidy in our melee matchups, then decides to get Q at level 1 for the trades. I just wanted to see, you know, I'm not much of a Syndra player myself, but it's one of the small things you notice with Power Weevil when you try and see what he normally does. Kikis, are you gonna go to that top lane once the 2 guys TP up there and kill the no flash Hecarim? He's running in chicken form. There's no ward yet. Will he sit and wait in the bush before the ward even gets placed from Kikis? The TP has to come in from Chachi.
Oh,
you have to place the ward instantly, Huni.
Chicken form, bear form. No flash this time because there's not enough support.
Huni has done his homework.
Huni has
Thank you.
Wow, no flash bear slap yet. Kick is still looking for it. Level 2 gank did not work out. Libram Strike did not really do a whole lot there from Vizichachi. We do see those early level 2s, and Kick is unable to make it 4 for 4. Man, bear, pig, turtle, phoenix, tiger thing goes back into the jungle to continue farming up.
Yeah, and with Fnatic, or with Reyno starting on his own red buff, he couldn't really take too much advantage of Kikis here, because he just showed himself quickly. Invading into blue a little bit late could have been very risky for him. Instead, he's going to go for a gank on this Aurelia.
Well, let's see. Not a lot of mana on Chachi. He's going to flash away Huni and Reyno, but going to get some damage down, and that might dissuade Vizichachi from playing aggressively. Oi! That's definitely not a good ward. I think he knows everyone saw that one. But to get back to the point, without a flash on Vizichachi, maybe that's going to buy some safety and some time for Huni in that top lane. He does have Ignite, so if Vizichachi continues to stick around at low HP, maybe Huni can look to set up a surprise kill. Look, Reyno is coming in from the tri-bush. He's going to get spotted by
the ward. The value.
What a difference it's going to make. Remember, there's no flash in Vizichachi. Reyno is going to land a body slam. Red buff's ticking away, and he's going to get first blood.
Such a good start from Fnatic. Everything from the early ward from Huni to spot the Udyr, and then just saying we're against an Aurelia. She's one of the lane bullies that if you shut her down and delay her Trinity Force, she falls really, really far behind. So I really like the early ganks here from Fnatic. And if you get a lead on Hecarim in this matchup, you can be so annoying with your passive because you obviously ignore the minion, so you can stand on a minion. The way normally for Aurelia to probably trade is like you jump in on a minion, kill it, then you E, and then you have your Q ready if someone tries to run away. You can't do that against Hecarim because he's sitting on that minion you want to jump to. So if you get a lead as Hecarim in that matchup, you can just be so annoying and also just deny her farm.
Somebody else that's annoying is Kikis. Not able to get the same early advantage he has in previous games, but 3-1.
Still pretty good KDA.
Pretty good KDA. And it's traditionally been picked into very good team comps. This is the first time, Deficio, I've heard you say you're not entirely convinced. All 3 previous games, it actually made quite a lot of sense.
Yes, again, because there was poke compositions that wanted to kite, where a low cooldown on your stun as an Udyr the fact you get your turtle shield, so you're so tanky that these double tank comps can't really kill you, or the low damage comps when he's against the likes of Urgot, we can say. Here, it's just very different. There's a lot of burst from Fnatic to take him down. And he's not here to peel anymore. He's here to dive in with the rest of the team. And I just want to see what he can do in fights. Because he has the tendency to just get kited around. Like one slow on him from a Nautilus, and you need that flash.
Vardags will be trying to help out that weakness. On the hunt, of course, the big tool. We've not actually taken a look at many of the other lanes thanks to all the focus top. Mid lane going even on farm. Febiven with a defensive start, opting into the Negatron cloak first. Typical as we start.
Oh, he got it. There we go, boys. And now he's gonna get a gank off. But Raynova is here, ready for the counter gank.
Counter gank is available. Remember, Huni does have Ignite. Chilling Smite goes down. He knocked Kickers back. Kickers actually flashes defensively. No flash base slap this time around. Turns into Phoenix stance and he's gonna get forced away. Raynova reading Kickers' Udyr like a book. Huni's just hit level 6. There's an onslaught of shadows. They're gonna go in. And that's gonna be a 2-man onslaught. That's another kill for Huni. He's gonna get himself a double kill. And Holo has landed. Remember, it wasn't banned out. Steelback gets caught by Hilliside's death sentence. Hilliside catches everyone with death sentences. Exhaust has been survived through Yellowstar, trying to get damage down, but they're forced to retreat. Vardags, so much healthier. And Unicorns of Love win the 2v2 in the bottom lane. But they're not winning enough.
No.
Because Huni is 2-0-1.
Yeah, that's the big deal here. Both lanes for Fnatic on the bottom side of the map, mid and bot lane, is sitting back farming, honestly, playing it fairly safe, knowing that Raynova was putting all his focus on that top lane. Because the thing is, best case for Raynova and Huni, they dive the Aurelia, kill her again. Worst case, you find the Udyr there and you get a 2v2 lane that you're going to win anyway. So there's really no bad scenario for you. As long as you keep providing assistance for Huni on that Hecarim. Such a strong start, rushing that Frozen Heart. So there's going to be no kill pressure for this Aurelia in the one-on-one lane. And this is backfired completely from the Unicorns of Love. They banned Rek'Sai, allowing Huni to just instant lock Hecarim as the first pick.
Huni has consistently shown how scary he is on carry-type top laners. And he shocked the European LCS with his Hecarim performances. There's a Chachi, 0-2 down behind NCS. He's opted to go double Dorans. Not only is he under so much pressure, that Trinity Force spike is going to be a long way away. Let's see what Huni can do. Standing on top of those minions, exactly like you talked about, Officio. And Huni is just rampaging his way across. There's almost an onslaught of shadows. Ignite burning through. Huni's looking for more. And he just 1v1s Visit Chachi. The crowd is trying.
Well,
it's getting there.
There's a reason this champion has been banned in every single game in the playoffs against Fnatic. And this...
Till now.
I mean, what is Unicorns of Love going to do? Okay, if your top lane is losing this hard, you just got to surrender that lane. You can't keep trying to gank for it because you're not going to win the fights. I mean, Huni at this point might even be able to 1v2 if he has his summoners ready. Wow. So you got to try.
8-minute Frozen Heart.
That's the thing. Now you got to try making plays on either mid or the bottom lane. But you had no flash on that Udyr. We said how his ganks are not very good unless you have that flash ready. So you can't really get in anywhere. There's a million wards on the bottom side. They expect him to show up at some point. They're even sending Visitachi down here now.
Huni's got teleport available and call it 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 wards.
They're just gonna dive Chachi here as well. They can see everything on the map. If they go in and poke him, have Raynova wait for the minions to hit the tower, Chachi is dead again.
Look at the mid lane though. Maybe Febiven will get caught out. Death Sentence does not manage to connect. And Febiven, unsure of Power of Evil's position. Remember, there was no minions mid lane. Very, very defensive. Raynova is going to knock Visitachi backwards. The depth charge is going to go out. You cannot flash away from that. The Culling landing shot off the shot. And the Dredge line will be able to allow Fnatic to get their 5th kill of the game. Visitachi's Irelia is going to do nothing this game. Udyr and Thresh trying to get blue buff. Huni's trying to get in range. The Smite does manage to secure the buff, but at what cost? They've lost their top laner. This is Unicorns of Love, and they're going to lose their bottom tower.
I do think it was a fine play. Oh, let's see what happens here.
Huni's going to just onslaught shadows over the wall. Vortex tried to interrupt.
The plan from Unicorns of Love was okay here, saying we're not going to get anything in our lane, so we have to swap it around, try and fast push a tower to get some kind of gold. That was fine. Problem was Visitachi. As soon as he shows himself in the lane, Fnatic was already ready to kill him once again. Not that he's worth a whole lot of gold, But if they can at least trade towers, Unicorns get something.
Well, something is better than nothing. As Vardags is trying to deny as many minions as possible, does secure a tower trade. Still 2,000 gold down at the 10-minute mark. A dragon down. And we'll need to see how on earth the mythical Unicorns control the power pony. Because between the two of us, I don't think we can think of many options.
No, Huni is just... There's nobody who can one-on-one him at any point of the game. In this, with the way he's playing and with these early kills for him. Aurelia.
So, 3-on-1 him.
Let's see if they can do it.
Bear Slap comes down. Onslaught of Shadows is not available, nor is there a flash. Here comes the rest. That's a flash death sentence. Hylissang connects, plays him backwards. You don't need to one-on-one when you can 3v1. And Huni gets taken out. They're not done yet. There's the flash Bear Slap. Phoenix starts. The Dark Sphere stun does not connect. Power of Evil is going to unleash his power. Not even needed to. As it's Kikis that gets a second kill of the game. Power of Evil realizing they had the damage and he held onto his ulti in case anything further goes forward. Fnatic just a little out of position.
Yeah, very, very good response from Unicorns of Love. They're reading a situation, saying you're not going to get anything in the mid or bottom lane, so we can go up with 3 guys. We can gank your Hecarim, and now he wants some revenge.
Well, let's see what he can do. Onslaught is going to throw Hylissang over. That's going to be a dead Thresh. Kill goes to Steelback. Use the TP and the ulti for that. It's going to relieve some pressure in the mid lane. So it does mean now teleport advantage to the very underfarmed Vizicsacsi. I doubt they can make a big difference with it, but keep in mind it is available. We'll see how that works out.
Can be one of the ways to get at least a few kills on him if they get a good fight.
Scatter the weak, and there's the unleashed power. Summon a heal, used, Culling going down. Look at the backup from Fivivin. He's coming from behind. Power of Evil should go down to the Ignite in a moment or two as Vardags eats himself a barrel roll. There's the challenging spike. Here comes Chachi. Didn't need to use the TP. He's in a 3v1, and it's Fivivin with the flanking maneuver. Fnatic get 2 more kills and a tower shortly.
Just a nice little roam from the bottom lane from Fivivin had already pushed it up. Chachi is level 7, the same as Yellowstar. Can he get a kill?
Well, we'll find out. On the hunt is down, and Reignover seems
They got to give it to him. They have to give it to Chachi here.
It's actually a Phoenix stance, I believe, that ticked that one over. Or it could have even been Cinderhulk, I guess. Unicorns of Love. That's a good charm for Fivivin, but he doesn't have a lot of mana or any ulti to play with. Unicorns now, they're playing scrappy. Remember, these teams, when they get scrappy, they do this all game long. All of a sudden, Kikis, he's got no flash. He bare stuns the pony, who he's trying to run him down. Onslaught of Shadows not available, but he's going to just prance his way over. Kikis gets another stun. Turtle shields up, continues to run away. Can he make it to the saving hand
stun
of Power of Evil? Scatter the weak, saves Kikis. Kikis manages to make his way out. 8-3, but still 3,000 gold down.
Yeah, and Fnatic, despite losing a few kills here and there, they're still looking to push their advantage. Hylissang is all alone now. TP coming in from Chachi. I guess it came in somewhat handy for himself. And Unicorns of Love trying their best to at least get some gold in this game here. Try and punish Fnatic if they do overextend. The risk is always when you have these 1-3-1, all the lanes pushing. If one guy's overextended, you can go ganking with 2 or 3 guys and not lose anything elsewhere. So that was a good call earlier. Fnatic is looking to not do that again and just use your Hecarim that is so far ahead. Only person who can kill him is really Power of Evil here, unless it's 3 guys on him. Power of Evil doesn't want to one-on-one him. It's more, I guess, if there is a team fight with the Frozen Heart Rush, Lute and Zeko, which is, again, and I think Power of Evil, he loves to do on these AP
it's
mages.
his favorite item.
He rushes Lute and Zeko to be as strong as possible on 1 or 2 items and try and snowball his own lead from there, and therefore get towards his death cap and so on a lot faster than he normally would by just getting some kills. But he has to get the kills to make it pay off.
Tower should go to Fnatic here, as there's no teleport available from Unicorns of Lab or support. Will they be trading it down the bottom lane rather? That's a great stun from Scatter the Weak. Power of Evil unleashes his power, and Vizicsacsi tries to follow through. No Ignite available, and we do see Fivivin able to Spirit Rush his way away. Vizicsacsi and Power of Evil now left alone in this bottom lane. They are going to get caught up by the depth charge. Vizicsacsi only got a Sheen to play with. Dredgeline connects into Power of Evil. He manages to stun up Huni, but that's not going to be enough. Kill credit is secured by Yellowstar.
But look at the mid lane now.
Lantern is going to get traded. Unicorns are fighting back.
They keep trying to find some way of getting gold. Fnatic used all 5 guys on the bottom lane to get 1 kill. And they're gonna lose one tower, and this one is at least gonna drop very, very low. Now Reignover's here.
Oh, Kikis might even take
might
this
try and
one
sacrifice
up. He's trying
himself.
to do it for the global gold. I think that's a smart move. 2 towers. Oh, here comes Huni. He's on the back line. Exhaust is up from Hillisack. Bardex low on mana. On the hunt was used. He's trying to get away. Culling on the sideway fadeaway shots. Bardex spell shields up one of those rampages, but it just keeps going. Huni's got mana and attacks for days. Death Sentence does pull Huni into the tower, but you do not want that. Unicorns are clawing this game back. I thought they were on, on pace to have their biggest goal deficit at 20 minutes, but this is just not the case thanks to the fact that they are ahead in towers.
Yeah, they should never even be close when your top lane is 0-4 after like, what, 8 minutes in the game. Huni was so far ahead, but Fnatic is simply just honestly been a bit greedy and punished. So Unicorns keeping it very, very cool. They still have a good comp when it comes to the mid game. If they can get that Trinity Force completed for Chachi, all the global gold is gonna help him a lot. Still far behind. Huni about 1,500 gold in total. But as we said before, it's something. And the Unicorns.
It's unbelievable to think they found 4 towers against Fnatic. You were touching on the wave clear that they had and the lanes that they could offer, and all of a sudden, Fnatic, they lose focus of that slow, controlled game from number 2 in the series. Seem to be focusing on trying to shut down Unicorns individually, losing sight of the bigger picture. So, we're approaching 17 minutes, 10 kills to 3, down on towers. That gold is now only 1,500 difference. I mean, it was, what, 4K at the 10-minute mark. We still have to see how this Udyr is going to impact the game, Deficio.
Yeah, we need to see in the team fights what it can do. That's going to be the big one for Kikis. We might have to wait a little bit because Fnatic has gone back to the 1-3-1 that was going to be the game plan before they started roaming around.
Here comes Yellow Star.
Yeah, Chachi is still level 9, so
I think he's going to go down here. Spirit Rush goes up, Charm connects, Riptide goes up. Pippin should be able to get that one. He does. Yellow Star's even able to secure the kill, and the poor fellow with a broken leg there. Mumu cosplay is almost, yeah. Oh, shame. I broke my wrist last year. I can feel your pain. Well, I guess I didn't have to use crutches. Yours is worse. Fnatic now in the top lane. They've got vision in the top half of the map. Teleport is available for Huni. He's in base. Got those home guards charged up. And they might be diving Kikis. Look at the TP coming in.
Kikis on his own, yeah.
Here comes Huni. He's going to jump into Kikis. Teleport from Vizichachi. It might be too late. Huni continues to spin that Guitar Hero axe around. It's caught by the Equilibrium Strike and holds onto his Onslaught to Shadows for the team fight. That's a flash Death Sentence. Connects onto Yellow Star. Followed through. Does get interrupted by the barrel roll. The support of Fnatic is down. But there's the Onslaught of Shadows. Huni is just tearing Unicorns apart. Trying to run forward. Now steal back. Can he play Janitor and clean house? That's the question. Vizichachi now from the backline. Unicorns are scattered and low. And it looks like Fnatic should be able to clean up. Body Slam goes out.
Still alive!
He gets it! He gets the kill! The Unicorns of Love win the team fight 2v4, and Power of Evil stuns up Featherfin. Can he do more? He's got no mana. There's not much support. The Unicorns of Love turn the team fight around.
It's insane.
We better get a replay of that one.
I don't even know what's going on, how Unicorns can still be in this game. They just keep finding the right place. Fnatic, they were the ones diving on Kikis. Didn't kill him. Rest of Unicorns showed up. They were still fighting on the tower. Let's see the replay. So we missed the first start, but still, Kikis is just running around tanking off damage. At this point here, Bardex was left untouched until now, and he's just cleaning up suddenly. And then
shield.
Turtle Shield, there's no damage from the Gragas. And in the end, double kill. That was 4 kills for the Unicorns of Love. Still only 400 gold behind.
Deficio, I've seen this before. In the quarterfinals, Gambit got themselves to a 10, 12, 13-minute lead. Made some tower dives that Unicorn said, yes, please. Give me them dives, give me them kills. And Unicorns grabbed control of the game. Fnatic have just done something so similar.
Yeah.
Evened up the gold, and they are gifting Unicorns pressure and presence in this game.
And the crazy thing is, if you saw what happened before the dive, it was Feberman showing up 2 levels above Vizicachi, jumped onto him and killed him. So basically, you don't even have to team fight if you're Fnatic. You can just split push because Chachi can't even duel Yellow Star. That's a lie, he can. It was a joke, but you can also just see Power Evil die.
Power of Evil gets jumped on. Fnatic now get themselves a relatively easy kill. Death Charge goes out, they catch Hillisang. Culling is going to cull him down, but it's Huni that gets the last hit. Medusa Kick is now trying to defend the tower, but that's not going to be enough. Fnatic, with a decisive engage this time, will get themselves 2 kills in that tower. Medusa Kick is caught out, he will be dropping as well. Unicorns of Love are the ones making the mistakes. Yellowstar pulls himself halfway towards Vardags, and all of a sudden Fnatic say, we want this game, and they get that 3,000 gold lead back.
Yeah, finally it was Fnatic catching out the Unicorns here. Also fighting outside of a tower was the big deal, but the point before was simply that Fnatic had so many ways they could play. You could 1-3-1 it and just keep being a bully against Chachi because he couldn't duel anyone, and you would just always push down that lane, always have the pressure to push up all the lanes at once where they knew one of them couldn't be defended by the Aurelia. They decided to go for all the fights instead, which, as you said, Unicorns were obviously very happy about because it was on the towers very early on. That being said, you still have 4 kills on Huni. You just got a Trinity Force on Vizicachi. So it's definitely still in favor of Fnatic, and we saw that last fight, what they can do once they're the ones catching out the Unicorns.
Big items picked up elsewhere. Frozen Heart for Kickers, Righteous Glory for Rainover, more engaged power. Actually, Righteous Glory on Yellow Star as well. All that global gold and kills, meaning there are so many tools. Huni unable to use that devastating charge to interrupt Vizicachi.
Righteous Glory is such a good item. After the buff as well, it's made it even better, and that was one of the reasons Nautilus as a support became so strong, because you go for that item. 650 HP, and also the speed up. Let's see here. Chachi is spotted by Huni. Can get a lantern if he wants it.
Tried jumping that one. Dragon secured. Kickers tried to get in. Does not steal it. Gets pulled back by the Dredge Knight. He will go down. Tried to outsmite Fnatic and it did not work out. At 22 minutes, 3 dragons secured. Despite the swings back and forth, Fnatic are on course for a 5-dragon game.
Again,
unless Unicorns can turn this one around.
Yeah, not exactly the same kind of late game power for them away.
Teleport's just become available for Huni, and he recalled the Fish. I think we're about to see him jump into a fight. Let's see. There is a teleport coming out. He's coming down mid. Unicorns are split up. Vardags, the rest of Unicorns down. Devastating charge. He's running. He jumps in. He does get played backwards. We do see the dive forward. The onslaught of shadows. That's the first kill. That's the second kill. Power of Evil is in full retreat. He may need to flash the wall. Unicorns of Love had no business being there without their jungler, arguably main tank. They get punished for it, lose 2. Fnatic turn their attention to the Baron.
Unicorns can't really leave their own towers. Every time it's gone bad for Fnatic, it's been around the towers of Unicorns where they've managed to punish them. Now they move out. Gonna see if they can stop this one. Bobby was dead. Chachi's gonna die.
Wow, that's going to be an easy one. Feberman is going to get shot down and replies. Vizicachi gets the kill credit. Baron is going low. Less than half. Kickers and Vizicachi trying to do what they can. There's a few low health bars as Kickers has got a lot. They immediately peel. That's a dead Vizicachi. There's a lot of critical hits coming down into Kickers as they try to focus him out. Huni gets a summon a heal from Steelback. That'll keep him alive just a few seconds longer. Fnatic have what is effectively a delayed ace. Cheers from Yellow Star's family. Baron not secure.
Ooh.
Well,
he's on his own. Okay,
that's not worth a whole lot, I'm afraid. Unicorns of Love, 5,000 gold down. They're 14 kills down, but they're not giving up without a fight.
No, that's very true, and they know they do still have some one-shot potential with the Syndra. The problem is, whenever they're fighting away from their own base, Fnatic has all the map control in terms of warding and can get these TPs from Huni, can get the right engages, and then they are still that much stronger to just power through the Unicorns of Love. There's nothing really to protect Power of Evil here. Thresh is not going to do a whole lot against the Hecarim flying in and the Nautilus ulti. And he has no defensive items. That's going to be quite delayed.
Oh! You had to say it. You had to say it. Can't do anything, but he can steal blue buff.
It's the small things that count.
You can't predict that. You can't predict that.
No.
Fnatic still maintain control. They are 1-1 in the series. Victory here will put them 1 game away from Florida, from Tallahassee, from lifting that trophy and making the 4th LCS split victory for Fnatic out of 5. What a mind-boggling accomplishment for the organization and for the teams over the last 2.5 years.
No matter what happens today, though, then the Unicorns of Love can be very proud of what they've done in the first split in the LCS. This game, while it doesn't look good for them, they can still try and create some picks. That's what they're going for here on Reignover.
Here comes Huni. He does get stunned up. The Death Sentence, I believe it did connect. Unleashed Power still being held on there by Power of Evil. Fnatic are now split up. Febiven's looking for a target. He's managed to catch Bardax, and Reignover has managed to catch Power of Evil. Power of Evil does take down Huni after all the damage earlier on. Stunned faces from the audience as the fight continues to break out. 2 for 3, but the tanks of Fnatic are tearing through the Unicorns of Love. Vizichach is in full retreat in Kickers. I don't care how big your Bear Stance Turtle Shield is, it's not going to be enough. Dredge line backwards. This should be more kills. That's a stop from Equilibrium Strike. He does manage to survive. Now Chachi's the one that's in trouble. He's going to dash over to the Raptors. Raptors landing auto attacks after auto. It's a 3 for 3.
Stay alive.
I am proving wrong. As the Turtle Shield Bear Stance monster survives again.
Yeah, he does manage to stay alive. Let's see the fight. So Unicorns of Love saying we need to try and create some picks when Huni cannot get the right engage onto us. He drops really low in the start. Notice how Fibrin on the top of your screen is coming in while Steelback's down on the bottom. So they're onto the backline of Unicorns very, very early. Vardex goes down, Power Beaver will follow. And it's just about doing as much damage as possible before and see if your 2 tanks can then clean up. Nice little pick for Vizichach, and then Febiven jumping into melee range of an Aurelia and an Udyr. That's gonna cost you your life, and ends up being the 3 for 3. And we can really see how Unicorns as well are trying to itemize for like creating these quick picks and just not getting the big explosive 5-on-5 with the Huni TP, and they're gonna get for another one.
Yellowstar, the unleashed Power of Evil. Gets the burst damage down, and Unicorn find a pick. What can they do with it? They want Steelback. He does not have flash available. Starts to channel a culling. He's trying to look for Hillsang. The Death Sentence doesn't connect. It doesn't matter. These Unicorns of Love have found 2. They've got minions backing up behind them, and the Unicorns now are the inner turret. They may be able to get this one. Huni's in the top lane, pushing. Unicorns of Love refuse to give up.
That's what you gotta admire. The crowd as well, cheering for the Unicorns of Love. They're gonna try and go for more. 5 seconds on Yellowstar. Top lane, Huni's recalling now. This tower should go down unless Febiven and Huni jumps in.
Well, we do see the home guards from Huni. Unicorns of Love.
He's gonna maybe try and TP.
There's blue pings onto Baron. Where do Fnatic want to go? Vision this game has been so much more effective for Fnatic. Every time you look at the minimap, it is just blue dots.
And look at the Unicorns. They're looking towards the dragon instead to try and stop the 5 dragons. Fnatic, they know this is going to happen. There's a chance for it. They will even see the Unicorns of Love on it. 0 wards on this Baron. Do they smell it, and can they get there in time? 2 guys are stuck on the dragon for the Unicorns of Love.
Well, the dragon will delay that 5 dragon counter. There's the teleport coming out from Vizichach. Baron was hitting low. They have managed to force them away. Vizichach, will the barrel be used? Not even needed. Righteous glory. But I think so important. Baron stopped and dragon secured. Unicorns 2 small victories in a game where they are scrapping for any opportunity possible.
But they keep looking for them. And even though they had a 0-4 top lane and they got towers in the early game, if they stop this dragon, or this Baron, sorry, it was successful for them. Here's a TP from Huni. It's gonna be tough. And Power of Evil is gonna die.
Oh, Power of Evil is obliterated! As Huni and Febiven stack up for 2 more kills. Banshee's Bell is popped. Kickers can flash in for a steal. I don't think they'll let him go. Bardax is gonna get soloed up by Huni. Onslaught to Shadows to run him down. Devastating charge to keep close, and the Rampage secures the kill. Steelback actually flashed forward for that one. And Fnatic secure the first Baron of game 3. And with death timers still ticking away, they're hammering away on the inhibitor turrets.
We'll be able to get this one down as well for them. Don't really care about losing that dragon at this point for Fnatic. Base is now open for the Unicorns of Love. It's looking tricky. So despite all the effort for them, the builds that have come in here, I love the cooldown reduction from Thresh. We talk about that one after. First, well, I mean, there's been so many kills. You can see how Vizichachi's dead for now 20 seconds, and with Funi TP, Power of Evil staying around with no flash, there's not a whole lot he can do. He did steal a ban with a shockwave before. Not gonna happen this time. So like the build from Hylissang, he's aiming for 30% cooldown reduction. So you got the cooldown reduction boots, you got Face of the Mountain, that's 10% and 5% for masteries. And basically what you have is now your death sentence, the Q. Every time you connect it, it goes down with another 3 seconds. So the overall cooldown is 8.4. If you land it, it goes down to 5.4 seconds. So you can keep spamming out hooks and try and pull someone in that Power of Evil can then one-shot. And that's one of the ways Unicorns have tried to get back in the game, by getting as many options of connecting CC to create picks. And while they've gotten quite a lot, and they've done a great job at least staying somewhat relevant, Fnatic has still been in the lead ever since the first gank on Vizichachi in the top lane.
Definitely the case.
Now we're gonna get a base race.
Does look to be. Yellowstar actually cancelled that recall until a moment ago. Now Febiven's peeling away. Steelback is left alone to go for the bottom lane inhibitor. The Super's pouring through the middle lane. Keep that in mind. The rest of Fnatic now defending in the top lane. Steelback is going to go onto that inhibitor. Huni, he gets caught by that death sentence. Huni onslaughts away. He manages to stay alive, but look at Bardax. Febiven is just melting his HP. Bardax forced to use Summon Heal to stay alive, and Reyno is looking for the kill credit. We do see Yellowstar going in. Auto attack, lands the anchor, and it's the Culling that picks up the kill. We did see Steelback backing away and joining this fight, of course, as Vizichachi now is going to get caught up by the Ardent Blaze. Reyno looking for more. They find themselves 3 kills. Huni
Super minions in the base.
even managed to survive. Minions on the bottom tower. There's no teleport for Huni, but look at the rest of the carries. They're pouring through the middle lane. Reyno is going to delay Hylissang, and you know what? Doesn't even matter. Vizichachi's going to be left alone. Hylissang should be shut down, and the rest of Fnatic, they're setting their sights on the Nexus.
We'll get a kill on Hylissang as well. Can Chachi defend on his own? Huni was taking the tower here.
Everybody's alive now, Deficio. Wow, 5 seconds, I should say.
Yeah, Fnatic at least got the inhibitor in the bottom lane. And then back away, and once again, try and play a little bit safe.
The burst damage from Febiven onto Bardags at the start of that fight, and the fact that Huni, he got caught by one of those death sentences you touched on, Deficio. It's just too little at the moment. Unicorns are unable to make those death sentences really count, and it's Fnatic that are in absolute control.
Should be looking to close this one out, but there's a lot of questions for Fnatic during this game here. I mean, with the start they got, and how Unicorn still managed to stay relevant, was honestly amazing from the Unicorns. And some misplays from Fnatic. I'm sure they're going to talk about them between the games here and be ready for game 4. What we have seen, though, from Fnatic is whenever they play this early comms,
they have got Febiven. The onslaught doesn't actually connect with anybody. Febiven does stay alive. It's the reactive play from Fnatic, but what did it cost? We saw Irelia, Siva burn their ultis, Steelback, Febiven, Reignover, and Huni. So team fight advantage in favor of UOL in abilities, but item and gold in favor of Fnatic, and of course supers in 2 lanes. I believe the Baron buff has in fact worn off. We do see Vizichachi's caught. Wow, only 2 of them. Chachi is just, I mean, he's gone Stinger.
Yeah, it's not been his game.
It was taken away from him. I think
it was. He was camped very, very hard by Fnatic, who predicted the movement from Kikis, the level 2 gank and everything, and then simply just turned it around against Chachi. They're really shown whenever they have a comp that can make plays early and mid game, they can really snowball against the Unicorns of Love.
A lot of praise to Reyno, but he read Kikis so well. Summon Kikis has not adapted his Udyr strategy. Fnatic onto the last remaining inhibitor turret. It is now down. Bardax has rejoined his team. And with the support of Vardak's Fnatic, opt to play safe and in fact back away. Dragon is spawning in 2 seconds. That might be the objective.
They're gonna have Huni TP in. I think it's just him recalling on his own. There are some wards in the base. He's on his way now.
Well, there's the rest of Fnatic. They're now moving back into the base. Huni's coming from behind. You did see that TP in defensive onslaught of Shadows, in fact, as he throws it backwards. Power of Evil up in the top lane is getting culled away by Steelback. We did see Featherman use the Hourglass to stay alive. Steelback flashes forward. He's got the triple. Now looking for more. In his sight, he's going to make it back onto the lasers. Huni is going to get dropped down. Steelback tries to chase further, not going to be able to secure it. Fnatic turn their attention to the Nexus turrets. This will be the game. And Fnatic put themselves 2-1 up. Championship point in the spring split. Not over just yet as a few more minions pour through. Steelback gets another kill. It will not be, as it is in fact Reignover that secures the ace. Fnatic 2-1 in the spring split championship finals.
What a start to the game for them. Getting Huni so fit. This was the champion Unicorns of Love allowed Fnatic to get by banning Rek'Sai. I think Reignover very clearly showed it's not the champion, it's the player.
Yep.
In terms of the early game control he does offer, the Gragas was so spot on for him all game long. Unicorns of Love, full credit to them for getting back in this game or trying to get back. They traded towers for kills. They got 4 towers down when Fnatic only had 2 because Fnatic were chasing around for kills. They punished them if they were overextending. So they really tried to do everything they could after such a bad start. But Fnatic in the end was still so far ahead. And then once we got these big team fights out in the open, they were way, way stronger and could always dive onto Power.
And you have to talk about that Udyr again. You know, Unicorns are a team that innovate. They do new things. They change up. The moment Udyr was locked in, you instantly went Flash Base Lab, level 2, red buff gank. Kikis did it. He was read like a book, and Reignover just punished over and over and over.
Yeah.
They cannot afford
Udyr's
to
too weak early game to fight.
You cannot afford to give up Hecarim and then just do the same strat you've done every single time and allow yourself to be countered. So, Unicorns of Love learn a tough lesson. They are now 1 game away from placing second in the spring split. To break down that third game, we're going to hand it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. Well, time will tell if the lesson will indeed be learned or if they will make the same mistakes. I'd like to throw you guys something that I heard that casters talk about being Fnatic. They had a huge lead and still Unicorns of Love managed to scrape back. They're going to have to think about that. How much of that do you think is true, knowing that Fnatic had such a big lead they were able to build up in the beginning? Won't that be enough to give them enough confidence going into the last game?
It should give them enough confidence. Like, Unicorns of Love had a plan. They left Hecarim open, and when you leave Hecarim against Huni open, you know he's going to pick Hecarim. So they wanted that Irelia against Hecarim in the top lane, and their plan was to go that same cheese, what they always do with the Udyr. Do red buff first, gank the lane on the red buff side, which is the top lane in that situation. But Fnatic actually watched the replay, so they saw that coming, and they counterplayed it perfectly. They were there, they counterplayed it, and Gragas was able to take over the top lane like no one else could. The 4th kill, a solo kill. At that point, Irelia was pretty much out of the game.
Yeah, that Udyr level 2 cheese, you can't keep using it. Cheese has an expiration date. Like, I was actually expecting them to use the Udyr flash in mid lane because you don't actually have to secure the kill. What you can do is just get the Ahri to blow her flash, and that gives Power of Evil an easier lane for him to compete with. Because Power of Evil, like we said before at the beginning of the show, he is the focal point of their team. When he's having a good game, they tend to win. When he's having a bad game, they tend to lose. So if you get that Summoner's trade-off, the jungler for the enemy mid lane, it's going to be an easier game for Power of Evil and an easier game for your team to win.
Exactly, but that's the risk you're trying to take if you play carry top laners. The current meta allows carry top laners. That it allows the Vladimir, it allows the Hecarim, it allows the Irelia. If you take that risk to take a carry top laner on such a vulnerable lane like the top lane, you have to just see the ganks coming, and you have to see the Fnatic if a smart enough team to see it coming.
Yeah, but Vizicachi didn't, and it was just, he could do nothing on that Irelia. Carry top laner, we'll talk about the carry mid laners. Febiven on Ahri, fantastic. Why do you think Power of Evil went to his beloved precious Syndra when we have evaluated that it is his style to now go for those late game scaling champions, and he's making it work? The Virus works, the Kog'Maw works, the Orianna even works. So why do you think it is that they made this decision in this case?
It's just a comfort champion for him. Even though Syndra may not be meta for most of the teams that play in this league, it's a champion that he plays at a well enough level that works for them. And plus, Unicorns 11, when we were doing research on them in the quarterfinals, they had 3 win conditions, and one of those win conditions was Power of Evil setting up pickoffs for his team. And the Syndra combo that applies the stun to the enemies is another one of those moves that can apply the stuns to allow the team to follow up, allow them to pressure the map. So even though it may not be meta right now, it's still a comfort pick for him, and I think it's a fine pick.
Absolutely, the composition itself made sense, and the Syndra pick into it made sense as well. The long range stun, you can take out choke points with your CC. It makes sense, and one thing that you also have to keep in mind, if you put Power of Evil on Syndra, it becomes meta. Like, that guy is so good on the champion, he can pick it whatever they do. Riot can't nerf it enough for Power of Evil to not pick up the... to not let Power of Evil be good on the champion. So it made sense to me, they last picked it, it was perfectly fine, but the snowball from top lane was just too much for them.
Don't mention nerf and there's Aurelia in the game, Dentist. How dare you? Looking ahead now, so do Unicorns of Love. By all reasons of logic, they're going to go crazy in the next game. They're going to pull it back. But, well, they did manage to get a little bit of that magic going because somehow, some way, they do know how to push a lane up when you think that there's no chance at all. They do manage to almost get a dragon. The question is, will it be enough, or is Fnatic now completely in the zone?
Well, that totally depends on the Unicorns of Love. Like, if Fnatic keeps their mentality up like they did and they just play their game down like they did the last 2 games, then I see not a real chance for the Unicorns of Love to come back. My heart still says that the Unicorns are going to make it and they are able to pull out something new for them and throw Fnatic over and take the game. So we have another 5-game series, which would be amazing. But if you just look at the stats and you just look at what they did in the last 2 games, you have to give it to Fnatic here.
Yeah, and when your backs are up against the wall like UL is, this is your last opportunity to bring something out that you practice. Speaking to them before, they said they had the cheese ready. Was it only Varus or was it something else? So I'm really excited to go into this next draft and see on the brink of elimination what Unicorns of Love are going to pull out.
All right, then let's put our mouths where our money is. Or is it the other way around? Who knows?
Where our mouth is.
Money where our mouth is.
Put it anywhere, I don't care.
Anyway, but what I was trying to get at is let's try and predict something and another about going into the next game, what you can see out of picks and bans. As said, trying to take Rek'Sai away from Reignover and then give him in Gragas, who we know is great in anyone's hand, and especially in Reignover, is not really the way to go.
I didn't see Rek'Sai as that much of a problem. Of course, he's an early game jungler, he's able to apply a lot of pressures in the lane, and Reignover is a player who can play this champion to its exceeds. But to be fair, Reignover is a perfect jungler. Like, he can pick up Gragas, he can pick up Sejuani. He has so many picks that he can fall back to that one Rek'Sai ban won't do that much. So I like to see just all junglers open and put something against it.
Yeah, Fnatic doesn't need to really change anything. As far as the UL side goes, I'm expecting them to pull out a cheese strategy, or at least a cheese champion. So the bans I would want to see are the champions in either the mid lane or the jungle that counteract whatever cheese they want to do. What those champions are, I have no idea. I have no idea what they're going to play. But I expect targeted bans towards that strategy.
Yeah, well, we'll see. They have some time to discuss, and the pressure is on because Fnatic is on championship point, just 1 game away from reclaiming their spot as the kings of Europe. Is this where they take it all, or can the Unicorns of Love come back to force a Game 5? Stay with us and find out.
What a difference it's going to make. Remember, there's no flash in Vizicachi. Reignover's going to land a body slam. Red buff's ticking away, and he's going to get first blood. They're going to go in, and that's going to be a 2-man onslaught. That's another kill for Huni. He's going to get himself a double kill, and Holo has landed. Connects onto Yellowstar, followed through. Does get interrupted by the barrel roll. The support of Fnatic is down, but there's the onslaught of shadows. Huni is just tearing Unicorns apart, trying to run forward. Now Steelback, can he play janitor and clean house? That's the question. Vizicachi now from the back line. Unicorns are scattered and low, and it looks like Fnatic should be able to clean up. Body slam goes out.
Still alive!
Keep it getting! He gets the kill! He's managed to catch Mardex, and Reignover has managed to catch Power of Evil. Power of Evil does take down Huni after all the damage earlier on. Stunned faces from the audience.
Here's a TP from Huni. It's going to be tough. And Power of Evil is going to die.
Oh, Power of Evil is obliterated. He's got the triple. Now looking for more. In a sec, he's going to make it back onto the lasers. Huni is going to get dropped down. Steelback tries to chase further. Not going to be able to secure it. Fnatic turn their attention to the Nexus turrets. This will be the game.
I think the best player in Fnatic at the moment is Huni because his champion pool is high enough to threaten that people need to ban him out. Like in the semi-final versus H2K, 5 top players were banned in total, and Huni was forced to play some like other picks that he wasn't that comfortable on. And I think he's like a really skilled player and gives like confidence to his team if he's the one making the plays.
Welcome back to the LCS Spring Championship Final between Fnatic and the Unicorns of Love. We just heard Kick is talking about Huni and his ability to impact the game.
Let's not give him Hecarim again.
After he was given Hecarim and just rampaged across UOL.
I think we're going to see Unicorns of Love go back to the standard bans for them in the first 2 games. LeBlanc, Zed taken away, then Hecarim as well. Unless they want to first pick it. Visichachi does play Hecarim top lane, and he's pretty good at it. So it could be a first pick for them. Because Fnatic will obviously not think about banning it as they want to try and secure it on the blue side, purple side.
We did not see Power of Evil Syndra really get going at all.
True.
Not the same sort of lane control that we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
We also, again, did not see Hylissang on Thresh really living up. Again, it's a little unfair because the team fell behind, as we touched on in the previous pick and ban. This time around, blue side for Unicorns of Love. If they go back, what do they prioritize as first pick?
Well, what we got to look at here and what Fnatic has done in the last 2 games is always draft a lot of engage early on. So that tells Unicorns of Love you cannot run your immobile mid laners that focus on poking because we can always force team fights on you. It was the Rumble, Twisted Fate, and Nautilus combination in game 2. Now Hecarim first pick in this one in the last game. So they always make sure they get enough engage to stop that poke from coming in. And without that, Unicorns don't really seem to have anything ready unless they're going to pull out something completely different now because it's a must-win game. And for a team who's known for pulling out different picks, this is the time to do it if you want to surprise Fnatic.
1 game potentially away from Fnatic being crowned the Spring Split champion, from getting themselves 90 championship points towards Worlds and booking their ticket to Florida to do battle at MSI. The first team on stage was Unicorns of Love. The crowd was cheering. They came back after the break and they sat down. We need to see what they decide to lock in. We heard from the previous game, they adapt. Their adaptation from game 2 to game 3 failed. And I wonder what kind of damage that's going to do to their mindset.
So now that you know Fnatic is running these comps that has enough engage that you can't pull off your siege strategy, honestly, I would first pick the Hecarim. I would ban Zed LeBlanc, and then I would consider, okay, is that jungle ban we have to get rid of? Is it a Gragas maybe, or do we want to continue banning Rek'Sai just to do it? Sivir could be another ban. It's been very good in the hands of Fnatic whenever they played it, and then you first pick that Hecarim. So you now run this style of very hard engage in the mid game, and you try and simply play Fnatic's game, and you try and match it, and not be in that situation where you rely on getting to a certain point in the game before you can really fight. So that could be an adaptation for them. But it really depends on what the team want to pull up because we can never really predict the Unicorns of Love and their pick and ban strategies.
Well, we are about to find out. You can see Sana's trophy here for the Spring Split.
So
listening, and it's going to go back to the original plan. No changes here for Fnatic. And first pick Sivir. So again, it was one of the options you touched on, Patricio. Where did Fnatic go from here?
Well, Thresh, if they want to secure that one, even though they were happy giving it over to the Unicorns of Love, that was when they could get Sivir and Nautilus as a combo from Fnatic's side. Otherwise, I mean, you got the Rumble open in the top lane for Huni, so you can still run this backline snipe with Nautilus, Rumble. Together, Twisted Fate is there. I mean, there's a lot of options for Fnatic. It's not a massive problem, but I do think it's a very good first pick for Unicorns of Love, as Sivir has been so good at forcing these fights, and also kiting back, honestly, if that's the comp you're trying to build. But Fnatic needs to make sure they have enough tools to dive that backline of Unicorns of Love. Otherwise, we're going to see the virus coming in once again, potentially.
10 seconds left on the clock. Fnatic hovering over a champion that was banned all throughout the semi-finals. Freddy has run that smite teleport Shyvana top. And I'm not entirely sold, but we'll see whether or not Huni can do better with Shyvana than he did with Lee Sin. There is some of the engage, disengage tools from the Gragas and the ability to dive the backline from Shyvana.
Sure, but not the same kind. And if Hylissang plays Janna, this is the time to pull it out. And then you can run your poke composition because Shyvana, the way she has to engage is from the flank, jumping with her ulti. That's very predictable. And as a Janna, when you pop your Monsoon, you throw that Shyvana away and you start kiting her around, and she never really does a whole lot in those fights. It's going to be more about the Gragas than with his ulti. Land that one correctly. So if Unicorns does play Janna, this will be one of the time to do it. Unless they want to run an all-in composition themselves, then you can still go back to that Thresh. You can go for Leona, which has been a pick for Hylissang as well, doing the split. And maybe an Assassin once again in the mid lane for Power of Evil.
I think it's so important that you do talk about Hylissang on that support. He's the only member of Unicorns of Love that you can say has a smaller champion pool. Everybody else has consistently shown new picks. We will see Sejuani for the first time this series.
Gonna be an all-in comp.
Pickus in the jungle, Maokai up top. With Morgana banned away, it opens up that very, very point-and-click, easy engage. Who do they round out their team comp with as far as supports go on Unicorns? Because Fnatic could run Janna themselves.
They could run Janna now that they see what Unicorns are building with so much engage, and you can start playing around Shyvana being so good in split push. She's a bit of a counter pick when it comes to winning the one-on-one against Maokai in that sense. So if you run a lot of disengage on your side, you set up that 1-3-1 and you just let Huni go crazy with the Cinderhawk and just let him do all the work. And that's exactly what Fnatic decides to do if they lock in this Janna. And then you have that fast pushing ability of the Jinx, which means whenever Unicorns have to send 2 guys to try and stop the Shyvana, Jinx will get time to hit a tower and just melt it in a matter of seconds. So Fnatic really building a comp here that's relying on Shyvana getting ahead, and also the Assassin pick we expect in the mid lane from FLICKR to be able to sit in the other side lane, and then you have Gragas, Jinx, Janna together. That's so much disengage for an immobile AD carry and so much pressure on a tower. Unicorns of Love needs something here that can battle FLICKR in the side lanes, or they need enough engage to just always force fights and never allow Fnatic to 1-3-1. That can be another tool for them. They have already the options with Sejuani, with Maokai, with Sivir here. They just need damage, honestly, at this point to be able to just pop the likes of a Jinx and force Fnatic back from the 1-3-1s.
We'll find out if Unicorns do lock in that damage source. Steelback, the only hyper carry he has played has been Jinx. This will be the second time this year. Yellow Star's got a fantastic win-loss on Janna. 5 wins, 1 loss. And we'll see whether or not he can continue to disengage against the Unicorns of Love. We had anticipated and theory crafted what Hylissang would lock in. He's going to stick with Thresh. He needs to make those death sentences count. Unicorns, a lot of engage. They do have some scaling in Orianna and some decent mid-game with the Sivir, Maokai, Sejuani. They've got a jack-of-all-trades team composition. They can pick, they can team fight, they can wave clear.
The only thing they can't do is stop a split pusher. Maokai is not going to do anything against Shyvana. Orianna is not going to move to a side lane either and sit and fight against whatever assassin we assume is coming from FLICKR. So Fnatic don't really care too much as long as they can avoid Unicorns engaging, but that's going to be the big deal because in a straight-up 5-on-5 team fight, Unicorns of Love are looking very, very strong. They got great scaling with double tank. Orianna in the late game, even Sivir has good damage in the later stages of the game. So they are drafted a very good 5-on-5 comp. It's gonna need time to scale at first, and then it's gonna rely on Fnatic not starting applying pressure on the side lanes.
Last few seconds on the clock, and FLICKR will once again run the Kassadin. It did not result in a victory in the very first game of this series, but Fnatic too have a lot of late game damage.
Yeah, and also good team fight from them. Their themes built on Kassadin makes him very, very strong once it's completed in the fights, especially if you start poking down targets. You can almost count it as a reset for Kassadin by getting a kill on assist with getting mana back. Same goes for the Jinx, getting procced her passive. So for Fnatic here, if they manage to kite back at first when the main engage comes from the Unicorns of Love, we're talking 5-on-5 here, and then just slowly poke them down and see one quick kill, you reset both the AD carry and the Kassadin. And that's where they simply start chasing against the Unicorns and you won't be able to escape. So it's going to be very important the first engage coming in from the Unicorns of Love, that it counts, and that also this Shyvana doesn't get to just run amok in the one-on-one situation and take over your jungle, which is what she can do if she's left on her own.
Well, Huni has to do with Shyvana what he was unable to do with Lee Sin. The other person that really tried that Shyvana top was Freddy from SK, and he was knocked out yesterday. Lost within the semifinals. I'm still not entirely sold, but we'll need to see if it works out. I know Dentist touched on the analyst desk yesterday as well. the impact of that challenging smite is so seldom seen. These are your team comps for potentially the last time in the European Spring Split Finals. From Madrid, Spain, the Unicorns of Love have their backs against the wall. And we will see if they can contain Fnatic's very, very scary scaling team composition.
Both teams really looking for the late game. Just a few more options for Fnatic in the way they can play out this game, with the likes of Shyvana top and a skirmisher Saber, Kassadin as well in a one-on-one. Once he gets going, it can be very difficult to deal with. So Fnatic definitely has a few more options, where Unicorns of Love, it's very simple. It's 5-on-5 team fighting. It's gonna be about putting pressure on towers because there's a very low amount of wave clear from Fnatic. Static shift comes in from the Jinx, and that's gonna be the main thing, honestly. And her rockets, the Kassadin, it's just not reliable enough when you have to sit close in melee range to clear out these minions with your force pulls. So that's where Unicorns of Love does have an edge. And if the early game does go in their favor, they can really take advantage of it. They like to use Vardax as one of these fast pushers on Sivir. So once he takes his own bottom lane tower, they quickly rotate him to the top or mid lane and go for another one. They don't just leave him in a lane to sit and farm. They use him to get a global goal, a global advantage.
We'll find out if they can get those advantages to Fischer. We do see Vizicachi starting out with that traditional sapling start near the Razorbeak camp. And I know it's very early in the game, but I do want to remind everybody, Power of Evil's Orianna is the reason Unicorns of Love are in the finals. In Game 5 against SK, he stole that Baron with a well-timed shockwave. And he will need to replicate that level of performance.
Not sure if they saw Huni at all. Then now Hylissang is spotting them, seeing they were trying to steal a blue buff, and they're gonna match the swap here from Fnatic and get the 2v2 lane. Huni still does not want to let this blue buff go. He has smite, remember. And with yellows out there, he should. Oh, it just reset.
That reset continues to reset. There's an example of that soft leash cap. 5 times you can pull it out before it decides to go back.
That's enough.
Chill. Now keep in mind, when Huni was playing Lee Sin, he had a number of very good early game starts. This time around it's been thwarted.
Yeah, this is a very bad thing for him because we saw the Maokai do the Raptor cam and get level 2, so Huni's gonna teleport down, being a level behind and not gain any advantage from the early game.
And on top of that, we're gonna see Kikis move over to his blue buff, considering he's got his duo up top. Should be able to secure that one as well.
Yeah,
so
just
Kikis,
a standard route for him.
Nothing too out of the ordinary. We'll see how well Huni can bring himself back in. Look at that bottom lane. 12-0 and the level advantage. Huni gonna have a difficult time against an opponent who's 2 lanes above.
Gonna have to wait for the minions to hit his tower before he gets anything at all. Reignover has done a very good job with his early ganks, even on the likes of a Kragas, who of course has so much CC. Now, he's gonna force at least a flash up here, but everything goes correctly.
Kikis is gonna be late to this one. Reignover is low, but it doesn't matter. Hylissang is gonna be forced to flash in a moment. 100 hit points as he goes back. Now Kikis has joined the fight. Bardax at a lot of HP. Kikis flash for flash. Trades with Steelback and Summoner spells blown. It is a jungle plus support from UOL and a jungle plus AD carry from Fnatic. We'll see whether or not Steelback can be punished for not having that utility or that mobility summoner spell.
Yeah, definitely hurt Steelback quite a lot. And also because he took at least a little bit of damage from this trade. The wave was already pushing down to his tower. He is slightly behind in CS, which honestly is standard for the Fnatic dual lane, but so is it for Vardax. It's 2 of the dual lanes who's not been doing well in terms of farming, if we look at the other games they've played in the LCS, but they've always showed up, especially the AD carries, when it comes to team fights and cleaning house. That's really where they have shined, both of them.
They have, and Steelback is improved in the playoffs thanks to the fact that Huni's struggled with all those bans in the semi-final. But something I touched on in PTL is the fact that Steelback and Vardax were 9th and 10th in the LCS for damage dealt for your respective team. These are 2 guys that are oftentimes carried through the early stages of the game by their supports. And then as you've rightly touched on, and as we've said many, many times all split, it is their teamfight positioning that allows them to play the janitor role, cleaning house from whatever mess their solo laners and junglers seem to have created.
Yeah, Yeah, let's look at the rest of the map here. Power of Evil had enough gold for his Chalice, no real surprise for him, and he's not really able to get much of a CS lead against the Kassadin with Flask and 3 potions. It's just going to be a bit of a farm fest, but where you know that Kassadin is going to sit under his own towers. He doesn't really have any pressure on any lanes, but with double Cinderhulk jungler, that doesn't do a whole lot for them, and Unicorns can't really take too much advantage of it. Therefore, we have some sort of a passive farming early game, where it's about the junglers, where they decide to gank. Second one for Reignovers in the bottom lane.
I really like that play. Huni stepping on the sapling, make sure Reignover can get in safe, but I don't know if Chachi's going to push up far enough. Body slam, I don't think it connected with Chachi. Hit the melee minions, and Chachi's going to be able to back away. Healing from his passive, healing him up. Flay lands on the Death Sentence. The Flay pulls him back, the Death Sentence does not connect. Bardax will take a couple auto attacks from Steelback, and at the end of the day, the trade seems to be relatively even. Yellow Star's running low on mana.
Yeah, but you also have to look at what they have left here. Potion is still there for Bardax. So he can keep taking some trades with the Jinx, and even though he maybe slightly loses it, he has the potion then to get HP back, and that's going to force Steelback back to his. What they're trying to do is get him to back before he has a BF sword, and that worked, because he's recalling now.
Look at this, this could be 2-on-1. Febiven does have Riftwalk though, and Flash. Being able to take some damage. Power of Evil holding on to the Shockwave. And it looks like he manages to kill that Razorbeak. This Kickus is going to clear out the ward, thanks to the buff.
Very good advantage though for Unicorns of Love in that 2v2 lane, because now they have enough gold on Bardax to get that BF sword to just a pickaxe from Steelback. So once they go back to the 2v2 lane, once they see them on the bottom side, they're gonna go down and meet them. They can push that one in. And as we talked about, Unicorns of Love like to use Bardax, once he gets an early tower, to quickly rotate in between the lanes and just keep pushing them in. Kassadin does not have any way of defending his tower against 3 guys. So if Unicorns of Love put a lot of focus on the bottom side, where they will be stronger due to this BF sword on Bardax, they can get down that tower and then get to the mid lane, and that's how they want to create the lead, which they so desperately, honestly, they have a good comp, which they want.
They want. Actually, you know what? I think it's fair to say desperate, because they're one game away from being eliminated from the playoffs. But I do want to just highlight again, Hylissang landing that Death Sentence before Reignover came into gank. How impactful that has been. Even in a 3v2, you know, summoner spells were blown. But Steelback and Yellowstar unable to get that early kill. Hylissang has bought time for Vardax to farm himself up to now the AD damage advantage. Huni with an aggressive invade. He's going to smite away that wolf camp, something that you can do and consistently we'll see him doing.
Yeah.
That top lane Shyvana.
He's also expecting Kickus to be on the bottom side of the map with that dual lane. Also has so many early wards, so they have pretty good information on the jungler. Also smiting the wolves gives them that extra vision in the jungle against the Unicorns of Love. He's still behind in CS. This is all from level 1, where he was denied that blue buff, TP'd down as level 1, and already fallen like 6 or 7 CS behind. Some of them were the small Raptors for Vizichachi. And now Bardax and Hylissang, as expected, already pushing in. Get some damage on this tower every single time. What Hylissang can do then, just position himself slightly behind Vardax, and in case a gank happens, you can always lantern him and just pull him to safety. And then you can get a few hits every time. And here's Kickus as well.
We did see Yellow Star just dodge that Death Sentence, sidestep away. Kickus with the Glacial Prison, looking to set something up. Walk straight over Fnatic ward though, so yes, they've cleared the second bush, but Fnatic well aware of his position. Look at Huni getting bullied away by Vizichachi. Level advantage, farm advantage, all that HP on mana. Febiven, very good trade in the middle lane in fact. Putting some damage into Power of Evil's Orianna.
One of the problems for this top lane Shyvana is you need to get your Skirmisher Saber, you need to get that Cinderhulk before you really can take advantage of your Smite. So in the early trades, it's been so heavily in favor of Vizichachi, and he's using it, forcing a TP. So if Dragon gets started by the Unicorns of Love, they have everything needed to secure it. Potential TP, stronger AD carry, and the bottom lane consistently being pushed in. They're starting it here. Fnatic goes down to contest it, they will end up dying, or at least be forced to flash away. They should be able to stop them, and Unicorns will get it.
Definitely prefer. Oh, the Shockwave connects onto Febiven, but that magic shield blocks so much of it. Dragon number 1 secured by Unicorns of Love. Vizichachi jumped onto Huni in the top lane. Dragon's Descent available, but not needed. Huni did pick up that Cinderhold on his last back, so he's in a good position. Quickly take a look at Power of Evil. He gets caught out by Rainover. Rainover's got the explosive cask available, and here comes Featherfin. This is going to be first blood. Featherfin secures it with the Null Sphere. Then they turn their attention to Kickers. We do see the body slap. Hillisang's coming into support. Glacial Prison connects with 2. The Death Sentence connects on Featherfin. The Yellowstar flashes over the wall, throws up the Tornado to keep them alive. Here comes Chachi. He's looking for a target. He's found it. Now we can turn to Rainover. Does not manage to connect to the Arcane Smash, but Kickers, can he ride that Poro in? Chachi's going to decide to back away, and I think that was wise. Unicorns of Love, even the first blood with a kill of their own. 1 to Kassadin, 1 to Maokai.
Yeah, 1 to Kassadin is important. Look at Chachi here, not going back to defend his top lane tower. Wanted to force this bottom lane so they can now take Vardax to the mid lane instead. See if they can get another tower. What Fnatic can do as a response is you put the Kassadin on the bottom side there to just sit and try and farm, and you take Steelback and Yellowstar in the mid lane to try and hold them off in the 2v2. If they don't do that, Unicorns should be able to secure another tower fairly easily in that mid lane. First step is going back and then defending the wave coming into a tier 1 bottom though from Unicorns.
See if they can follow that step-by-step process. But for Unicorns, good start. Despite giving up first blood, they thwarted Huni's invade. They did well in the 2v2. We still yet to see Vardax backing. Despite him securing that bottom lane tower, we do see Rainover hovering around. And Hillisang roaming to that middle lane, anticipating some potential aggression. We've also not seen Steelback back for a while. So we'll need to see how the itemization difference plays out.
He's just waiting for that BF sword. So you kind of have to put you in such an annoying situation if you go back the first time without 1550. You simply just get forced to play so much more passive and sit back. Chachi here, he might get collapsed on. A lot of members from Fnatic coming in as he's trying to clear that buff. Notice how everyone from the Unicorns is around the mid lane. Steelback isn't here. He's the only one who's going to offer any decent sort of wave there together with the Gragas. Rainover is now in position to let the barrel sit for a while to get proper damage. But
well, this looks like it should be an uncontested tower to officiate.
Yeah.
Although Fnatic, they are relatively close by. This descent is available. Where's the cast from Rainover?
Gotta kill that tower.
Death Sentence connects. Tower does go down. Huni does not actually get caught by the flame. Looking for the shockwave. That's a prison into shockwave. 3 members of Fnatic lose their HP bars. We do see Huni being chased down. The command protect onto Kickers as Unicorns of Love are chasing them. Super Mega Death Rocket is not enough. And Fnatic lose 3 members as Unicorns get a tower in the kills.
And Sheepy as a coach can be so happy. Unicorns of Love did everything right here. They followed the plan, take bot tower, then we go mid versus the Kassadin. We took that tower and got the perfect fight right after. Notice how they're still focusing it even though Fnatic is jumping in, so to take it down. Now it's an even fight. Shyvana, Salty doesn't manage to hit anything, and 3 guys together. Kickers gets them, Power of Evil gets them, and now it's in the favor of Unicorns. Also here with 5 members way before Steelback even joined. And that was just perfect, and that's how you get a goal lead. When your AD carry gets a better back timing than the other ones, and you're against the likes of a Kassadin.
What a fantastic fight for the Unicorns of Love. 3-0-1, Righteous Glory completed for Vizichachi. He can single out anybody that he wants. And Fnatic are now the ones down on gold. Fnatic is now the team that has to pull this game back. The Unicorns, they do have an outer turret to set their sights on in the top lane. Unicorns rather, is the team I wanted to say, as you can see Hillisang and Vardax positioning up top.
That also stops Huni from invading into the jungle, taking some of these camps. So once all outer turrets are gone, that's where Shyvana can struggle, because if you push her into her own tier 2 tower and you start warding up the enemy jungle, she never gets the option to counter jungle, and you can keep her in check. And she needs a lot of time with the Cinderhold to scale up and become really, really powerful. And she has some sort of a weird scaling because her damage right now is fine, but then her damage late game goes down quite a lot, but she becomes really, really tanky. She just struggles when it comes to getting into the fights then, unless she gets the right flank, because you can always see her, you know she's going to ulti in towards you. You can even flay her back with Hillisang if you times it correctly.
They want Featherfin. That's 3 members of Unicorns of Love. Righteous Glory's available. It's only rank 1 on that Rift Walk. It's still 5 or 6 seconds. Cooldown. He does manage to make his way out. Unicorns of Love unable to find the target. They do get that top tower as Vardags is left uncontested. And look at the numbers. Unicorns now moving on to the inner turret. Steelback is a year and a half away. He's not going to be in place to defend.
They're going to go for another one. There's no response. The jungle has just been warded off. The Shyvana's been pushed back. And Fnatic are trying their best to hold the tower. They will defend it for now. If the Unicorns stay around, they can just follow in with the next wave, because Steelback is still quite far away from this bottom lane. Chachi is going back to catch it. He has teleport ready. Worst case, always have to respect the Jinx if he gets onto that tower.
So no mistakes from Unicorns. They do not dive. They do not misplay the siege. And when Fnatic were able to defend the inner turret, defensive peel away. Unicorns are 4K gold up at 15 minutes. Infinity Edge finished for Vardags. Athenes and Sork Shoes for Power of Evil. Febiven still stacking that Rod of Ages. Only had it for a couple minutes. And we'll need to see how long it'll take Febiven to become relevant in this game.
A long time.
As well as that Shyvana, again, a top lane Smite champion in the EU LCS. The early game was thwarted, and as you touched on in terms of tankiness and damage, and we'll need to see who he throws that challenging Smite onto. I just don't like it, Deficio.
I can hear that. I can hear that. Well, he's starting to get some good trades with Chachi. He does have that percent damage and the challenging Smite with the true damage as well for himself. So that's good. That's what they can play around still from Fnatic's side. They just gotta worry about the other lanes, because look at the Unicorns here. By leaving Chachi on his own, if they want to send 2 or 3 guys to kill him from Fnatic, well, they open up either mid or bottom lane. And that's gonna go down because there are 4 guys here. No wave clear yet, no static shift. Steelback needs quite a lot of time before he can take down the waves with the rockets. And Unicorns of Love always looking to just chip away on these towers. Huni will get a top tower. That's good for Fnatic.
Still sticking around bottom. Vizichachi's got teleports available. He's going to start using it onto the siege minion.
Whoa, Rainover.
Trying to defend this tower. Rainover gets a little bit caught out. That's a flash death sentence that does not connect. Flay pulls Rainover back. Look at Febiven. Shockwave does not manage to get anywhere. The Glacial Prison does. We do see Vizichachi going forward. The Vengeful Maelstrom does get a good pop onto people. The Power of Evil's low on mana. Keep your eyes on Vardags. He's got a lot of damage and a lot of HP. He manages to get the first kill onto Febiven. Now landing auto attack after auto attack. The half dragon Wyvern Huni is trying to run down Unicorns.
Another one!
That's another one. It's Power of Evil gets the mana back thanks to the Athenes Holy Grail. Kikis flashes forward, and thanks to the attack and dissonance, it's Power of Evil that gets the 8th kill of the game for the Unicorns of Love. And with 4 members down, they set the sights on the inhibitor turret.
We could see what Fnatic tried to do here. They wanted the TP from Shyvana behind, and then start a fight under the tower. But it was just Rainover on his own, and the Unicorns of Love, after failing to get a kill at first, they just kite back, and Hylissang with the hooks. Notice the way he catches Febiven first, and then the Gragas later. So look at this here. Rainover, he's going to try and fight on the tower because they know Huni's going to TP in. He's going back to base at first, so it's a little bit too early for Fnatic, and they take a lot of damage for it. Here's the TP behind. If you look at your minimap, near the blue buff, Shockwave missed completely from Power of Evil, and now Unicorns realize, okay, we have to suddenly start kiting back. We have to respect the Shyvana, who's been diving our backline. Look at Hylissang, catches Febiven. That's kill number 1. And Vardags keep jumping around. Shyvana can't really get onto him. The rest of Fnatic can't do anything either. Second hook from Hylissang coming in after the kill onto Huni. He even pulls the Grump. That's swag if you get Grump and a Gragas. Look at that Grump running around.
Oh my word, Deficio used the word swag. Unicorns of Love are infecting even mild-mannered Deficio. 8-1, 7,000 gold.
My jacket is too big anyway, I gotta say something.
4 towers to 1. And the Unicorns, they want to make it 5 games. They still need to close it out. They still need to push through to the Nexus. But if they do, it will be semi-finals, 3rd place, and finals, all going to 5.
They're gonna set up a trap. Febiven and Huni together in a tree, fighting. Can they get him down?
Well, Vengeful Maelstrom is ticking away. Vizichachi does not have flash, and
it's a no. And now your mid lane is in trouble because 4 guys from Unicorns are once again pushing They're so happy just leaving Visichachi as bait and being like, you just sit there in the side lane, and if they come and kill you, well, we instantly respond by pushing. Feverin is going to see if he can come in from the side. No TP for Huni, no ulti either.
I've got Boots, he's running quite
It is enough, though, to force them away.
I'll take a look. Visichachi continues to push down that bottom lane. The rest of Fnatic have defended their inner turret. We've just crossed 20 minutes. For the 4th time today, the control has swung. Hylissang, swing and a miss. He's unable to find Reignover.
That's the joy when you build cooldown reduction and Thresh. Doesn't matter if you miss 10. They're up again in just a matter of a few seconds. For him now, he's just hit the 30% cooldown reduction. So 8.4 seconds cooldown on his Q. If he lands it, it goes down to another 3 seconds. So you can spam that away, and whenever you connect it, you can make sure the Unicorns will try and follow up and at least get some poke down with it.
Well, we will find out. Look at Kikis. He's looking for a Glacial Prison. If anyone from Fnatic groups up, he's jumped onto Reignover. Explosive Cask has been used to push Unicorns away. Huni does not have Dragon's Ascent yet. We do see Vardex melting his HP. The Shockwave pulls Huni in Yellow Star as it's Huni that gets dropped. Unicorns stun up Steelback. Where's the death sentence? Will Hylissang be able to connect? He's looking to wind it up. He throws it and the answer will be no, as the Unicorns of Lav will take the inner turret to Fishio. No team in the European LCS has bounced back from a 5,000 gold deficit at 20 minutes, and Fnatic were 7,000 gold down at 20 minutes. Unicorns, they're onto the inhibitor turrets.
I just love the way they played around Vardex on this Sivir. Chachi even teleported down, sacrificing his own top tower just to get the bottom lane so they could start moving between the lanes, get full control, get the goal lead, get the item advantage. And we have seen one missed shockwave from Power View, the rest has been spot on. 5 kills for him. Kick is on this Sejuani as well. This is a pick he could have taken so many times, where he went either for jungle Gnar or Udyr in the last game, where Sejuani would have fit in so well. I didn't even think he was playing it. And now he pulls it out. 9 assists out of 10 kills. Landed multiple ultis. I'm a fan of the Sejuani.
Especially when Kikis is landing such great Glacial Prisons. Unicorns of Love, super minions at 20 minutes. Steelback has got no attack speed increase, no critical hit. It is going to take so long for Fnatic members to deal with those supers in the middle lane. It should allow Unicorns to have the pick of the litter of whatever objective they want to set their sights on. And we'll see what they decide. For the time being, it looks to be Dragon, and I think that's a smart call.
Take a Dragon first, and then you want that last outer turret in the top lane, and you also want the Baron pressure for them. So the goal should now be to take over that topside jungle, pushing the last tier 2, and also tell Fnatic that if you can't see us for a while, expect us to be on that Baron, and you have to come and face check us, as we've seen time and time again. And you just throw that ulti from Kikis, and you start a fight on Fnatic. So by them moving up here, they have to go into the jungle. See what other wards they have. I would have liked to ping or 2 more from Unicorns of Love. They have to go for it. Trevor, kiss me. All right, back to the game.
Oh. It's not that kissing you makes me laugh that much. It's just I really did not expect that to Fishio.
Everyone watching, he did do it. He did do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can tell we have some NBA fans and NFL fans in the production team, because that's the kiss cam on most American sports shows. We now have it in Madrid, Spain for the LCS Spring Split Finals. Unicorns gonna start knocking on the inner turret in the top lane. I'm sorry, I don't know how to follow that to the show. Oh, right, let's get serious. Unicorns have got numbers in the top. That was an explosive cast used from Reignover. Everybody sidestepped. The Featherman eats a hook from Hylissang. That's going to reset the cooldown. Riftwalk goes in, but Chachi catches Featherman. Shockwave goes up, pulling Huni backward. This could be the game-winning fight. Death Sentence doesn't connect, but it doesn't need to. The Unicorns are going to peel backwards, look for the turret. Super minions pouring through on the middle lane. Once that gets to the Nexus, keep in mind, Unicorns can start taking down any other objective. Steelback throws up the Super Mega Death Rocket, and he snipes down Vardax. That is the turret-killing machine down. Good positioning from Steelback to get himself some kills on the board. we do see the Unicorns now peeling. Explosive cost not there, but Vizicachi goes for a long-range twisted advance. Vizicachi now being hammered on from Steelback, but there's not a lot of damage. He's relying on an Avarice Blade and an Infinity Edge only. Despite losing Vardags, Unicorns get the turrets, and they start to knock down the next piece of Fnatic's base.
We just have to say it, flawless game from the Unicorns of Love. And they did the same against SK Gaming in Game 1 and Game 3. It was near perfect for them. I believe even won the games. They didn't even give a single kill to SK Gaming. So when this team gets a good start, they really seem to know, okay, where do we move next? How do we take advantage of this situation? This game, they showed it perfectly. And Fnatic, after having their Hecarim game in Game 3, after running with so much hard engage beforehand, they changed it up with the Shyvana pick top lane. It was very clear what the strategy was. They wanted the option of either 1-3-1 with Shyvana top lane or also just have a strong late game team fight. They just never got there because of a disadvantage, first of all, in the bottom lane. Honestly, also for Huni, with not getting that blue buff. So side lanes fell behind. Kassadin could only sit in his lane and farm and not really do anything. It's just a matter of time before he was going to be the next target. And then Unicorns just outplayed Fnatic in team fights.
Well, they'll have more outplay potential as Vizicachi's got teleports available and he's pushing down the bottom lane. We touched on how Maokai's not going to be able to deal with a split push threat from Fnatic. But Maokai is the split push threat.
I mean, when you're thinking all ahead, you don't really care about that one. Fnatic tried to kill him a few times, but every time they did, Unicorns were just in position to get a tower somewhere, and it backfired completely. Now, they're gonna
Oh, here comes
go for the
Rainover.
flank.
That was a well-timed teleport as Vizicachi has managed to get in. We do see both Vardags and Power of Evil focusing down the inhibitor. Dragon's Descent is available, but on the hunt gets thrown out. The Righteous Glory as well. Unicorns of Love have done enough to push Fnatic away from the objective, and I think they got what they wanted. Super Minions now pushing up top lane, and outside of the Sivir ultimate, they still have a lot to work with. Glacial Prism from Kickers, where will it go? Huni, a defensive run. Featherfin and Huni both get caught up. Sapling lands for touchdown. Yellowstar with a super early monsoon. We do see the shockwave connecting onto Rainover, but you know what? When you get him down, you can get another inhibitor. Unicorns of Love are pushing another playoff best of 5 to the 5th game. We have never had playoffs this exciting. And there is no way to predict what these teams will do in another 5th game deciding match.
It's just a perfect story here. Unicorns and Fnatic against each other in Madrid in front of so many people.
Again! Vizicachi catches Featherbin out. He goes down once more. Power of Evil and the Unicorns of Love will drop the fan favorite Huni, take down their 3rd inhibitor, and set their sights onto the Nexus turrets. 0-0-15. James Bond 007 ain't half as good as Hillisang. And the Unicorns of Love take us to Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. The European LCS Spring Split is going the distance.
It's just insane. I mean, we go Game 5. Between these two teams, I don't even know what's going to happen anymore. So last time Fnatic went blue side, that was the Hecarim first pick. That's not going to happen again, by the way. It's not going to be a Rek'Sai ban. It's going to be Hecarim. And Unicorns might try and run somewhat the same style here. If they can get the same advantage in the laning phase. This was individual performance, and then it turned into teamwork after from them.
Do the Unicorns of Love surprise everybody and do something weird and wacky and wonderful?
You don't have to just play
on
standard.
red side. They have counter pick.
Yes, but you don't have to suddenly pull out a Teemo.
Do you think they will?
It doesn't have to be that crazy. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because it's Unicorns of Love. But you have shown in a standard setup, no jungle Gnar when Sejuani is open, and you play like this if your kick is. Aim for that kind of comp. You don't have to surprise, because you are a great, great team playing normal as well.
Near flawless execution from Unicorns of Love in Game 4. Their backs against the wall, a loss. They've got them 2nd place, but now Unicorns and Fnatic One more match to figure out who will be crowned the Spring Split champion. We're going to find out from our analysts what they thought of Game 4 and pulling it all the way to the end.
I thought you were going to say we're going to find out for an analyst who's going to win. Who knows? But you know what? We had expected it. We should have expected it. A Game 5 in this series. And I like to go on what the Fisio said. You don't have to pick anything out of the ordinary when you can pick something that makes such great team fights and you play them so perfectly.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the Unicorns did. They pulled out the greatest cheese that they could have possibly pulled out. To quote a very famous StarCraft caster, sometimes if you go the standard way, that's the greatest cheese. So no one expected the Unicorns to go standard. They picked it. They picked meta champions. They picked a composition that made just sense for our own team fight, objective control. They played it out perfect, nothing at all, nothing out of the ordinary, just standard picks, standard performance, and they beat Fnatic. It was just
standard
incredible.
Game 5.
Yeah, and it worked really well together. Like, they played it really well as a team. I was keeping track of the kill participation. The last team fight, I wasn't able to check out the numbers, but for almost the entire game, it was 90% plus for the entire team. Everyone was contributing to all of the kills. There was no standout individual performance. It was just Unicorns of Love stepping up and playing great. They moved around the map well. They gave very little to Fnatic. They had very few kills at the end of the game, and it was just amazing.
Yeah, you do mention it was an individual skill that mattered, but I feel like if you're going to pick a comp where you have to hit those team fights perfectly, you do have a lot of trust in yourself and your individual capabilities, especially going into a game where you could possibly be eliminated from the playoffs.
Especially after the games they had before.
Yeah.
Game 2 and 3, they were, for the Unicorns, horrible. They tried some stuff out, something that they tried before, and it failed. So the mentality that they go into this game has to be, oh guys, if we lose this game, we're out, the season is over. What do we do now? And then you have to have the nerves to pull out the standard composition and win the whole thing. Vivi Chachi is a player I want to point out especially. He played Irelia, he got camped like crazy. He fell out 0-5, 0-6, gave up like 10 kills in that game. And now he pulls off a perfect Maokai performance just out of nowhere. You have to have those nerves to play a 5-game series.
Yeah, and in the elimination game, like you were saying, some coaches and some players like to suggest that when your backs are against the wall, you play something that's hard to mess up. They played Sejuani, Orianna, Thresh. Very skill shot dependent. You're in that high pressure moment, and they were hitting everything. That was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, just ask Smithy. You can miss those Sejuani ults, but Kiki's didn't. Let's pull a replay up on the screen where, as you said, they just made everything happen and they did it perfectly. And when you have a combo like that, it's going to be beautiful.
Yeah, so they're in here on the mid siege on the first tier tower, and they're grouped up, and Fnatic is not in the right position. So if we can run this replay here, they're just trying to break down this tower. They're pushing up to make sure they can get to the zone, and Gregas has no E, he has no more mobility left. They land the hook, kite back on Huni, and here comes the Glacial Prison into the Shockwave. Just so beautiful, does so much damage, locks up the team with the CC. They have no time to respond, and Fnatic just has to get out of here. But it's going to be too late. The run down onto Huni, and just the teamwork and everything that UOL is doing here is just so good. I just love watching this.
Oh, it's a sight for sore eyes on that hit.
Yeah, up until this point, the game was totally open, and then they suddenly decided to siege the mid lane turret. And if I, as a coach, had to paint a mid lane siege with that composition, that's how it looked like.
Exactly,
it was
like
just
that.
Exactly.
Yeah. It was beautiful indeed, and Power of Evil now on the Orianna, something again that was a little bit more scaling. You wanted to extend on that a little bit because he hit a lot of shockwaves this time around, and it was really nice to see.
He missed like 1 out of 15 or something. That was just an amazing. I didn't count either. It was just like a close to perfect performance on that Orianna. And that's one thing that we really have to point out. Power of Evil is a known assassin player. He's known for playing Syndra. He's known for playing LeBlanc. He's known for playing Ahri.
Not lately, though.
Not lately, though, and that's the point I want to point out here. Because suddenly you have to think about the possibility to ban out those late-game damage control champions for him. He's not only banned on the Syndra, but now you have to take into consideration if you ban the Orianna or the Kog'Maw, something that we haven't seen today and he can pull out any day.
Yeah, he has shown the flexibility going on throughout the playoffs and towards the later end of the season that he's able to He's able to play the champions that his team asks him to play, and he is an experienced Orianna player. He has many games of solo queue played in Orianna, and it shows. He's able to bring Orianna into his team play, into the LCS finals, and put on an amazing performance.
Yeah, and you should usually argue when you know that the player has such a big champion pool, it's not worth banning out. Fnatic sticking with their same 3 bans, Cassiopeia, Morgana, and Annie throughout the entire series. Do you need an adaptation from them there, or is that not worth it?
Absolutely. Like the top lane Smite Shyvana was something that hasn't worked out. I believe that Huni is not the player to pull out that composition. It has to work. Like I said it in the semifinals, they have to have some scrim results where it worked out perfectly for them, so they still stick to it. But in this case, it just didn't work. He got bullied around by a Maokai in lane, and that's something that should not happen in this situation if you want to make an impact on the game. And once they were grouped up, Shyvana had no impact on the teamfight as well, because he was just ulting into a shockwave, and that's something that you don't want to do, no matter what you do. The Hecarim works for him, the Rumble works for him.
That was open here.
The Vladimir works for him.
Yep.
Why do you pick the Shyvana top lane with this Smite tactic? I don't see the reasoning behind it.
Yeah, I want to see him return to more of those styles of champions. That fits Huni's play style a bit better. And yeah, if I think maybe Fnatic looking at the next game, I think they should move away from the Shyvana.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to go with, giving Huni the pointers to maybe go on that Vlad, go on the Hecarim. Let's kind of look to a couple of other lanes, because we talk so much about Power of Evil and Huni in the top lane, and Reignover as a jungler. He is so central to that, but here he wasn't able to put it down. I do feel like he could still be the absolute key in the next game, get those pressure down on the right lanes, because that's also what got them rolling before.
Reignover was the key element of the Fnatic wins in game 2 and 3. He was the one putting on that early pressure and just controlling the vision control, controlling the pace of the game, setting up his lanes and bringing them ahead, which ultimately led to the Fnatic team winning those team fights. In this game, he wasn't able to have such a big impact, because you have those lanes who are fairly hard to gank. So if you pick a Maokai top lane with a Shyvana, you have no follow-up CC in the lane itself, so you can't gank it that easy. He tried to gank a couple of times, and Maokai just walked out. That's something maybe you have to adapt. Like maybe try to focus the mid lane, maybe try to focus the bot lane, make some bot lane.
Febiven, last week's MVP, try and get him ahead maybe.
Yeah, and the jungler is generally the one that influences the most in the early game. It's your jungler that's going to put you ahead. Usually your jungler also going to, or the enemy jungler is going to put your team behind as well. And even though Reignover is known as a strong carry early game jungler, he just wasn't able to make it connect this game. And when they moved into the mid game or the early mid game, it was the teamwork out of UOL that was able to surpass the teamwork of Fnatic.
Yeah, just too crisp of a team play out of UOL, but Fnatic not out of this one yet by any means. I'm not going to ask you to predict anything. We're just going to see. It's all coming down to game 5 to decide who walks away as the Spring Split champion. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Descendants connects, tower does go down. Huni does not actually get caught by the flame. Looking for the shockwave. That's a prison into shockwave. 3 members of Fnatic lose their HP bar.
Nice. Nice. Go down.
Okay, we can push.
Exactly what we got there, boys. Chachi catches Febiven. Shockwave goes out, pulling Huni backward. This could be the game-winning fight, and set their sights onto the Nexus turret. 0-0-15. James Bond 007 ain't half as good as Hillisang. And the Unicorns of Lab take us to game 5. Welcome back to the European League of Legends Championship Series Spring Split Finals. 12 weeks of games have taken us down to one last battle between Fnatic and the Unicorns of Love. The winner will be crowned the Spring Split champion.
Yeah, I still can't believe we're saying Unicorns of Love in the final, and now Game 5 potentially going to MSI. The last game, perfect. Like, there's nothing else to say for Unicorns of Love. They knew everything they had to do. Fnatic got so punished for picking that Kassadin with no wave there, no pressure in that mid lane. And Unicorns just showed what to do against it. Question is now, what do Fnatic ban? Do they stick to the same Cassiopeia, Morgana, and Annie? And then try and first pick maybe the Thresh away from Hylissang? Or will Sivir be the first pick? Because that pick, it just snowballs the whole game if you have a slow scaling like Kassadin.
Well, I think we're about to find out as we will get into picks and bans shortly. The one thing I also want to highlight, I'm going to just rag on it again, 14 games, we've seen a Smite teleport top laner. Of those 14 games, 9 of them have been losses. It's a 36% win ratio.
Yeah.
I am still not convinced. There is so much importance in getting ahead early on that summoner spell choice and champion choice. It simply doesn't work out. Again,
yeah.
I think Unicorns of Love responded well to the Shyvana.
Sure.
I mean, they played around it. Let's keep that in mind. But I still think, give Huni Rumble. It was available.
Yeah.
Go with that comp.
If I'm Fnatic, I first pick the Sivir. I give Hylissang his Thresh, even though he was great on it in the last game. And I run a composition that can dive that backline from the Unicorns of Love, dive onto Power of Evil and Vardar. So you run Sivir as a first pick. You take that Rumble in the last rotation for yourself as well. Gragas and Sejuani, one of them will be open for your jungle pickup. For Raynova, if you want more CC and more setup that way, Gragas Rumble doesn't really fit too well together though, so you would most likely aim for the Sejuani.
Yeah.
But there are so many options for Fnatic if they want a comp that can kill Power of Evil and Vardax, who are the main carries. If you look at the setups from Unicorns of Love, it's very often tank top lane, tanky jungler in some sort of way, unless it's a Shaco.
Yeah.
And then you have the two carries in Power of Evil and Vardax.
We will find out as we load up into picks and bans for the very last time in the European Spring Split. Please remember that TSM versus Cloud9 will follow
Sivir
our
coming
best
good.
of 5 into Fishio. The question you had Will the bans change? The answer is no. But Sivir first pick for Fnatic.
Yeah, so they don't mind giving Hylissang his Thresh because Sivir has been so important between these two teams here. I was just looking at them when they walked back on stage. Both teams smiling, laughing, having a bit of fun. Despite having to play the game 5 now of the EU LCS finals, nobody seemed nervous. They all seem very cool. And therefore, I'm not expecting any nerves, honestly, going into this game. I think both teams are now settled on the stage, gotten used to the crowd. Let's see who's the best.
Glad you think so, because I'm still getting used to this crowd. They have been phenomenal all weekend long, and both series going to 5, both semi-final series going to 5. We have been so fortunate with our Spring Split playoffs. The first 2 lock-ins, there's engaged, there's disengaged, there's a beefy front line. It is the ingredients of success the Unicorns have run before.
It is the start of a poke composition with the way Unicorns normally draft, with the Braum now as disengage for them. But that's most likely what Fnatic wants them to play. Sejuani is open now for Reignover. If you go Sejuani, Sivir, and then you can pick Nautilus even as a support, you have so much dive on the Unicorns of Love. And we know they like to pick the slow scaling mid laners in that comp. Sivir is gonna stop that from happening and just force fights on you. I would have gone Sejuani Nautilus here if I'm Fnatic. Could also just take early Rumble, but that, I was expecting that to come later, honestly. Don't think that to show it already.
They have Reignover, as well as Huni. You just saw their faces on camera.
But this is what we talked about with the Rumble. Don't play this Shyvana top when all you want to do is kill Power of Evil and Vardex. This does give Sejuani for the Unicorns of Love. And Rumble Gragas, it is somewhat of a weird combo. One missed ulti from Reignover can honestly move people out of the equalizer from Febiven. But I guess maybe they were afraid of Unicorns taking it and just packing like full disengage. New AD carry for Vardex, he realizes, okay, if I play Jinx, I'm gonna melt in every fight. I have to take something with mobility, something that can peel for itself. That's gonna be the illusion here for him. But Unicorn, such a beefy setup.
We need to see how they round out their team composition. Power of Evil once again, last pick. We'll see what he decides to run in that middle lane. Fnatic have got 20 seconds left to round out their team composition.
That works too. That works too.
All sorts of engage and damage. Yellowstar going back to, honestly, his first signature champion.
Yeah.
When he transitioned to support, he was a few years ago. Oh, a few seconds, swapping it out. It wasn't Nautilus you expected earlier.
Yeah.
It will fulfill a similar sort of role.
Close to calling it. Close. They just swapped it around a little bit and took Gragas over the Sejuani. If Unicorns log in Orianna, it is very safe. It's very late game focused from them, long drawn out team fights where you kite, you dodge the all in from Fnatic. The problem is it takes such a long time to scale.
Except it doesn't when the game 4 happens and they get 3-man Glacial Prisons at 15 minutes.
True, but that was against a Kassadin in the mid lane. It's a lot easier to push against him and fight against him than compared to an Ahri, compared to a Rumble. Look at the scaling between Shyvana top and Rumble. You spike so much earlier with the early magic penetration. Fnatic are looking to fight against the Unicorns a lot and say, if you want to go full late game, we're going to make sure you never reach it. This is going to be SK versus Unicorns again as a game 5. SK with the early game, the one they want to snowball. Unicorns with the late game scaling. They want to hold off. They want to try and trade towers for dragons, get the gold needed, and then pull off a shockwave here and there. Maybe get a pentakill as well, because why not? We're going to game 5 anyway. And you owe me a kiss.
We'll have to hold off on that one as we do see the trophy one last time. Daylor and Sheepy leaving the stage as their teams will do battle. Again, for the very last time on Summoner's Rift in the Spring Split, the winner, 90 championship points, is one step closer to Worlds, and they will represent Europe on the international stage at the mid-season invitational. You have one last chance to jump on Twitter. Tell us who you think will win. The crowd on your screen right now has believed in the Unicorns of Love all day long. You at home screaming their name as well. Fnatic are looking to make it 4. Unicorns looking to prevent that.
Look at the start here from Huni. 12 armor and 5 potions. That's very standard if you want a lane swap on it. So Fnatic potentially setting up for that. And then I would assume they're going for a fast push to try and end the laning phase as early as possible and not allow Unicorns to sit back with some defensive wards and just farm it for 15-20 minutes. We're gonna have to see what they do. Otherwise the cloth armor is not gonna do a whole lot against the Maokai. That would have been a Ruby Crystal if you were aiming for the one-on-one setup for Huni. Placing that deep ward here to see, no, just placing Yellow Star. He has no ward. So
well, we did say there's nothing he can't do. He wants to be a ward. Hell, he can be a ward. We do see that Huni continues to sit up in that top lane, and Vardags and Hylissang are in fact the duo lane that's swapping away. So Fnatic reading the situation well.
Yeah, exactly. This Fnatic just expecting or predicting the swap from Unicorns of Love. And will have that cloth armor 5 potion rumble to sit and be a whole lot beefier. And also what you can do now, because you got so much sustain with the potions, you can be pretty greedy walking in trying to get a last hit, make sure you're always in XP range, and then you got the 5 potions and a teleport to keep yourself healthy. Maokai won't have the same luxury in the bottom lane. He's obviously gonna do the camp and get the level 2. Huni's just gonna help Rain over.
I sincerely hope you guys at home can hear that. It's 5,000 people chanting Huni's name. I'm fortunate enough to be able to see his face from where I'm standing, and it is as cold as ice. You can see it on the player cam, bottom left. The only focus is on the prize, is on the title. And we'll see who comes out ahead in this lane swap. Early ward here from Hylissang. We'll move into the jungle. Blue buff was secured by Reignover already. We do see Hylissang is gonna
might be caught out.
Stun up Huni in a second.
Here's
this
Chachi.
is a teleport from Vizichachi. He's gonna go very aggressive at level 2. That's a flash away from Huni. Sapling goes out. He's not gonna be able to get the stun again. Ignite is ticking. 100 hit points. That's it. And Hylissang's gonna tank it up. Unicorns of Love with a massive play to secure first blood. But keep in mind, Chachi did not get an assist.
No, and he's not gonna get any farm or anything on the bottom lane. Yellow Star and Steelbike can now push it in. You see them already grouping up the minions, just making sure they can deny everything from Chachi. Not sure how Huni was caught out in the river instead of just walking through the lane to his own tower after spotting the 2 guys on top. But all these minions are gonna die. And there's nothing Chachi can do about it. He's gonna try and see if he can go for another kill on Huni. As him to say, if I'm not getting farm, you're not getting farm either.
Wow, there's no flash available for Huni, so if he puts himself in a dangerous position, possibility is there. The duo of Lucian and Braum almost guaranteed to get those stuns. Thanks to Hylissang's passive, those concussive blows, but Huni is not gonna get close enough to get caught out, I believe. You can see Yellow Star's coming up to respond. Will they get the tower? Let's keep an eye on that HP. Down to about a third. The minions are slowly being killed away. I think Huni should be able to get some Flame Spitter damage and clear them out before the tower's secured.
Super good response from Fnatic. Defending the tower, and Chachi's still sitting there, gaining absolutely nothing. He has to recall and walk all the way back to the bottom lane if he wants any farm. And really, even if the lane swap ends early, I think that's what Fnatic wants anyway. So by them fast pushing the bottom lane and Unicorns fast pushing top, it's okay for Fnatic, because they don't want Unicorns to sit back and farm for 15 minutes. They want to force fights. You have an Arif, you have the pick potential, you got the Rumble, you got the Sivir. I mean, you got so many ways of starting fights, and you have so many strong early to mid-game champions. Sejuani, the only one getting farm in the bottom side, forcing a flash as well.
Jungler's
Power of Evil.
Very impactful thus far.
And you saw how safe that gank was, because they knew Kikis was sitting bot lane to take the wave, so they could go for that gank in mid lane and not have to fear for anything. They can even take a second one. Kiki's gonna try his luck on the bottom side though. Will be spotted.
Wow, that flash body slam wasn't able to connect with Power of Evil.
That was a little bit. He didn't time the minion waves either from Reignover. There's no way for Fitman to charm him because the minions were walking in front of Power of Evil as well. So just a wasted flash from Reignover. The only downside for Fnatic now is the fact that Huni died, gave over first blood, and the lead to Unicorns of Love. And also, more things happening. Chachi been able to get down and get his one-on-one lane. Sivir is only 1 level ahead of him, so he can't really slow him too much. So Unicorns responding as well, and now finally getting farm on the top laner.
Unicorn's going to clear out that ward. Vizichachi with flash available. Febiven not yet level 6. Getting close, and he will get spotted out. So that roam from the Unicorns of Love does not pay off. We're 6 minutes on the clock with Steel back in the bottom lane, and the fact that Fnatic, once they get access to the ultimates, should be a very scary early to mid-game team fight. You have to feel they're going to set their sights on Dragon.
Yeah, look what Unicorns are doing though to try and stop that from happening. First blood went over to Vardax, so he recalls very early on because he has enough for the BF sword. By him recalling, you force Steelback to do the same. If Steelback stays in the lane and try and push it into the tower over and over, he comes back, or well, he meets Vardax in the lane with a Doran's Blade against a BF sword. That's not a fair trade. So by him recalling and going bottom lane, Steelback had to do the same, can only pick up a pickaxe because he didn't get the first block gold. So that's a very, very smart move from Unicorns to now get the 2v2 control exactly like they did in the last game. And this should also make it harder for Fnatic to set up that Dragon, at least just uncontested, because the Lucian will be able to trade so effectively with a Sivir.
Well, we'll find out if Unicorns can set it up. Before that can happen, though, Kikis is going to move his way to Huni. Remember, Huni's got no flash. Vizichachi does. Is he going to root him? He flashes into place. The flash comes forward from Kikis in reply. Huni's in trouble. The sapling's going to slow him. Huni's got 300 hit points, 100 hit points. He should be going down. He does start to overheat. His Kikis is going to be getting the kill. Flail of the Northern Wind spinning. 0-2-0. And it was Vizichachi that was camped earlier that allowed Fnatic to win. Now Unicorns are getting revenge by camping Huni.
Yeah, and you can do this when you know your other lanes are doing just fine. Farmfest in the mid lane, an advantage for you on the bottom side, so you can go for these ganks against the Rumble with no flash, no wards either from Huni being placed. Very, very good start for Unicorns of Love. Chachi, the man who was denied at first, turned it around, decided, you know what? Huni's not going to get any farm either. And by them just almost trading even by not getting anything, Unicorns have managed to turn it into their favor with this 80 carry back in the first spot. So smart of them to swap the lanes around now.
I'm still waiting to see how this Dragon battle turns out, Deficio. It is the deciding game, and Fnatic do have the slight edge. They've secured 9 Dragons this series, whereas Unicorns of Love have secured 7. The thing is, it's always been the team that's in control that has dictated who's getting those Dragons, and we'll see whether or not that early BF sword on Vardax will be enough to overcome what will eventually be the on-the-hunt equalizer empowered team fights from Fnatic. Like clockwork, they're setting it up.
Talked about the Dragon. What Unicorns of Love is doing is just pushing one lane, the bottom lane here, try and keep them on the tower, and then they started. Fnatic can react to this one. Problem is, Reignover is out of mana and on the red buff. Hadn't been ready for it, at least. They could have collapsed 4 members and taken the fight. This does mean Unicorn secured him. I'm even lying to you because I didn't see the TP disadvantage for Huni.
Just TP
so no matter what, Unicorns would secure that Dragon, and just really, really smart play. Good setup early on.
That all came from that early back from Vardax and Hylissang.
It did indeed, Trevor. We have to see if the Rumble.
Febiven wants blood.
He wants the Raptor.
He just wants the Raptor. He wants Raptor blood. There we go.
Yeah.
Rumble is the middle ground.
Rumble is one of those champions, though. Even if you do shut him down, he needs so little gold to be efficient or effective with the Horning guys, and basically just upgrade your boots and you're good to go in a fight. So it's not like Huni's out of the game. It's just been a good way of creating a lead for Unicorns and try and dodge around these mid-game Dragons, because what could have happened was Fnatic would just play standard, get that Dragon because they were so much stronger early on, and then go towards the 5 before Unicorns could react in time and force them into these bad trades. Getting that first one stops that, or at least delays it for a long, long time.
Wow, take a look at the items, Deficio. We're approaching 10 minutes and Steelback after swapping to that bottom lane. He's picked up 2 long swords very early on. We do see a needlessly large rod for Febiven in that middle lane as he eats a shockwave but lands a charm. They're trading ignites. Actually, no, it is just Febiven that eats an ignite. Now Kikis, Glacial Prison is available. He throws it down. Reignover is in range. There goes the equalizer. That's a good one. Kikis is in trouble. Challenging Spite. The barrel's going to knock him against the wall, and Fnatic will get their first kill of the fight. It is Reignover that secures a kill credit. Kikis and Chachi, they don't have the most damage. I think we're hoping to find a lone Huni.
We did see the power, at least, of the Rumble and some of the early damage that Gragas can provide despite being a Cinderhold tank. Early game is not terrible for him. nice setup and nice counter game. Meanwhile, that bot tower as well, because Vardex went for Dragon and then back to base. It was open. It was obviously very low from before in the 2v1 lane swap. But man, Steelback is gonna be delayed in terms of his builds. That Infinity Edge is so delayed. He might just try and go for Brutalizer, farm up for BF Sword then, and aim for Ghostblade as the second item, which definitely is not what he prefers to do. He's one of those AD carries who always aim to get Phantom Dancer over Static Shift as well, and just have as much single target damage as possible in these team fights. That is gonna be very, very delayed.
We also see Febiven opting to go for that Luden's Echo first item. He really wants to put Fnatic on his back and find those solo kills. Febiven has just been such a breakout player for Fnatic all year long. He's had a brilliant impact regardless of the champion he's playing, whether it's Assassin or Mage, and he just seems to have such a good impact on the game. You could argue probably more consistent than Power of Evil, but equally as important for his team.
I agree in that one, but if you do look at playoffs, I will have to give credit to Power of Evil as well for being on his game, honestly. There's been very, very few games in the playoffs where we said, oh, Power of Evil, he's underperforming here. I definitely do agree in the regular split, however. He had his bad games, and that was where Unicorns Love seemed to always rely on him doing well. It's been different in the playoffs. There's been more players stepping up as carries than just Power of Evil, even though he's been the shining star on the team. Like Hylissang, just to name one of them. His plays.
Glacial Prison. Will it connect? The answer will be Xmithy. Sorry, no. Febiven able to Spirit Rush away. He actually goes aggressive. Hylissang jumps in, unable to get that Winter's Bite down. Febiven still got that charge of Spirit Rush. Let's be honest, Febiven dodged it.
Yeah.
Not Kikis missed it.
Good reaction time on the ulti. I'm not sure if he spotted Kikis coming out from it, but at least he saw the ulti fly in the air. Jumps away, didn't want to take any chances. No Dragon is alive, so they're just trying to contest some of the early vision here. With no bot lane tower for Unicorns of Love, you always have to expect that the enemy AD carry want to go to your mid lane and start pushing it in. Orianna is one of those champions who can hold it for a long, long time though. So Unicorns does have some freedom in that regard compared to, let's say, Kassadin from the last game of Fnatic where you just left completely useless defending.
So even on gold, Dragon spawning in a minute and a half. Take a look at the itemization for Steelback. He actually went for that BF Sword. Deficio did not complete the Brutalizer. Was able to farm up enough.
Yeah. So this, like when it comes to AD carry builds, it's so much about how much gold do you have when you back. Like how do you time your backs? With him at least getting enough for BF Sword, he obviously says, okay, I don't need a Brutalizer now. I'll get the item I was aiming for in the first place. So good save for Steelback. Important that they've gotten a tower for him and quite some farm.
Chachi's in trouble. Chachi's been bullied around by Huni this entire time they've been top. It hasn't affected his CS yet, but every time we look top, Chachi is just trying to farm up from underneath his own tower. Huni is relentless at pushing those minions in.
Looking for the dive. Ulti is ready for Huni. They see the Unicorns of Love guys on the bottom side. Might just say, let's save the ulti and everything for the Dragon and take that fight, which should be in our favor if we look at the comms. And that seems to be the strategy. No reason to take the chance. Go for that dive, invest everything. Instead, roam down. Be ready to contest the vision, because Unicorns have gotten here first. Set up a few good wards. They don't really have a whole lot of pick potential on their side. Kikis, though, he's just charging in.
He has found Steelback in Yellow Star. Kikis has got Glacial Prison available. He's going to lock them both up. Look at the backline. Febiven's creating a ruckus. Teleport from Vizichachi comes down. Yellow Star does get dropped by Vizichachi's Vengeful Maelstrom. Now Fardax and Power of Evil on the right side of an equalizer. Shockwave gets the carries as Fardax secures his first kill. Now we see Hylissang trying to get away. Fardax in full retreat. He throws out the Light Slinger. Auto attacks going out. Fardax is dropped. It's Steelback that gets the kill. He was shut down earlier, and Hylissang throws up that unbreakable shield. Febiven's looking for more. He's going to get the speed boost from that Orb of Deception. Lands the charm, and Fnatic gets 4 kills on the board for what I believe was the cost of 2.
Yeah, Unicorns here, they were trying to create a pick before Fnatic could set up a team fight. They went into the jungle at first and it looked okay with Kikis, but notice behind here, Power of Evil gets jumped by Febiven, so he's not there with the rest of his team. Vardex joins him, and now it's just a Fnatic show. It's a good shockwave from Power of Evil, but he goes down, and Unicorns of Love are not able to escape. Fnatic gets a lot of kills for this one. And that was exactly why they didn't dive to top lane, because they wanted that team fight.
Well played by Fnatic. Dragon
might get another
still
one.
not secured. They do get the hook under Vizicachi. He throws down the Maelstrom. Rainover throws his body slam in. There's no Glacial Prism from Kikis, so he's unable to do anything more. What other ultimates are available? The Fisher not there either. It's all going to be on the Shockwave, and Unicorns of Love. They got the first Dragon. They're going to give this one up after they lost their primary tank. Fnatic arrest control in the deciding battle, securing their first Dragon of Game 5.
That last little fight here, Unicorns of Love should have accepted that Dragon was gone and just take the top tower instead. The tower is very low, they had minions already pushing in. What you need to do when you have the scale and comp and you're not in a good position to fight is you just give up those dragons, because you got the first one. You know there's a high chance of Fnatic killing you if you go in there, and you just take a tower on the other side of the map, because you benefit so much from the gold. That's why they're called late game carries, because they need the gold to be very effective. So for Unicorns here, by going down and taking another one, they didn't really gain any advantage, and also lost the dragon. So that was a misplay from them. And Fnatic using it to get the goal lead. Kikis will find Yellow Star again. And obviously this top tower is still very low if Unicorns does decide to group on it.
I think a little bit of praise to Kikis for that one. His counter ganks in game 3 of the series were not actually he was counter ganked excessively, and he's not necessarily been in place to respond to as many ganks. I think this has been a story of junglers finding weaknesses in their opponent's map play. Unicorns, they find themselves a small amount of gold down as we approach 20 minutes. For Fnatic, you have to wonder, is it enough of a lead considering how good Orianna, Maokai, and Sejuani will continue to grow? Something you always talk about, Fisher. If you fall a little bit behind in that Maokai, you sit on the catalyst and just go tanky items.
Yeah, it's not your job to start fights. You are more reacting to whatever the other team is doing, and you're mainly focusing on kiting back anyway. So just skipping the Righteous Glory for a moment and get some tanky stats can be very, very good for you to at least tank something for your team. Huni has gone straight Hourglass. He must have had the goal for it when he went back. No magic penetration yet, despite being against the Maokai in lane, and also the 2 tanks, or 3 tanks even with the Braum from the Unicorns of Love. It's obviously going to come in next. Does make him a bit safer, but the penetration is so important for Rumble in the early game. And while Fnatic, 2k gold ahead, you can say Unicorns, it's not looking terrible in that sense. They can still sit back and farm up, and that's what they want to do. We have to remember the mid game is far from over. There's still a long time where Fnatic, composition-wise, will be stronger.
Fnatic are going to be able to defend this mid tower. Still 2 towers to 0 as Unicorns unable to push any of their respective lanes in. Get any sort of presence in that area. Steelback and Bardax both sitting with their Infinity Edges, and with 3 kills and 2 assists as well as tower gold. Steelback is in fact ahead. However, it does look like he's going to be going towards that Ghost Blade. So that mid-game power of Siva is going to get exemplified even more with the Ghost Blade.
Will be a lot weaker late though. So once again, it's about the mid-game for Fnatic. It's super annoying as an AD carry to pop your Ghost Blade and then see a Sejuani and a Maokai just fly in your face and be like, yeah, that's not going to do a whole lot.
Kikis will be looking to do that over and over. His ultimates in the previous game were absolutely fantastic. We do see that Haunting Guys completed now for Huni. 122 CS, opposite number 128. The respective teams just settling into slightly extended laning phase. We did see Febiven pushing up the top lane, and Unicorns have been able to defend their middle outer turrets.
Yeah.
But there's not really been like pressure or focus from Fnatic on that lane yet. Oh.
Ran over.
Almost.
Well, what Fnatic is doing is just splitting out and making sure all the carries can get farmed. Rumble gets farmed bottom lane, Sivir gets farmed mid lane, and Ahri gets farmed top lane. There's no real reason for them to group just yet, but they're waiting for the dragon to spawn. Once it comes alive, expect Febiven to move down from the top lane, sit with his team to create a pick before dragon even spawns. With the early vision, they're most likely going to set up from Fnatic, because that's where you want Ahri with your team. She's so good at catching out targets who has to basically face check you, because they won't have the ward down. You're sitting on a ping, you charm, you just one-shot that one target with the rest of your team, and Dragon is yours. So you can push out the top lane once more and then start roaming down. He's gotten the form he needs. He's already come back to his... I mean, look at his items. Large rods. Second one for him with the Luden's Echo already completed. His damage is absolutely insane. So look at him here on the minimap. Gonna move all the way down. And then Fnatic can start creating some picks. Unicorns of Love have no business to do around that Dragon. They should just step away, be happy with the farm they're gonna get in these side lanes. Meanwhile, FLICKR might even wait a little bit. But if there's any chance of Unicorns fighting, he's gonna be there with his team.
We have to keep our eyes on that one. Mardex just shoves the wave into Huni's waiting hands. He's deciding to back and spend a little bit of gold. Got himself around 400. Should pick up a pair of boots. Some mobility in place if a fight were to break out. Does have teleport available, and for Unicorns, the Scuttle Crab is going to help them out. But look at Febiven's positioning. Fnatic know the timer is almost there, and Unicorns investing so much into vision.
Yeah.
To try to avoid that blind pick face check scenario.
I would really have preferred from Fnatic to go into that Dragon a minute earlier. Timed your backs correctly so you didn't have to recall 30 seconds before it even spawns, and you would be the one sitting with these wards here and the pick potential of the RE. Now you might have to take a straight on 5-on-5 team fight. You are still very, very strong, but it makes it a little bit harder for you at least, instead of just creating that one easy pick, or even just force Unicorns completely away from the Dragon in the first place, and you secure it. Febiven, we'll see that Unicorns are here, and now they're trying to contest for the wards.
Huni's pushing top lane. Teleport is available because Achachi plus Vardax have rejoined the rest of their team. Power of Evil using that dissonance to get movement speed and try threaten Yellow Star's positioning. They've actually started the Dragon.
So risky for Unicorns.
Let's look for the teleport. Where is it coming? Unicorns have decided to bail away. Teleport comes onto the middle lane for Huni, and Febiven continues to play the flank. Look for the ultimates.
Unicorns have to fight as a unit together, so if they get flanked, it's very easy for Fnatic to split them up and just single them out with the Ahri here. You gotta stay with your big tanks if you're the carries for Unicorns, and you cannot do that if you cannot protect your sides.
While Unicorns are investing into the Dragon, Depth John catches 3! The Equalizer melts Unicorns of Love! The Flame Split is destroying. Vardax is in full retreat, but the Orbit Deception gets one. Shockwave only connects to Rainover, and Power of Evil is down. Fnatic convincingly win the team fight. 4 kills, the mid turret, and they're gonna get the bottom inner turret as well.
A wise man once said, don't fight dragons against a rumble. We just saw why. That ulti from Huni started the whole thing, and then just a collapse from 2 different sides. There was nothing Unicorns could do. And the worst thing is, they don't have to fight those dragons. They don't have to start them. They want to wait, trade. That top tower is still standing up there on 10% HP. That should have been your focus. Gold, not dragons. Just look at it again. I mean, what do you expect him to do? Orianna has an Athene's and we're blasting one here, so she gets knocked up at first. And look at the damage from Fnatic. Everything just piled onto Unicorns, and they have to run instantly. Nothing they could do in return.
Fnatic deconstruct everything about the Unicorns of Love. Unicorns still yet to get a tower on the board, and they are now 5,000 gold down. They now need to do to Fnatic what Unicorns did to SK. And that is pull off a miracle.
Shockwave or Baron? It will happen. Fnatic always goes for these early Barons here. If they think you're out of position, they place a ping on it, they start it. And then it's up to the Unicorns to react in time and not be caught in the engage of Fnatic.
Unicorns did sit their sights on that top tower. A little too late, maybe. And defensive play from Fnatic means Unicorns unable to secure that objective. Instead, they peel back to the middle lane, continue trying to farm their way up. 4-0-5 on Steelback Sivir. Ghostblade, Eye-Edge, Pickaxe, and about 1,000 gold to spend still.
It's fun to see how important Sivir has been in this final here, because the team who had it were always able to pick a more mid-game focus comp and then just force team fights whenever someone were too slow at scaling, and you never got to the point where you could really fight back. Both teams have been very good at closing out the games except for maybe the game 3 of Fnatic where they were taking a little bit easy. Apart from that, they have kept it very safe but secure.
I also think it's just a lot of props to Fnatic.
It is.
Bouncing back from a honestly heartbreaking loss to Unicorns in Game 4. Picking a team composition with maybe a soft cap on its scaling and the time limit of effectiveness, but just playing around their strengths so well and punishing Unicorns of Love.
Yeah.
When Unicorns have presented a target, Fnatic have hit a bullseye and destroyed the Unicorns.
And that's exactly why a comp like this never really stops being effective. Because the carries will never be tanky enough to sit in a Rumble ulti when there's a Nautilus ulti coming in as well. Like that engage potential from Fnatic will always be there, no matter how far into the game we get. The way Unicorns can win the late game one is instead if they teamfight as a unit together with the 2 tanks in front, and then when engage happens, they back away, they kite back, they get out of the Rumble ulti, and then they can start turning around because they have so much consistent damage from Orianna, from Lucian late game, with 2 Cinderhulk, or sorry, with 1 Cinderhulk and 1 Maokai, to just prolong the fights. But Fnatic will never hit a point where they can't win. If they manage to land their ultis correctly, they will melt someone from Unicorns of Love.
We did see some blue pings onto Baron Deficio. Fnatic maybe setting their sights on it. Unicorns have got decent wards around, but for Fnatic and their strong lead, where will they want to force a team fight? They've got more engage power from Reignover with Righteous Glory. They've got Yellow Star. He's picked himself up that locket, so any of the burst that's going to come out from Power of Evil is going to be significantly affected thanks to that locket. Fnatic, as you said, have got all the tools to play with.
Top side of the map is the focus for Fnatic. It's where the 2 tier 2 towers are still alive. They've already started a push in the bottom lane. And as always, when you control that jungle, you get to time the minion waves when you want to rotate through the jungle very quickly, force the other team to go back to base and all the way around their inhibitors if they want to move between the tier 2 towers. So you can move faster through the jungle. That gives you some damage on towers. You can even catch them out if they try and face check you in that jungle, and you have that Baron threat, which is what Fnatic want at this point. Unicorns needs to send down the Maokai to clear this wave out before it becomes a problem, unless they want to sacrifice the whole thing to the tower.
This is in trouble. Yellowstone Reignover got in, but it's Unicorns that have turned it around. Look at the backline. Vardax almost gets soloed out by Featherfin. We do see that it is eventually going to be some kills onto Unicorns of Love. They've lost Vardax. They've lost Hillisang. They've lost Kikis. And Featherfin is the only reply so far. Fnatic find Unicorns in their jungle. And Yellowstar can taste his 4th LCS split title. Fnatic on the inner top lane turret, and there's nothing the Unicorns can do.
And I really like the fact he swapped away from Leona to the Nautilus, because when you're against the Lucian, he wants to jump around. You can dodge that Leona ulti. You cannot dodge the ulti from a Nautilus. It's gonna follow you, it's gonna knock you up. And Fnatic just has so many ways of getting to that backline of Unicorns of Love, the 2 damage dealers. Look at also at the vision here. 10 green wards in the jungle, 4 pink wards around the Baron. They're gonna go straight back to it unless they want to go and take a dragon first and just keep setting up around that Baron, keep forcing Unicorns to either sit back in the base, give it up for free, or get into bad team fights. How do you fight a fed Rumble in the jungle when there's also the AoE of a Sivir, of an Ahri? I mean, you can't. There's nothing for Unicorns around that Baron they can do.
Kikis is now being teleported on from Huni. There's no equalizer available. A little bit preemptive maybe, but he's very, very far ahead. 30 minutes. Fnatic are just going to play the baiting game.
You already have the vision, so yeah, why even go Dragon in the first place? Smart move from Fnatic here. If Unicorns try to trade it, well, that was fine as well. It's a second Dragon, I mean, who cares? So Fnatic just controlling it completely. Once again, bottom lane is pushing for them up. Top lane is pushing. Mid lane, tier 2 is open. And Fnatic says now, okay, let's just secure that easy objective at least. But they don't want to give up all these pings here. It's very important they defend the ping wards in the river, because that's what creates the whole pressure. So just send down a few guys to do Dragon. Rest can defend the river.
Officio, it is hunting season, and Fnatic are hunting mythical beasts. They have got every single advantage needed to shut this game out. But they need to be decisive. They cannot afford to play like they did in Game 2 and give the Unicorns time to scale. Fnatic, as you said, as long as they combo their ultimates, they can win, but you need to play
It gets harder and harder for sure.
Exactly, and that's the risk. That's the risk you play. If you play passive, but let's be honest, they're not. This is not the same game to Fnatic. And
really
there's proof of it.
Well played from them.
Power of Evil showed bottom lane. Fnatic instantly put some damage onto the Baron, but they peel away. They're not fully committing.
As long as they stay around it, Unicorns is forced to do the same. Now it's been started. This is what we've been talking about. Nobody's moving yet. Yellowstar is trying to zone away in the bush just behind the red buff.
It's gone.
This Baron
It's too late.
Is going down so fast. There you go.
Well played by Fnatic. Hillisang, stand behind me, jumps onto Vizichachi, forced to flash over to the Krugs camp. Now Rainova and Yellowstar looking for more. The Command Protect goes under the tree, but it's not going to be enough. Kikis, Power of Evil, and Vardax join the rest of the Unicorns. But they now have to face a Baron-empowered Fnatic squad.
Power of Evil did pull the shockwave, but he wasn't even close to the Baron for himself this time. Time is running out for the Unicorns of Love.
Time has run out, Deficio.
Yeah, it's fair to say.
Fnatic can just continue to strangle the life out of the challenger squad. The number 5 seed coming into the playoffs, memory serves. I believe Gambit was above them. They made it to the finals for the first time ever. First time upsetting the number 1 seed of SK. And that was also miracle Baron steal. Fnatic are doing to Unicorns what Unicorns did to them in Game 4. It is just
the whole
flawless execution.
The whole playoffs. This was a team that went 9-9 in the split. And every week was the same talking point. They are so inconsistent. One day they win in 25 minutes, the next day they lose to MYM, who ended up being relegated. It was so hard to say, what is the playstyle of Unicorns of Love? How good are they? So they faced Gambit in the first one, 3-0, after losing the first game. Beat SK Gaming in the final. Everyone loves them, the name, everything. So despite them being behind now and looking very, very bad in this game, it's still been one hell of a season for Unicorns of Love.
That is for sure. We'll see whether or not they can find any magic left in the tank. How deep does their trough go? Fnatic take their 6th tower of the game, the last inner turret. There are only inhibitor turrets remaining. Kikis has set up from behind.
Whoa!
He manages to catch
Whoa!
No way! They do get Featherfit before you can get anyone down. But Power of Evil loses his life. It's mid laner for mid laner. What can Vardax do? He's forced away from the team fight, and Steelback is just too far ahead. He chops down the tree of Vizichachi, and Fnatic take the inhibitor turret. They will get the inhibitor as well. Unicorns had a little bit of magic, but it was not enough. And Fnatic crack open the Unicorns base.
Yeah, but that was like the best kind of engage for the Unicorns, and it wasn't enough. I can't wait to see that again. Kikis sneaking in behind. 3-man ulti. Featherfit, Steelback, Yellowstar. Everything pulled onto them. And yet, Fnatic can still turn it around and win the fight.
Baron plus 10k to Deficio. That's what it looks like when you fight 4v5. Unicorns of Love, they're not done yet. Vizichachi's running in. He's not going to find anybody, though.
Trying to get a tower.
This is the first of the game. 35 minutes on the clock. There are some minions pouring behind, but Fnatic, they're not giving this one up. Kikis, look at the damage from the boomerang blade. Sealback's got that Bloodthirster completed along with the last Whisper on the Hunt throne. They want to defend the tower, but the minions will secure it. Hillisang in full retreat. Vizichachi goes forward. Featherfit this time round. That is a 4-man prison, but there's no
Look at the Rumble!
Here comes Rumble. Equalizer is available. He throws it down on Vardax and Kikis. Vizichachi is down. Vardax is down. Hillisang is down on the Unicorns.
Shockwave!
Shockwave catches, but it's not going to be enough. Vizichachi, well, the Kikis will be the next to fall, and Power of Evil is the last man standing. Super minions are inside the base of the Unicorns of Love, and Fnatic, they're pushing forward. They have 30 seconds on the clock, and they might be closing it out now.
And what a great game from Fnatic here, playing it so well from the early game, and the way they adapted in the pick and ban phase. First pick Sivir, meaning it's so hard to play scaling comps because you force these fights, Another kill.
Power of Evil is down. There are no unicorns left. There is no magic to believe in. Fnatic are the 4-time champions of the European LCS. They're pushing on the next.
Wait for it.
It's happening again. It's happening again. Let's get back in it.
Too early.
Oh, just did it again. They've defended the Nexus, or maybe not. Vardax is turning his attention to Rainova. We've never played the victory music and had to turn it off until the Unicorns made it to the final. Rainova is looking for Vardax. Challenging Smite was there, and we are back.
All right, let's see what the Unicorns can do. Everyone thought it was over.
This is unprecedented.
They're still 10k gold behind, but every kill matters for them. Vardax, 6 kills on the Lucian, will get a mid tower as well. They need that inhibitor to respawn. Baron is up in 140. That's going to be the next big one. Fnatic can set up once again. They might be able to get 2 towers for the Unicorns of Love. That's a lot of gold suddenly picked up. Fibrin is here with ulti. They have to respect him.
Continues to look for more. There's the equalizer. Vizicachi will go down. 4 members of Unicorns now need to defend. He should secure a dragon here. Spirit Rush was used. Baron is up in 1 minute and 20.
And now it's back to defend your Nexus. 4v5, 30 seconds more.
When this happened in week 8, Unicorns defended it multiple times. We're now doing it in week 12, in the final, in game 5.
Okay, Fnatic, go into the top side jungle, place your wards once again, set up for that Baron and force Unicorns to come and face check you. You will get almost a guaranteed kill from the Ahri Charm. She's so fed still. Steelbag as well on the Sivir. You have so much damage. Fibrin is going to push back the bottom lane. That opens up for Unicorns to set up around the Baron and suddenly avoid this pick here. Pick potential at least.
Every single person on the floor is on their feet. The Cinderella story. The Cinderella that turned her glass shoe into a weapon and threw it at anybody hitting a Nexus. Fnatic should still win. Fnatic should close this out. But they hadn't done it twice before. The only team that beat Fnatic 2-0 in the regular split was Unicorns of Love. And is that seed of doubt inside Fnatic's mind?
Look at the wards Kiki's just placed. This ping ward inside the Baron pit will not spot the one just outside here. So they will see Fnatic if they start it, and Fnatic has to place a ping outside or use the sweeper to clear these 2 wards. So at least they can see if Fnatic is stunning it or if they're waiting in the jungle to pick off the Unicorns of Love.
Don't take the bait and chase Yellow Star this time. The rest of Unicorns a little split up. Power and Kikis moving through the red buff area of their jungle. Hylissang lands the Winter's Bite. Nobody to follow. Kikis is caught out. He's trying to look for a team fight. Descendants connects onto Hylissang though. That's not who they want. Where's the Glacial Prison? That's what we're looking for. Fish is available as well. Equalizer knocks everyone backwards. Shockwave doesn't manage to get, but look at the prison. Where is Vardax? He's down. Fnatic are on the game-winning team fight. They managed to get 4. They looked at Vizicachi. It is an ace. Fnatic will now push under the Nexus. The death timers are too high, and the magic from Unicorns has finally run out.
Such a good team fight again from Fnatic here. They just piled on the Power of Evil. He didn't even get to ulti 40 minutes in on an Orianna.
Fnatic have an uncontested Nexus, and they will finally win the Spring Split. For the 4th time in 5 splits since the LCS began, Fnatic are the champions. And that man on your screen, on the left-hand side, Yellow Star, is the only 4-time winner. Rebuilding Fnatic after the departure of FLICKR and SOAS, an amazing, Cyanide rather. Yellow Star and Fnatic. There are no better Kings of Europe.
It's just a fantastic, with the way they built this new lineup, the scouting and everything. 2 Koreans coming in, Steelback from Challenger Scene, February from H2K, young players. And then they go in and they perform so well over the entire split and win the whole thing in the end. Of course, we had to go to Game 5. But what a Game 5 as well.
We had to go to Game 5. We had to have a Nexus defense. I've never heard the victory music have to get cancelled. Unicorns, they baited us. They baited us.
They did.
But the number 2 seed from the spring split once again wins the spring finals. Fnatic did it last year, placing behind SK and then beating them. He did it this year, and Fnatic will represent Europe at the mid-season invitational. Europe's hopes to redeem themselves onto the international stage now rest on Yellow Star's army and on his shoulders.
4 young guys. I just think it's very important people remember how many rookies we have in this split. Coming in as fantastic players, new talent, new blood. I mean, Unicorns of Love, you can never predict what's about to happen, and that story. So for us as a region, as long as these guys keep improving and the teams keep improving, it's gonna look good. It might not be right now, but I believe in Fnatic when it comes to MSI. I think they as a team can go in and pull off some upsets.
We will have to see. I'd like to believe in some European pride, and you know what? They can dig deep. Not a single member of Fnatic has cracked under the pressure. Game 5 performances, both times they've needed to step up and close a game out, they have. They didn't need a miracle steal. They didn't need a miracle from behind play. Last week against H2K, Fnatic managed to close it out. Today against UOL,
same kind of game.
Strong, similar game, strong advantage, strong style. Fnatic know what they do, and they do it bloody well.
And it all comes from adapting in the pick and ban phase. Realizing, okay, our bans are fine, but we have to take a different first pick. Sivir, important. Nautilus came in, Rumble, it was all there. We all talked about it. And it worked so well because it allowed them to simply force the fights on the Unicorns of Love, who also showed for them, they weren't, what should we say, passive enough?
Yeah.
They felt like they could go for some fights. It wasn't in their favor, and that's also why they ended up losing the game in Game 5. But the fact that even go to that far,
There's 2 quotes. There's 2 quotes that define the Unicorns of Love. The first is consistently inconsistent, which you said and we will continue to say. The second was coined by Shox. Unicorns do not have a pause button. It's either stop or go. There is no middle ground. Today they were in full go in Game 5 when they needed to be in stop. And that dragon fight at, what was it, 16, 17, 80 minutes or so, just cost so much for the Unicorns. But I think we have to praise Fnatic.
For sure.
They had the team comp that had to make plays. They made the plays. They punished UOL. And very importantly, this time around, the godlike Nexus did not stop them.
No. They knew they could still win this game. I mean, again, they're so far ahead despite not getting that Nexus down. The last team fight was an ace from them. I don't even think a single member died from Fnatic, so they kept it cool. And I also just love the fact that after losing Game 4, they still come on stage, they smile, they know it's okay. There's another game, it was a mistake. They maybe picked a wrong team composition, changed up everything, and then it just worked for them. So they are a team who has shown champion pool-wise, there's loads of different options for them. Rainova has shown even on tanky junglers, he can be aggressive early on. We know Yellow Star is fantastic. So the whole lineup really works for them. And if they do stick together, which I hope they do.
Why would you not?
That's the thing. See what you can do now also in the summer split, because again, for Huni, he's still learning to communicate.
Yeah.
So it's only going to get better from here if you look at the players.
You step back and you look at our playoffs. We have been gifted with some phenomenal, phenomenal games. The last 4 best-of-5 series have all gone to 5 games in Europe.
Yeah.
And they've all been ridiculous because
I think that's fair to say.
There has been miracle plays, there has been mistakes, there's been swings in control, there's been stomps. Like, we've had everything. And even today, game one started with a mid lane Varus. And won.
Why not?
And won.
Yeah.
Solo queue beware.
Yeah, solo queue players hate the unicorns a lot. Because of all these things they managed to pull out. We also saw the other side when you pull out Elise in top lane.
Yeah, exactly.
And it doesn't work, so...
Smite TP top, really not a big thing. We will be setting up for a winners interview shortly, guys, so please stick with us. We will be chatting to some of the members of Fnatic just in a moment or two. But what a great season. I think if anybody were to be given a title, which is something we don't often do, Yellowstar deserves the title of General Yellowstar. He built a unit from the ground up, importing talent from different locations, from different places, and he's done something unprecedented.
Yeah.
Building a team up from the ground up, but we'll have to see what he has to say because we will be joining both Yellowstar and Huni on stage.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. I am, of course, joined by team captain Yellowstar and the rookie of the split, Huni, after their huge Game 5 victory to take the spring split. First of all, gentlemen, congratulations on your victory. Thank you for joining us. But let's get right down to it. Yellowstar, you have built this team up. Everyone said that this was a completely different Fnatic squad at the beginning of the split. No one had any idea how you guys would perform. This is your 4th victory here on the LCS stage. How is it different this time around with a whole new squad around you?
Well, first of all, I have no words because I cannot tell like how everyone is so motivated, so talented. I cannot stop repeating myself. And, you know, like, hard work always pays. That's what I believe in. And then, you know, at the beginning of the finals, you could feel that even though we were ahead, we were committing mistakes because they were, like, so new. They were pressured and so many mistakes happened. But it's a really good experience for us. And I'm really happy that I could calm down the spirit and then I could lead them to the victory. And, you know, shot calling and stuff. It was kind of messy, but I still believe that we'll improve. So it's going to be great in the future.
And it's great now. I mean, you guys have done a miraculous thing. You have been able to take it all the way. Everyone always says, everyone beats everyone, then Fnatic wins. Well, you proved it true this time around. But Huni, I want to talk to you because you are the rookie here. You are the rookie of the split. Coming in, you have just won the European LCS, your first time in it. How does that feel?
I'm really happy because this time is first my professional player. So I'm really happy because when I was in Korea, I'm started amateur player, but I'm directly come here and then I do professional League of Legends player. So it's really happy, and then I can explain.
I can understand being at lost words. Absolutely. Now, the crowd still loves you guys 100% of the way. Another question to you, Yellowstar. Going into MSI now, you guys will be on the road in Tallahassee, Florida, representing Europe. And, of course, Fnatic, you guys may have had a bit of a chip on your shoulder after last year's Worlds performance. How do you think Europe and your team now will stack up against the teams that are going to the mid-season invitational?
So I believe that is going to be another great experience, but at the same time, last year we had All-Stars, and I felt like we were a bit quite disappointed to play against the teams, and we want to represent Europe better this time, so I hope we'll perform. And I really hope that we'll fix our issues to even come back stronger.
Stronger than ever before. Now, Huni, who would you like to face? There's still a lot of teams that are trying to vie for that mid-season invitational. Who do you want to play against?
I'm not sure, but I want again versus NA team because I want to show Europe LCS is better than NA LCS.
You heard it right here. EU better than NA, guys. Last question, Yellowstar. I just want to ask you, you have an amazing outpouring of support from the fans. Would you like to say anything to them?
Hola, es la primera vez que hablo en español en público. Y hoy estoy muy feliz, no porque acabamos de ganar la final. Pero quiero decir algo más importante, es que los mejores fans del mundo.
They are indeed. Well said, Yellow Star. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Congratulations again on your win, and best of luck at MSI. With that, we're going to go ahead and send it back to the analyst desk to wrap up this amazing LCS European Spring Split.
Thank you so much, Pyra. What a sweet touchdown from Yellow Star in the end, talking a couple of words in Spanish as well. Fantastic. And well, Huni's saying we'll show that EU is greater than NA. We'll see the NA final, C9 versus TSM right after this, so guys, stick around as well. Let's not go in too deep into Game 5 because it was just a fantastic series, and in the end, Fnatic showed that also in standard play, they are better than the Unicorns, and what a fantastic series it was for them, and the right winner.
Yeah, absolutely. Fnatic showed up that and to be fair, going into the series, I would have expected this to go like this, because if both teams go with a standard tactic and a standard composition, then Fnatic should have gone ahead. So Unicorns tried their best to throw them over. Unicorns showed everything. They showed some cheese. They showed some standard meta picks. They won some games, and they brought an awesome 5-game series. They are deserving finalists of this LCS Spring Split. So, yeah, hats up to them, and hats up, of course, to Fnatic.
Leviathan, I want to ask you, the fact that Fnatic with 4 rookies and Unicorns, a challenger team coming into their first split, can do this well, this must instill a tiny bit of fear in the teams that are now in the European LCS with some of the players that have been around for so long, and Origin coming in as well.
Yeah, I wanted to give a big shout out, a big shout out to the management back end of a Fnatic, like the coach and manager, Daler and Ispa, doing an amazing job with the team. Yes, all props to Yellow Star for finding the players, but just the back end doing a really good job as well. And it just shows that a team can come in and even with a whole new roster, take down the entire split. So with Origin coming in, with all the young talent we have in LCS right now, it's really exciting, and I can't wait for the next split.
And on the same token, Unicorns of Love also had a great organization behind them. I got a little bit of confetti here, which may exemplify the magic that goes with the Unicorns of Love. If they can get a lot more of this with what they've showed already, they're going to go far. But now, across today's games, one player did more than their fair share. They helped put Fnatic back on top in EU. We're very excited to see him play on the international stage at MSI with an 81% kill participation. Our MVP of the Springs Finals is Reignover, the jungler for Fnatic, and the Fisho. He set up so much on Rek'Sai and Gragas.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, the guy wasn't even banned out in one of the games. He just went for Gragas and showed, you know what, it's not the champion, it's the player. Reignover, all split long, has been so good early game, and also his team fighting ability is fantastic. So having him as a jungler, basically secures your lanes, and it means if we want to get Huni fed, well, we know Reignover is going to go up there and make sure it happens.
Yeah, the perfect synergy that Reignover has with his solo lanes is just amazing. Throughout the whole split, he set the pace for the Fnatic team, and he's a deserving MVP. 80% kill participation, doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, and this guy does exactly what you want you to do, exactly what you want your jungler to do on your team. He controls the pace of the game. He plays all the either tanky jungler or aggressive jungler. Does exactly what you want. Just an amazing player.
Yeah, the whole team for Fnatic doing their part and bringing in that title. And with that win for Fnatic, we're halfway through the 2015 season and one step closer to World. So let's look at how the champion points stack up as of this moment. Fnatic, they lead the pack with 90 points, and the Unicorns of Love, they have already 70 points, and then we see the points there as well. So exciting to know that that is a road that is up ahead, and these teams have already clinched the points, but Fnatic in prime position, knowing that they can take a title and they have the most points, they're on a good way.
Oh, of course they are. I mean, 90 points almost guarantees you at least a spot in the regionals. I think it does, honestly, 100%. So even if they do have a bad summer split, they have a chance to redeem themselves in the regionals where they can try and make worlds anyway. That's why this spring split has been so important. And I'm just so happy to see that Gambit and Copenhagen also as well sharing 10 points on there. It must feel amazing for you guys.
We're the 10-point brothers.
Yeah, the thing is, if at the beginning of the season, after the first couple of games, someone told me the Copenhagen Wolves will have 20 points less than SK, I say, I'd take it.
Sure. Right, you are. Well, the summer split is right around the corner, and we'll start with the summer promotion tournament, where Giants will face Reason Gaming, and Roccat will go up against Copenhagen Wolves Academy to defend their seats in the LCS. No rest for the wicked, just next week, no, in a couple of days, even on Saturday, we'll have those matchups. So mark your calendars, that all begins April 25th at 2 p.m. Central European Time, 5 a.m. Pacific, when we'll be bringing you both best of fives back-to-back with the help of the Unicorns of Love's coach Sheepy on the analyst desk. And like that, that's it. It's time to bring the spring split to a close. I'd like to thank Leviathan and Dentist, everyone who's helped here. You guys did a fantastic job. Hope you guys had fun. A special thanks to the city of Madrid, the fantastic fans that filled up the Palacio Vista Alegre. You guys were amazing. And don't go anywhere, we have more action. The North American LCS Spring Finals are about to start between Team Solo Mid and Cloud9 over at the LCS Studios in Los Angeles, California. It's a matchup that's always exciting, but before we kick it over, let's look back at our Spring Split.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to my brand new home here in Berlin, Germany. Shot. The third one gets a double kill. Forbidden, you are here.
SK Gaming stays undefeated, 6-0.
He's gonna go and he gets it.
Oh my God.
How about it, Diamond Prox?
Death here. Giants Gaming beat Elements. Oh my God.
Fnatic are taking down the Unicorns of Love. A few more hits. Oh, what? What?
No, it's not over. What?
I cannot understand this game.
H2K are going for the clean sweep. 3-0 in our first quarterfinal.
He gets a double kill with the unstoppable Roar of the Slayer. Hillesang plus Kickers are carrying Unicorns of Love to the semi-finals.
A triple kill over to steal back. Fnatic comes up with everything. It took them 5 games to do it, but they are going to the finals.
It is stolen! Power of Evil has kept Unicorns in the semi-finals. I think they've done it! Unicorns have left! They are going to Madrid to face Fnatic!
H2K are the number 3 team in Europe.
Fisher, Burial of the finals! It goes to Kickers! The Unicorns of Love prove that they are magical!
Nice. Nice.
Go down.
It's gonna be tough. And Power of Evil is gonna
Power of Evil is obliterated! There are no unicorns left! There is no magic to believe in!
The only teams that have won in North America, C9 and TSM.
We set a high standard for ourselves when we first came into the LCS. Dominated that season, went 25-3. Next season comes, we still dominate, we go 24-4. The legacy that we set up for ourselves is just a high standard of destroying the scene. If we can't keep doing that, then our legacy will die.
Cloud9 gonna end the series 3-0.
The best team in North America.
TSM goes the full 5 and takes down Cloud9.
Winning the trophy has always been TSM's legacy.
It's currently TSM's, and I really don't want them to keep it, you know?
We're always going for Worlds, so this is just a stepping stone for us.
No one really cares about second place, but I don't remember who took second. I know who took first. You have to go for first, and you have to take first.
If we're not number one, we're last.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American League Championship Series. We're coming to you live from the fan zone outside the studios here in Los Angeles, California. Here are our defending champions, Team Solo Mid, making their way into the studio a short time ago. And we've got some devout fans showing their support. Here's one wearing his pride on his face. TSM will be facing off against Cloud9, who are taken in the fan zone on their way inside. Now they've got a throng of fans here as well, and the energy in the crowd is palpable, as you can hear. And well, ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. After 4 months and over 100 games, 2 teams are left standing and will take to the Rift to battle for the title of champions. Hello everyone, I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me on the analyst desk today in the fan zone are Aiden Zyrene Moon and David Freak Trilly. Guys, there is so much energy out here right now. How pumped are you for this series?
Man, this is awesome being outside. We need to do this more often.
I know, right? We got some sunshine. We've got beautiful fans out here supporting their teams. What could be better for a day of League of Legends? Well, let's get started. And to track how these teams got here, we're going to pull up the playoff bracket. Cloud9 successfully fought back from a 2-game deficit in the semifinals to defeat Team Liquid. For Team Solo Mid, they were able to fend off Team Impulse 3-1 and lock in their 5th consecutive finals appearance. In addition to Honor and Glory, both of these teams are going to be looking to grab themselves 90 championship points that they will carry with them into the summer split. The extra 20 points will be a big advantage as teams battle for a spot at Worlds, and it could mean the difference between booking a trip to compete on the international stage or watching from home. Now, today's finals is the latest in a growing rivalry between Team Solo Mid and Cloud9. It's one that the fans enjoy watching, and once again, it will dictate who's the top dog in the NALCS.
Yeah, and Cloud9, they've had a rough season, and their playoffs haven't been that smooth either. They're really relying on their leadership and their ability to bounce back, as well as their individual skill. If you look at the Cloud9 roster, they're not a one-dimensional team. Everybody on that roster has carry potential. We've seen Sneaky bin the Rock. We've seen Lemonation invade and completely tilt the game. Meteos on top of his game. High can run away with it too. And then Balls in the top lane, he can just utterly destroy an enemy team.
Yeah, rough by C9 standards. We have to remember that they're still the 2nd seed going into playoffs,
Yeah.
but for all intents and purposes, Cloud9 generally expects to do a bit better.
Yeah, Cloud9 expects to do pretty well here, and I think the one player to watch for, because I think his performance can be incredibly varied here, is Balls in the top lane. In the semifinals, they first picked him Hecarim on every single blue side games, game 1, 3, and 5, and seeing Balls on aggressive top laners like this is really big for C9. The rotational game is very smart. We've seen them play so many games from behind where like high split pushes and they like hold on for a really long time. An open map is what C9 thrives off of, and allowing Balls to be a person to create an open map is a really big point for them.
And that's the first time we've seen him in the competitive environment on Hecarim.
Right.
And having a performance like that right out of the gate is really strong for C9 and shows that their practice is definitely worth the time.
And then on the flip side, someone that has been having a big impact for Team Solo Mid is their newest member, Santorin.
This is Santorin's first split in the LCS, and right out of the gate at IEM San Jose, he choked a little bit. But since then, we've seen him grow to be the rookie of the split because he was on the international stage, IEM Katowice world stage there. Did an amazing job, and he's versatile. He plays carry junglers, he plays tank junglers, and he's actually ahead of the curve. He normally can figure out what's good before people are playing it and pick it up and be adept at it.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I want to watch Santorin especially to see where he goes, not only what he's playing, because TSM, I know we talk about Bjergsen a whole lot, but Wild Turtle this split has been, to me, the most impressive player. He's the most improved, I think, out of TSM. He's been incredibly impressive for the team overall. To me, he's the number 280 carry in NA behind Sneaky here. And Wild Turtle's making a name for himself here. He's the other big carry for Solo Mid. And if he gets ahead, as opposed to Bjergsen getting ahead, they can use him to carry the game as well. So I want to see if Santorin, who he chooses to camp for, and also where the carries go for TSM.
Now, what's so interesting for me about this matchup is the fact that there are so many players on each team that can be the reason why either team wins. And that includes and extends so far as their coaches. So to give us an insider's perspective on this match, we're going to send it over to Riv, who's joined by the coaches of our 2 combatants.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. As you can see, we are in the very amped up fan zone here, right in the middle of all the action. And I do have Loco Doco and Charlie as they are about to embark with their teams on the North American Spring Split Finals. Gentlemen, it's been a long road, 18 games plus a few for some of you guys. Now, looking at this game, Loco Doco, just to gauge and get the mentality of how you guys are coming into this match. Arguably the best split the Team Solo Mid has had coming into the North American LCS. How are you guys keeping the guys focused coming into the games today?
Well, we know we had a really great season, but it wouldn't mean anything if we didn't get to make playoffs, or if we didn't win playoffs and go to MSI. So everyone knows, like, all the hard work we put in, like, we just need one more day of really hard work and showing up, and then it'll all be worth it. So yeah, just telling them what's up and that it's right in front of us and we can't stop sprinting yet.
All right, Charlie, same question, but a little bit of the flip side. This has somewhat been the roughest split that Cloud9 has seen after being a team to really just trample through the LCS repeatedly season after season. Now going up against Team Solo Mid again in the finals, what are you doing to get the team prepared?
We've been practicing really hard. Even though we had a lot of ups and downs this split, in the end, we're only one game away from first place in the end. So we're really ready for today, and we're looking to take our first place back.
Looking at how the season has gone, do you guys feel that you are the underdog coming into the match today, Charlie?
No. We've been in the finals before TSM, and we're ready.
All right, guys, this is a question for both of you now, kind of to the other team. Who do you think is going to be the impact player here for Cloud9, and who are you looking for?
Well, I think it's really, really low chance, but if Cloud9 does win, it's going to be from Hai. Hai has always stepped up when it matters. When the pressure's on him, everyone counts Hai out, like Hai is gone. But the times when it really counts, I feel like Hai puts into practice, Hai picks up the right champions, and then he shows up. It won't be today, it's not likely, but if it happens, it'll be Hai.
All right, Charlie, you heard what Loco had to say. What are your feelings?
I'm going to make you eat your words, Loco. And I think that for TSM side, Darius is going to step up today. He's a veteran player. He has a lot of experience, so that's what I'll be looking for.
All right, guys, and obviously to build a little more hype around this, the rivalry has become real. I think we know TSM and Cloud9 now at the top of the list for North America. How do you feel that the fans kind of play on this rivalry, and do you think it builds it even stronger?
Well, to be honest, like, us and C9 are really friendly. Me and Charlie get along really well. Jack and Andy and all our players get along really well. So it's a bit of a friendly rivalry, but we all know, like, only one team can be first, and only one team can truly be the kings of NA. Like, we'll cheer each other on whenever each other's playing CLG, but it's an actual rivalry, and the fans play really into it too. I mean, whoever wins gets a lot of fans, and we don't want to disappoint our fans either.
Charlie, a few words.
I mean, it doesn't matter how friendly we are off the Rift, but when the game day comes, they're the enemy, and we're going to beat them.
All right, business is business, and that's how these guys are approaching the game. Loco, Charlie, thank you very much, and best of luck to both of your teams as you guys approach the finals here. Right now, we have a lot of games to go over, and we need some gentlemen to break it down, so we're going to throw it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you, Riv. Now we want to ping you guys on Twitter once again, and we're looking to see how you're enjoying Championship Weekend. So remember, send your pictures to @LOLesports and use the hashtag LCS so we can highlight a few of them a little later on. All right, but now it's that time where we have to let you guys know about another huge event that's happening on the horizon. We've got the Mid-Season Invitational coming up, where we bring the top teams from around the world together in Tallahassee, Florida, and tickets are still available. So head over to LOLesports.com and click on the tickets link for the lowdown on how you can snag a spot for all of the action. But first, we've got all the action-packed stuff here today, and every fan here has an opinion on who's going to win. I mean, you've heard it throughout the entire segment here, and they all think that one or the other is going to be victorious, and they're pretty confident with it.
It's Cloud9 versus TSM.
Let's say 4-kill fight. TSM, crush it.
TSM.
Cloud9 dive in. 1 kills, 2 kills, 3 kills, 4.
Cloud9, Cloud9, Cloud9. Cloud9!
The thing that sold me as a C9 fan was when they were playing TSM in the first game of the spring split last year, when I busted out Teemo mid, it just made me love the team so much.
Meteos Cloud9, yes! I love that he takes over games. It's really fun.
Like, what's wrong with C9? Nothing's wrong. They're just good players. They give quality games. I keep saying they're like the Yankees of LCS.
What makes me a TSM fan is their personalities. Lufstein is amazing. I did not expect like a super quiet, seemingly pretty well-mannered person, and out of nowhere just Lufstein is coming out of it. It was amazing.
TSM has very subtle confidence. They're not overt about it. I gotta go with TSM.
I think High versus Bjergsen will definitely decide which way it goes.
Bjergsen's a powerhouse, there's no doubt about that, but High can hold his own. It all depends on the champion matchup.
If Bjergsen gets an inch on him, he's going to take a mile. So I'll be cheering my best for High to withstand that onslaught.
I think Darius will probably, if he feeds, they win. So hopefully he feeds and then they'll win.
My favorite moment was when Wild Turtle, he got a quadra kill on Tristana.
It was last season's championship game.
Saw the Orianna ult into the entire front line, and I was heartbroken because I thought the game was over at that very second. Then Turtle goes and just starts dealing damages, hopping back and forth across the walls. Tristana is beautiful.
Turtle on the triple, Turtle on the quadra, a second quadra in the playoffs for Turtle.
I was so hyped. Stood up out of my chair when I was at home. It was amazing.
Cloud9 is going to pull it off either with a base race or it's going to be a clear, decisive win.
They're going to go 3-2, and it's going to be great games, and they're going to crush TSM.
C9's pretty good, so I'm going to guess it's going to go 5th game. TSM's going to win it, though, definitely.
I gotta go with TSM.
C9's time to shine. It better be C9. It's gotta be C9. It has to be C9.
Well, we got to hear from the fans. Gentlemen, now it's your time to throw in your predictions. So I'm going to start with you, Zyrene. Who are you going with?
I'm going with a team that I voted against twice, and I was wrong both times. Santorin told me they were going to bring it home. I didn't believe him, but I have to go with defending North American champions, Team Solo Mid.
All right, that's a pretty strong endorsement there from Zyrene. Freak, what about you?
Well, Zyrene, as we know, we talk a lot. I don't respect your opinion very much, but every once in a while a blind squirrel finds a nut. I agree with you. Team Solo Mid, I got the sideways hat going on. So I can look cooler while doing it. I think they're the favorites.
It looks good. It's a good look for you, Freak.
I'm going to keep it.
Well, of course, to preserve the virtues of journalistic integrity, I will not be throwing a vote in. So it looks like, maybe TSM has the way on the desk here. And, God, you know what? Is the sun bothering you guys? Because it bothers me quite a bit. Just a little bit of a squinting issue.
Yeah.
But now we're good, so let's compare that to how the fans are voting on lolesports.com, where 71% say TSM are going to be the king of the hill for yet another split. All right, looks like I'm outweighed here on the desk. The fans are overwhelmingly in favor of TSM. We'll see if Cloud9 can fight back. We're all fired up out here, so let's throw it over to the casters to get this championship showdown underway.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Bislin III, and manning the caster desk with me is going to be Joshua Chat Leesman for hopefully all 5 games.
I hope so. I mean, that's what happened last time Cloud9 and TSM met in the finals. That was in Seattle last year in the summer.
Yep.
And now we have another 3-2 coming down.
Oh, God, it just keeps repeating. I like it. History repeats itself, and this is going to be a good one. We're jumping into Game 1 of Team Solo Mid versus Cloud9 for the 4th consecutive split in a row. Our finals come down to these 2 teams, and as always, it's going to be a dogfight.
And both Cloud9 and TSM have been incredibly resilient, and they show that they improve during a best-of-5 because they make good mid-series adaptations. Also, it proves that TSM and Cloud9 are not very prone to going on tilt. In the semifinals, both these guys started their series with a pretty decisive loss.
Yeah,
for Cloud9,
that's true.
They actually lost their first 2 games, and yet in both of those semifinals games, Cloud9 and TSM, they kept their heads, and they fought back for wins.
Something they've been able to do throughout a lot of these seasons, or splits, if you will. These organizations are regular practice partners, if you didn't know, which actually led to the players growing very close, as you can actually hear Charlo and Loco say it just in the interview. TSM players were tweeting messages of support for Cloud9 after their rough semifinal start against Team Liquid. Bjergsen did not want to see Cloud9 lose to Team Liquid because he wanted to beat them.
I mean, that's a pretty good reason to want to get to the finals. And historically, the matchup has heavily favored Cloud9. We've seen that. But since the start of the 2014 summer split, it's actually swung back the other way, and TSM have a 1-game lead in this overall matchup.
Yeah.
And, we talk about it all the time, but TSM's biggest strength will continue to be Bjergsen. He reclaimed the MVP title this split and has been a dominating force and should continue to be a dominating force in the mid lane. I mean, looking at this up against High, I think this is the critical matchup of this series. Pretty much every statistical category that doesn't have to do with wards and vision control, Bjergsen beats out High.
It's crazy, and you hear Locodoco just saying as well, we're really worried about high. He can pull things out when it matters, and maybe it's kind of like hitting 75, 80s on the test, and then you just ace the exam.
As soon as High starts doing well, Cloud9 just takes off.
That's right.
So it could happen.
It could happen indeed. Dyrus is sanguine about the prospect of losing games early in the series and says it only fuels TSM to come out stronger in the next round.
Even as veteran as TSM is, we always lose the first game because I feel like we don't play our best from the very, very start. And when we get upset that we lost the first game that we shouldn't have and the game is so much easier than we thought it was going to be, we take that motivation and go on to the second game. And if we don't win that, then we take it to the third game.
We got to see it at least in Team Impulse series. Even Locodoco thought they would lose the first game of that series against Team Impulse and then win the next 3. Reginald, I ran into him in the hallway. He wanted my prediction on the series. I said 60-40 for TSM because they are a slight favorite here.
Right.
Then I asked him, and he's like, we'll lose the first game, win the next 3. So, I mean, they're pretty...
It's always the way.
They're pretty resilient if they think they're going to lose.
It's in all sports. You watch the first few pitches, you calibrate, and then you take the swing. That's all you got to wait for. Right now, we're going to get in a game, though. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Solo mid. Dyrus in the top lane. Santorin in the jungle. Bjergsen in mid. Wild Turtle at AD carry. And Lustboy at support.
That is TSM with the chance. But on the red side, it's going to be Cloud9. Balls in the top lane, some big-time Hecker plays in the semifinals, Meteos in the jungle, High in mid lane, and then Sneaky and Lemon Nation laning together like always.
That's something that kept coming up to me in my notes when I was looking at these teams is you go to Ball's champion pool and you look at Dyrus's champion pool, and there's a lot of that Scion, that Maokai, and the Lulu, and then Ball's always gets the Hecarim ban, but he's getting the things that'll carry. Another threat in the game that's not going to be utility, and he can actually take that lane on his own if he wants.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that we have to keep in mind as well on this 5.6 patch that we've been on the entire playoffs is taking the champion pools from those semifinal matchups is very important. Cloud9 and TSM scrimmed heavily against each other in preparation of each of their own semifinal matchups, and what they played there is most of what we're going to be seeing in the finals. Add in a few picks they picked up in the week since, knowing that they are facing each other in the finals.
Well, Rumble and Thresh are going to be the ones banned out here with that support ban. I have heard TSM go back and forth between Thresh and Janna, so we may see that getting picked up in some kind of safe composition for them. And right now, the homework seems to be done quite well, taking away priority picks while still getting a few flex in there as well. That Vladimir is a good ban out for the Cloud9 side.
Yeah, it's interesting. It feels like they're fearful of either the top lane or mid lane Vladimir, despite Cloud9 not playing any of it in the semifinals. But it is, honestly, in my opinion, one of the best picks on this patch, especially if Team Solo Mid wants to run a lane tank for Dyrus, which is what they did in the last 2 games in the semifinals, where Dyrus played Maokai and Scion in games 3 and 4 against Team Impulse.
Well, something that TSM kind of faced with a ban towards them like that, Impulse rather, banned that Cassiopeia. They were a little confused because they didn't play the Cass. It's kind of the same idea with the Vladimir not being played by Cloud9, but it's still something that they fear. That Janna actually gets banned out too, so Lustboy gets hit with 2 along with Dyrus's.
They are targeting, surprisingly, Lustboy's support champion pool. We know Lustboy is a very good disengage support, but with the Nautilus ban being thrown at Lemon Nation, that was actually Lustboy's 3rd support. So they're now pushing Lustboy down to number 4, and those target bans at support also suggest that Lemon Nation may have been working on something special. He is usually the first one in North America to pull out supports, and we were talking a little bit about a potential support Kennen, which maybe we'd see from Lemon Nation now that all these supports are banned out.
Yeah, it hasn't really made its way over here just yet. But it would be awesome if Sneaky could also pull out that Callista combo. Gragas gets taken away, something Meteos and Santorin have both been using to great effect throughout the last few weeks of the split. And you would see that in EU huge as well.
I feel like Meteos will match the Gragas with the Sejuani pick eventually. I don't know when it will happen in this draft. I'm not sure which jungler Meteos actually values higher. He's a bit of a troll when you talk to him. I was trying to ask him about it, and he asked me, which jungler do you think is better? I said, I think Gragas wins. He smiled and said, we'll see about that.
We'll see about that. Well, I like the fact that both teams are like, the junglers are going to play something that's going to be good anyways, so let's ban out other lanes, and the junglers can get to pick what they want. No jungle bans here, so that Gragas goes over, and we see Cloud9 now with the Maokai and the Urgot to come out.
That Urgot's very intriguing because it can go in either the mid lane or the bottom lane. It flexes like that. Wild Turtle also had a really bad time in laning phase against Urgot when Apollo played it in the semifinals. It also opens up the possibility for Cloud9 to build a heavily tanky team, which would diminish Bjergsen's effectiveness if he picks an assassin. It's actually very, very potent from a champ select and versatility perspective to have Urgot locked in that early.
Well, Dyrus is saying, yep, yawn Lulu once again. Let's do it. Keep safe in the top lane and the Kog'Maw. They literally are sticking to their guns if they pick the Kog'Maw here. Within the video they just released, they said if we ever get that composition again and we have a Lulu, just pick the Kog'Maw. It'd be crazy if they actually just stick with that.
They do have some protection stuff ready to go with it.
Nami too.
They almost, oftentimes, I say a team is best served by just locking in the champions immediately, but I think it was a little bit of a mind game there, hovering the Kog'Maw, saying, you guys don't want to pick all tanks, we'll just pick Kog'Maw. We're going to do it. We're crazy. But honestly, Lustboy being pushed down to his 4th support, Nami, is a throwback actually more to last split, where he played a lot of Nami. And it is also good disengage against a tank team, which Cloud9 is building up real fast.
World of Tanks team. Look at this. Sejuani and Braum as well. So they're bringing the ice with the last 2 picks there. Going to be a great fight composition from Cloud9. Something they have a forte in.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Now the question will be, how does TSM counter this? You know, Vladimir is already banned away. He's good against a lot of tank tops. You want to be able to build something that does sustained damage, AoE damage, or shredding damage against a tank. Orianna Kog'Maw is pretty good, but it makes them have one source of threat. Ziggs in an 80 carry would punish their grouping aspect. That's something that Cloud9's team is going to do. It's going to group heavily. So therefore, Ziggs and Jinx right there, that's a lot of AoE damage that can maybe punish a tank ball.
You were correct that Turtle had a hard time against that Urgot, but once they got out of lane, he was definitely racking up the kills with a Jinx. So he will once again pick that Jinx. We'll see if this is actually sneakies, though.
I like the Ziggs a lot more compositionally, but in order for Bjergsen to be on a playmaker who can roam and impact lanes, Ahri is his style of pick. That's more of a pick that is just saying he is going to beat high and be able to impact other lanes. Not as much about the team fights, because if Bjergsen can win the lane, then he will have the impact in those team fights.
Well, hopefully they can get a little bit of wave clear for Cloud9 in this last pick. Not a whole lot represented by this tank lineup that they're bringing to the table just yet. They can sure fight a good fight, though.
Well, now we'll get to see whether they pick an 80 carry or a mid laner, which will define Cloud9's team composition. We've been wondering what high breaks out. What if they did a Corki mid here and then threw Urgot in the bottom lane? Corki was High's best pick pretty much in the semifinals.
That is still left up.
Or just speed for the Tonks.
So there's their wave clear.
Yeah. That's really interesting. I can't wait to see High's Urgot here against Ahri. That's maybe what's going to make or break this game here, because if High can prevent Bjergsen from roaming, the tank ball in teamfights could be overwhelming from Cloud9 since they get the Sivir speed behind it. But looking at TSM's team composition, it's a lot of comfort champions or old comfort champions. Recent comfort with the Gragas on Santorin, and old school comfort with Lustboy on Nami. We'll see how practiced he's kept that with all the other supports he's been.
Bjergsen as well, tipping back to Ahri on this one's going to be very nice for him. A super comfortable laning phase in that one if he can stay away from those charges. We have not really seen High on this Urgot. Loco said it's up to him on Cloud9's side to be the one to pull out all the stops, the new champions, and do that. It was funny listening to Bjergsen because he's worried about Meteos and Santorin. He thinks they'll have the biggest matchup. So everybody's got their mind set on somebody else who's going to do well in this match, which means I think we'll get a good game from everyone, Jad.
Yeah, and we know with these guys, the game one, while it is important in the overall context of the series, does not decide the series in any way. A lot of times they're champion pool testing in these first games, and things will change drastically afterwards. But honestly, those are some pretty cool team compositions for game one.
Let's see what happens. We've had best of fives for a last 6 or 7 series.
Both the semifinal series in Europe were best of 5. The third place matches were all best of 5. The first finals was best of 5.
So the teams are loading onto the Rift. Let's see if we can get another one. Let us know how you think the series is going to play out. Tweet hashtag TSM win or hashtag C9 win to @LOL Esports. And as always, we'll be checking those throughout the game and see how you are voting. The crowd is ready. All the lights lighting up, the thunder sticks being clapped. The crowd outside is ready as well. We are on to the Rift for Game 1 of the 2015 North American Spring Split Finals.
I think it's safe to say everyone is ready for this one, Riv.
Man, I wonder if it separated TSM inside and Cloud9 outside.
No, I think that's just all TSM fans.
I didn't really hear any chance.
There are a lot of Cloud9 fans, but there are many more TSM fans.
Indeed.
As we have learned.
Woo. Just got to get it calibrated and figure out where everything is. Scope was off a little bit. So the early wards aren't getting too deep here. Santorin's obviously able to just brute that one in. I'll give Meteos a little. No, it should be down before he goes for his Raptors, rather. So nothing big coming from anybody in the early game. Turtle's going to sit towards the top lane, and it does not look like they're going to get the 2v2 matchup.
Yeah. One of the nice deeper wards, though, that was placed there by Santorin was actually trying to stop Maokai from stacking saplings and taking the Raptor camp.
Oh.
Somewhat risky ward to get in there, but the fact that he has done so will deny balls a little bit.
We're talking about balls being on the Hecker and being on something that can carry to the Maokai this time. Still do a sufficient amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get to play it that much, the Maokai that is, only 2 times in the semifinals, but throughout the ending of the regular season, the Maokai was the pick for Cloud9 to lock in with their very first choice. The fact that they were able to just kind of get it this time without having to put a huge priority on it, you know, first pick Gragas being over on the other side, is rather valuable. Lustboy trying to do some Nautilus things on Nami.
Still working with water.
Not the same.
Not a problem.
I think.
Just being smooth. I don't think he's going to get too far in this one. Just knowledge of what Cloud9 is doing and at what speed. Elimination's going to try to do a little bit of his own scouting here as he heads down towards the bottom side of the map. It looks like they are out already. He doesn't even get
You can tell these guys practiced a lot against each other because they got the same ideas with what to do in these lane swaps. Honestly, TSM wins out on that a little bit. Basically, Lemonation's invade was later, and even though he stole one tiny little Raptor, the camp itself wasn't stopped. Whereas for Cloud9 here, they forewent doing the Raptors and ran straight to the other side of their jungle. Therefore, it's actually the TSM duo jungle here of Darius and Santorin that are ahead on experience.
Scuttle, yep, given over to Meteos. Play that well. Looks like he might get a ward over the wall here, and yeah, they are going to quickly get this. Lemonation's ward towards Red, definitely giving them a little bit of help to make sure nobody else comes in. And 3 wards with the Scuttle Crab is all they need.
With a level 1 support, too. So really low experience values here really from Cloud9. There will be more experience, substantially more experience on the side of TSM. And for Dragon, they get first shot at ganking high here. Gragas Flash E is one of the most lethal ganking tools. Ooh! So that's one way to stop it.
Yeah.
Is if High... That's all credit to High there, actually, for avoiding that gank. Because Odd One is watching as well.
Oh, yeah.
But because he knows that the Gragas gank, early game, if he Flash E body slams you for the stun, it's almost a guaranteed death because Bjergsen would charm him for sure. And when Santorin was body slamming in, he wouldn't have been in range unless he flashed, but High respected it flashed anyway, was able to get it alive. Hey!
1-2 miss there. Darius is going to be able to head a bit of a split in the uprights on that one, and TSM looks like they can get out safely. They have to be careful what's really happening here, though. Can they get out in time? They're still going to try to take down Darius. The Ignite is on. The Ignite is ticking. Is it too little? And he stays alive with the potion just chugged at the right time.
If not for the 3-man bubble from Lustboy, which he flashed in for, Darius was dead for sure. So Lustboy supporting everybody but Wild Turtle early on in this game.
Yeah, Lustboy doesn't even need training wheels back to these champions. He's just straight off and running. No mistakes, all plays right out of the gate for him. A nice hit by Bjergsen. He needed that 5-4 in this lane, not too far behind, but he's been taking those corrosive charges a little too much, and High has that upper hand. 34-25 in the mid lane right now. So Turtle freezing away in this top lane. Shouldn't really see any trouble for quite an amount of time in the game here, so he should be big for TSM come mid-late game.
And someone who is not very big right now for Cloud9 is actually Balls. Level 2 on Maokai, everything has gone against his farming early on in the game, which typically does not work out for Cloud9 when they need him as an initiation threat. Think about the very early jungle. Lustboy pushed him off of the Raptor camp. He couldn't share that. The first experience Balls actually got was sharing the wolves on the other side of the jungle. Then he never even got lane experience because the dive was shut down. He never got kill or assist gold. And now he's set up in a lane against Lustboy and a level 5 Jinx. There is no way he gets meaningful farm in the next few minutes.
TSM getting everything to fall into place accordingly, and that ward early from Santorin towards Raptors was a pretty big catalyst to make all of this come to be. Cloud9 still clearing together towards this top side. Ball's trying to keep himself somewhere in experience range to be able to help in this game. Santorin now is by himself. It's definitely going to start to catapult him ahead a little bit more.
That first pick Gragas, and Santorin, he played it in all 3 of TSM's victories in the semifinals against Impulse and shut down Rush, who had been a jungler who was on complete fire for the last half of the split as well as the series against Gravity. Santorin exhibits a large amount of control on the map on Gragas, both from just his clearing but mainly his gank potential and his consistency as a player. All coming in huge on the jungle Gragas.
Yep. We really haven't seen too many woes with these teams. Santorin's kind of the biggest woe right as IEM hit before the season started was really all that TSM had to work on. People thought that he might kind of just be in the back pocket of Bjergsen all the time. Santorin won't be something TSM needs to grow, but I think he grew a little bit faster than everybody thought he could.
Yeah, an unfortunate tech issue. Hai spilled his drink on the keyboard, so classic mistake for the home game.
Urgot is so sloppy. God. Get control of yourself.
Yeah. Prompting this pause.
Not a problem.
That's unfortunate. Really.
At least it's not kind of like an emotional thing. You're just like, oh, man, now I'm really in for it. It's just kind of like, whoops, we're good.
It's actually surprising that this hasn't happened before. I mean, think of all the LCS games we've had.
Well, we took the banana away from Lemon Nation before anything could happen last time, so. See, he's still getting support.
Make sure everything still works. Maybe they'll get him a replacement keyboard. We shall see. But honestly,
are getting a replacement, yes. But yeah, we were talking about Santorin and how he has been helping the team. But looking at these teams, 2 of the only teams who saw 0 subs or changes throughout the split. So it's kind of no real surprise that they are the top 2 fighting for the finals.
Yeah, Cloud9 no supports or subs in LCS play for 2 years now.
Yeah.
TSM, if they do a supporter substitution, it usually works out for them. Finding Santorin, and it wasn't always like this. Like this TSM team is actually somewhat battle tested at this point,
right?
Because if we do think back, not the IEM they won in Katowice, but the IEM they didn't win in San Jose before the LCS split happened. Things weren't looking that great. Bjergsen was killed multiple times by Power of Evil.
Right, this new guy.
Bjergsen had lost it. They said Santorin was out jungled. He wasn't going to be able to do anything. Then they come into the LCS season and they pick right up after. They win IEM Katowice against Team WA in the final.
To be honest, all of that did happen to now the second-place team in Europe. So,
yeah, I know. And
Unicorns
of Love proved to be pretty good.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love definitely came out strong. So they were showing what they had, and TSM just wasn't ready. But as we've said before, they do pride themselves on being able to fix these situations and come out on top.
Yeah, and now we come back
there we go.
into Hai. He has to lane against the MVP Bjergsen here. It's been a pretty poor split for Cloud9, all things considered. But again, they find themselves sitting in the final. We look back, regular season, week 1 even. They were last place in the LCS. They're the only team to go 0-2 in week 1. Fighting back from that, they had to continually climb up the standings. They only got their bye in the last week of the regular season by beating the top 2 teams in the LCS consecutively. They got that seed. Then, in the semifinals, they were down 0-2. They were already thinking about how to pick up the pieces, how to recover this Cloud9 brand, how to reassert their dominance. But they actually haven't lost it yet. They've been closer than ever to looking mortal and not the dominant team in the North American LCS. And now they spilled drinks on their keyboard.
Yep.
So
just right when they were on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle once again. It's different to look at, though. The way they surged through the split is almost scary if I were them in the first split. Hey, they beat it so well. You almost can't quantify how that was, why that was. Was it just because teams weren't ready? Were they always getting the better picks? Was it in Champion Select? What was that Pandora's box, and can you find it again? Because that is the real question, right? Where did that Cloud9 go? Or did everybody just get amped up and better because they were good and they raised the competition?
Trying to recapture the dominance of their 25-3 split they had when they entered the LCS. I don't know if we'll ever see another North American team as dominant as Cloud9 was. Because honestly, the scene has grown so much since then. We look at the successful brands in North America now, and it's the teams with the coaching staffs and the experience and the top talent they've been able to recruit. And that's what ends up in the finals here. Cloud9 with the experience, TSM with both, and now we're back in. High's replacement got his keyboard.
Yes, he did. I was always a big proponent of fresh blood in a scene, being able to do very well, wanting it more, going even harder. Not that it has fizzled out for these teams. The veteran status is now what brings them to this level and caliber of play. A lot has been dodged out by Fancy Feet High, but even with 4 legs, he can't tiptoe out of that one. High goes down for first blood in the mid lane after a rinse and repeat follow-up after they blew his flash.
Ruthless right there, right after the pause. Now, teams cannot communicate during tech delay pauses like that, so that wasn't something TSM hatched up. That is something they were able to execute as soon as we get back into the game, and it punishes High heavily. Bjergsen with first blood is never a good thing for the enemy team.
Never a good thing. He also doesn't really have to just throw anything towards magic resistance right away, so he can go ahead and build ability power and be even more of a menace here if he wants to start to get the roam on. Waiting for that 6 on Santorin still until we get another big gank from him. But everybody on TSM happy with how that went and really not looking to push it too hard. We're going to get this top lane with a bit of damage. Actually, going to let the wave just clear out. We might even get the rotate to bottom.
Yeah, Mita's going to try and pick up that free farm. It's, again, unfortunate that this isn't going to the Maokai, who is being more and more denied. Overall CS, 10 CS and level 4 on the Maokai, as the TSM vote is still 2-1, basically. And for good reason. TSM playing this early game quite well. Experience leads throughout. Even the first blood gave him the gold lead. The Dragon was given up for that experience, for the most part. Now, BF swords on both AD carries as well, who have been farming at a pretty reasonable clip since they're not laning against anyone.
Safe days for them. Wild Turtle is happy to do that. And without Sneaky really being on that Lucian, we usually see him take a back seat as well. Looking at that lane now, a nice bit of trade damage going over to Lustboy, but they have all the mana in the world to stay in this lane, and with 30 seconds here, I'm sure one of them would love to get that damage trade in their favor to make Dragon a little bit easier. Rotation already towards the bottom side from Santorin, but he is warded out nicely by, I believe, Lemon Nation's work down there. Slowly coming in for the gank. Another spot out here. They've already got the pings. They are pretty much ready. Meteos' top lane, though, so they may still try to go for this bottom side, knowing the aggression is there and they could be safe for the dive.
Whoa, Dyrus, that was unnecessary, man. Dyrus blows his ultimate.
Maybe the length of the chase scared him too much?
Yeah, he's like, he's going to have backup if he's being this crazy.
You can't see High in mid lane.
Yeah.
Ari had moved away. Interesting. Something they may be able to use here. Good timing to happen at Dragon.
Because of the length of the steal, though, TSM able to steal the blue buff as well as prop up his Dragon take. So, while Dyrus' ultimate was unnecessary, Meteos' chase was even more unnecessary. I think Meteos was tunneling a little bit on giving balls space to farm by getting Dyrus out of there, but it did cost them pretty heavily there, losing blue buff to the enemy mid laner as well as the Dragon.
Everything happened in a matter of seconds. You think it's going one way, then the other. TSM makes a good move for Dragon, and with the kill, now a Dragon in the lead. It's giving them 600 gold. Staying out of the way of Lemonation here. Both supports about to hit 6 in that bottom lane. Things could start to get crazy. Junglers are hovering that bottom side of the map and already have had a bit of hand in the first bloods we've seen, Santorin being in that mid lane.
And both Santorin and Meteos have game-changing ultimates on these junglers, something they actually used awesomely in the semifinals. Santorin's Gragas salts were perfect, and when Meteos was on Gragas, he was landing great ultimates as well. We've seen Sejuani completely swing team fights before as well, and it will be incredibly important where those ultimates are used and if they can give each team an advantage. Because right now, when TSM has that small lead, they're so good at stretching it out.
Yeah.
So unless Cloud9 makes a play with the Sejuani ultimate that is not counter-ganked by Santorin, they may die a slow death to Bjergsen's Arc.
That's one thing you get out of Bjergsen over and over again is a reassuring voice. If we keep doing that, it's something we'll be able to get. Just keep poking, keep ganking mid, and TSM is able to stay on that kind of course and not divert from it. Really is something that keeps them in the game and allows the lead to grow ever so slowly. Raptor buff taking out the bottom ward. It also delays Sneaky's back here, so they may be able to get a little bit of action on this turret.
Yeah, it may cost them a lot of this turret. The turret no longer has that extra resistance because we're 11 minutes into the game. And also, Elimination had to back away early. All this pressure that Meteos is throwing up into the top lane is being really easily countered and outplayed by TSM.
We've seen games where Balls gets focused like this, pushed out, very under-leveled. Now he's got himself back up to leveled, but too many resources have been put back into that for it to work.
TSM outplayed slightly in the early game, which put Balls in a hole. And instead of just leaving Balls on his own, Cloud9 is putting so many resources into making sure he is a person in the late game, instead of just like a baby sapling tree. So with that,
not many rings.
Instead of TSM putting resources into keeping him down more and more, TSM just putting resources into giving everyone else an edge. By the time Balls matches up with Dyrus, which he kind of is now, maybe all the other lanes for TSM will be ahead, which is the TSM game plan. Get the other 4 people ahead, let Dyrus fend for himself and go even.
Yeah, always. TSM's plan, Dyrus fend for himself, indeed. And with these turrets dropping now, as we see the first one go down just a bit ago for Wild Turtle, Jinx can start approaching these turrets faster. It's going to be even a bigger surge in gold, and those turrets are going to fall down real quick. Bjergsen backing on a ward. Don't think Cloud9's going to be able to work off of any of this. They're all kind of in their own backing position themselves. So, you can expect this slow of a first game, but both teams are definitely giving each other a lot of respect.
Yeah, they are definitely just taking it slow, not trying to take too many risks. These teams they're very different than Unicorns of Love and Fnatic, strategically, to put it in some finite terms. Honestly, these guys just don't fight as much as Fnatic and Unicorns of Love do. They have heavy vision games that evolve around each other. Cloud9 actually won a lot of games in the middle of the season with incredibly low kill counts.
That's very true.
Has been known to play that way as well. When the team fights break out, they will be explosive, but don't expect them to just happen out of thin air.
Going to be difficult. Balls just on charging up that Rod of Ages, but Catalyst giving him a little bit of HP. It looks like maybe needed in what could be this 4v2 fight in the top lane. 2 in the mid here, Bjergsen, or rather High and Elimination are hanging out there as Bjergsen started to rotate, but he pulls it back. They could still get Balls off of this chase. Bubble hits, but it doesn't seem like they took the steps to actually take him down. Oh, hello.
Yeah. Cloud9's got to try and make a play here.
It's on to Dyrus. That ultimate is still up for him. He can get the Wild Growth on. I don't think it's going to be enough as a Winter's Bite and Conclusive Blows just equal out to the stun. And Dyrus goes down. So Cloud9 get a trade on the bottom side for a turret, but they've lost another one up top as well.
Good job right there for Cloud9 to get aggressive right as the turret was falling. Dyrus needed to fall away from that turret to not be at risk for that engage. But now that 2 big ultimates have been blown by Cloud9, TSM looking to maintain the pressure in the mid lane. Every time you put something into Dyrus, TSM will take from you something else.
Oh, always. And they take it quite textbook here in the mid. Another flash needed to be blown, this time on the side of Cloud9 as the 3rd outer turret falls. That was quite quick once they got the bottom one. And that's going to put quite a bit of money over onto Bjergsen and Wild Turtle. Both of them has 1,000, and Santorin just hit that as well. So burning a hole in their pockets, they decide to stay on the map for a little bit longer, get the vision they need to make sure Dragon is all covered.
Yeah. Nice play overall there by TSM. Not being dissuaded by Meteos' Sejuani ultimate because they knew there wasn't follow-up there.
Right.
High still stacking up. Just got his Manamune. Merman is going to be a good distance away. Let's double check that. It's at 391 of 750, so it's not stacking incredibly quickly.
Right.
Rod of Ages still not completed on Balls' Maokai. Not going for the Righteous Glory So trying to get a little bit more damage in
good
there.
thing you just got that done.
Relying on the Sejuani ultimate instead of the Righteous Glory initiation. Maybe a Righteous Glory from Lemon Nation. Cloud9 is trying to bide their time, but they're honestly in catch-up mode. They have been for a while, and it's very hard to catch up to a team like TSM who is so apt at trading and trading successfully.
Yeah, they'll play around you. They know exactly what to do to make sure they get it their way. Second Dragon is going to be just that as Cloud9 forced to answer towards the top lane. Team Solo Mid fans liking the objective pressure that TSM is given right now, and it looks like Hai could be caught in the mid lane. They catch him sleeping.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. Cloud9 is pushing the bottom lane. They leave an Urgot to stay in the mid lane. He can't clear a wave, so he's just a victim to any skill shots that actually land from TSM. They get another turret. They may get another interior turret. And it is all about the trading right now, but every trade is in the favor of TSM.
Bjergsen plays Urgot a lot himself and fared well against Hai in the mid lane. 30 CS up as both second tiers are being pushed on either side. Cloud9 is kind of squeezing these, I wouldn't say advantages, but ways to cling back into this game just as TSM gets all of their advantages. Small things towards Cloud9, big steps for TSM.
And specifically because of the style that TSM likes to play, maintaining vision control of the enemy jungle, rushing at people, and getting picks with Bjergsen's Ahri. That's the style they need to do. And with 5 turrets killed from TSM and even 3 from Cloud9, the map is opened up substantially, which leaves many more dangerous corridors to walk down for Cloud9 and only increases the risk of Bjergsen being able to punish them for Ahri. In an ideal game, team comp versus team comp, the turrets aren't being traded if you're Cloud9. They want it to be a condensed game, a smaller game, so the tanks can actually find team fights again and again over knowable objectives. But when the map is this open, it actually favors TSM, which is why they've been so willing to trade these turrets.
Just able to find Cloud9 at any chance. Ward's already on the bottom side, so they know Maokai will be teleporting into this next fight. They could once again zero somebody out before any of that happens. But they're not moving without safety. Always making sure wards are cleared here. Making sure they have the advantage on that side of the map. Dyrus finishes up Athene's quite a bit ago. Trying to be still useful in this game after getting pushed around quite a bit. Good stuff. Still, that first kill onto Bjergsen is something that Santorin focused. Team Solo Mid wanted to make sure that Hai was not a factor, and Bjergsen had an edge.
Santorin traded flashes with Hai early on in the laning phase. They got the return gank before Hai's flash was up, about 30 seconds before his flash was up. So they
that's very
they were
true.
definitely keeping timers on that flash from Hai in the mid lane. And those are the only deaths of Cloud9 this entire game. They have been trying to avoid the pick potential of TSM, but in doing so have taken some unfavorable trades, which now make it harder and harder to avoid the catching, roaming team of Team Solo Mid.
Hit the shot caller and hopefully silence him as well in the process. Towards the top lane, the zap will not make it across, but Vision allows them to know they can go for the Gragas cast. That's onto balls now. A little bit too much defense for them to break through those tanks, and quite a few ultimates used by TSM there.
What an awesome matchup of junglers right there. Santorin landing a great ultimate on balls, but then because Meteos landed his ultimate on Sejuani, he neutralized him. Two good junglers there making some nice plays.
Fan zone, very sunny outside it seems, enjoying the matchup. A little bit of heat out there as TSM putting the heat on Cloud9. 20 minutes into this matchup, already approaching the last second tier turret. A little bit of a TP coming in, but that was also seen. Dyrus says, I am right on your heels. Who needs the wild growth? I got speed, I can give it to you. And it looks like they want a bit of the fight. Knowing Lemon Nation's Glacial Fisher's coming out, they back out. They disengage for a second, and both teams now are kind of creating a line of scrimmage to say, who's next?
They kind of realized they were out of ultimates when that fight started. Neither the Sejuani or the Gragas could add to that one. And Ball's also TP'd in without home guard, so neither team wanting to fully commit to a fight there. And they end up just delaying each other.
A lot of respect. Bottom wave needs to be cleared out here for Cloud9, so this actually works out nicely for them that they can, relieve a little bit of that pressure and start to get some breathing room. Baron is up. We've seen some very, very, very early Barons here throughout the finals, through the final games, I should say, of 3rd, 4th place yesterday and the semifinals. Doesn't seem like anybody's too worried about it here. Scuttle Crab averting from Dyrus. Can't get it.
Sneaky farming pretty well. Matching Wild Turtle. CS for CS, but unfortunately Wild Turtle's got that kill on him, so a 300 gold edge. Both these AD carries, the main damage dealers for their teams throughout the year, if we look at damage dealt to champions as well as kills. Wild Turtle had more kills, deaths, and assists than Sneaky during the regular season. Every category just plays crazy. Yep. Whereas Sneaky had a higher KDA and better CS numbers. Honestly, we're kind of seeing something similar in this match, but as much as we talk about Bjergsen and High, this game is just as much about Sneaky and Wild Turtle. These guys have both stepped up in really big ways this year. Probably the 2 best AD carries in North America now, going head-to-head in this classic TSM versus Cloud9 matchup.
Yep. Saw him quite a bit on different AD carries,
spot.
but now Jinx is
Silver, what a hit from the ultimate from Meteos. TSM is locked up and now retreating as Cloud9 is trying to get the cavalry to approach on this, and they cannot get through the choke point as TSM made their way out very fast after losing Bjergsen.
TSM is lucky to only lose 1 player after that initiation. Cloud9 going to try and push down this mid turret as fast as possible because there's a Dragon objective up as well.
They have a very small minion wave, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter. They have enough damage. They should be able to get Dragon here in a very big move. Completely evens out this game. Next few turrets are going to be really big.
The fact that Cloud9 could posture outside of the Dragon with that many missing turrets, they're missing 4 turrets on the Dragon side of the map that is all danger walking through. But that specific corridor is actually where they want to catch a fight. TSM lost a fight in this spot to Gravity during the regular season against an Urgot.
Wow.
4-man Sejuani ultimate. Giant Sivir damage coming in as well. High is not even involved in that fight. I think that's the main reason you only saw 1 casualty, because no one else could be swapped back into the team for additional kills. But it puts Cloud9 back in position in this game, and critically gives them some time to set up defensive wards.
It's just a whole lot of high-level play coming out of that. Cloud9 got the engage they wanted, which they'll probably never get again. Most teams would have completely died in that situation, which TSM didn't actually die. They disengaged. These guys are on point on both sides. Cloud9 somehow needs to find that one more time.
A hole in TSM's vision control. They have a double sight stone and 2 upgraded yellow trinkets. Previously, Cloud9 was the team that did the double yellow trinkets because Meteos would like to put more of his gold into combat items, and they'd get less vision denial, more overall vision. TSM should have more overall vision right now because of the double sight stone.
They had like 4 wards on that spot. 1 ward got them out there.
4 people on this team, aside from Wild Turtle, can keep 3 wards out on a map indefinitely, and they didn't have the wards there for the Cloud9 fight. Just a lapse in vision control there from TSM, costing the Dragon.
Taking their time for right now, that is for sure. The gold is even right across the board with the Dragons. And kills! Thought Santorin was going to be stepping a little too close, but he's able to suck in his gut there and get out of the way of the Winter's Bite from Lemon Nation. Cloud9 is now, you can see, kind of on the forefront here. They want to start the engages. They're not afraid anymore. The team has grouped in mid, and they're looking for Team Solo Mid to make another mistake.
Yeah. Well, what's happened now is Cloud9 has successfully denied a lot of the vision. Good pink wards, good sweeping, 1 upgraded sweeper, 2 normal sweepers for Cloud9. But if we look at where TSM is going, they don't have good vision control. That's why they're having Santorin run in as the tanky Gragas with a Lulu to shield him and try and get these wards. Cloud9 only wants to catch them. It's a big game of give and take here. TSM has already traded the majority of the objectives, so there's not much more trading they can do now that they've lost vision control.
Right. You saw him, Santorin, do it once again there. Almost put them in a scary position. See Whimsy and other speed-ups being used, saying, shouldn't be here. Once again, Cloud9 approaches. These guys are just lining up for the fights. Good thing they cannot see Sneaky right now over at red. I'm pretty sure that would be a nice engage for Team Solo Mid to hit on. And they stave this one off.
The thing is, it's very tricky for TSM to find an initiation without vision control. If they're just walking straight up to Cloud9, they can't really get through the tank lines. They need to pick off 1 person at a time. What a bold Baron call here by Cloud9. I'd expect them to peel for a fight, but we haven't seen them find fights recently. We'll see here. Do they burn Sivir all?
Heismer Amana just popped through here. Big boosted damage for Urgot coming into this. Can they get it on the choppers without hitting? Righteous Glory doesn't really get him there. Meteos with a 5-man Sejuani ultimate.
If TSM can make it through this, they got it. But Cloud9 is locking them down. Bjergsen on the outside, he gets swapped in with the position reverser. How is TSM still alive in this one? They are doing everything they can, but Cloud9 closes the door on that fight.
A 5-man Sejuani ultimate. Have you ever seen a better Sejuani ultimate in competitive play? He did the ult flash as well to make it point blank and faster. Beautiful initiation there by Cloud9, using their movement speed, catching everyone, and then running them down for the rest of the team fight.
Absolutely incredible plays here coming out of Meteos. Struggling in the top lane to keep balls in the game and then taking control of the mid game by himself there with 2 huge ultimates. One from the blue and now that second one. Let's see it again.
Game-changing plays right there. They walk around the chompers. Watch this.
Ooh.
Okay, so what he did is he actually flash Q'd to get in point blank range and then just hit his ultimate. So he didn't actually instant cast the Sejuani ultimate, but the effect was the same because he was right next to TSM when it landed. The explosion radius stuns 5. At that point, Sneaky was able to get into the brunt of the TSM team without them getting protected. Wild Turtle did not do enough damage, therefore Sivir ran him down, and my goodness, that initiation from Cloud9 was legendary.
Said it earlier, Jat. 2 words, game-changing. These junglers have game-changing ultimates, and I think we just saw that happen for Meteos.
I can't believe he hit all 5 people. Like, TSM has been disengaging so well this entire game, and Meteos has landed one ult on 4 and another ult on 5. TSM does need to spread out a little bit. I think that's one thing we've learned here. Now with Baron Cloud9 trying to siege, it's going to be tough.
It is going to be very tough for TSM now to reassess how to get back into this one. They still have a bit of vision on their side of the map, but these fights are happening right out in the open. And Cloud9 is using their fright prowess in this tank line to just get the fights done. A huge gold lead now of 4,000 after a neck-and-neck game for the first 25 minutes. Did not think that was going to be the way the game changed, that's for sure. What an incredible way for Cloud9 to start things off here in game 1.
Down a ton of turrets as well, and it's not over yet because TSM can still catch out individual members of Cloud9, and the only fights they've lost have been off of 4 to 5 people getting caught in the Sejuani ultimate.
I think Meteos saw him there.
Yeah.
He definitely had sight.
TSM has control over this dragon, though, because of poor back timings by Cloud9. They end up getting this 3rd dragon.
I feel like that was to the wayside for Cloud9, but they still have to be careful as that creeps up towards 5. Aspect of the dragon is still something that can close the door right back on you. Cloud9 would not be feeling too good. We have a long series here. We are only in game 1, and 30 minutes is what we were kind of seeing as a lot of these games end yesterday, back and forth, and these guys are going to take each other to the late game. 3 kills for Sneaky now as he is really becoming a big factor over on the side of Cloud9. Wild Turtle's picked himself up a few as well.
Wild Turtle going for the higher damage build with Phantom Dancer, but Sneaky completing his 3rd item faster. They also catch TSM out of wits.
Wow.
And they push straight down. That's an inhibitor gone, most likely. Wow.
A lot of respect and a little bit out of position for TSM on that play.
Yeah, I think TSM was willing to concede a bottom turret and were just a little bit out of sorts with where they're going to be going.
Yeah.
They actually have a lot of wards sprinkled around the dragon area / that side of the map, so it is a little bit inexcusable that TSM gives up that turret so uncontestedly. But with that inhibitor down, that is mission successful for Cloud9 with the Baron buff. They can now use that pressure of super minions the next time a major objective comes up, like when the Baron respawns.
See what kind of items everybody's getting in their inventories. Definitely synergizing with the team is kind of the name of the game here. Lockets, Righteous Glory coming out, something that can also complement the champions on your team. It's been the focus as well for both. Lustboy has focused the Mikhails as well to get that position reverser off of whoever High is going to be targeting.
It's also to just stop the Sejuani ultimate.
Yeah, that too.
The one.
Hopefully you're not all 5 in it that time.
Please no.
So we almost have the Zanyas onto Bjergsen as well, kind of just behind on core items that would make these fights a lot easier for themselves. Dyrus had that needlessly large rod, which he kind of passed up the Lucidity boots to get, but has finished those now. Turtle
Uh-oh.
Put the shell on. This could be bad. This would be great for Balls as well. He needs to get something to get back into this game. He's been benefiting from everybody else. Oh, they're going to give it to High. Assist money is still good money.
Yeah, this is a situation where TSM couldn't trade something back, so they have clearly lost control of this game. When Wild Turtle was out too far trying to farm that wave. There's a lot that TSM has lost here, all because of Meteos' ultimates. And we kind of knew when Meteos picked this Ahri that for TSM to win this game, he was going to have to win lane, transition that advantage to other lanes, and then use vision control to continually catch off Cloud9. The first thing happened. He won the lane with the Ahri. As far as transitioning to other lanes, not really, because Cloud9 was trading objectives, which would have set up the third play from TSM, which is starve the enemy out of vision control, get picks, use those picks to catapult them into objectives. But as TSM was going for those picks, miraculously, Cloud9 worked around TSM's vision net. Meteos landed several good ultimates, and now the vision net is gone. So in full 5v5 teamfights, TSM, unless they play miraculously and Cloud9 misses some big ultimates, TSM is destroyed in those full 5-on-5s. Therefore, they've kind of lost their main win condition and are now relying on Cloud9 to make a mistake.
That early game of Sejuani in the top lane was what TSM worked off of. They dropped all 3 outer turrets immediately. But like you said, no roaming. I think Bjergsen's and the team's focus was to take down High too much. Those 2 kills kept him to the 2nd tier turret, which easily becomes roam, right? After that first tier is down, you get the inner wards, and you're all over the side lanes.
High is down 80 CS to Bjergsen. I mean, we can see that they shut down his Urgot, but without the focus, they're not dealing with other stuff. TSM scattering this time. No 5-man Sejuls today.
The pop on Santorin, that's his flash. Explosive cast goes out to try and save his life. A nice set of chompers from Turtle. The tsunami as well from Lustboy coming through, and they may be able to just retreat into the base. That would be the best of the situation for them right now. On to Lemon Nation. That's going to be a lot to take him down. Cloud9's not able to get anything out of this as they're kind of floundering around in mid right now.
They were trying to take the minions. Lemon Nation did not get the backup of his team there. Re-engage.
Going out of Lustboy. That's the blade. Almost the boomerang coming in from Sneaky. One more shot. He is able to get Lustboy. Turtle falls. And Cloud9, they don't back up. They go right through the front door. And the super minion could make this the game for them.
High held on to his position reverser for so long. He waited for Bjergsen to try and make a play. They slowed down Wild Turtle Balls with the reinitiation. That's why they kept the Maokai in the game. Cloud9 takes game 1.
What a swap from a great early game from Team Solo Mid to come at 33 minutes. Cloud9 turns the game on its head and takes down TSM for game 1.
11 kills to 4, so a fairly controlled game overall by Cloud9. Really great job by Cloud9. They're fighting back from some early lane deficits. Balls as Maokai heavily denied in the 2v1. The 2v1 was played superiorly by TSM early on. Then the mid lane pressure also goes in the favor of Cloud9. But the team play, team fighting aspects of this team composition and this game went to Cloud9, and that was enough to get them the game 1 victory.
It did not knock them down mentally at all throughout the game. And I was surprised to see that from High. They hit him immediately. He has always had a lot of pressure on him, and he probably knew coming into this game it was going to be even tougher, but he didn't mind being down 30-some CS, dying twice in the mid lane, and he knew he was focused. Right after his flash was down, he got hit again, so it was going to be rough for him.
One thing we do know, though, is these teams are experienced enough that they're not going to tilt after a few deaths. They know that these games and these series
That's the one thing we
are very long.
No tilting.
Right, TSM losing game 1 of a series is nothing new. We'll see how they adapt for game 2. Looking at this game, though, Meteos was so good. Like, those were
009
amazing Sejuani ultimates. 1 over the wall, hits 4, but the 5-man that he flash queued in for that completely turned the game around.
Did we actually not even see a good one that game? He literally hit everything at least 2 or 3.
He saved them. I mean, he only used them a couple of times.
Right,
and every time they hit many people and turned fights completely around. I mean, that's how you do it.
Strong stuff there. We have seen from Team Solo Mid when they lost their game with the Urgot pick, they went back to it. So I like that about them. Not afraid. Maybe we'll see this Ahri pickup composition that they had again. Still got a big series to go. Right now, however, Cloud9 getting game 1, and we're going to send it out to our analysts to break down Cloud9's victory.
Thank you, Riv, out here after that game 1 pickup there for Cloud9. But where I want to start is actually with TSM, because I want to go with what their game plan was, which looked really solid to start out. They put a lot of focus mid to sway that matchup in the mid lane that a lot of people were saying this series would hinge on.
Yeah, and honestly, TSM did a good job of that. Hey, look, a very early gank, the trio lane of Dyrus and Santorin and Lustboy, they roam mid, they trade flash for flash, they get down to bot lane in time to absorb the wave, like very smart things by these guys. And of course, as the casters mentioned, they come back in time before the flash is back up. First blood on Urgot, push the top lane turret down. And this comp works so well off of snowballing the 2 big TSM members. Bjergsen gets ahead. Wild Turtle gets a strong early game champion who can knock down turrets. And if you siege up on a turret, you have to respect Charm at all times, you have to respect Bubble at all times, and Jinx does all the heavy lifting on turret kills, and all these things work very well for TSM.
Yeah, and you have to keep that Urgot down too, because it's a quadra tank composition from Cloud9. They banned out the Janna and went for hard engage, so keeping that Urgot down is imperative, because if that Urgot gets up, he rushes the Frozen Heart, and it keeps Wild Turtle's damage down too.
Yeah, and what was very interesting, you talk about the bans coming out here. There's actually a couple of points I noticed Lustboy not used to playing Nami in this kind of a matchup, right? Hard engaged team versus disengaged team. The big climactic Baron fight, there was an opening to tidal wave the team and disengage. When they put the chompers down, the team goes around it. They're funneling through a very small choke. That tidal wave stops the team fight guaranteed. But it doesn't come out because he's not used to the matchup. He's not used to having to tidal wave early to disengage. And so, right, the rest of Cena actually gets in on that fight. Like, those are things that are really important, where TSM's not ready for this level of pressure on their compositions.
Yeah, continuing down the line of the early game for TSM, too, we have to look at the fact that their pressure in lanes was pretty phenomenal, right?
Yes.
They were taking things off of Dyrus getting camped, which is great. If you're trading 1 death for a turret every time, fantastic. And their wave manipulation was actually pretty phenomenal in the early parts of the game. So takeaways here for TSM, fantastic there. I want to look at how it fell apart, though.
Yes. Stop grouping up against the teamfight comp, because that comp only has Sivir for wave clear and a little bit of Maokai. You have multiple wave clear champions, Gragas, Lulu, Jinx, Ahri, all 4 champions that can like range wave clear very effectively. Split push, don't let that composition group up, because they work best when they group up. If you group up against a quadra tank comp that has a Maokai in it too, he just reduces everybody's damage taken, and it's impossible to knock them down. They just barrel and face roll that team fight. So stop grouping up, keep pushing objectives and forcing things, and they had lapses in vision, and that was the big thing too, is they should have so much vision that they can go between lanes. They lost that vision, and when you lose vision against a hard engage comp, they can camp an objective, and you have to face check him, and they get to force the fight.
But that's the big difficulty here, is even if Bjergsen's off on the side split pushing, obviously it can't be Jinx split pushing, no escapes, right? That's the obvious choice here. Even if Bjergsen's the one split pushing because he's actually got pressure in the lane, problem is you've got 4 tanks. You've got a Sivir and an Urgot and a Maokai and a whole bunch of freaking dive. Like, good luck 4v5ing under turret. You put the Braum shield up and your wave clear's gone. Like, the actual Braum pickup prevents a lot of choices that TSM could have made, because they can no longer wave clear as long as they can survive 3 Jinx rockets, and then you just hard dive them into the turret. Bjergsen can't show up, and if Lulu is the one split pushing on the side, well, C9 put a whole bunch of pressure in getting balls ahead of Dyrus in that top lane. Now that pressure bought TSM 3 turrets. It bought them an extra dragon as well. It almost lost C9 the game, but because they didn't lose the game, and Maokai was doing well and went Rod of Ages, because then he has wave clear and kill pressure in this matchup instead of Righteous Glory for the team fight, because they've got Sivir anyway. A lot of these things just click together, and suddenly C9 gets to stifle all the options.
But that's the thing, is you don't 4-1, you 1-3-1, or you 2-2-1 and leave the self-sufficient Ahri by herself.
And even still, though, it just becomes difficult. And I'm not saying it's necessarily
difficult.
wrong,
You have to
but
disengage
it's
correctly.
Can Ahri outrace Sivir when the team fight does happen into your turret? Because the 5v3 will kill your team under the turret and will kill your turret afterwards. And so you have a very short clock to where if before C9 dives, we better get something to happen.
Yeah,
and that
C9 is forcing
difficult to do.
All right, well, things TSM could have done differently. Now let's transition over to Cloud9's side. And you had mentioned the vision play and forcing TSM into a scenario in which they had to come into an objective not knowing what they were walking into, setting up that team fight pretty well. I do want to bring up our first replay, and this is blowing up on Twitter right now. Hashtag LCS big plays here.
Oh, yeah.
26 minutes into the game, ends up being a 4-for-1 plus a Baron. Zyrene, take it away.
They get the vision here, and then they try to disengage, but Meteos, he flashes forward with the Q, and he basically animation cancels his ultimate. You have no reaction time at point blank with that going on. So that's what sets it up. And it hits all 5 members of TSM because they cluster against this team composition. The Righteous Glory is actually popped a little early, and then the Sivir ultimate, it's like, oh, do we want to go? They have to walk around Flame Choppers, and that's where you Tidal Wave, is across that. But you see, Braum actually doesn't even get to Unbreakable because he gets Q'd. So it would have been a perfect Tidal Wave disengage that would have allowed them to get out of the Meteos ultimate in time to actually react to this team fight and kite backwards. But at this point in the game, Wild Turtle doesn't have the damage, and the Glacial Fissure comes across him, so he's not able to reposition, and Sneaky just gets free pop shots on him at that point.
Yeah, Sivir's actually really good in AoE comps like this. It's very hard to deal a lot of damage as an AD carry like Sivir. I usually call her in cast a low damage AD carry for the utility because your range is low, you're often under threat, kiting's pretty hard on her, she doesn't always run very fast. But if your team has all the offensive tools, Ricochet and Boomerang Blade are two of the best AD carry steroids in the game. You're going to do actually more damage than Jinx Rockets will in a fight this grouped up and this safe for Sivir. Sneaky, unsurprisingly, highest damage dealt champions in the game in that one because it's a field day for Sivir to kill everyone.
Yeah, and I mean, everybody on your team is a tank, and they're trying to get through that front line to you. And the fact that it's a Braum kind of compensates for the Sivir range disadvantage, because he can just absorb and allow her to stand right behind him.
So I have to say, at the end of this game, my big takeaways are that I loved C9's composition. I love the way they built it and the way they intended to play it. What worries me, though, is the fact that they did get behind early. And without that incredible 5-man ult there engaged around the Baron Pit, they may not have been able to get back into it because TSM was starting to pick up steam. We saw them, as you mentioned, rotate in order to put manipulate waves, rotate, take them down quickly, and not allow for the wave clear of Cloud9 to come in because all they have was a Sivir, and unless the Sivir rotates between turrets, they're not going to wave clear at all.
Yeah, but TSM kind of dropped the ball there with vision control in the jungle and having to reestablish it. Bjergsen got picked off once, and it was like, okay, they have to back off, then they have to come back in and try to reestablish vision. But C9 was just camping brush, waiting for them to come in. And that's the kind of thing that you can't stop the momentum on that team. It's very tempo-based, and once you get off beat, you can't get back in it.
Yeah, I wanted to see a bit more from TSM in the first 20 minutes. Yeah. Bjergsen got ahead. He had mid pushed in at all times. And when you have mid pushed in, you can use mid to get vision control, right? He and Santorin can go off. Like, you saw him steal a blue buff early on in the game. You can see him go and ward up the jungle. And they can use this to track Meteos. And they saw Meteos go top lane a lot, and so they pressured bot lane. But they could have pressured bot lane more by tracking Meteos a little bit more here. Crushing the Sivir under her turret, you know, or at least forcing her off sooner. C9 quickly swapped their lanes around. They sent Sivir top lane after a while, but using the Ahri a bit more in the early parts of the game, make a couple more plays, and then C9 can't get into the rotation game.
Cloud9 definitely out for blood here in the first game. They want their title back. We are only just warming up, though. When we come back, Cloud9 and TSM will return to the stage for Game 2 of our championship finals. And as we head to break, we're going to be looking back at the championship battles of yesteryear. We start with the first meeting of these two teams in 2013 Summer Split Finals.
Completely undefeated in the series, 25-3 on the split.
Cloud9 does not drop a single game in the playoffs. And look at that. They are a team that works together and likes each other. That is the best team in North America.
the ace. That's the game. TSM goes the full 5 and takes down Cloud9 to be the 2014 North American champions.
Welcome back to the 2015 Spring Championship. You just got a look at TSM's championship win in the 2014 Summer Split, and Cloud9 will be looking to retake their crown. Here we see them in the huddle and preparing for Game 2 against Team Solo Mid. And so let's start with Cloud9 then. For them, I feel like, again, their play was really solid there. It's a lot about just cleaning up their play, right? Small, like miss gank here, maybe a lack of vision there, giving up a dragon where they maybe shouldn't have. It's minor things that they're going to look to improve, but overall, I would say, put the pressure on TSM.
Yeah, they did put pressure on the top lane in Dyrus, but he kind of just absorbs everything. He's like a sponge that doesn't care about what ganks come at him. He just dissipates all of it, and TSM was able to capitalize off of that. So Cloud9 gave up early leads, which is very punishable. They were playing for the late game, but it's something where you want to clean that up so you aren't as exploitable in the late game, because that could be a TSM's avenue in.
All right, and then for TSM, Freak, they might have to team fight, right? In terms of adapting, when you look against Cloud9, you look what just beat you. If you're going to run into that every game, Ari Jinx maybe isn't going to do it for you.
Sure. I mean, teamfight compositions can be very good, and TSM could make that adaptation, and they would be on a more level playing field in a 5-on-5. But, I mean, Solo Mid, they spent a lot of effort on the mid lane. They picked a single-target assassin, essentially, in Ari, and relying on Bjergsen to make plays. He didn't transition much of that out of lane, though. And if Bjergsen could step up a little bit more, then that whole style is going to be just fine. TSM, as a team, played very well. They saw a field gank top, they took a dragon. They saw another field gank top, they took a turret. All of TSM's playing well, Dyrus playing well, but if they're going to put all the emphasis on Bjergsen, he has to do something with that emphasis.
Yeah, and you could see from C9's bans that they were like, Janna, get that out of the picture, no disengage allowed. So they are probably, if that comes through again, TSM need to adapt in Champion Select to say, we can't play disengage. We have to either team fight them back or pick a Kog'Maw.
All right, looking for a little bit more out of our MVP for this split. As we send it over to our casters, one strategy that Cloud9 was trying in Game 1 was to camp Dyrus, as Irene mentioned, but High warns the tactic comes with its own dangers.
If you are committing resources to camp Dyrus top, you have to make sure you're not losing things elsewhere. Otherwise, it's very rough for you to do. So when teams try to camp Dyrus and they don't do it properly, they lose. They camp Dyrus, Dyrus might be 0-5, but why does that matter? Bjergsen's like 3-0, Turtle's like 4-0. And when their mid laner and AD carrier are that strong, you're going to lose a game regardless how behind their top laner is. All you have to do is either be a meat shield and take some damage or provide some utility. And that's not too hard for a top laner to do.
Says the mid laner. It's always easy to talk about somebody else's position.
Yeah, it's what TSM does, though. And in that game, Cloud9 actually was in danger of having the same thing happen to them. And interestingly enough, they didn't leave balls completely on his own. They put a lot of resources into having him as a tank initiator. And at the end of the day, thanks to Meteos, it did work out.
Thanks to Meteos, indeed. Some crazy ultimates coming out of that Sejuani. Guys, you should not be yawning just yet. Meteos and Lustboy giving out some good ones there. We are going into Game 2, so they better be ready and raring to go for the long haul here. Thresh to start off being banned. Lustboy, he's not going to get through clean on these pick ban phases.
Yeah, so much of TSM's ability to start fights off of vision control advantages comes from Lustboy's Thresh. It can either chain with the other things TSM is bringing, like an Ari. Likewise, the disengage if TSM was caught in a bad situation. You could say because Lustboy was good on Nami that the support bans didn't go that far for Cloud9 last game. But if you look at it in the other context of what Thresh and Janna give to TSM in that game strategy sense, they can be good bans.
Oh. So the Urgot once again with the Thresh and the Janna is going to be taken out of this one, this time from Cloud9. That was High's pickup last time. He does not want to face Bjergsen on that. Very interesting ban so far. I do like that point, though, that kind of Lustboy gets through with whatever he needs, but they are still banning out Lemon's Nautilus. I thought that's something that would just kind of go through for him.
Good chance we'll end up seeing the Nami again.
Yeah, absolutely.
This time, though, Cloud9 first picks the Gragas for themselves, which Meteos had those game-changing ultimates on Sejuani, but at the same time, it kind of proves that they either value Gragas over Sejuani or they feel like Santorin is so much better of a Gragas than Sejuani that is the important pick here.
Well, we'll get an idea what Team Solomid prioritizes with these first two. Santorin on your screen. Looks like he may pick up Braum for Lustboy.
They're just going to trade team comps, Riv.
Yeah,
Easy.
Pretty much. Definitely taking their time, that's for sure. Knowing that game 1 went away, being 2 down if they aren't able to pick this one up just puts on so much more pressure here. These teams said, while they are friends coming into this game, the rivalry makes it business. They definitely want to get the win at the end of the day, obviously. Sejuani could be that pickup, but they flip it real quick. And I was thinking with that Janna ban, Kennen may be able to get into the fight, but they still keep thinking and messing with me. It's going to be the Sion pickup as well as the Sedge.
The Kennen would have been interesting. Maybe we would have seen it as support. It's something they could be considering.
Right.
However, Dyrus on Sion, very effective. Sejuani is also a safe pick for them to do this early. TSM, as the red side team that typically wants to counter pick, goes with 2 of the safest picks they could early on and does prep them for a very tanky team early on. More team fight focused than last game.
What is in the champion pools of Cloud9 now? High still has quite a few things that he can put on the board. Been thinking a little bit. We were talking earlier, where's the Kassadin for these guys? Haven't seen it, but have seen a little bit of Kassadin play from other regions, as well as the North American solo queues. Corki gets picked up. I thought Wild Turtle was going to be able to grab that, so that might be a nice takeaway that Cloud9 just got with that, as well as a great pickup for High.
Nice flex pick there. They could still get it on Sneaky, but with the Urgot ban, it's very likely we see that in the mid lane. Knowing Bjergsen is going to be able to counterpick anyway, they also lock it in early. They also make sure they just get the Maokai, again, trying to give away as little as possible. We know these teams' champion pools for the most part. So at this point, it's about not giving away what your team comp is going away for as quickly as possible.
I was talking to Apollo yesterday after their games, and when they chose the Corki and he went AP, they're like, well, we planned for it to be AD, but I guess he just went AP. So it's interesting to see how that can kind of switch mid-game. Obviously, High knows what he probably wants to do going into this one with how the team has been rounded out. Sivir may also get some more action in here. Would be great for the tank comp. It's something that really escalated Cloud9's composition last game.
Sivir is huge when there are so many tanks. Oh, are they going to do Kennen Kalista? All right.
Yes!
This is something we've seen a lot of over in the LPL.
Oh.
It is a support Kennen, but with Kalista, it is just such a ridiculous enabler because you were throwing a Kennen into the enemy team.
So I thought it was actually going to be Sneaky and Lemon, to be honest. And in the end,
yeah, me too.
I am very surprised that it is picked up by Wild Turtle and Lustboy here.
A lot of supports in the LCK as well as the LPL have been picking up Kennen. I like it. I mean, they were daring TSM to do so with the double support ban and 3 overall support bans in this series.
And how much have they played against this in their scrims against each other? It definitely seems to have called the audible for the last few picks that Cloud9 is going to be putting onto their roster. Sneaky and Lemonation obviously looking for the AD carry support. Yes, they are. It's the Lucian Morgana, meaning that is High's Corki. And this is a pretty nice composition for Cloud9.
Yeah, they need a little bit of black shielding if they're going to be facing up against all these crowd control shots. So the Morg is a very safe pick. Lucian as well, an elusive AD carry, Sneaky. I'd say it's one of his best champions, especially because he goes off on it from time to time.
Right, he changes roles so well. Yeah. Last game, that Sivir utility provide. This time, he can provide for himself. Get that bully laning phase going, which him and Lemon love to play. Definitely taking their time here. Global pressure, could it be coming in? Little shout out there to Power of Evil on Unicorns of Love, who just played Varus at the mid lane to quite a good extent. It was pretty sweet to see.
Mid lane Varus, man.
Power of Evil. The power of...
Speaking of Power of Evil.
Speaking of Power of Evil, looks like we're going to actually get a Kog'Maw in the mid lane coming for Bjergsen on this one. A very interesting team comp that Team Solo Mid has gotten together here for Game 2.
AP Kog'Maw.
It is, yep, checking the masteries right now.
Lethal. But once he gets that Luden's Echo going, I really want to see how Bjergsen plays this one. It's, again, forcing Cloud9 to initiate on them. AP Kog'Maw has some of the most punishing poke damage of any champion in the history of League of Legends once he gets going, honestly. It is ridiculous barrage when you get the max range, level 16 Kog'Maw coming in. So, TSM now, breaking out some new picks in a lot of roles here. Kog'Maw mid lane, Ken in support with the Kalista combo. Cloud9 with much more standard stuff against it.
Standard indeed. Game 1 was pretty standard for them, and they will kind of follow through with the same coming into Game 2. But Team Solo Mid feels that they need to change things up drastically. We heard about them wanting to kind of create variation in their play, and with that in the season, they picked a Cassiopeia, right? And that's the way they did it. This time, a little more extensive with their picks.
Yeah, this is not the type of champion from Bjergsen that's going to solo kill his lane opponent and then go assassinate the NP AD carry. This is a guy who has to sit back in team fights, have plays happen around him, and then deal a lot of damage. It's something TSM hasn't shown the most success with in the past, but they break it out now.
Well, the champs are locked in, as you saw, so head over to Twitter and update your series predictions. Tweet at LOL Esports. Use either the hashtag C9win or hashtag TSMwin, and we will calculate those, as always, throughout the game. The lights have been dimmed as we approach the Game 2. And it is going to be a grand one. Already Cloud9 up 1 game, putting the pressure on a Team Solo Mid as we enter into the finals. Best of 5, it's Game 2. C9 is putting on the pressure.
TSM does respond to pressure quite well, though. Last year in the Summer Split Finals, Cloud9 took the first game. TSM still took the series. Even against Team Impulse last week, TSM lost the first game and then won the next 3. It's actually almost becoming expected for TSM to lose the first game of a series and then win the next 3.
Yep.
Very important momentum-type game here.
So what you're saying is all according to plan.
All according to plan. It's a terrible plan to lose the first game, in my opinion. But it's obviously not that simple.
TPA did it.
Yeah.
They got Worlds. We'll see if these guys can take that road this year. Right now, they have this stepping stone to go over and fighting once again for the title of the North American champion. Right now, TSM holds that through last split, as you heard Hai saying he really wants to take it away. He thinks they have what it takes to be able to bring that statue home, the trophy rather, and put it on their shelf.
Not only is it about the rivalry between Cloud9 and TSM, but it's about the MSI spot as well. These teams
so true.
Have heavy aspirations for Worlds since they make it to Worlds pretty much every year.
Yep.
And getting that little mini Worlds expectations as they're dodging. Oh, come on, guys.
Ooh. Mini Worlds, 20 extra championship points. Got him. See what Lustboy can do here. Now this is becoming the new thing. The support walk. It's just kind of you get buddy with the jungler.
And he denied him level 2.
Serious.
Oh my God, Lemon Nation. What a monster on Morg right here. Santorin.
If Lemon Nation was a real place, I'd move there. I'll tell you that right now.
Unreal right there. Lustboy on the other side, unsuccessful in his harass because Cloud9 started directly on their red buff. Now they're going to take Santorin's red buff because they know he doesn't have Smite and they know he's not level 2. Well, that is some slick and clever play.
This is going to be difficult. Already Team Solo Mid is kind of trying something new here, and they're putting on the back burner by Cloud9, and just more and more is going to be taken from this. We'll see how long it takes Santorin to make an effect in this game. He was the one to flash in and kill high with Bjergsen to start. I don't think we'll be seeing that this game, at least not anytime soon.
I really love what Cloud9's been doing as the lane swap meta continues to evolve. It's gone through so many iterations at this point. There was, way back in the day, the everyone hits level 2, turret dive, 3-man or 4 dive, almost every single game.
Right.
Then eventually, people progressed to double jungling. And because they were getting denied so heavily when the turrets became too difficult to dive. And it was all about denying the top laner farm. What Cloud9 has been doing with Lemon Nation's Roam is denying the jungler farm in the lane swaps. Because since they know they're giving one lane up, they take the other lane's pressure vacuum that basically doesn't exist right there, and they use that support roam to go and harass the enemy jungler. And Santorin, to his credit, did manage to finish his jungle without aid, but he got a lot stolen away from him, and it was a really cool play by Lemon Nation.
You know, the next thing that you see that came out of this is that people are following Lemon Nation in his tracks with that. Now the supports are roaming into the jungle. A little bit of a to-do that he has kind of sprouted there to really get into the jungler's head. Seems like everybody's taken to it. The bottom lane is getting quite pushed here. Too much of a freeze as they get as much damage down onto the turret as they can. Top lane, however, is trying to be held off from Dyrus at his lane. As we see Bjergsen just get back. A little down in CS, but he should be able to clean that up as he comes in.
It was all about getting his tier as quickly as possible.
Right.
Bjergsen had enough money for the tier of the goddess, shopped right away. Hi. He wants to shove that lane as fast as possible. Time to Valk over top of it.
Yep. He had to squeeze through just to get that extra damage on the W back in the lane. So now Bjergsen nicely gets there for the siege wave, back to the right time, and like you said, with that gold for his tier, begins to stack it up. Be ever so nicely without that W costing anything these days. So he will catch up. High looks to come back to lane, trying to build out the phage, but goes for a little bit of vision as well, as he doesn't have all the money he needs. That vote getting much closer after game one has swayed a few minds.
Cloud9 fans coming out of the woodwork
That's
now
right.
after they win that first game.
Hey, we're gamers. We sleep late. We're still waking up.
Yeah, and the early jungle denial, we'll see how much that sets back Santorini. Has been farming pretty well, though. Meteos has stayed out so long with the double jungle from balls.
He's got to deliver presence.
Despite everything that Cloud9 did, Dyrus and Santorin both have level advantages on Meteos and balls. So scratch all that advantage stuff that I was talking about. Experience-wise, TSM is actually up in those categories. Surprising.
Right, they were still doubling. He was going through solo somehow still.
Yeah.
Had he gotten any more pressure, that would have been pretty bad.
I feel like Meteos double jungled so much with the Maokai, and Dyrus was able to soak experience in the top lane, but the main credit actually goes to Santorin for knowing how to jungle without early level 2, without having his own side of buffs. Used his smite very efficiently on the Gromp, was able to farm while Dyrus was soaking experience, and it ends up being a slight win for TSM experience-wise.
There you go. That's some practice for yourself. Get through the jungle without smiting. Just go.
Yeah.
Also take damage and have your Grab stolen.
Have the other Krug stolen. Don't hit level 2. Get hit by 2 Morg bindings. Now you're simulating what it's like to jungle against Lemon Nation.
There you go. Hard mode scenario. Yep. Talking about the first game being quite typical. Most of the fans saw that play out. It is going to be a close series. Liquid very happy they're placing third this split. Now watching Cloud9 and Team Silamid fight for number 1. There it is. He has pleased the fans. High farming in the mid lane. So back and forth.
CS.
They're keeping this one safe. Like you said, Bjergsen is going to keep himself in a position where he can't be easily ganked. Kog'Maw doesn't have too many escapes other than that summoner spell, but he's running Ghost Flash to make sure he can dodge skill shots and pretty much anything in the fight.
Extra mobility, summoner spells.
Yeah.
Honestly, Kog'Maw just wants to survive the early laning phase until he gets his ultimate, which Bjergsen has done. It changes the early game strategy for TSM, though. It's no longer a guide to gank for. Which is interesting that Cloud9 still puts so much pressure on Santorin to prevent early game ganks, when the early game ganks actually aren't that threatening in this particular game. Instead, they're farming up. Meteos still hasn't ganked, despite being the superior early game ganker to the Sejuani.
Right.
And Cloud9 needs to make an impact of some kind. Smart of him to come down here for this wave, though, because there's a significant risk of a dive if he did not.
Also not knowing if Santorin has catapulted himself to 6 just yet. He did see that they were higher level as they entered C9's jungle earlier. Ball is cleaning up the CS, does get the siege. He actually cleans up that wave nicely, but a lot of focus here from Team Silamid is going to be warded out.
Yeah, and
very safe play here for C9.
Cloud9 doesn't have another lane pushing yet. Now that TSM has 4 people down here, the wave clear, though, of Gragas Maokai is substantial. Really good map placement of himself by Meteos there.
Oh.
The Kog'Maw ultis could come in if Bjergsen wanted to support this, but he's just stuck farming.
Lustboy has that passive shuriken up. Definitely could have caught the stun. Just on the outside, High gets himself to safety, saving his summoner spells, and we'll get back to mid lane as well. So TSM is definitely trying to use this composition right away here, even though they were kind of kicked in the early game. Santorin doing a beautiful job to keep them from falling too far behind. Just about 700 gold in the lead for C9 here. Sheen fixed up. Actually, before High has finished his phage, he wants to be able to trade a bit of damage back if he does get in range of Bjergsen, it seems. BS swords for the AD carries here as these lanes start to pan out.
Interesting. Meteos has enough gold from all the double jungling. He wasn't soaking experience, but he was soaking gold, as well as helping balls catch that big wave. He gets a pretty early Cinderhulk on Gragas.
I've actually seen him play the same way in Italy, right? He'll just farm his face off, and then he comes out of nowhere, and you're like, where did this guy come from that I haven't seen all game?
Where did all this power come from? That's the real
Nice.
question.
Nice twisted
And here's
advance.
Meteos' gank. Oh no! Dyrus missed his flash.
Dyrus flashed right into it, and he gets body slammed. They're going to get a little bit of that from Meteos and Balls coming up first blood.
Very poor avoidance of that gank there by Dyrus, burning his flash and still getting hit by the very wide Gragas that he needed to respect more heavily.
Ooh, that's the E used as well. Lustboy doesn't have an escape unless he tries to flash out of this. Turtle repairing a bit of that error there. Lemonation, great brush control.
Cloud9's getting these lanes in pretty good control right now. Bjergsen still delaying until Zeko.
You serious?
Oh, now Sneaky's in trouble though.
Oh.
Lemonation committed pretty hard to try and get that binding.
Whoa!
Oh my!
The Rend in the end, baby. Woo!
4 points in Rend.
Oh, man.
Early on for Wild Turtle. Lemonation, just when you think you had an edge.
Yeah, that.
One missed binding that he committed for, and Wild Turtle makes a Wild Turtle play.
That's an absolute false sense of security given there to Lemonation and bait. Hook, line, and sinker for
And
TSM.
they get the blue off.
Yeah, that's just going to mention they creep down, take the blue. That means they're going to get even more vision here. So High is going to have a hard time trading with Bjergsen if he continuously gets his.
Controlling
as well.
both blue buffs for an AP Kog'Maw is so
Absolutely.
amazing. One of the most important champions to have a blue buff on is AP Kog'Maw because he is ridiculously mana intensive. I mean, Cloud9 was winning these laning phases, and it was looking like they had a chance of snowballing the mid game away.
Yeah.
But misplay there by Lemonation and Sneaky gives a lot of pressure back to TSM. The blue buff steal as well as the kill and the pressure in the lane.
See Santorin creeping on a pink ward. They want to hit this lane again. They know C9 may try to get a bit of an edge back, but C9 are not. They know they want to stay safe after that situation, so it doesn't look like Santorin's going to get too much out of this situation here in the top lane. And High now forced to farm without that blue in the mid. He's kept himself up in CS. Also, another game where Bjergsen has not been able to roam. We'll see how that impacts everything. That does mean that mid lane is going to get a bit more pressure. Not enough to kill Bjergsen this time, though.
I mean, it just makes it even more important that Wild Turtle picked up that kill because no one is going to help him this game. Santorin, maybe on Sejuani. Bjergsen's not going to roam, and Dyrus certainly isn't going to help. Dyrus is so defensive this game on that Scion.
Yep.
Normally you see a Scion max Q or E. Dyrus is maxing his shield, his W right now, because he is in complete defensive mode, just trying to pick up farm. A lot of good it's doing him as well. Good thing he maxed that shield, otherwise he might be dead off to that culling.
That definitely could have taken him down had he not had...
He has no offensive threat, though, so Sneaky has to bully him around.
Well, with Dyrus being pushed out in the bottom lane, they want to get pressure in the top. Answering the turret here. Now one for Team Solo Mid. Once they got the first one in Game 1, Team Solo Mid was able to go all the way across the outer line of turrets and take them down immediately. Well, one's taken for the next. Cloud9 make sure they get something even more.
Yeah, well,
no! Whoa! Hey! All right, that might have been a little too far forward. Thought High could give him a bit more help. Don't go too close to Lustboy in the brush. That's going to be the stun. He's actually able to take down Wild Turtle in that situation. The Lustboy kind of just dipped out of the situation.
Couple of misplays right there by both teams. Balls underestimated the Ken and Callista dive combo right there when he was trying to stay under turret. And then Wild Turtle overestimated his own strength against a Corki, gets hit by the skill shots, and goes down himself. Ends up being an overall trade right there. Kill for kill, turret for turret.
I feel like we're getting some Scrim-esque moments out of these guys. Be like, I think I can. Actually, let's try it. Let's go.
They're
for
just
it.
testing their limits, Riv. That's what they like to say.
Exactly. Lemonation testing the limits of Dyrus. And looks like he's at the end of his fuse on that one. Backing once again, just getting back to the lane after being called out. He's not getting too much time with the minions. So he goes back safely. He does have his flash coming up in a little bit here. but he's going to head towards the top lane. So we could look for a TP coming from him into a play. We still have to see if he can ring the dinner bell and get that Sion ultimate placed nicely. So BM.
Well, Bjergsen, I think he has enough to get his Ludens.
Get it.
Yeah, he's sitting on 2,400 gold. I'm not familiar enough with the build path to know what the Needle drug plus the upgrade is. But he is very, very close. Wants to go back as quickly as possible. As soon as AP Kog'Maw gets the Luden's Echo, it becomes devastating. There it is.
Start to hurt indeed. There it is. And he actually had an extra 250 to go ahead and upgrade that trinket. Sitting on pretty much no more gold as he throws a ward and some biscuits in there. So he's actually going as well that support tree so he can keep the mana up for mana intensive Kog'Maw. The tier getting stacked for him is now sitting at just around 400. Looks like he'll be sitting pretty just over 20 minutes as he gets his Muramana fixed up. It's a lot easier for him to clear these waves as well and stay out of range of high. He's got himself up 5 CS now.
Yeah.
Things are starting to pan out. It's really who can get the first fight off of this one.
Ooh, step slow.
Can Santorin get 5-man?
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing many more 5-man Sejuani ultimates this series. Cloud9 will want to spread out through that, as well as Black Shield, hopefully preventing at least one person from getting hit by it.
Yeah.
The way these teams trade objectives, though, really shows how familiar they are with each other and how much they've actually copied each other's playstyles throughout the year.
That's a good point.
Early on in the year, Cloud9 and TSM just started copying each other's lane swaps or copying CLG's lane swaps because they were the best. They're very free to just take whatever someone else is doing and adapt it to their own playstyle. This would be a true example of it if Bjergsen takes the AP Kog'Maw as in the mid-focus team and they're able to win with it.
Well, so far sniping high when he's throwing out the living artillery. Just not a whole heck of a lot of range or damage coming out for that first ult unless you can follow up with that W. TSM wants to grab a little bit more objective control here in the game, especially having a Kog'Maw as well. They'll be able to chew down Baron when they want to. Balls now to clean up the bottom wave. Definitely a closer game between the top laners in this one, 70-70 in CS. So can they control this again? It's going to be very big and hurt high once again.
Yeah, I will not be able to spam that much.
Nope, just about no contest there. They can just watch it go down.
Maybe they get some position in the mid lane, though. It's still going to be difficult. They have to respect the Sej ultimate, and Bjergsen can keep him at bay with that blue buff.
High's down to half mana already, and he hasn't really tagged anybody with those attacks. First living artillery comes out and hits him. Valkyrie's away. Balls is getting good free time in the bottom, though. If Cloud9 can kite the fight here and hold this middle turret.
This is the setup that TSM wants. Blue buff, Luden's power spike on the mid lane Kog'Maw. He lands a few spells. He pushes people clean off the turret. Cloud9 has no real sustain if the 80 carries get hit here. Maokai and Gragas can kind of heal themselves up, but it is really hard to defend. At this point, either Cloud9 has to be in mid lane at full health to engage, or they have to be split pushing lanes while TSM is grouped. Neither are happening right now.
Not enough just powerful wave clear off the bat. They have a little bit. Meteos can't do everything by himself. Good aggression as they also get high to come back in there. Once they get Elimination, the Tormented Soil, they should be able to clear waves so much better. So TSM actually cannot get the middle turret after actually putting quite a few members there, just about 4. Sion back to the bottom lane as Dyrus cleans up that bot wave.
Meteos burning that ultimate just for the turret diminishes his ability to apply pressure to lanes. Which is good for the wave clear. It saves the turret, but it also makes the next round of turret pushing by TSM much safer. And maybe even gives them some time to shop a bit of their own stuff.
Wow.
Bloodthirster on Wild Turtle. Going to be going Hurricane after that.
Bjergsen also grabbing himself an elixir.
He's going all out on
18 minutes.
All out on that mid-game power spike.
400 gold that you just thrown out.
Yeah, there's a surprising amount of mana regen on that mid-game elixir as well.
That's true.
But it is a very Bjergsen-esque thing to do. He probably buys more elixirs like that around 20 minutes than any other mid laner.
Right.
Because he often has an early game advantage, but wants to crush the game at that exact moment.
At least he's brought up his pink wards. I remember that one season he went 11 or so games without buying a pink ward as a mid laner. He's right at that, though. He is helping. Oh, there you go. 2 wards there.
Even so, High still purchases substantially more wards each game.
That's true.
Many times, most mid laners would go back, buy a ward. If High has 225 gold and he's in base, he's buying 3. And he'll place them eventually.
Definitely make sure he gets a sweeper early, really providing assistance to any of the snowballs. Now, a little bit of love around the Dragon Pit as it is alive. This fight could be big enough for Baron in 30 seconds as well, so a lot can hinge on this fight. Mid turrets do need to be taken down, however, if TSM wins this one.
It's really dangerous for Cloud9 to initiate, especially against Kennen Kalista.
Yeah.
Either the Kennen can just stay true and zone them out, or get thrown into the squishies once Cloud9 dives through. It's basically Corki poke versus AP Kog'Maw poke. And typically the AP Kog'Maw poke will win this one. TSM definitely trying to abuse this Luden's Echo right now.
Yep.
Going to be tricky.
See your beard glowing with the sorcery now. A little bit of that extra damage over the wall could be Meteos, but the team is not following. They're pressuring middle, trying to go to the beat of their own drum. Could be a good trade. They already have one dragon, so they're just giving up the equal. Looks like they may still try to engage the fight, knowing that Dyrus is out of position. That's going to be balls going straight in. Lustboy doesn't really get too good of an ultimate on that one. He pulls back in the fight, but they're able to drop balls, knowing the Lustboy didn't need to go too deep. Dyrus from downtown just crushes Lemon Nation. They follow up with Bjergsen to secure the kill, and they may even be able to get more with this turret prepped. They are actually going to call that one off. They come up with 2 kills nicely.
Lemon flashes backwards to the charging Scion. That does not help you. He even threw a Dark Binding at it. It looked like Lemon Nation literally panicked and just pressed all his buttons at that point. But the team fight itself in the favor of TSM. Cloud9 traded the objective. The gold comes back for TSM. Even after Dyrus got caught there, it just kind of goes to show you some of the brute force power that TSM has with this power spike right now as they're able to force that dragon.
Looked like Dyrus was caught out.
He was.
That's where he feels the safest. That's where he comes out the biggest. We'll see this one more time. I thought Lustboy kind of panicked because he was right out of the fight, but
he didn't
had
expect
everything
that
they
initiation.
needed. Right.
Thank goodness, though, he gets the Fate's Call from the Kalista. And even with all that missing, not a great Kennen ultimate, a missed Sejuani ultimate,
Boom.
Elimination gets caught up by Dyrus, making it a 2-4-0 and a turret trade.
What a disgusting composition you kind of see come together there. If Scion hits that person, they're getting living artillery. They're getting popped up again, which means they're getting a second living artillery. That person could die from max range for Kog'Maw with just Dyrus being there. It's so well used. We might see it again coming from these guys. 22 minutes on the clock. We do see the potential that this composition from Scene Solo Mid has, but still, these game-changing ultimates. A good Grag Assault separates Bjergsen from the team. They're out a lot of power.
Yeah, and the blue buff control been incredibly critical.
Yep.
For Bjergsen this game.
We see High starting half of these fights, half mana.
It's very true.
Next one should be good.
He finally got his blue buff?
Finally got his.
That's very important for the poke war that they might end up having. But now with 3 auto turrets down on both sides, it's that open map situation again, where TSM this time again has gone with the mid lane trinket for the AP Kog'Maw, whereas High's gone for the sweeper. So therefore Cloud9 gets slightly more vision denial, will have to pay more for their own vision control. And TSM will have more vision, but slightly less vision denial unless they spam pink wards, which we've seen them buying a numerous amount of.
Oh. Bjergsen's placement on those, very tricky. Even thought that one was going to miss sneaky, but he is getting them to connect. Dyrus, the face check, but that Soul Furnace max keeping him nice and tanky. He throws off the ultimate. Now the living artillery's hit. Didn't get that full pop-up, though, as they try to change targets. The team not really in communication right now. High to the backside. A lot of peeling going down here for Cloud9 on the side of Team Solo Mid. There's the ult, but Bjergsen got pushed away with Wild Turtle, and they're still alive for that situation. Very scattered. Only Lustboy and Balls go down.
Yeah, Lustboy found himself over on a corner for some strange reason. That was a very odd fight right there, but still, TSM is able to trade that. Santorin and Sejuani ultimates have been nothing compared to Meteos' ultimates from the last game, but it has not mattered here because the damage from the Kog'Maw and the overall team fighting for TSM has just been better.
A good push through. Clean and clear for TSM to get that turret without any trouble. High went off immediately towards the top side to add a little bit of pressure to the map. Always trying to facilitate something more for the team if they know they're kind of being knocked down a few rungs. May not have the clearance to do this.
Yeah.
Stay safe. A little scary there from High.
Well, he was trying to get a nice, cheeky little buff steal after having a pretty good team fight. High.
It would have been good. I mean, he's going for a ton of peel for himself, right? That red buff on top of the blade now that he's actually cored second.
High really likes the Bilgewater Cutlass instead of Luden's Echo on the mid lane Corki, mainly because it gives him more split pushing and dueling potential. I mean, even in that last fight, we saw High Valking on top of Lustboy to get off the active from the Bilgewater Cutlass and kill him. Can't do the same types of plays with Luden's Echo Corki.
So, the Righteous Glory now finished up on to Meteos, which also kind of seems scary as well. Running into this team solo mid composition needs to be done ever so carefully, or you're going to be running into a big front line of tanks, and Dyrus and Santorin are completely ready for that. Buffs are being cleared up now. Cloud9 has found a way to break TSM's vision once in Game 1. We'll see if they can do it again here in Game 2.
This time, though, they don't get the Sejuani on their side. They actually decided to first pick the Gragas. And when Balls has been able to initiate and catch a person on Maokai, it hasn't really been a catch. Unless they can actually get their mitts on Bjergsen and blow him up right away, they're set, or Kalista actually, they're setting themselves up for pain. Getting Sejuani or Sion won't matter. They'll still get off their ultimates. Getting Kalista can very easily be pulled back from the cannon, even after getting the stuns off from the ultimate. So the target selection that Cloud9 has is very limiting.
Yeah.
And the poke they are subject to is very powerful right now, making it really hard for Cloud9 to go in and get fights. Don't recall on top of a pick ward. Bad idea.
Maybe they don't see me, the mind games. 4 seconds on Dragon. It looks like that will be soloed out by Wild Turtle. No trouble for him there. So this means TSM is getting all the things they want now with really out the pressure of Cloud9. Except, okay, Cloud9 starts to back off just a little bit. I thought they were going to clear that ward and do what they needed to at Baron. Pressure, however, towards the mid lane, it could be for Bjergsen and Santorin here. But it's only clearing. Look how many wards there are. They actually don't have a chance to even get in for a fight right now.
Again, TSM with the ward spam builds. They have 2 guys with Sightstones, so 4 wards every time they go back to base for free, and the 2 upgraded yellow trinkets, which is a yellow ward up to 2 charges that recharges while you're out on the battlefield every 60 seconds.
Yeah,
basically,
you don't have to go back.
That is 4 people that can place down the maximum number of wards without cost at all times. 12 full green wards for free, basically, with those combination of vision controls.
Absolute priority to that. I even thought Bjergsen would maybe switch to a scrying orb at some point, but it looks like he's just going to completely stick with it. It's too much of an advantage, really, to give up that vision. Here towards the mid, saplings and the likes are what Cloud9 can use from very, very long range. Can't really initiate onto High as he would just jump out of the situation, but Dyrus here seems much more comfortable than on a Lulu, being able to be in the front and really produce results for the team. Plays with confidence.
And Cloud9 is really hoping that TSM makes an overreach right here, because TSM has the strong team fight right now. If Bjergsen is in a safe place, they're generally safe. They're going for blue buff. Cloud9, they don't want to go for blue buff.
Now fighting without that. They actually tried to take this, hoping they would have the upper hand as they were focused on that blue, but it was quickly taken down, and they can retunnel right back onto Cloud9.
Yeah.
C9 they're scratching at TSM right now, and they're not getting much out of it.
Really light scratches onto that max shield Sion. Maybe they try and use that pressure to go push up the mid lane. Cloud9 trying to play the rotational game. They're getting some damage on the mid turret.
Sneaky with good focus. May have to back off here. Dyrus throws down the ulti right into the team. He gets the 3-man pop-up as well. The follow-up now from Lustboy. The Fate's Call can still save him, but he wants to stay in the fight. Him and High now on the back line, trying to throw out the shurikens. We see that Meteos is able to take down Dyrus, and now it's the throw. Lustboy gets called back into the fight, and they're going to try to chase down Cloud9 here. Bjergsen gets the Void Ooze just on the end. Still has the Living Artillery in range. Only a little bit of mana left for him, but he will miss that next shot into Meteos, and I don't think he'll have enough to continue with the kill.
Bjergsen can't land enough Living Artilleries. Cloud9 gets out with the sliver, and a fight that didn't seem like it would go Cloud9's way after Santorin landed his best Sejuani ultimate of the game results in 0 kills for TSM and 2 deaths.
One more time. Dyrus is nailing
Beautiful.
these.
I think it was 4. Yeah, a 4-man stun as Hai got stunned while Valking away.
Right.
Into a max charge Q from Dyrus. And then a cannon ultimate on 3. But those game-changing ultimates. Meteos blasts back the damage dealers. It gives Cloud9 time to kill the tanks. They kill both of them while they're gone because they have double 80 carries that were not bursted out entirely. Bjergsen could not land the long-range living artilleries. Cloud9 takes it. Now, while Bjergsen was going for the blue buff, Cloud9 goes for the Baron on top of a ward.
That Blade of the Rune King as well from Hai helping to cut this down with Sneaky, and Cloud9 on the back foot the entire game. Come up again with Baron. Come up again with a fight. Not that turns this game on its head. This one has always been close, but they bring it right back into a very heated match.
Wow, Cloud9 wins a mid-game team fight with a good Sejuani ultimate on one of the sides. Somehow Cloud9 wins it. They take Baron, and then they try and take control of the game. What a close battle both of these games have been for the first 30 minutes. And the brazenness of Cloud9 there is, I actually want to point out something they did very smart on that Baron. They know how many wards TSM can spam. TSM was placing a ward inside the pit. Cloud9 did not want to waste any hits on wards that were not towards the Baron. I checked that it wasn't some type of vision bug. The pink ward very clearly saw the ward that was being placed in the back of the pit. But Cloud9 knew they could not kill all the wards that TSM would place. They focused all their damage onto Baron because they knew TSM. They had spotted them on the other side of the map. They rushed it down. They get the Baron. Great calls.
Also been something we've heard Meteos say is he is a complete trust for the team if there's ever a call to stop. Everybody stop. They know to do that, and they'll continue it. Just something that they keep a very calm, cool head about, and it's a very scary situation that can really throw a lot of people off. Turtle here, putting the shell on, gets just half damage onto Hai, cannot trade back. Elimination, however, gives a binding out to boot on that one. 1 minute here on to Dragon. Be great for Cloud9 to put a little bit more damage down, but they may just be able to burn this and head out.
Such an amazingly close game and series right here. I mean, game 1 was hinged on team fighting from Cloud9. Game 2, TSM has that really big mid-game power spike with the Luden's Echo Kog'Maw. He's going to be hitting another one pretty soon if he completes either Leandry's or Void Staff on AP Cog and really start wrecking people. And in these best-of-5 series, we've seen so many games, so many series go all 5 games. We've seen 2-0s, reverse sweeps. But specifically for this Cloud9 versus TSM team, like, we know that they play each other really tight and they're going to be trading a lot of games. It is highly unlikely that if Cloud9 goes up 2-0, that TSM actually wins 3 games consecutively when Cloud9 can play this tight every game. So they have to kind of trade games, and there's a little bit of luck in this series in winning it as well when the teams are as close as they're proving to be today. TSM has to win this one, and it's close.
Well, they're putting all their eggs in that basket of the Kog'Maw. Again, another elixir built up onto Bjergsen. 800 gold worth, unless he snuck another one by. It could be 1,200, but I think it's only been 2 have gone towards getting those spikes, trying to make sure the fight's theirs. With Cloud9, I mean, not worried about the Dragon.
Cloud9 has Baron, TSM.
Right.
You can do that if there's not Baron minions up to mid lane. Cloud9 might get an inhibitor off of this.
Well, having those 2 games in a row may be something that Cloud9 gets to work with. Great damage you see coming from that Bjergsen Luden's Echo.
Where's the fight? They're kind of trapped in the base now.
Lost Boys, oh, so far
Seth is
out.
behind them.
Gonna miss him. Santorin does come in. Balls elimination right there. Sneaky's actually hit on the backside, but now he's able to fire from that area. It's just a shooting range for him and Hai here as Meteos is on the front. TSM now try to turn the tide of the fight. Soul Furnace is on for Dyrus, but he does not have catch potential. That's Roar the Slayer actually hit Hai. He velks away, and this is what chase is going on. They better have their laces tied. No tripping up here, Cloud9. Because TSM is on a rampage down mid lane. 3 dragons that they're pushing with right now. It's going to help them to get through these turrets, get through these waves. It looks like they're backing off for the time being to get those waves pushed.
Critical skill shot accuracy. Those living artilleries are not easy to land, not easy to dodge. It's skill that's involved there. Bjergsen lands again and again onto Hai on the tail end of that fight, eventually giving TSM the advantage, which saves what was a really bad call by TSM, if we're going to be honest about it. Going for Dragon when the enemy team has Baron. Yes, TSM got the Dragon, which gave them that 5% move speed, but they lost 2 mid lane turrets, including the door to their base, which is now wide open for an inhibitor that can be taken. The ironic thing about all that is because they had the 5% move speed, they could chase down for the extra moves.
They could indeed. They did not stop running down that mid lane. And they picked up a few that also helps stop Cloud9, helps TSM stop Cloud9 from getting back into the lanes quick and getting everything pushed. A little bit of breathing room for both teams and only a 600 gold lead. So slowly going up with the minions being farmed for TSM. 4 to 5 in turrets. Really looking at that mid inhib now. C9 has something to go after every time. Force TSM into a fight that they have to fight. It's going to be very tough. However, that choke point could be exactly what Santorin wants Cloud9 to walk through in the front doorstep.
And a pretty dangerous situation Cloud9 was in last fight, where Sejuani actually snuck around behind them.
Yeah, that
and
was a good call.
Was able to get pretty good ultimate off. Surprisingly, with all the tank initiation from TSM, the carries of Cloud9 have remained very safe throughout this game. 0 deaths onto Sneaky, who's building up more and more damage. 1 death onto High. They have been slicing through Santorin and Dyrus, who are doing their damnedest to build up armor and stuff. But with 2 Last Whispers and 1 Blade of the Ruined King, they're not going to last long, ever. Cloud9 is only going to be building more damage. And it becomes kind of a tricky proposition for TSM to create long team fights for which AP Kog'Maw to poke. They need to be able to have control, poke outside the turrets, and not need the tanks to be taking damage in order for Bjergsen to be doing it.
Much more of an on the same page fight. A lot of these have been scattered.
Good lord.
Hello.
It's that Void Staff that he completed as well, giving him that extra bit of damage.
Also went for distortion boots as well to keep himself safe with that Ghost and Flash as much as possible. Haunting guys for Bjergsen in that inventory as well. He is leading the charge without fear here down the mid lane. Doesn't even have to worry about much. They have a free escape to the top side, so TSM already knows their exit here, and they're playing this one with confidence.
That's exactly what TSM needed to do. Bjergsen landed the poke that wasn't in a team fight, and now they're setting up a push. They push down mid, forces the Cloud9 defense. Therefore, they can take the top turret. That Kog'Maw.
Game starts to get hard when you can't actually see the people attacking you. And now TSM is going to start forcing their own inhib. Ultimate is up for Meteos. Won't be a explosive cask off the turret. They have the minion wave just for now. Looks like they actually won't go for too much. Baron is in 1 second, chat.
Yeah, and this game could slingshot back and forth in a couple of ways. The Baron being a big one of them. But the closer Cloud9 gets to their base, the easier it is for them to recover from Kog'Maw poke. So it's actually harder to push down turrets the closer TSM gets in the turret siege. This is a very bold force. I do not like that initiation from Dyrus. Here comes the TP.
Still had to flash it. Ken Ball's getting to range. He actually gets out of the way of Dyrus's decimating smash. They play it safe on this one, so that is a TP down, however. On the side of Cloud9, a flash down as well for High. As we look at the other summoners, all is right as rain for TSM.
Yeah, smart by TSM to not commit to a fight just because the Scion had used his ultimate. Cloud9 was holding their main cooldowns as well, didn't commit either. This is the vision game right now. Sentinels, pink wards, and there they are.
That's the tank. He's supposed to live the longest. Balls still throws himself into the fray. 48 seconds on these death timers right now. Both teams are losing a lot of health. It's Santorin that goes, however, for High, a priority target, and Bjergsen's able to help take him down before Santorin can get there. C9 is now running for the hills and actually running the wrong way towards TSM's base.
They're going to be getting hit by a lot of poke. Where are they going?
Soul Furnace does not take down Lemonation. He may be able to push it. No, he tries to get a hit on the minion, but it died already. It doesn't actually go anywhere. A nice living artillery takes down Lemonation. Sneaky is dip, dodge, and dive in for his life. Takes a turret shot, and it's only a matter of time before he eventually goes down to the Voidoos of Bjergsen.
Bjergsen landing all the spells in these fights. It is so difficult to play against. TSM is making Cloud9 dodge in too many directions, and eventually they will hit them. Big time fight there by TSM, and it's all because they controlled the vision. That is what TSM specializes in, getting an edge, baiting a team into a bad situation, and then winning the ensuing fight.
All right, they got this, right?
Easy. Easy, Rib. They got this.
Woo! All right. That was a little too close for comfort. But Dyrus, he plays with death every game, so he's used to it. Wild Turtle, this will not be yours, says Balls and High. They're going to come in.
He's going to try and stop.
Oh, that holy macaroni. Wild Turtle.
That's actually really critical. Not only does TSM
mine.
have the Baron.
There's more poke.
Yeah. Now the poke arrives, and TSM's going to be able to secure that 4th dragon.
No way.
Yeah. One-man army there, Wild Turtle.
One-man army indeed. Wild Turtle coming up very big. They couldn't have touched him on the Callista. High is definitely not going to be hitting any of those skill shots as Turtle is just bouncing around. Great play come from him. Haven't actually seen too much Callista play from the side of Team Solo Mid this season. It's working out.
Except for that highlight of him getting a pentakill last night in solo queue for Wild Turtle.
Yeah,
But this fight itself, great Sejuani ultimate, for one. But mainly the positioning by Bjergsen is the critical thing right there. Yes, they could close on a Wild Turtle, but unless they can close on a Bjergsen, they are never truly safe. Because High had gone down, there's not enough sustained damage to take out the tanks, which gives Bjergsen time to go to work.
7-0-3. See, he's been doing some good work this game.
Man, I want to see the damage dealt to enemy champions after this game because Bjergsen has been crushing it.
Really is.
Poke champions almost always have higher damage dealt to champions, by the way, because they get access to so many more damaging opportunities. But this one's going to be off the charts.
Santorin, a little HP to take that damage. Cloud9 is in a very weird formation for this right now, but High can Valk over the wall and get himself to safety. However, this turret doesn't get too much protection out of this kind of half-moon strategy they have going on.
I mean, Cloud9's in a really tough spot.
Yeah.
Right here. I think it's at least one inhibitor down. They're going to try and hold the second one. Sneaky got hit by a bit too much poke before that fight.
Well, for having a poke comp, they are lining themselves up parallel to TSM for those shots. They just cannot get them to count. That was just a cue. There's a lot of damage to actually follow from the abilities that are made to do the damage. 2 Blade of the Rune Kings now finished up as Sneaky and High are trying to get themselves a bit of peel and a bit of safety, as well as somehow to cut through Santorin and Dyrus at this point. TSM, another push towards the bottom lane with a huge wave crashing in towards the top.
Yeah,
they should be in the
cannon
base.
minions already. I mean, Cloud9 would have to initiate. They're going to try, but this is desperation.
Wild Turtle's on the back. Lustboy decides to stay on the outer ring. Love how he's using the ultimate on that one. Fate's Call throws him right into balls, and that's going to cut down the tree. A double kill for Wild Turtle there. The composition of Team Solo Mid this game just being used so well to get the poke damage, initiate, and make Cloud9 start fights with a disadvantage.
Yep, Bjergsen, unreal Kog'Maw damage right now. Trying to kill people on the fountain with this poke. Good God.
You are not safe on that fountain. You better be asking for your Guardian Angel at this point. That's 1, that's 2. That turret is actually not a kill for Wild Turtle. It's only 2 kills there, but the Nexus goes down, and Team Solo Mid tie up the series 1-1 against Cloud9.
Some significant style points coming through at the end for the clean ace on Cloud9 as well, showing, well, yeah, we didn't even have to use Sejuani ult to get into your base. But this is what we expected from Cloud9 TSM. Close, hard-fought games. Both games 1 and 2, incredibly close early games. They turn at some point in the mid-game, and then the teams are good enough to hold those advantages. You know, Cloud9 fought back. This game was even at 30 minutes, but they eventually couldn't deal with that really potent AP Kog'Maw. Riv, you're looking at the damage dealt to champions right now.
I'm actually seeing
55,000.
Yeah, so he
by
pretty much
Bjergsen.
doubled High's damage this game.
He doubled everyone else in the game.
Yeah.
In damage dealt to champions
Almost
right
tripled
there.
that.
Yeah.
Absolutely ridiculous stuff. Bjergsen pulling out the Kog'Maw, and Wild Turtle with the Callista, like you were saying, a pentakill last night, feeling good, kind of just flips it into the game now. Amazing stuff for Team Solo Mid to not even really be hit mentally by that first game.
And the most critical thing there is Bjergsen still carried the game, but only after 30 minutes. He was not able to carry them through the early game and the mid game because that's just not the way that AP Kog'Maw works. He needs the max range on that living artillery so he can hit you when you can't even see him.
Yeah, first range living artillery is still pretty short. It's not going to win you the game.
But then once he got that going, Cloud9 didn't have a big enough advantage.
So much damage.
They didn't have enough hard initiation tools to really get on top of Bjergsen's Kog'Maw. And TSM wins with a different style that wasn't Assassin Bjergsen in the mid lane.
Now this brings about one of my favorite points is what does the team do now with that new pick? Because I don't feel like banning out something like Kog'Maw is a defeated sense, right? That's definitely something that Bjergsen can use again.
They might have to. honestly.
But no, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Do they just ban it out now? I think they're going to have to.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot to work with. They have those 2 bans they're throwing at Lustboy right now.
Right.
Yes,
Can switch
it
it up.
changes. Lustboy's very dangerous on Thresh and Janna, but there may be other priorities in the rest of the series.
All right, we'll have to see. We definitely have more to talk about and some other definite gentlemen to talk about it for us. Let's see what our analysts have to say on TSM's series tying win.
Thank you, Riv. 1-1. We've got ourselves a series.
Yep.
I'm sure many people are very happy about that, but what I want to talk about is the fact that TSM did make some of the adjustments we had talked about in the previous segment to their team comp in terms of preparing it a little bit more for straight-up team fights by giving themselves a front line this time around.
I said pick a team fight or pick a Kog'Maw, and they did both. Kog'Maw wasn't AD. I didn't specify.
Yeah, sure.
But that was actually a brilliant last pick by Bjergsen because nothing can really reach him. And I was talking to Freak actually during the game. I was like, I would be surprised if Bjergsen dies this game, even if they lose, because you can't reach him. You can just disengage him with a Gragas barrel, and that's about it. He's going to get his poke off. If he runs out of mana, then he's a non-factor.
Yeah.
But that's really what it came down to, was can he get that poke off? Can they get to the level 16?
And what was cool is that TSM made these adaptations to their composition while still staying true to what TSM wants to do, right? Dyrus, yep, you're going to be essentially 1v2'd by the enemy jungler. Shield max Sign. He's not even coming in with the illusion of having lane pressure himself. There's no reason he wants any kill pressure whatsoever, so that's already right there. Not Lulu, but Sign, that's fine. Bjergsen is still playing a champion where if TSM goes for a siege, something they like to do, he has these long-range skill shots that are effective. It was Charm last game on Ahri. This time around, it's Kog'Maw with the Living Artillery. All these tools are still here, but as you were talking about, Aiden, they put together a better teamfight composition, and that worked really well. And then it came down to 2 good teamfighting comps that come down to execution.
Right. And I love the Scion instead of the Lulu, as you mentioned, because it allows them to be more proactive in their team fighting. With the Lulu, when they were ahead, they still weren't able to force as many fights as they wanted to. Here with Scion Sejuani, we get to fight whenever we want. They throw the cannon with the Fates Call in there as well. And there's no way you're getting out if we choose to pick this fight.
Yeah.
The
That's why I like
counterplay to that, though, was C9, which we saw illustrated midway through the game, was really nice with their ability to disengage.
Yeah, it's really cool. There is a really interesting texture to how the team fights worked in this game. So on one side, you've got essentially a double Blade of the Ruin King AD carry team. Sneaky got that item 4th. Okay, later on, but High intelligently buys it 2nd. Ruin King 2nd on Corki. And Meteos does a really good job of saving his ultimate to knock back the backline of TSM. So TSM engages in, Explosive Cask pushes Corki and Kalista away, who have no good ways without using summoner spells to get back into the fight. And then the AD carries swarm down, they kill off the Sejuani, they kill off the Scion, and then we'll 5v3, do whatever we want. We saw C9 get a Baron eventually that game because of this kind of stuff, and that was cool. But as time goes on, Kog'Maw gets higher levels. He can no longer be disengaged because the ulti is so darn long. And he just scales up in damage over time. So then once TSM can reach C9's backline, well, those guys get one shot.
Well, speaking of which, we're going to pull up our replay here because we're going to go pretty far into the game where exactly that happens. We watched Bjergsen land all of his skill shots here. Irene?
Yeah, so this fight actually breaks up into 2 different parts, and I love Bjergsen's positioning during this team fight. You're going to see Santorin ulti the backline, and those are the 2 things to watch for as we roll this clip out. You're going to see Santorin be like, all right, it's time to go after the vision's been denied, and boom, Bjergsen actually kites downward and around. He doesn't even want to be close to where C9 can actually touch him. So he walks around the wall, the Sejuani ultimate hits the backline, and then he's just throwing pop shots, and he's actually covering the escape option of Cloud9 at this point.
He gets an auto on High.
Yeah, it's really actually quite brilliant how Bjergsen plays out this entire game.
We just see some pretty fantastic kiting here by Sneaky too, even at the end, just to no avail as he's fending off 1v4.
Yeah, and like I said, he covered their escape option, so all of C9 has to run up instead of back and out, and then they get picked off. Just because he has so much mana, he got the Archangel Staff 2nd, that he's able to just keep throwing these skill shots out. And Sneaky, he tries his damnedest every game. This guy is so solid. And right here, it almost looks like he's going to start getting kills, but Bjergsen, out of nowhere.
With the snipe, absolutely. So, you know, that was another thing you talked about, Freak, was the mid lane stepping up here for TSM, right? If they're going to put focus mid lane and get him some early advantages, that they need to then use them more effectively throughout the rest of the game.
You have the best player in North America in Bjergsen. I think everyone can agree, right? MVP winner. He's probably going to be the MVP winner of this series as well, seeing games like this. Bjergsen's the best player in this entire league. He better put on a good performance, or TSM, what are you doing with this player, right? And so it was good to see him. Now, it was a different style. It wasn't go win lane, win game. It was survive lane, scale into infinity. And hey, that's fine too, just as long as he's doing something that impacts the game. And by God, Bjergsen certainly did. So
that's the thing, is they adapted from that first game and said, we're going to play some team fights. We don't need to have him win lanes straight out and then try to transition that.
Yeah.
Just pick a laner that's going to decimate team fights when you get there. And that's what they played for. Even though they lost like the level 1 lane swap and all that with the greedy start, they were able to recover and just stall out for that late game. So I love the adaptation there by TSM.
All right, the last thing I kind of want to talk about is a very minor thing. When we look at this double AD carry composition, we saw this massive front line. Yesterday, we saw an interesting pickup on I Will Dominate, the Zeke's Herald onto the jungler for his 280 carries, one of which was building AP, so maybe not the best buy. He said Piglet requested it. But here, when you talk about how high those, or how big those tanks are scaling, while this damage is coming in from a Kog'Maw that you're not going to be able to get to unless you get through the tanks, would a Zeke's Herald or something like itemization, slightly different itemization, have helped here?
So I'll actually give my opinion on Zeke's Herald is that it's actually really good in double AD compositions when the enemies have Thornmail and things that your AD carries are killing themselves off of, because you want that extra life steal, and it gives you that boost. So that's my opinion on it. It's very situational. Itemization against the Kog'Maw, it's difficult because you need Righteous Glories. You need to just run straight through. The Sejuani's going to disengage you, though. Gragas, it's really hard to deal with it because it's that last pick Kog'Maw, so they need something to flank. It's all about the positioning. I don't know so much about itemization.
Yeah, I mean, if there's going to be an itemization point in the first place, I think it'd be C9 should probably play double Locket here. They were eventually just getting shut down by all the magic damage that was coming out. And, okay, double Locket, right, there's some anti-synergy, the shield's half value, the aura, the second aura only affects 2 people, but just having a little bit of extra, just don't get one shot by Cog Burst and ensuring the aura is there for the rest of the team, that actually could have been like the one itemization choice to really make here. But overall, I mean, you don't have great hard engage. You're looking for Morg bindings and body slam flashes. Like, none of those are actually going to reach Kog'Maw. So if you're not running assassins, and of course they can tell that because they picked Cog, like, that's just, this champ is going to work against that comp.
It's a double-pronged threat, too, because it's Wild Turtle on Callisto. You need point and clicks to lock him up, so if the Maokai gets in there and uses them all on him, doesn't have them for Kog'Maw. The ideal situation is to have them grouped and deal with them at the same time, but you saw Bjergsen's like, nope, nothing to do with Wild Turtle, basically stayed 10 feet away from it all time.
Yeah, fabulous play individually for both of them in terms of positioning in those team fights, making sure they kept the two threats separated from each other. Well, that's going to about do it for us here at the Analyst segment. We have an amazing crowd out here watching with us today.
Yeah, we do.
Here in Los Angeles, but there are a ton of viewing parties happening all over today. Here are the fans in Toronto where they have taken over a theater and are watching the game in style. A big screen for some big championship action. That's right. We got our own big screen here. We got a big crowd, and everything's good. But we're going to step away while Team Solo Mid and Cloud9 prepare for our round 3 of the championship finals. So don't go anywhere.
That movie was so hyped, dude. E.T. goes home.
Dude, that movie was sick.
E.T. literally went home, though.
Dude, don't spoil the movie.
Wait, did he go home?
Yeah, with the spaceship.
Dude, don't spoil the movie.
Yeah.
Lustboy didn't need to go too deep. Lemon. Dyrus from downtown just crushes Lemon Nation. Throws down the ulti right into the team. He gets the 3-man pop-up as well. The follow-up now from Lustboy throws himself into the fray. 48 seconds on these death timers right now. Both teams are losing a lot of health.
I'm ghosting. I'm
I'm fine.
Comedios.
I still have my ult.
Balls.
Give us. I still have my ult. We can keep going.
I'm chasing Lemon.
Team Solo Mid tie up the series 1-1 against Cloud9.
and they are the North American champions.
Cloud9, the best team in North America once again, showered in confetti and a dominant victory.
Welcome back to our championship coverage. Out here, great day, beautiful day, plenty of people. We're gonna hit you with a glimpse of fans who are enjoying the action in Lake Forest, California, and already this series has delivered some pulse-pounding moments. But then we're gonna head over and dive into Game 3 in just a minute, but first check on Twitter. Earlier in the broadcast, we asked for you to share how you're enjoying this championship weekend. At S. Sheja says, definition of studying, watching LCS finals with open books nearby, didn't make a single chapter, #worth. Well, the homework may be suffering, but you get full credit for the LCS. And then at Whack Whack is rooting for Cloud9. He says, time to get the crown back, boys. Looking for some revenge there. And at 3Ventic gives us an inside look at how a chat mods watching the action. That looks pretty intense there. I don't know if I can handle all of that. Finally, we've got a crowd watching our coverage in style. At Mayfire Gaming says, this is how we LCS in Toronto. Plenty of people. Looks like I made a cameo too. Look at that.
Nice. Would have put more makeup on if I knew it was going to be.
You're looking really cute today, Dash, by the way.
I didn't realize my head was going to be that big.
Well, it's got to make room for your ego.
Oh,
no, that's mine. It's mine.
Yes, exactly. All right, well, thank you to everyone who shared your championship experience, but we want more, so keep tweeting at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. Now we're going to shift gear into our third match between Team Solo Mid and Cloud9. And here we see them just a short time ago regrouping and making plans for Game 3. Maybe not. You're going to see more of me until that comes. There it is.
There we go.
All right. Well, here we go back to the sides that we had in Game 1.
Yeah.
TSM, they showed that they have a lot of team fight potential, and in the past, their best of 5 series has been phenomenal. We heard Dyrus say earlier, they're not afraid to lose the first game of a series. They use that to fuel the rest of their series, and they're always confident in their mid-series adaptations.
Yeah, a lot of that's Loco Doco at the same time. And I think the mid-series adaptations here is the fact that High is going to be able to counter-pick mid is very big for them right now, because I don't think TSM will blind pick a Kog'Maw. If they do, they risk the casted and last pick into it, and I think Corki will be a priority if the teams are going to go for a double AD carry composition and possibly flex on either side. So even Cloud9 could go for a Corki early.
All right, so we see with the Cloud9 having red side 3 games here, the importance of that mid lane counter pick. But Jab mentioned earlier the possibility of tossing out some of the Lust Boy bans in order to target more things at Bjergsen, maybe make High's life a little easier.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what plans come in here. So we saw the series plans was, okay, TSM will continue to leave Dyrus out on island. C now will try to abuse that. But the way picks and bans are playing out, it creates another set of strategies. Because right now, Balls is not getting any carry top laners. Hecarim banned away, Rumble banned away. So ganking Dyrus doesn't matter here, right? So first picking a top laner for Balls doesn't matter here either. So being blue side doesn't help these teams really any. Unless you're pinching like jungle champion pools, and it makes a real difference. Or you're pinching support champion pools, and that makes a difference. But otherwise, having red side and being able to pivot your team composition, right? Oh, they have no assassins. Cool, we can play AP Kog'Maw. Oh, they don't have X, we can pick Y. That becomes more important unless you're actually pinching someone off of champions that they can use.
It's always really strange to me, too, because we give side selection, and everybody picked blue.
Yeah.
It always blows my mind when it's like you get in a series and you're like, man, red side really has a big advantage here after these teams face each other and match up.
And the thing is, you saw C9 try to pinch off the support, right? You saw them throw a whole bunch of bans at Lust Boy, force them onto Nami, take Braum, things like that, and yet, you know what, that plan, honestly, I feel like didn't really work. Like, I think the game was won in Game 1 by C9 for a different reason. But TSM clearly won because they got to play Kog'Maw for their 10th pick, and that was a really big deal. But the picks are locked in, so we got to see what these teams do with it.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if TSM can break that red side win streak here as we send it over to our casters for the call of Game 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Fantastic hosting on the day. We do have more games to get into, and we are about to hit Champion Select. Myself and Jat still controlling, driving, and spearheading the desk as we go into Game 3. This is going to be absolutely awesome. That Cloud9 kind of showed a little bit of shakiness, but came back strong. And that was more of TSM's game to kind of win with a little bit of variety in the mid lane.
Yeah, TSM definitely won that game, not the other way around. And there's been... The series is now underway, basically.
Absolutely.
Both teams have won a game, both teams have lost, and now it's about how does a team adapt to losing. Even though Freak was just saying blue side doesn't hold much value, one thing that is consistent is red side has banned Hecarim in both games, now all 3 games. So it's interesting that they think that ban is even more valuable than the wraparound from whatever the first pick Gragas has been.
Already seeing could be refresh banned out by Cloud9 again. The Janna could follow as well to make sure Lost Boy gets hit up once more. As Lemon Nation's Nautilus is taken out. We've seen that these bans have not stopped Lemon Nation and the rest of the supports, Lost Boy, from entering the jungle early game, really getting in the hair of the other team.
And exact same bans from game 1.
Right.
When TSM was blue and Cloud9 was red. And I like this, actually. How TSM lost to the Urgot. Didn't lose to high Urgot, but the Urgot was on the other side.
Right.
And the Gragas versus Sejuani doesn't seem like it has first pick value with the way Sejuani ultimates have been landed in this series. They've been more potent, I would say, than the early game Gragas jungling. Makes you question whether Meteos will even pick Gragas on this rotation or if he's just going to side with Sejuani.
I wouldn't mind if that goes to the mid lane, seeing High go back to Orianna if it's something he's actually had his hands on. Xiao was really able to turn the tide. It wasn't the easiest lane, but it definitely proved to be big during the team fights. And it's kind of where these games are panning out, right? It's not a win lane win game for these teams. Too much has happened in the mid game to really make that early game a big impact. It's going to be Gragas, though, for Meteos to Sion as well for balls to come in this game.
Yep, still in theory, the Gragas can stand in front of the Sejuani and pull off some big plays there.
Yeah.
It will put emphasis on Meteos to make plays in the early game, though. This time, they're kind of trading champions that they have been defeated by.
You could say that.
Yeah, very similar champion pools across a lot of the players here.
Yeah. Definitely a very strong pickup here. We've heard Wild Turtle say in the past, when they get the better comp, Corki is one of the names that he shouts out in that list of the composition that they've picked up. So this will be good for him.
Well, especially Riv, because they have physical damage mid laner right now.
True.
That getting Corki as an AD carry is pretty good still.
That's a really
the
good point.
splash of magic damage they'll be able to get.
Definitely seems not flustered, but they are taking a lot of consideration into whatever pick goes with this Corki. It's going to be Maokai, and they lock that in for Dyrus.
Definitely a lot of discussion there, you're right. About Wild Turtle. They were basically just getting his input on what he wanted from the AD carry in this game.
Yeah.
Corki will end up working here, but they pick it blind pretty much into whatever Cloud9's bottom lane wants to be. Still some unpredictability on the support picks in this series. We've seen Braum and Morgana from Lemon Nation. Les Boys played Nami and Kennen. I doubt they'll play Kennen without Kalista, though.
Where are the comms for C9? There you go. Lemon's starting to talk, so it's definitely going down the line here as they pan this out. C9 usually a team to wait all the way down to the last moment anyways, and double lock in to give TSM the least amount of time to come up with a pick. So far, TSM definitely shows that they can fight, and it looks like that fight is going to be matched by a little bit of fight of their own. Cloud9 pick up Sivir and Braum.
Getting the extra move speed in a team fight is very important for Cloud9.
Yep.
Especially even in that last game. A lot of times Bjergsen would just use Ghost at the start of the fight on Kog'Maw, and then no one could touch him. Cloud9 wants a way to match that type of move speed. And they want to be the one dictating the fights.
Ha ha.
Remember, we are on the 5.6 patch before the massive buffs to Bard that happened in 5.7. Does that look like a face of a man about to play Bard? I think not.
I don't know. I can't see. Who's there? Oh, there he is. His last play. 12 seconds. What's the swap going to be? Definitely going to get something in here. A cannon?
Ooh.
Again?
No Kalista this time. But still the cannon. All right.
That's very, very interesting. Even more poke from that lane. However, though, not going to be just kind of stuck to dashing around when you auto-attack and poke. Now you can throw out the Phosphons and the missiles once you get the chance. So TSM, again, going with a composition where they can whittle down their opponent a little bit before getting there. See if it works. And so what is a big, big tanky line so far for Cloud9.
And what do they pick to complete it? They need a pretty solid laner to go up against Urgot.
Yeah.
There's still a super outside chance that TSM could do Urgot AD carry and Corki mid, but it's highly unlikely just because Bjergsen has had success on Urgot and Wild Turtle is so comfortable on Corki.
Loves Corki.
So Cloud9 can, with most certainty, pick something against Urgot here, but this is where High's champion pool does get tested because the two champions he's picked so far this series, TSM controls. and he goes for a Lulu, of all things. Drew some gas from the crowd.
Not too thrilled about that, but they are getting what they need for this best of 5 series here. Haven't seen too many Lulus put up big numbers, but Xiao here in the North American LCS. We'll see what High can do.
TSM also has the Corki mid right now.
They do. The 22nd is the last moment they can swap for that champion select.
I'm wondering if they're going to stick with that. Bloop. And it's back.
Yeah.
Those guys. All right. I want to talk a little bit about the Lulu mid here, specifically against the Urgot. It is a fairly resilient champion to the Urgot because you're not a victim to the lock-on as much as other people are, since you can shield yourself.
Yeah.
As well, Lulu does work quite well with Sivir for the overall speed, but it is not your typical protection comp. Cloud9 may be very low on damage here unless Sneaky really gets going, which is a big danger here. Leaving the last pick to the mid laner and then getting something that feels like an underwhelming pick does tend to happen when you're against an Urgot. There's not very many good picks against an Urgot.
Yeah.
None that have been proven to work every game. So
not just yet.
Not very many is an understatement.
We'll see what they can do. You know what that graphic means. It's time to update your votes for who you think is going to win this championship series. Tweet hashtag TSMWin or hashtag C9Win to @LOL Esports. Obviously, we will be tallying those up throughout the game. High with this Lulu pick. Definitely a question from the crowd, maybe the fans, but Cloud9 hoping that the mentality and the physical prowess still strong as they reach game 3 here. We're definitely going to have 2 more games. It's basically now a best of 3 as both teams are up 1-1. Maybe with this in the mid lane, they have been keeping Bjergsen there, right? His roam has been down because they're focusing High. Maybe High can kind of do the opposite on that and push him in. Yeah. High says Bjergsen's wave control is just one of the things, though, that makes this split's MVP so dangerous.
The way he controls his wave lane, like whether he wants to push or keep on his side, he really likes to abuse that. Say you're pushing out, right? And you don't have wards, you're going to get ganked, or he's going to pressure that gank on you. So he does everything he can to try and abuse you for being in a bad spot, or if you're trying to greed for something.
And we see that time and time again.
Yep.
When we even saw it in game 1, when High was getting the return gank, especially once they can burn that mid laner's flash in the early game. Bjergsen is able to prep that mid lane wave in just the right spot. However, the early games have been very traded between these two teams.
Mm-hmm. Much back and forth. Really, the only tangent has been when the supports have entered the jungle. But we also have seen that junglers can get themselves out of that. Santorin, namely, did not get hurt by being pushed off of his jungle at level 1. Here, a little more lax, but Lemon Nation, as well as Lustboy, is going to have that chance again to get themselves in the jungle and harass.
Yeah, pretty cool. They didn't actually get super deep wards.
Right.
But they're going to end up with the lane swap again. The level 1 games by these guys have become very advanced. Lustboy getting all his Spell Thief gold for just auto-attacking right now. Ultimately, Meteos won't let him secure this blue, though. He's got a smite. But once again, Lustboy will probably push Cloud9 all the way to the other side of the jungle. They do not want to deal with that harass. They saw what happened when they themselves did the support harass to Team Liquid earlier on in the playoffs.
So they're actually 2 on this one. Lemon Nation definitely came down a little bit later.
Yeah.
Huh.
Strange. This time, TSM wins pretty heavily on that. Notice how they cleared their entire jungle right there. Whereas Cloud9, just the 1 camp. It's basically over a level of a single player's experience to the edge of TSM.
That sapling worked out really well for Dyrus. It didn't actually push the lane any. Just ran over to Sneaky. That one will, however. It's going to be hard for him to get some CS here in the early game. It's what he's used to. He's already up by 6 for that jungle effort. So level 3 will keep him pretty nice.
It's really strange what happened there. Like, both teams had the same idea of a solo support walking into counter jungle.
Yep, it's been every game.
Cloud9 is playing it very defensively when they start their jungle. They are sending both people immediately onto the buff so that no one can push them off the buff when they get there. Yet Lemon Nation was very late in his invade, which allowed TSM to make a much greedier start. Dyrus took one camp, Santorin took another camp, then they grouped for the buff. Therefore, if Lemonation would have invaded early, he could have pushed them off the early buffs and then pushed them off the main one. But because he was late, he doesn't stop anything.
Same as last time.
They were almost expecting TSM to do a conservative start, where an early invade would have been protected by the smite of the jungler and the take of the buff. But because they just guessed wrong, TSM gets the early game lead.
Trying to make it that same as last time, where you just walk in with Riptide and be a nuisance on Nautilus. I guess not as easy here. Looking at that top now of Balls and Wild Turtle, they're going to be matched up here in the lane. Should go pretty evenly. Wild Turtle's obviously going to stay very safe here. And we'll see what Balls decides to go. It's interesting to see Dyrus level up that Soul Furnace right away, but just 1, 2, 3 for Balls right now.
I kind of doubt we'll see another maxed shield lane Scion.
Looks like Gragas, or rather Meteos, doing a good job at getting all the scuttles. He's definitely going to be up in a bit of gold there. And Lust Boy, the side roam, is able to see him. So it thwarts his roam towards the bottom lane. They now know where he is. And it doesn't look like Santorin's really in a position to gather anything off of this, but more of his own jungle. He is going ahead and get a ward out, however, since he's cleared everything.
Yeah, looking at early jungle CS, I mean, again, Santorin is ahead of Meteos, level-wise. Very good job by him, making sure to control his own experience, gets his jungle upgrade before Meteos as well. Therefore, can maybe even be out on the map before Meteos.
Here's what we were looking for from high. Glitter, Lance, all you can to get that wave into the turret. I'm sure Bjergsen is having a hard time farming. We may actually see some movement from Santorin there in a little bit to relieve that pressure. Right now, we're watching that pressure in the top lane. Balls is having trouble at the bottom a bit here, and Dyrus in the top lane.
Very high-leveled solo laners as well. Not much denial going on.
That's a good point.
Because of the support invades early. This time it really didn't pay off for Cloud9. Trying to shut down the jungle, they end up shutting down no one. Dyrus and Santorin both off to decent starts.
Double rip.
Bodes well for Cloud9 in this
game. As well for Dyrus. Getting that HP, making sure he can stay safe in lane. Balls' teleport still up. Dyrus has used his Ahri to get back to lane, so he's hoping to stay here for quite some time. That may give Meteos something to gear for. Right now, he's inside the jungle. He's going to find the boar. 5-4.
Yeah.
Doesn't want that.
Half a level behind. Meteos not even halfway to level 5. And getting more and more behind Santorin. At least he has the intel of where Sejuani is.
Yeah.
But he also needs to now respect that Santorin's going to be hitting level 6 pretty soon. 2 more jungle camps, and he's there.
A lot of pressure on the Balls in that bottom wave on the minimap. You can kind of see him. They ran right past the minion wave to get damage on, and he stayed safe. Meteos clears top side. Looks like he doesn't have too much to do, so may go towards the mid lane after this. But both teams here definitely lacking to get any of their advantages to go to work. 600 gold lead for TSM is all they're working with.
Which is substantial, only 7 minutes in with no kills. That's 600 gold lead. This has been
numbers.
Yeah, it's been more of a one-sided. And look at the wave control. Bjergsen was praised for his wave control, but Cloud9 pushing into a level 6 Dyrus that they won't be able to dive. He's going to get a huge wave met. Whereas you look at the other side of the map, and Balls is getting denied down in the bottom lane. It's being frozen by Wild Turtle and Lustboy, and plays aren't being made in any side. Even now, Santorin, with level 6, is trying to push them off their own blue buff. He is so brazen in this move because he's on the strong side of the map for TSM.
They know the level disparity cannot be fought at all. Santorin completely pushes off Meteos there. He's left to kind of just scratch his head, run back to base.
Seriously, a crushing early game so far from TSM. From the very beginning, the invade from Lustboy pushing Cloud9 to the other side of the jungle. The late invade from Lemonation that does not deny TSM at all in their greedy start. Add to that the wave control in both of the side lanes.
Yeah.
Dyrus eating experience at his turret. Balls starving at his turret. 2 level advantage in the jungle. 2 level advantage in the top lane. 1.5 in the jungle. And an 800 gold lead off minions alone.
And really? I was about to say the mid lane matchup being even kind of shows the threat that Lulu didn't pose to Santorin going in the jungle. He wasn't worried if High came over. He would have been able to get out easily anyways.
And this is huge. Again, the wave control is key in this game. Santorin broke that because he knew the wave would freeze against High, and High needed to shop. If High leaves right here, he loses 2 waves of experience. That's why he wanted to stick around, shove that wave into the turret, not let it freeze, and then he's able to shop. But it's a delayed shop. Bjergsen, full, able to get his blue buff without punishment, increasing TSM's edge.
Great timing is here as well for the blue. Something I've been watching more lately, but haven't watched enough games yet to really see who does it and who doesn't. But a lot of mid laners who get blue and then back, you're losing good 30 seconds on that blue. That if other people are aware of that, they're going to use that window at some point.
Always ideal to get blue right after you come out of shop.
Right.
Obviously, you can't always set that up. Sometimes you lose vision control. Sometimes the enemy preps a trap for you.
Or you want to get your buff off the map so they don't. Right.
All those things. I mean, Cloud9 couldn't control their own blue buff this game. They were trying to get it off the map, actually, but Santorin beat them to that spot.
The duos have matched back up. We'll see how this fares. It hasn't been like this for too long, but we can already see level 7 for Wild Turtle over the 6 and 5 to Sneaky and Elimination. Pressure here towards Bjergsen in mid. There is the flash ult that they wanted. The teleport in is going to keep Bjergsen there. He chooses to swap out onto Meteos. That's the guy that was going to do the damage and keep him in the fight. And they turn that one around for a kill. Dyrus' teleport comes in and gets it.
Great job by Bjergsen there, withstanding the burst from the Cloud9 gank. Meteos using his E-Flash, and it actually gets turned around on him. That is disastrous for a Gragas jungle. Getting first blood onto Dyrus as well will only extend the disparity in that top lane matchup. TSM with a fantastic start.
Bjergsen saying thank you very much, Summoner Heal, throughout that play. Definitely helping him to stay alive on that one. I tried to get the Ignite down, but it did not cut through enough. TSM's pressuring this, but it looks like Cloud9 is getting in their face a little bit as well. I don't think they'll be able to work off that too much, just some trade damage.
Yeah, Cloud9 in a pretty tough spot right now. They need to make some opportunity here with Sneaky and Elimination. Sneaky as the main damage source needs to be the one that's fed in this matchup. Currently he's got a BF sword to a Sheen, slight advantage. Balls also looking like he's going down bottom lane. Cloud9 needs to consolidate right now since they are losing the split-up game and try and put everything onto Sneaky at this point.
See how that first gank went through.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically just Meteos flashing in for the E, but nice heal as he's getting ignited. And honestly, Maokai plus the Sejuani ultimate leaves little for Hyde to escape from. Meteos did not want to commit for that because it easily would have been a kill traded back.
Again, a game where they try to keep Bjergsen down and get a kill for him.
And during that entire replay, Balls has been standing at the Cloud9 turret, hoping that TSM would get aggressive in this game.
Waiting for that ult, yeah.
They end up pinking a brush to get vision control, but they've already shown 3 in the bottom lane. If they're losing so much time, if Cloud9 doesn't make a kill or 2 out of this, and instead just trades turrets,
this becomes the impractical version of the home guard hacker room now. You wait for the fight to happen, and then you come flying in, but did not get the fight. A waste of time there, but they do get the turret, so the team does gain a bit of an advantage here. Dyrus is trying to get this wave cut before it even gets to the top turret, so given a good bit of harass there, and TSM controls the top of the map quite well. Whoa!
Oh my.
Flying through Lustboy, and is going to get the turn for Bjergsen onto High. Great communication there, and High, look, he wasn't even expecting that, and I think that's the problem.
That is the problem. There's a lapse in vision control from Cloud9. They spent 2 minutes trying to set up a gank in the bottom lane, not warding River. As soon as they did that, since TSM had abandoned the bot lane, Lustboy makes a completely unexpected play. Instead of basing, runs to mid lane, gets the gank for Bjergsen, and that is a very smart roam.
Yep. This one seems to be extended to more players of Team Solo Mid as well. It's not just the High focus that can seem to come back to bite them this time. They're working the advantage nicely. And Smite goes off. Nicely done by Meteos to get that.
Yeah, he waited for the barrel to be max charge, smited with it. Very good secure there by Meteos. Critical in order for them to stay in this game, actually.
Yeah.
That they control some of their own objectives, because TSM has just been steamrolling them to this point, 13 minutes in.
Well, they know they have the advantage, so they're trying to create that pressure. Santorin, impressively, not afraid to do that all over the map. We already saw the early blue roams, And the double sights from him and him and Lustboy rather are going to allow them to keep doing that.
And if we're looking at this game, bigger picture, just the team comps, if this was actually even gold, even then, TSM, you could argue that they have a more team fight focused team composition. The tanky mid laner, the Sejuani ultimates that we've seen so critically, even the Kennen ultimate from Lustboy really locked down the potential one carry on this Cloud9 team. Cloud9 needs to actually kind of snowball ahead in this game so that their shields can help their tanks be enabled and that Sneaky can run in with all the cavalry basically that Cloud9 has put together. Losing this early game makes it more and more difficult. Unless they turn something around soon, they're going to be down 2-1.
Pretty good spike with the Triforce and the Manamune being finished up here for Bjergsen. He's charging that up quite well. Just about 340 on that. He was just over 20 minutes last time we saw him charging one of those on his cog bomb. Lustboy and Turtle back to the top lane. It looks like they're going to start going for these turrets and see if they can get them dropped down. But Meteos looks like he's read this quite well, and it could actually play right into their hands.
Need to get some turret trades going down. Cloud9 in game 1, when they started falling behind early, was able to successfully trade objectives against TSM.
Yep.
Wherever TSM was, Cloud9 was on the other side of the map, and they were using their shove in that way. That game, though, they had pretty decent vision control. This game, it's somewhat lacking. Only defensive wards for Cloud9, meaning anytime they commit on a turret, they are putting themselves at risk.
Looks like they do call Santorin up. Still staying pretty safe. Kind of hard to dive at Kennen, but if you're outside the turret range, you don't have to dive at all. Turtle, a little too far out.
Great ultimate there by Meteos, and absolutely Turtle was too far out on that one. Could not even recover from getting knocked back with his Flash and his Valkyrie. Meteos stuffed it.
Flash and Valkyrie.
Whew. Big play there for Cloud9. Really big play.
That has been something we've seen before. Turtle getting himself a little too comfortable. Cloud9 is definitely going to take advantage. This turret should be going down. 50 seconds is perfect on the clock because they're going to want to go back, rotate to mid, and start getting more pressure on. But this is nice that they don't have to come back to this top lane too much anymore.
And TSM trying to trade, though. Bjergsen actually walking through a turret to attack this Scion. 3-level
He's running.
disadvantage, and a great interrupt there by Dyrus.
It's still a big enough pop, right? Dyrus is going to get the sapling out, chase with the movement speed of his own, and it's not going to be enough before it explodes. Lustboy's coming down. It's only a matter of time now.
It's not so much will he die, but when will he die?
Right, and what is the team going to get out of it?
Exactly. They've already taken the mid lane turret, actually, in all of this. So very ineffective balls early on in the game, but effective enough to open up the mid lane for Cloud9.
All right, so he'll probably farm up what he can down there.
I'm still alive.
Nope, he's dead. All right, see where TSM goes from here. They know he's down. That's going to be great. 15 seconds for that teleport to come back up is something they do have to be wary of. But if they can burn this down, it's going to be theirs uncontested.
And I think it's pretty uncontestable at this point, especially with the Scion dead and TSM burning very little to secure that kill. Dragons may be one of the things TSM needs to use to win this game. Cloud9 has kept the gold pretty close, but that's because miraculously they're up 3 turrets to 1. One thing TSM did in the early game is they slightly valued the CS and experience differential over turrets, but then because Wild Turtle got caught in that top lane a little bit farther out than he needed to be, it punished them with the turret. Again, then they chase a kill for balls, punished with another turret, and suddenly the turrets are the only thing keeping Cloud9 in the game. But because TSM is still stronger as a 5-man unit, as long as they just maintain control and don't get picked off by a very threatening Meteos, they will kind of catapult themselves into a 3,000 or 4,000 gold advantage.
And I love the way they're building as well. Dyrus, he picked up the Catalyst. We could go Rod or Righteous Glory, which he likes, but then he just went Armor, knowing High's not going to be killing me. Sneaky's getting pretty big. I'm going to be able to be on Sneaky all day and just walk around the rest of Cloud9.
Usually when a Maokai goes Catalyst and doesn't upgrade to Rod of Ages right away, dead giveaway. Righteous Glory. Righteous Glory for Dyrus. They're going to rely heavily on Wild Turtle and Bjergsen for damage. Which, honestly, if High gets going a little bit on Lulu, would be a little bit low in the damage department. Not having big damage from their top laner, Sejuani and Kennen, since it's not an AP cannon, it's just a jungle Sejuani, could be shieldable damage from Cloud9 in teamfights.
Turtle getting as much of the resources to go down in his favor as possible before he takes down this turret. But this just means that TSM knows what they want right now. The rest of the team isn't going to get themselves to do a crazy fight, and they are just biding their time before they do get what they want. Cloud9, however, has squeaked themselves through that river area. Has a nice line of wards behind TSM's front line, which could prove useful here. TSM not on that side of the map, though, and C9's wards not really working too well. They're telling him TSM isn't there at this point, but not where they are, that's for sure. Luckily, none of them have died in that 3-man excursion TSM took into the jungle. Dyrus grabs top, and the game continues now.
So much vision in Cloud9's jungle right now. You can tell TSM is kind of prepping the picks, but Cloud9 is nowhere near that spot. Really strange series of events right there. But the turrets have equalized, as we said.
Kills less and less throughout each game here. We're at least 5-5 at this point last game. 30 seconds on to Baron. We saw teams heading for that just a few minutes after it spawned last time. Enough core items as well to make this go down quite quick. Infinity Edge is finished up onto Sneaky.
Yeah, we need to...
1,200 gold as well.
Yeah, need to look at the power spikes here. Sneaky trying to farm this one out. Very typical of him to sit on an Avarice Blade for a long time. Wild Turtle with Trinity Force and BF is very strong right now. When Last Whisper gets completed onto Bjergsen, he's really going to take off because that could sync with his Manamune transforming. Additionally, Dyrus finishes Frozen Heart, which is huge to match what Balls has. And overall, I think TSM is hitting more power spikes than Cloud9 has right now. But 3 turrets to 3 is actually not the perfect opportunity for forcing, unless they can use these wards that they've placed in Cloud9's red jungle to catch somebody out.
So I think Meteos is going back, buys a Righteous Glory outright with about 1,500. High still sitting on a bit of gold. Over the past few minutes, Cloud9 was sitting on at least 4,000 to 5,000 gold across the board. So it was a good thing that they did not get caught up in a fight here by Team Solo Mid. But that has been something Cloud9 is strong at, is dancing around their opponent. Right there, we do see a bit of the trade and how much damage has been built up. We haven't actually gotten to see these guys use these spikes yet.
Well, there goes Lulu ult. That was fast. High really thinking that there were more people there. Shows you how little Cloud9 knows about the map right now.
It also goes to show you how much they're in his head.
Yeah. He thinks he's going to get killed as soon as he gets targeted right now. This is huge for TSM. They love this 5-man group in the mid-game trying to push down this turret with poke, and they know there's no Lulu ult. Tons of poke.
Waiting on that next wave, slowly creeping up behind them. Still a bit of wave clear to come from that Sivir and Kragus. They're not going to have any trouble with that. Lulu as well, throwing a Glitter Lance if any minions stand tall after all of that clear. TSM are going to have a tough time here. They may have to force this one.
They could, if they go soon, they could get it before the Lulu ult, but honestly, they're not getting enough poke down to warrant a dive.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Wild Turtle does have the strength of the level 2 ultimate on Corki right now. Bjergsen does have the strength of the Last Whisper, but they're just not locking on to the right things, and they end up not being able to get anything done. They can ward around and position for Dragon 3. That's what they'll have to do.
Just about 300 gold. High will have that Rabadon's able to put out a bit more and maybe change the mind of Turtle in some of these fights, and Lustboy if he can cancel them out. It's going to be difficult for them. The Lulu pickup did not make things easy for this game for Cloud9.
Hasn't yet. He's been heavily punished by Bjergsen in the laning phase, which is what we expected to happen a lot in this series.
True.
If High could somehow split with Bjergsen in every game, Cloud9 may actually be the favorites in this series. But that's why Bjergsen is the most valuable player.
Yeah.
He demolishes his lane opponents routinely. And it's a 1,000 gold lead thus far. It's the pressure, though, that is being applied on the map from that mid lane position and the denial of High's farm that they hope to create the most advantages off of.
Well, it's hard to shut down the MVP. Definitely is.
Yeah.
See if we can get a little action.
Oh, here we go again.
Mid lane. Oh, curve it! Curve it! Ah! Yeah. That's pretty good aim, though.
Well,
got it well. So
Again,
what can they do this time?
This is the old Cloud9
this
play.
excursion.
Balls tries to run away, distract as much time as possible, whereas Cloud9 is actually making a play on the other side of the map.
Yeah, they are. Top turret. Dyrus is getting hit up, and there's much more catch potential on the tree here to be cut down. The stun bot of Lustboy comes in, though.
My.
This is why you don't dive a cannon. It gets a little too hard. Lustboy's going crazy right now, and alone saves Dyrus.
2 deaths across the map there for Cloud9. Balls eventually fell, and then, my goodness, the ultimate there. Dyrus, home guard, he's going.
It's going to be right in front of the bear pit. On too high. The glitter lance didn't actually connect all the way. That's going to be the swap as well. High only has a matter of time here before he goes down. It's not going to be Cloud9 that's closing in. It's more members of Team Solo Mid.
Disaster there for Cloud9. TSM doesn't take the trade.
No.
They steal it all from Cloud9. Balls dies in one lane, the dive fails in the other, and desperately Cloud9 wants to stop this Baron, but that's a tall order.
Meteos, he is there for the 50-50. That's really the only thing that stands. TSM will call off of it. Meteos has no chance to go over the wall now. He's going to be 1v1. Turtle throws his head into the shell and just ducks into the fight. Somehow pops out alive on the other side.
Sneaky's
Meteos
here
throws
now.
the barrel. Turtle does finally go down. Sneaky's going to start throwing the boomerang blades into the pit. That's the early smite, and Dyrus actually comes up with it. That could have been very bad for Team Solo Mid.
What chaos, but at the end of the day, they only lose Wild Turtle and they secure the Baron. So mission accomplished for TSM. They get the Baron and they extend their gold lead. Such a chaotic end to what was such a clean series of events there for TSM.
Sneaky running down. Dyrus is saying, you're not getting this dragon alone. It looks like Dyrus is actually going to try and start this if he realizes that Sneaky's too far. So good plays by Team Solo Mid, really repairing what was going on around the map. It looked like Cloud9 had everything instantly turned in favor of TSM there with a quick act from Lustboy.
Well, TSM had that amazing lead from the early game, and it's all about transitioning that into the mid and late game.
Yeah.
And they have been doing so. Cloud9 held on for a bit with some objective trades, but as soon as those trades go wrong, the whole building falls down, right? The crack show, and it's a collapse. That's basically what's happened here for Cloud9. They were so far behind early game. As soon as they make one mistake in a rotation, TSM goes to crush them. They're trying really hard to get back in this game because it is desperation time right now.
His ultimate just came up, but I don't think they wanted the fight. Slicing Maelstrom will not be used here. Dyrus, the martyr of the fight. He says, guys, leave me. I will be okay. They do pick up, Sneaky picks that one up with 3 assists on the team. I'm not sure TSM is too worried about that just now. They have some room to work with here. A 5,000 going on 6,000 gold lead in just 100. And they have been playing it quite strong.
The longer Cloud9 can keep the waves pushed out, the less they have to worry about the Baron buff that TSM has. Ideally, Cloud9 doesn't want to lose their second-tier turrets here, so they want to stay on the offensive, but they're just not that strong. They have a numbers advantage at the moment, so if they can catch someone from TSM, that's the play.
Elixir of Wrath for Bjergsen. He loves those elixirs. His Mirror Mana finished up a little bit ago, so he's going to be outputting quite a bit of damage. And really great plays.
Yeah.
You can definitely see the confidence from Team Solo Mid's play. That was obviously a call from Dyrus. Nobody was like, Dyrus, you're half health, quick teleport in. He was probably saying, I'm home guarded, I can still make this work.
Immediately.
Let's make it happen. Immediately.
He didn't even wait to heal the full.
Exactly.
Because he saw the play right away. First off, he survives and makes a great flash over the wall.
Yep.
Secondly, he comes up big. He's really performing. I mean, of all people, Charlie, the Cloud9 coach, said Dyrus would step up in this series. If TSM is to win, it needs to happen. Well, TSM is winning this game, and Dyrus has stepped up.
It is true. What was Dyrus doing to Ackerman when they went to playoffs last year, right? Getting a little too excited. Even the team said, Dyrus, you need to calm down. You're throwing us off our game because you're so crazy. And here, again, he's just being a rock that TSM needs. Doesn't need to go crazy, just needs to be consistent, and that's what they're getting. 3 Dragons now as we're 27 minutes into the game, a 7-3 lead. It just seems like TSM really, as you've said before, Jack, prides themselves on fixing their mistakes in a best-of-5 series and being able to just come out on top.
Yeah, the Urgot first pick, very huge here. Elixir consumed for Bjergsen. Urgot's Wrath now going to be attacking this next turret. Baron buff is up, though, so I think that's about as far as this push goes.
Sneaky trying to do his damnedest to get a mid push going down. Second tier turret falls. He's got one hit on that siege minion, and it looks like
just
enough time to keep going on this inhibitor turret. This is going to be the stop backs now coming in. Dyrus should be able to get there. He has home guard, but that inhibitor turret's going down. TSM's actually going to take the fight as well. Lustboy to the back line, but that's not damage. That's the stun bot. Cloud9 walks out, and they might still have the defense.
TSM is trying to hit a home run here by getting an ace, but they're giving up their front door right now. How did Sneaky make it all the way to that side of the map
home run
with no TSM response? Cloud9 takes an inhibitor with this. 3 kills, no dragons, and Sneaky does it. He might even get out alive.
Absolutely amazing. Home run definitely curved foul right at the last second there from TSM. Swinging for the fences, and it fell right in front of him. So
just
now
go back to base. No need to engage. Man, big time play by Cloud9. Still down, 7,000 gold, but that buys them a lot of time. Tons of time.
Very much so. For being on the back foot, it was interesting to see that mind game there they played with Team Solo Mid. TSM said, oh, they're engaging. They're going to go way too far. And that's exactly when Cloud9 pulled back. And that's where you want to be, in the head of your opponents. Keeps Cloud9 in a very good fight, and somehow grabbing an inhibitor, 7,000 gold down.
Yeah, plus all the free farm that Sneaky got while pushing multiple waves there. 284 CS now on Sivir, 3 major items. If they can somehow protect him up, maybe in an extended team fight, Cloud9 can pull something around. We kind of knew that was the win condition for Cloud9. Get Sneaky ahead, get the shields going. If TSM doesn't build enough damage into the non-Urgot and Corki members, then maybe Sneaky can AoE people down in a team fight. And that is a stronger maybe now that Sneaky's been able to do that.
Very true. Also see a Rylai's Crystal Scepter picked up here on Lustboy. One of the only times I might say it's okay. You're not the guy going in to kill.
Are they trying to fight?
It looks like it. That was on the hunt. Balls comes through, rings the dinner bell for Bjergsen. Now, Lustboy goes in. That's going to be the Rylai slowing C9 to re-enter the fight, as well as Dyrus. Vengeful Maelstrom mitigating all the damage that the front line has taken. Lustboy finally falls after the fight has already been extended to a long one. Balls now to the back line. He goes down. With Lustboy down, that means TSM still has damage on the map, and they're going to push forward.
Cloud9 must have seen the window, seeing Dyrus is off on the side, but he could easily teleport in for that fight. A poor force there by Cloud9, losing their front line in that battle. Cloud9 did not have the lead to be willing to force like that with the sign-off. They end up losing a turret afterwards.
This is good. Do they stop it, though? Do they stop the backs? Oh, it's already Santorin in the base. No worries. The minions will be stopped before they get to the Nexus turret. Still looks like Lemon wants to put a little bit of pressure on to get as much as they can out of this one. It's not going to be much more than just the pressure.
I mean, at least they have those super minions in the mid lane, so...
Right, a little bit of time.
Cloud9 should only force like that if the super minions are going to be taking something from the TSM base, or if TSM has a base defender that is trapped there. A questionable fight for Cloud9. It's actually been one of their Achilles heels throughout the year, is just taking some really aggressive fights when they're really far down in gold.
Right.
It didn't used to be a problem for Cloud9 because they were never They were never behind in games.
Right.
And what is happening? They're going for, oh my god, Balls is the human distraction right now. They're going for Baron. Balls is trying to pressure the base.
They can keep Bjergsen out of that. He's going to have to stay and fight the whole time. Kai may go down, or rather, Balls is going to go down in this situation, but Bjergsen's far away. Santorin flies through. There's the Glacial Prison. Lemon Nation won't stand long. Neither will Balls. Kai has already fallen in the fight, and it is going to be a Team Solo Mid ace on Cloud9 at the Baron pit.
Some incredibly questionable decision-making by Cloud9 right there. Trying to 4v4 force a Baron. Just the fact that they can trade a useless Scion for a useful Urgot does not mean the other 4 members can 4v4 at Baron right there. Lustboy lands a beautiful ultimate, and the entire Cloud9 team gets wiped.
They've just given themselves so much breathing room. Rinse and repeat. You're obviously not going to get a double turret push with an inhibitor, but you just did what you need to replicate. Wait for them to push too hard and figure out a way to get around that fight and flank them. Oh, man. Lustboy playing with death.
Yeah, that was a ridiculous series of events right there. Cloud9.
Yeah, over and over.
Cloud9 made one good play, which was the inhibitor take, but they followed it up with 2 poor choices. And TSM is, again, in full control of this Game 3. Now, with Baron, Ace, their inhibitor should be respawning soon, and the ability to probably close this game.
Another 6 minutes as well. Aspect of the Dragon is theirs. That's only going to make it harder for Cloud9 to do anything in this game. 3 frozen hearts built up to make the fights even harder. And we'll see this big scuffle once again.
Yeah, I mean, this was just Dyrus being a tank, coming in beforehand.
Nice.
A nice ultimate there by Santorin. Not spectacular, just hits the front line. But that's all they needed to do because TSM as a 4-man unit are stronger than Cloud9 as this 4-man unit, especially since Cloud9 had been hitting Baron. And now TSM pushing up that mid lane with the Baron minions.
Big fan of those Lustboy ultimates, how he uses the outside of the ring. That change to his W is very big. TSM now gonna fly through on this one. The swap for balls, he gets taken down immediately and really provides no threat to anybody on the team. Even Cloud9 knows they cannot try to get any extra pressure on with that distraction. Great third game coming in here from Team Solo Mid. They definitely used momentum from Game 2 to make this one work.
Well, they're not even waiting for minions here. A little bit greedy, but they are so strong. Cloud9 recognizes the greed, tries to fight.
That's the Sivir ultimate. Lemon Nation goes down. Dyrus is gigantic right now. The main tank on that turret the entire time, and he gets out alive. Turtle and Dyrus are bleeding red, but the base is open, and TSM's about to tear it down.
They just got to go catch that mini wave in the mid lane. They have 4 people dead on Cloud9. Balls coming up shortly. 2 people to defend here for Cloud9, but 5 pushing for TSM.
34 minutes on the clock. The first Nexus turret will fall as Team Solo Mid pushes their advantage here. Very nicely done coming into Game 3 with the Urgot composition out of the mid lane. Bjergsen again on a 5-0-8, a great KDA to bring the team up for a victory here. 20-4 at 34 minutes. Team Solo Mid make the series 2-1 over Cloud9.
And again, the reverse sweep becomes a possibility.
And indeed it does.
Team Solo Mid drops the first game of the series. They come back in Game 2, win a very hard-fought game. And then here in Game 3, there was almost never a doubt. From the very beginning, the jungle harassed by Lustboy, the wave control that TSM had in the top and bottom lanes, and the domination that Bjergsen had 1v1 against High were all evident. There was that misplay by TSM 30 some odd minutes into the game where they gave up an inhibitor to a solo mission from Sneaky, but they did recover quickly from that mistake. That will be probably TSM's main point of feedback coming into the next game, and Cloud9, they got some work to do.
That situation as well, we have to go back and almost look at it to be like, how was Sneaky there? Because I'm pretty sure TSM was like, why the hell is Sneaky in mid? Like, why is some of their superior wave clear not at this inhibitor turret? Well, they have a Lulu, and he must have been in the right spot at the right time. But TSM was able to fix that. They were like, whoa, that's not normal. We're going to pressure so he can't go roam by himself. And Cloud9 couldn't get any more splits going down.
Yeah, Cloud9 needs to find a way to help out Meteos, actually. I think more than anything, because he's getting shut down and lapped by Santorin in experience early on in these games. Game 1, Meteos was the main reason Cloud9 won, landing huge Sejuani ultimates. I think Cloud9 needs to go back to a really strong team-fighting team, make sure Meteos is protected to get them to those team fights, and work off of their strengths that way. They're getting too crushed in the early game right now. They need to identify what's happening in that jungle so Meteos does not get shut out of the game.
We definitely saw the picks come into play for this one, and the champion pools getting squeezed out to the last drop. We'll see if it affects Cloud9 going into the next game as well. To share their insights into TSM's second series win, let's toss it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. I want to touch on exactly what Jat was talking about right there. This C9 found success in Game 1 with Meteos on Sejuani, able to make plays. He is a clutch player. Not that his Gragas play has been, incredibly subpar, but I think the Sejuani fits a little bit better with the idea that they need to be winning team fights. Yeah, right? That's how they're going to win this series.
The difference is Sejuani is an easier team fight champion, but Gragas has a little bit more early game pressure and a little bit more of a jungle bully for fighting.
Yeah, but the thing is, even though you have early pressure leads, well, guess what? It's a lane swap, so you're not getting a lot of gank pressure. Any jungler fits the bill in this kind of situation.
And then it comes down to the team fights.
Yeah, or when the ganks come in, Bjergsen outplays them anyway.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they're prioritizing Gragas and not getting anything out of the pick when they could be getting things out of Sejuani. The caster said it. Santorin is repeatedly out-farming Meteos here, yeah. My brain went Maokai. I'm like, that's not the person. He's not named that. But yeah, and I mean, the funny thing is, this is what Meteos is known for. Was he was the big farm jungler back in 2013, and yet he's not fitting the bill anymore.
When your lanes are feeling so much pressure across the board, you feel like you have to make moves. You have to show up middle, or else it's going to get ganked.
Yeah, and that's the thing, though, was like Meteos is showing up places, but he keeps showing up in the same place over and over. Okay, yeah, he ganked Bjergsen the one time, and it barely failed. That was really close. He probably made the right choice here, but only once have we seen a matchup where there was actually kill pressure on Dyrus, which is Maokai into Lulu. Lulu is squishy. Maokai's point and click CC. Great. Next time around, Maokai into Sion. You're not going to kill Shield Max Sion. Next time around, Sion into Maokai. You're still not going to kill that guy, and yet they still gank Dyrus. And, like, look, you get him off the Lulu, and you put him under a turret, and you're not going to kill this tanky champion that Dyrus is playing. And C9's, like their goal coming into the game is just not a good goal.
Yeah, again, I wasn't particularly fond of the team composition here by Cloud9. Sion Gragas, okay, that's a fine front line. Gragas has some playmaking ability, the ability to disengage as well. Braum, Sivir, Lulu, where's the damage on this team?
Sivir.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like your hyper carry, AD carry Sivir, right? Like I feel if you're like Sneaky has proven that he can be a hyper carry. So if you're gonna put him in the position, like if you're gonna tell him he needs to do that, put him on a champion that makes it a bit easier for him.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, like, there's a world in which this works. I tend to agree in like 99% of situations, Sivir's a terrible pick. In terms of running like a big bruiser team, which is what this is, right? Braum plus 2 more tanks, a bunch of short-range champions. It was Urgot over in Game 1, almost the same comp. It's like, let's just make a really big, compact, short-range comp where Ricochet hits everyone. Yeah. And I just have a 2.1 AD ratio entire team nuke. That's by Ricochet, by the way, if you guys were wondering. That's pretty good, and then Sivir can actually start chunking people down, but right, it's not a Luden Zeko on the Lulu. Like, obviously, is it a... Right, it's not even a Rod of Ages Maokai, because they're playing Sion here, so yeah. I mean, the team runs out of damage. A lot of weight in with Sivir's shoulders. It's pretty hard for it to lift that weight, so yeah, I don't really like it either.
You know, next up on the list here, we've got Lustboy playing Kennen again, showing he doesn't need to play with the Kalista in order to be effective. And again, this will call into question the 2 support bans by Cloud9, as Lustboy has said, fine, at this point, keep throwing them at me. I will play Kennen. He still has Annie. We haven't seen that come out yet. So I would look for Cloud9 to pivot away from those support bans this time around and throw them at somebody else.
Well, I said it before this game. It's like, look, blue side is not very important unless you're actually pitching something usefully, right? And right now, it's like, okay, well, first pick or guy, okay, cool. That's actually an advantage for blue side. Good job, TSM, for using that. But Cloud9, right, they're setting all these bans at Lustboy and then not actually taxing him for it, right? If, like, I could replay this champ select in BC9, it would be, look, ban away like 2 of the junglers. If they first pick Urgot, I get the only good tank jungler left. Like, I get Sedge, you don't get Gragas, or vice versa. One of these things has to exist. But C9 aren't doing that. They're like, yeah, you first picked, and we punished you by taking one of the 2 junglers left up that everyone cares about. By the way, Sejuani is 3-0 in this series, and C9 gives that one away. Like, it just doesn't make sense, like, what the plan is here.
You could pinch junglers really hard.
Of course you can.
You could get Sejuani, Gragas, you could pick the Nunu first, or be like, oh, he plays a good Zac as well, and force Santorin onto a B-tier champion.
Right.
He might go with the Rek'Sai. He has played a good Nidalee, but that's the thing, is Santorin's so versatile that he can thrive on those champions.
Right, definitely looking for Cloud9 to make some strong pivots going into this next game. TSM, though, I want to look back at them because they're now finding success in this series. And as we mentioned before, in general, best of 5 series, they're really confident going into them. They're okay dropping the first game. They're going to use that to motivate. They're going to learn something about their opponents, and they're going to push through in the following games. They've now won the next 2, right? What changed? 1. What changed specifically that is allowing them to beat Cloud9 now? And then 2, what do they do here in Game 4 to close out the series?
Well, what they did in that first game where they had a lead, and they were able to lead early game, and then Cloud9 came back, right? They ended up pushing that lead even further this game, shutting down balls really hard, putting that team on tilt, and forcing them to make situations where it's like Sneaky has to backdoor an inhibitor. They went for team fights. So they're playing against a high wave clear composition with a low wave clear. Only Corki's really ranged wave clear here with the Urgot. And I assume that's what the Lulu was for on C9's side, was to counter that. But the fact that TSM is going for the team fights, as soon as they see the opening, they're forcing it. They're like, oh, Sneaky is not with the team. Start a fight. Start a fight as much as you can against this composition. So it's the team fights that I feel like they adapted from and moved away from disengage and went, we're the ones starting the fights. And that's why Sejuani, I think, is so good in this series.
Yeah, the hardcore engage is working, and just having a team that can actually just alpha people down. Right, C9, they won the game when they played Rod of Ages Maokai. I think, again, that was a very smart choice for that game. Braum built the run fast item. Yeah, Righteous Glory. They had a Sivir anyway, run fast item. Great. But right, they built 80 ability power on Maokai, who's going to go in there, absorb some damage, pop the ulti. There's extra damage coming out. Urgot, good front loaded damage. Sivir, good front loaded damage. and they alpha people out. That's the kind of style that has been working so far. Luden's Echo Kog'Maw eventually scaled up, alpha down the backline when a Sejuani ultimate hit. Seems like a bunch of burst at the very start is important. And then second to that, what C9 should adapt, though, is also their overall game plan. They're not killing Dyrus on tanks. Go try to kill Wild Turtle and Lustboy. Go try to actually gank Sneaky's lane when he's in the 2-on-2. Make those plays happen. If you're going for the Gragas, then actually use him to gank these important lanes.
All right, Cloud9, they found success in Game 1. We'll see if they can find it again in Game 4. Keep it tuned right here because TSM are just one game away from reclaiming North America's top spot. Our championship finals between Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid continue after this.
Hi, do you want to move your Red Bull the other side? Like in your mouse cord again?
Yeah, I like it there though, cause like it's like it's heavy this time. It won't spill.
That's fine. Just making sure.
The stun bot of Lustboy comes in though.
my.
This is why you don't dive a cannon. It gets a little too hard.
I'm backing.
Can I ult him? I'm ulting him.
Okay.
I got prank. I got prank. I got prank. I got prank. Nice.
Hi.
High is no flash, I think. Okay, he's flash.
Kill balls. He's dead.
Santorin flies through. There's the Glacial Prison. Lemon Nation won't stand long. Neither will Balls. That's the Sivir ultimate. Lemon Nation goes down. Dyrus is gigantic right now. Team Solo Mid make the series 2-1 over Cloud9. Welcome back to the Spring Playoff Finals and Game 4 between Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid. The series stands at 2-1 in favor of Team Solo Mid now, and they just need one more win to defend their championship title. It's going to be a messy Game 4, I believe.
Yeah, we look at the way this series has been going, and it's probably mostly a correlation, but Sejuani is 3-0 against Gragas. Meteos had that 5-man Sej in Game 1 that completely turned the tides, but since then, Santorin has been out-farming Meteos' Gragas in the jungle on Sejuani and ultimately limiting Meteos' ability to impact and carry the game. The other guy that has been showing up for TSM is actually Dyrus. He's been able to stay on an island for the most part, not die to heavy attention from Meteos and balls when it happens, play the early lane swaps well, and that 5.8 KDA in 3 games is nearly double what his KDA was in the regular season. Dyrus definitely stepping up for TSM here when it matters most.
Yeah, he's definitely pulling out the stops, his own plays as well, and not being reactive to team calls. We saw that teleport last game be very pivotal in controlling the push that he almost died in and then teleported back in half HP. So it'll be really interesting to see if TSM keeps that momentum, like you even said, passing the, I think it was Reginald in the hallway. He said, yeah, we'll lose first one, but the next three, we're good to go.
That is the classic TSM move at this point in a best of 5. I really wonder whether Cloud9 is going to switch up their bans here. They've been putting 2 bans at Lustina or Lust Boy.
Yeah, can't see him.
I mean, with the first ban Thresh, it looks like that third ban could be Janna. I'm hoping that their third ban is on a jungler here so that they can either force Team Solomid to ban the other one, or they can deny, because they're really trading Sejuani and Gragas here, and there they go. They do ban the Urgot and the Gragas.
Perfect. So here's the thing as well. I feel like Cloud9 needs to win Champion Select to win the game altogether. With Santorin and Bjergsen both coming off perfect games last game, 508 for Bjergsen, Santorin 1014. They are riding very high and not much can stop them, even on level play. You're going to have to play better. TSM right now is just getting all the advantages they want. Nautilus is the advantage for Lemon. He finally gets to pick that up in the series.
I liked what happened here where by Cloud9 banning one jungler, they necessitated the ban from Team Solomid on the other main power jungler. Gragas and Sej are the 2 main power junglers on this patch for these 2 teams. Therefore, Team Solomid had to drop one of their bans, which unlocks Lemon Nation to play Nautilus. Really nice stuff here.
What will it be? Because this actually puts a lot of pressure on the junglers now. They've been able to just sit back on Sej and Gragas. Now it's different.
Nunu is the team fighting jungler. Bai is the denial jungler here because Meteos and Santorin have both kind of carried games. I'm surprised that Santorin didn't kind of leave this to later. His Nidalee has been off the charts good in a lot of these games. And instead of doing a reactive pick, they just preemptively say, Meteos, nope, you're not going to carry this one on Bai, making sure Santorin plays it.
Well, that also means High has to be careful in his pick. So far, they just go for the Zac and the safety of Sivir as well for Sneaky once again.
I like it.
Very comfortable with those pickups. Callista Cannon, no second thought about that one as Bjergsen locks that in for Lustboy.
No Janna today for Lustboy. His cannon has been so effective.
It really has.
Stopping turret dives, ganking mid, has not been punched all in lane. His laning has been very strong on it. Really just a solid pick for him to pick up. Normally it's Lemon Nation who's picking up the newer support picks, but this time Lustboy beats him to the punch.
Wow, the fast lock. He goes back to his Zed, something he went towards very much so at the end of the split. Almost had 3 or 4 games in a row on that Zed before people started taking it away from him again. And the Vladimir, again, gonna be locked in for balls now.
Zed not typically something you play into a team fighting tanky team, but looking at TSM's composition, since they banned away the main jungle tanks, they banned away the main tank mid laner, Urgot, and they're looking at that. TSM has 3 squishy people already. What do? What's the question? Pick an assassin, classic Cloud9.
Yeah, mid lane Deer, do it. But if he plays Nadu Deer, then he's not mid lane Deer, and we're okay. What will High
of all the champions to hover?
Why would rather say Bjergsen decide? Watch Bjergsen take that, and he does play Janna. Ooh, the Cho'Gath.
They got to go with something tanky in the mid lane, so High can't assassinate it. Silence as well is awesome against Zed. This is a smart pick here for Bjergsen.
Really locks it out. High maybe thinking he can just kill Lustboy whenever he wants since he doesn't focus that Zanya's, but you got to be careful. Fade's call will also save that. A lot of very tricky plays and untargetable people here to come into this game. The Vladimir pickup is going to balls. Most likely, we'll see that coming out of the top lane. He should definitely be able to do very well in the 2v1 here as Vlad. We'll see if they play that any different here.
Yeah, I like this. This is really something different than what's been happening in this series.
I was about to say, Cloud9 hasn't done that yet.
I didn't like Cloud9's bans last game because they mimicked Game 1 bans in a series that had momentum slightly for Team Solo Mid. It was proven that Team Solo Mid was going to be winning with the same pick bans. Time to change it up. Because of that, Cloud9 gets a classic composition. CC from the support jungle role, damage from everybody else. And it puts them in a comfort zone, hopefully, against TSM, who is now moved off a little bit. Bjergsen on Shogath, not the biggest playmaker.
Right.
He actually lost to Cloud9 on Shogath in the final game of the regular season. And this is a pick and ban that could set us up for Game 5, unless TSM makes an outplay, in my opinion.
The trophy. Taking a look on at the games, wondering whose house it will be in at the end of the day. And right now it's looking like Team Solo Mids as they've been coming out strong. But like you said, Cloud9 deciding to switch things up in the bans and now hopefully coming out with a composition that'll trick TSM. Let us know who you think has the edge going into Game 4. Send either hashtag C9win or hashtag TSMwin to @LOL Esports and we will tally your votes up throughout the game. Very interested to see this Bjergsen Cho'Gath pickup. He can really wreak havoc or just be a nuisance in the mid lane with that. How will High coordinate his ganks, his attacks as well? Definitely leads into a game where Cloud9 can kind of go to their 1-3-1 if they want to start getting a split push on. It's a real good way they spread their enemy out thin and start to pick them off.
How much of a factor will Santorin be on Vi as well?
That's great. We got two different junglers coming in for the entire series now.
It's a pretty big factor already. Look at those recall animations.
Absolutely dancing around. Still going.
Yeah. So, biggest change that Cloud9 needs to make early on is figure out what they want to do with this early jungle, because they got outplayed last game. The supports have been making very aggressive invades on the side where they think the enemy jungle is starting, but this game more than ever, we actually have the most defensive wards we've had yet. So scouting where someone is going to start the jungle becomes increasingly difficult. It looks like TSM may end up guessing it properly. For Lustboy, he's going to be trying to invade this Cloud9 start. Now, will Cloud9 start at blue buff, or will they start at Gromp and then transition to blue buff? If they do the latter and Lustboy invades quickly, they may have some issues taking the blue buff. We'll have to track this because Lemon Nation is also in position to harass the TSM jungle.
He has not taken a skill just yet. We'll probably head in with that Riptide so he can get a bit of AoE and slow for the harass and no chase. Here we see Lustboy making his way over. Oh.
It's a mid lane move that a lot of people use in
that.
Makai. And Lemon, well, there's some early harass from both these guys. What a monster. Santorin doesn't have smite.
He's also playing it perfectly. Dyrus now being the one to be in front of that. Santorin's going to have to walk right out of this one. And what a job by Lemon Nation. Repeats again. Can the same thing happen over here? No! It's actually High who already came out. A flash goes down, and they know that's enough to return and hit that lane later. They're not going to try to pressure it.
As he comes right back despite not having flash.
The fearless Kennen.
Man, so this is why TSM has been banning all this. For one, Lemon Nation's level 1 harass in the jungle. That's the best support for level 1 harass. This time as well, Cloud9 makes a nice adaptation. High actually forgoes a little bit of experience in the mid lane to help them take at least 2 camps during the double jungle, whereas Santorin still sitting on level 1 3 minutes into the game. So this time, successful jungle denial. Meteos will be ahead of Santorin early on.
This will be the test now. If Santorin can get through this jungle, he's definitely been able to fix all the problems that any LCS player would put him up against in the early game. Did it last game quite effectively. Meteos going very, very low. Gets his smite out at the last second there. Get the level, get his help.
Yeah. Now, the other problem that happened for Cloud9 in the last game.
Yep.
Side lane wave control. The second thing they have to do to get out of this early game properly. It's a very similar start to last game, so that's why you have to directly compare these things. Will Dyrus be able to soak experience? Doesn't look like it. The wave is actually being frozen against him properly this time, so Dyrus should be denied. Balls, it's not all sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows up there either.
Nope.
He is also getting denied. 0 CS and no CS close either.
I don't think Vlad likes those kind of things anyways. It's just not the type. He is going to head into the jungle, however. Seems like they're going to do a little double jungling here to make sure Meteos can keep himself at a good rate of getting through the jungle. He wants to stay very much ahead of Santorin here and give him no chance to come back. Hai is already back, brings 2 long swords to the lane now, 24 to 22. It looks like Santorin's actually going to be staying here now, so Hai may be able to get some good trade damage down being up in that lane.
Yeah.
A little bit of armor for Bjergsen. Keep him safe.
Pretty good start, all things told, for Cloud9. Nice early jungle harass. The jungle upgrade for Meteos first. Hai sticking with Bjergsen early. And the threat of supporter jungler gank is diminished because Lustboy's flash was burned during harassment, and Santorin was destroyed early on in the jungle. Therefore, Hai gets to play somewhat aggressive against Bjergsen's Cho'Gath.
It'll be nice for him at least this game. He has been definitely on the back foot for Bjergsen. All the ganks have been going at Hai, making sure to shut him down. We'll see what the Freedom provides for him this time. Right now, they're getting a nice steal over here on the blue. Make it out quite easily as well. Good focus here from Cloud9 to put something on the plate early. Shouldn't really affect Bjergsen too much, as he can just stay in that lane and keep regenning with his passive. It's even CS all around. Still watching how Meteos is getting himself through, though. No CS for balls just yet.
Yeah, big wave hitting the turret up top for Cloud9. They're going to give that up in order to get the Dragon on their side. Be interesting to see if TSM can finish off that turret, and also whether Sneaky will push the bottom lane, because it looks like Cloud9 is holding the freeze for longer, and that means they would not be able to trade a turret if that happens.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage. 10% on that top turret. Ooh, he thought he was going to have the bite, but Hai got out of range. He couldn't see him. He stays, though. Dyrus is the one to come in. The flash twist in advance to pick up first blood. There's the knockup from Rupture, but no follow-up damage after everything has been expent. Lemonation puts himself in a very bad situation. The anchor toss will come back up quicker with hitting that terrain, but I don't think he's going to be able to get out. He was in a bad spot, and the error calculated by Team Solo Mid.
Pretty big error there by Lemon Nation. Yeah. That's the second poor flash he has had in this series. First one being where he flashed directly behind a Scion ultimate and still died. So, big time moves for TSM there. Bjergsen specifically hitting level 6 as he hit the Rupture, forcing the double flash there in the mid lane. And second game in a row where Dyrus gets first blood. That is so key when he is getting denied in these lane swaps to be 5 CS. 7 minutes into the game, but to have that first blood kill puts him a good 600 gold ahead of Balls' Vladimir at this point in the game.
What a collapse there by TSM. Their communication is definitely on point, where it seems it took a few seconds there for C9 to really act. See if they can keep it going. It's only very, very early in the game. We still have plays here to be possibly made by Hai carrying from the mid. Sneaky and Lemon back to lane, and that vote swayed way back in the favor of TSM.
Monster plays in the mid lane right there, picking up 2 kills off of pretty much nothing. They just kind of appeared in the mid lane. Bjergsen landed all of his skill shots. Dyrus arrived at the right time. TSM is 1 game away from winning the North American LCS Spring Split.
See how they do now. All these lanes are matched back up, so Balls and Dyrus are going to be able to farm themselves quite nicely. And that is big for Balls, as he was pretty much getting nothing in the beginning of this game. Still paying attention to how Cloud9 is taking these buffs. So far hasn't really impacted the game. Bjergsen still was able to get something out of mid lane. So C9 is kind of fighting their own battles that aren't giving them results just yet.
Yeah, and already they have to come back from behind. Which they did in game 1 to their credit, but a 2,000 gold lead 8 minutes in is actually rather large. Callista Cannon as well has a lot of kill threat. If Lustboy can get experience. He's level 3 on Cannon right now. So, not worried about that yet for a while.
You see the AD carries and you think it's soon, but nope, the supports, they've been roaming all day. What will be the play in the bottom lane? Lemon Nation walks away for just a second and cannot be continued by Sneaky as he wants to wear those Ren stacks off before heading back into the fight. Smartly done as well. Not too many core items coming out, just the first of recipes around the map as well. BF swords for the 80 carries, that Cutlass and the Fiendish Codex for the mid laners. Oh, there's a great trade.
Yeah, nice little trade back there by Cloud9. Revenge for Wild Turtle's damage on Sneaky. This time Lustboy could no longer enter a fight safely. Sneaky been the bright spot for Cloud9 this series. Even in the games they're losing, he's able to make some clutch plays. They're really going to need him to do well here as balls will take a long time to ramp up on Vladimir.
Literally almost killing Wild Turtle there. Yeah, well, with the time they're giving themselves, they have a lot of breathing room to stay down here. Farm this one out. We'll see how much turret damage they try to put on this one as Balls gets all the time to farm this in the top lane. You can see he wasn't having the easiest time against Dyrus, but he was also letting his lane push because he didn't have a turret.
High even trying to roam down there for a potential dive, but because he actually got spotted by a pink ward without checking the brush, there's a chance that TSM is waiting for High to return.
Well, they're definitely pushing his lane, making sure he has to take control of it once again. At least getting something to work there.
Even under the turret, those guys are tanky enough that if High gets in range for a Maokai W, he would die.
At this point, he definitely has to be careful. I wouldn't put it past Dyrus and Bjergsen to go in for that anyways. Coming from the bottom side, Lustboy thinks it's something they can get as well. He looks to actually just show himself right in the mid lane for a bit of pressure. Not real ganking. Great damage coming out of Maokai here in the early game. Dyrus again going for the 2-ring build. Could be right into that Righteous Glory once again.
Probably.
Once you extend it already.
Yeah, it's true. Seems to be what TSM wants to go for the initiation potential.
Yep.
It's actually, I'd say, the more common Maokai now.
Yeah.
Is the Righteous Glory rather than the Rod of Ages.
It's weird. You don't think it'll work the same, and you're like, wow, this is actually really great.
I'm really fast and super tanky. All right.
All right, so good pressure here in the mid. I like that Bjergsen has turned off those Vorpal spikes to make sure he doesn't grab any silly aggro as it
High's in trouble here.
by.
Shadow down and Rupture lands.
Oh, Rupture does hit right after Shadow comes, but they also know it's a little too quiet here on the home front. Maybe not. Bjergsen wants to go in. Over the wall comes Meteos, but he's quickly punched in the jaw as he bounces around from Santorin. Looks like they should be able to grab this with a big wave coming.
Yeah, they got a big wave. Cloud9 still a little bit dangerous. High, flash back.
Whoa, all the way back to High. That's going to be the hit out as well. Fate's Call chucks Lustboy back in. He's going to die, throwing down Flash and Exhaust in that one.
Oh,
and TSM
no.
finding a bit of what they want here. 2 kills already, and Balls was almost in the wrong spot there at the right time for TSM.
2-for-1 trade and the turret there. Sneaky was trying to farm off in the bottom lane. Now trying to come in on the backside of this fight. He's got to be incredibly careful.
Oh, thought he was going to let Fizzle out.
May as well just take the dragon.
Might as well. So Cloud9 definitely has to start putting on the damage control. Things are not looking good, especially with the momentum of 2 games now behind Team Solo Mid and the taste of victory right on the tip of their tongue.
He's going to try a steal against Callista. Really hard to do.
Flew right over. Let's bounces down from that last engage. Remember, cannot get the slow on either. Looks like he will not be able to blob about well enough for the team to pick up kills. Team Solo Mid get out with another turret there in mid lane, a few kills, and then back to Dragon.
Yeah, and Cloud9's in a really tough spot here. Down turrets, down kills, even in Dragons. Down in the series, knowing they have to win both this game and the next if they want to take the crown here in North America. Slight desperation mode might kick in for Cloud9.
Yep.
When that's kicked in so far this series, or even in IM Katowice, desperation mode for Cloud9 is a very dark place. You do not want to go there as Cloud9. They overcommit. Their smart play goes out the window. They need to remain controlled here. The 5-man push up the mid lane during recalls was smart. They do not need to turret dive. They just need to continue to trade objectives like Cloud9 did in their Game 1 victory.
Dark Cloud9. You don't want that.
Yeah.
That's the Thunderstorm. It's not working out for them. Here, looks like they have drifted towards the top lane, however. TSM Not too worried about these outer turrets going down. It might be more of a danger for them to try and put protection on it, so they hold steady. Dyrus is going to be able to trade here in the bottom as he gets that Righteous Glory built up safely. And both teams are going to back. Oh, just take it down. You got big fists. 73 to 47 is the out of that top lane, though. Definitely a pretty big disparity.
He wants to deny some CS, but the cannon lives, most likely. Yep.
That one time when you were like, minions, don't be so strong? No one ever said that. 14 minutes on this. TSM cracks a little bit more of the outside of the base as they themselves lost the top turret here. But Cloud9 is still, I think, waiting for TSM to make moves. They're not really the one that's going to be putting their foot out there first.
Well, they need to get a little bit later in the game. So
that's true. Just buy some time.
Vladimir can have an impact is the main thing. Although the mid-game power spike, once again, of Bjergsen's mid laner is really hard to deal with. I mean, a couple of things coming into the series we thought might hinge it. Bjergsen and his ability to shut down high. Well, he has in most of these games, and Bjergsen's been an absolute force to be reckoned with in the mid-game or the late game, and tilts these matchups heavily. The second thing, though, is that Dyrus has actually been outperforming Balls in a global sense. They're mainly just the beneficiaries of support player lane swaps, but the TSM lane swaps have actually given Dyrus several advantages here. And that means the lone bright spots for Cloud9 would either be Meteos, who's been getting outfarmed by Santorin in most of the games, including this one, or Siki, who has actually been outperforming for the most part in CS. But you can't just have one guy. You need the whole team to be able to outperform in order to win a series. And that's why TSM may end up winning this one 3-1 if Cloud9 doesn't somehow come back from this 3,000 gold deficit.
Well, right now they are sitting on just the perfect amount of kills. They have 4. It's across their priority targets as well. Everybody has 1, so they are getting fed accordingly. And Cloud9 is only looking for the wave clear here. TSM knows they have C9 against the ropes, and they're going to continue to pressure this. You were talking about how kind of Dyrus is also outplaying Balls. Like the way with the bans against Balls, they almost forced them to play the Dyrus game of safety. You're not going to be providing much for the team, and all year Dyrus has been playing that, so he's going to be better at it on the spot.
Yeah, heavy Hecarim bans. When Cloud9 has been on the red side, TSM has been banning Vladimir as well.
Right.
So this time at least Balls is on the Vladimir, but in the early game he's heavily shut down. So it's not like he's been able to lane against Maokai and assert his dominance.
Exactly. Also looking for the pressure here from High, one of his most winningest champions that he could have selected here, especially in the finals. That puts a lot of pressure on him, being the shot caller and the one to be one of the priority playmakers here on Zed. And it doesn't look like right now he's going to get the chance to zero out too many people with that death mark.
Yep, defensive builds across the board. Cinderhulk on Vi. Cho'Gath, very, very strong man. Unless you get in the Burn of Silence, he can wait for the death mark to silence you. Bloodthirster on Wild Turtle for the extra shield, and Kenning can ult himself to stun Zed when he goes in. So really High, relegated to split pushing or hoping to come in late during a team fight. Or maybe just ulted in a side lane. Dead.
Everybody coming in for the fight here. Look at Bjergsen has even chugged a sorcery elixir 16 minutes into the game to add more damage to his Cho'Gath this time. Last time it was the Kog'Maw out here, but it looks like he is actually taking the path to the top lane.
I think that's what Ball should be doing. He needs to use his time to farm. But if they commit, if TSM commits Dyrus, you would hope that Vladimir can actually get multiple waves of farm and some turret pressure. Or Cloud9, they're just trying to trade objectives because TSM has so much control, especially with Bjergsen's Cho'Gath and the tank Vi to just fly in and set up an easy rupture. It's just objective trading through and through. But yeah, it's a completely forfeit there by Cloud9.
Yeah, we saw Elimination was already going toward Baron, making sure they have the ladder objectives covered to let this one go. They don't need to fall any farther behind here. Too much of a risk. 5-1 here as the second dragon, actually third dragon of the game gets picked up. A second one for Team Solo Mid here. Reminiscent of that scoreline of last game. It was 20-4 in favor of TSM. 5-1. Keep that going. We get the same thing.
Looks like it. I mean, TSM is on the path to victory for sure here. Smart and controlled play. They do have a very low damage team composition if this game stretches to be too late. Tank Vi. Cinderhulk Frozen Heart, Righteous Glory Spirit Visage Maokai, Bloodthirster first AD carry. Cho'Gath in the mid lane, who can burst but doesn't have sustained damage.
Right.
That team does not kill that many people late game. If it gets late game, Cloud9 could take this, but it has to get to 40 minutes somehow without the gold lead being greater than 10,000,
right,
and without TSM having 5 dragons.
Well, another 5,000 gold is what TSM is looking for right now. Nobody's going to throw a loan at them, so they have to get it themselves. Over here, Balls could be a bit of that funding. Looks like he's able to pull himself to safety here. So TSM starting to work the aggression around the map, getting any picks that they can, and the turrets are going to fall shortly here as Cloud9 is, I believe, going to start just using everything in defense to dodge these attacks from Team Solo Mid. So effective.
So to be fair, that's more effective than you'd think because he broke the turret shield.
Right.
The turret shield is very little now. Once you break it on the turret, it doesn't give any shield to the people hiding there. Lustboy understands this game right here.
He's saying you can't see me. Everything behind the curtain. You can see Cloud9 kind of spreading themselves thin here, walking back and forth. Lemonation is trying to tend to multiple lanes, sweep multiple wards. High going down to the bottom side here. This is Cloud9 trying to, not make a move. That turret goes down, the pressure's relieved, and he needs to go as well.
Really solid play by TSM.
Yep.
Really just controlling the rotations. 5 turrets to 3. Hoping to continue that pressure, get a 6th, get all the other turrets down. Then they can start pressuring Baron, and they can take Dragon on respawn. That's the plan for TSM. If they want to win their 3rd game in a row, get another reverse sweep on their opponent. Semifinals against Team Impulse, they lost the first game, won the next 3. Here against Cloud9, lost the first game, very close in game 2, carried by Bjergsen's AP Cogman.
Yep.
These last 2, though, as far as the first 20 minutes go, have been heavily in favor of TSM. They get stronger and stronger throughout these best-of-5 series. It's becoming a trademark of TSM.
Sticking with things that work as well, especially for Lustboy. If they're getting banned out consistently, stays with the Kennen and the Kalista 2 games in a row. Something we haven't seen all year from these guys. Really, in any other region but LPL, to be honest. They're playing it quite well, however, and definitely showing that it's something they had in the back pocket. Ace in the sleeve, if you will.
Yeah.
Looks like that Runons is finished up onto Wild Turtle. He's going to be really hard to get a lockdown on now, especially without having super hard crowd control here on the side of Cloud9. Hello. Oh, my word!
Whoa!
I was going to say he's getting dinner, but that would look like an appetizer.
I've said it before and I'll say it again, but good lord, Bjergsen is crushing right now.
You know,
one rupture, instantly dead.
It's
Flash,
bad
eat, ignite.
when you wins. Whew, that hurt me. Wow. Bjergsen, no matter what champion he is on, he is ready to flash float forward and make instant plays. The lucidity boots for him as well, allowing him to keep spitting out that crowd control and silence, and it has picked him up another kill. Now over to Baron. This is pretty much uncontested. However, here's the teleport in from Balls. They're going for broke.
Have to contest.
They're
It's a
going to have
23-minute Baron. TSM actually takes a fair bit of damage here. Elimination goes really early.
Only a 2-man Hemo Plague actually going down on that. Good damage over to Turtle. Bjergsen's very hurt here. Lustboy and 400 HP just flashes over the wall, and that could easily be finished off if somebody focuses. They're tunneled onto Dyrus, though. How does he pop? Sneaky before he gets out. They're going to walk this one away. He's, however, bringing them over to Lustboy, and Lustboy is saying, no, you do that to me. What a hit. Gets Meteos on the slingshot over the wall. He's eventually going to go down, but he is completely buying time for the team, and Cloud9 is going to get hardly anything with TSM being down here.
TSM overestimates their ability to do Baron by far right there. 22 minutes does not fall very quickly. Bjergsen also was completely out of summoner spells before that fight. Therefore, when Cloud9 comes in, they destroyed them. Meteos gets off a Dream Ultimate, and Sneaky gets best case scenario fight. Not a Cho'Gath that can flash or feast you at any point. No cannon ultimate on Sneaky. Meteos is bouncing around. Sneaky is free hitting in the back because of no Dyrus until later on in the fight, and they were a sliver away from acing TSM right there if they picked off those 2 other guys. A horrendous call there by TSM to go for Baron. They had 6 turrets. They just had to wait for the Dragons to come up, and they give a small window for Cloud9 to come back.
That teleport from Dyrus, it looks like the entire team was just like, we have this. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Really could have been used a lot earlier, but you can always say something else about the fight after it's done. Played very well there by Cloud9. 4-7 on the scoreboard as they start to scratch back without letting TSM get too much along the way. Blade of the Rune King and Last Whisper now finished up here for High. He's going to be able to start cutting through some of these tanks that got to some very early items on Team Solo Mid. Bjergsen's looking for his third already, 25 minutes into the game.
Death cap goes down on a Bjergsen.
It's only 500 more gold for him.
He was already one-shotting people.
Yeah. One shot the guy you want to stay alive. The guy who wants to one-shot your team. And High is not able to do that right now. This one's going to be taken down. See where Bjergsen's at right now. He is at 6 stacks.
Yep.
Coming off of the Scuttle Crab.
Feasts up very quickly. 10,800 gold, almost 3,000 gold ahead of High.
Wow.
But the interesting thing is Sneaky at 9,700 gold, 500 more than Wild Turtle. If Sneaky gets to a point where he's got Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper, and Bloodthirster, as well as his Spell Shield, and he does not get caught by any major CCs from TSM, that's the Sivir dream in this game. Because it is a bunch of tanks, Sivir can try and ricochet through them, lifesteal up with the shield. If he avoids the major spike damage, he could try and one-man carry this Cloud9 team. It's highly unlikely that that happens, but that is what Cloud9 needs to work towards.
Right now, they are trying to split it up. Split push is the name of the game here. High tends to the side waves. We already saw him try to pressure the bottom, but Cloud9 is lacking a bit of control on the map. It's just easily stopped every time by Team Solo Mid right now. Maybe some forward wards, something for Cloud9 to really put themselves back in this game. What's the fastest way they stop the bleeding right now?
For Cloud9?
Yeah.
It's mainly continuing to shove out these waves and giving up dragons all the way until number 5. The hardest part about this, though, is maintaining vision control around the Baron area without TSM taking it for free. Therefore, it's really hard to avoid overall fights because there's soon to be a Righteous Glory Maokai and a Cho'Gath. I mean, we already saw what happened when Bjergsen got caught. Now Lemon gets caught. Maybe they get a nice corridor fight.
Twisted advance to pop-up. Nice let's bounce there from Meteos. The team has to assess the fight on the side of Team Solo Mid. They get themselves into good positioning. Bjergsen, Lustboy, and Wild Turtle all on the back line. Able to fire forward here. Now moving into the fight. You gotta watch once the train is on the tracks. You better move. And here comes Bjergsen. The rupture goes off and just misses Sneaky. Got off the tracks for sure.
Yeah, that's just the power of TSM, forcing those fights around Baron. They know exactly what they need to do, oftentimes, in order to secure victory. They just had a little bit wrong 7 minutes ago. They have to win a fight before taking Baron. They can't just take Baron. This time they get a nice catch on Lemon Nation. Dyrus miraculously stays alive. TSM takes Baron.
Strong fights coming from Team Solo Mid. This fight almost actually mirrored what we saw earlier. If Meteos is on this side with Sejuani, that's the fight that won Cloud9 Game 1.
Yeah, good ultimate there, except it just hits 2 there. They didn't catch Bjergsen or Wild Turtle, that's the big thing. And positioning-wise, if we watch Sneaky, he's in a really good place right now. However, he's just not strong enough yet. You can see
Dyrus.
He can't cut through the Ninja Tabi Frozen Heart of Dyrus. If he had a Last Whisper, maybe he could, but that's only going to be in 1,000 gold. If the tank line would have gone down, then maybe Sneaky could have started doing something. But with the tank line in that corridor, until he crushes that down, they're not getting much. Now with Baron, it may be too late because Sneaky finally has his Last Whisper.
Indeed. It's going to be some big damage coming from Cloud9. Props to Wild Turtle from Dyrus there on that one. Summoner heal keeping him alive throughout that fight. Spirit Visage giving him a nice chunk to stay in it. TSM now pressuring even harder with that Baron. Now able to spread Cloud9 thin. Not the way they wanted it. They were hoping it was on their split push terms. And they're going to have to defend the base.
Giant Cho'Gath eating your turret right now. Cloud9 is not in great position. They do not want to give up an inhibitor this early in the game, but it is such a powerful TSM tank line going into their base.
It might be inevitable, chat. You're going to have to watch out. Nobody can really get by Bjergsen. He's just going to shut you up and pop you up if you try to get through to the rest of the team. And they don't even have everybody here to start doing this. Dyrus still to the top side, knows he is safe, and TSM is working the advantage textbook style now as they're about to close it out for the win.
Yeah, and Bjergsen's level 16 right now, which means his ultimate does over 1,000 true damage. Cloud9 has to fight, but look out!
It's the go for broke here from Cloud9 on their front doorstep. They try one last time to stave off Team Solo Mid. They get the wave clear to make sure it has to be a tank of the turret. Now with that next wave coming in, TSM is able to start walking through. Remember, the bottom inhibitor's already down. Minions are going to start crashing in if this isn't the final push, and it's only going to get harder for Cloud9.
Yeah, it may prep the final push, though, Riv. 2 inhibitors in quick succession during the Baron buff. Plus Cena coming in pretty big this game.
Yeah.
It's mainly been that Bjergsen Cho'Gath, though. Just a monster. 1,050 damage from his feast. Also, not only does a silence shut you up, it also does close to 750 damage.
He's got some relatively low cooldown.
Yeah. The ultimate now is 1,134 damage with the Baron buff. And true damage, that is.
Ugh. You're not getting out alive. You're going to be in his belly. And that's not fun.
Yeah, they actually are getting the third push while they still have the Baron buff.
This is, if you're going to take the final game, this is the way to do it. Losing game 1, but being able to come back stronger and stronger throughout each game consecutively. Now game 3, it looks like TSM could have had this from the get-go.
Yeah, very rarely does a team come back from 3 and hips down. Meteos take some damage. TSM needs to wait for their minions, unless Cloud9 over-engages. Here we go!
Oh, the over-engage indeed. Elimination on the outside gets bounced. Dyrus, he wants it. Dives in onto balls. The Sanguine Pool saves him just at the last second. The 1v1 of Bjergsen and High. The bite goes down, but High is alive, and Bjergsen dies to the turrets. Turtle now is the focus. Depth charge into Anchor Toss. They lock him down with the passive, but he is hopping around way too much on Callista. Turtle a double. Turtle a triple. Turtle a quadra. Could he be coming up with a penta? High stays on the fountain. The quadra kill once again to come up with Team Solo Mid's pivotal win on the North American Spring Split, and they will do it once again. The consecutive wins for Team Solo Mid, the Nexus falls, and Team Solo Mid are the 2015 North American League of Legends Championship Series Spring Split champions.
And just like that, it is over. Team Solo Mid, their 3rd split championship in North America against the only other team to win a split championship there in Cloud9. It's the 2nd consecutive time they have beaten them, but also the fastest they have ever done so. 3 games to 1. TSM losing the first game in the series, and then taking the next 3.
Taking the next 3. One more dominant than the next, as he did at IM Katowice. Lustboy once again raises the trophy for his team, and they begin passing around. MVP Bjergsen, rookie of the split, Santorin as well, showing up huge throughout this best of 5 series against one of the biggest rivals, Cloud9.
Shout and confetti, Santorin, his first championship with TSM. Dyrus holds the trophy high. That is a lot of confetti.
If you're not first, last, says Dyrus. And this year, they are not last. That is right. Loco Doco, very proud to be the coach of Team Solo Mid. Reginald, obviously very happy in the back as well. A lot of strength coming out of this team this season. I said it was both teams on stage, or that were playing on the stage, 0 subs, 0 changes, and that's why the ones they were facing off here for the championship title. Team Solo Mid was able to find the better fight, though.
You can tell they're quite happy with this victory, but we know their sights are set higher here. Now that they have secured the North American Spring Split Championship, they will be the North American representative at the Midseason Invitational. They also secured the most possible championship points.
That's right.
That can work towards Worlds. Championship points, always important, as Dash would tell you.
Well, we actually get to hear from the men themselves as they watch their step in a confetti-covered floor. We're going to throw it down to Dash, who is on stage with the victorious Team Solo Mid.
Thank you, guys. As the confetti rains down, once again, I want to introduce you to your 2015 Spring Split Champions Team Solo Mid. Give it up! All right, gentlemen, congratulations. Loco, I'm coming to you as the coach here. You have re-cemented yourselves as the top team in North America. How does that feel?
It feels really great. We had a really bad start to the year because we did pretty bad at IEM San Jose, but we won IEM Katowice, we won Spring Split, so our year is looking a lot better.
And you have this incredible group of players. Individually, all of them are stellar players. What has it been like working with them this season and watching them evolve as the split goes on?
Well, for coaches, it's really new. So right now, I feel like players matter a lot, and I honestly have a stacked deck. All our players are probably top 2 in their roles. Most of them, the best players in their roles in NA.
Yeah, obviously that helps when you have individually strong players. But TSM as an organization as well has had this storied history of tremendous success, always appearing in the NA finals, picking up tons of wins left and right. You know, is this the best TSM team yet? And will it get better?
Well, the only time it was better was when me and Reggie played. But other than that, iteration of the roster, this is probably the best yet.
I guess it's about as solid as an endorsement you guys can hope for when he previously played on the team. Anyway, I want to congratulate you guys again on your victory. We are going to be talking to the rest of the guys outside in the fan zone in just a moment. Reginald, happy birthday, by the way. This is a pretty sweet birthday present, I must say. And as we're making our way outside of the fan zone, we're going to toss it right back up to the casters for just a moment.
Thank you very much, Deed. Happy birthday indeed to Reginald. That is actually a very great present to be able to get. Yeah. I think he needs to get something the team
falls near the Spring Split Championship, which is always pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's the second of 3 of the Spring Split Championships they've played. Last year, were not able to win the Spring Split. They got 3-0'd. Yeah. Much better year this year, I'd have to say.
That's right. And we are, as Das mentioned, going to hear from the entire team in just a few minutes, but we want to take a minute to talk about the series and the adversity that Cloud9 faced throughout it.
I mean, Cloud9, everyone will remember the 5-man Meteos Sejuani the Ultimate in Game 1, but that is kind of the lone highlight for them.
Those were the glory
in that
days.
Entire series. The glory days, that Game 1, when everything was looking up. But on top of that, after that happened, TSM kind of took over. Bjergsen in particular. Dyrus had a better performance. Looking at it game by game, you know, Game 2 was definitely Bjergsen's Kog'Maw. That thing had amazing power in that one. You can see they're trying to get their stuff out with the monstrous amount of confetti we have out here. This is actually a clip from what looks like the second game here.
Yep, this is where Bjergsen chases them out of the base. You see the power, they have to respect of it.
Because this was a really close game. Right. Remember, this was supposed to be a back-and-forth series. It was looking like that towards the first 2 games. But then, this is where we first saw the power of the Kog'Maw chasing them out. Lustboy doesn't even get his Kennen ultimate off.
Right.
Takes a chunk
like,
of damage
nothing will happen.
Dyrus doesn't land his Sion ultimate. Sejuani does land a 3-man ultimate, but really, this is Bjergsen who has to do the most damage in this fight. He gets the shred down onto balls, finishes him off, and still sitting with a pretty high mana pool throughout this. Yeah. Slows Meteos, continues on the chase. Without the performance that Bjergsen had in this game, TSM may not have been able to take this series whatsoever. Being down 2-0 could have ended up being devastating. They would have had to change up too much stuff. Hai actually gets a heal from Sneaky and then dies on the next shot anyways. Yep. Bjergsen was just landing shot after shot.
And even with Bjergsen playing well, I'm trying to forget names here, so many names. Dyrus was also having a huge game on whatever he chose. Like we said, he kind of, with the bans, they brought balls down to his level, and Dyrus played that game all season long.
Hecarim men in all these games. Yeah. And Dyrus, he's the one who stepped up much higher than his normal potential here for TSM.
Absolutely.
Much higher KDA here, making a lot of his own plays. And also, when he was left on an island, either they were communicating well enough to know that he had backup coming, so he wasn't trapped under a turret by himself.
I think that's exactly what the next replay shows.
Yeah, but more so, he's actually able to turn some things around for his team and make plays of his own. Without that type of play, TSM doesn't have this as a backdoor sweep.
They don't. Actually, let's bring up the Dyrus play right now. This is the one where Lustboy was actually able to save him in that bottom lane. So still, even after Dyrus has been having a consistent game, Cloud9 focus and focus and focus him. And this is when TSM finally takes action, because usually they leave him alone.
This is actually when the game broke, because this was supposed to be a distraction from Balls of Sion in the bottom lane. You can see right there, getting chased down by Wild Turtle's Corki. Whereas here in the top lane, Dyrus is supposed to die. But he auto-attacks enough through his passive, had his ultimate on before the die was there. Lustboy comes in to save the day, and then critically enough, perfect flash over a wall in a high-pressure situation. Unless you are right next to that wall and flash at the right angle, you do not make it through that wall. They end up winning on both sides of the map. TSM takes a huge advantage there, and this is what ended up breaking the game wide open for them.
Yep, that Dyrus TP.
The play didn't even end there. Dyrus, with the home guard boots, immediately after he got back into base, catches out high. TSM took Baron after this, and there was no looking back.
Only the plays that started the game were things that could change things for Cloud9, but that even got harder as the next replay shows that, as Loco Doco said in my interview with him at the beginning of the day with Charlie, High is going to be that factor that we're looking at. And High was actually first blood 3 times throughout this series, if we bring up this next replay as well.
Yeah, it's a critical failure, unfortunately, for Cloud9. If High gets outperformed that heavily by Bjergsen, or if the mid lane focus of TSM proves successful, TSM gets to play their strategies properly. High dying again and again in the mid lane, whether it was from a gank, whether it was from just Bjergsen landing the right abilities. This was High in the Zed game. Watch Bjergsen here, because he knew when he was going to be hitting level 6. He walks in, lands the silence, hits a minion right there, immediately tries to flash, and High was actually on it, but because Bjergsen had such a big edge in the previous fight, even though this is an even numbered engagement, Cloud9 gets wrecked. It's actually a 3v4 in the favor of Cloud9, but High died beforehand. It becomes a, quote, 4v4 when Lustboy arrives, and Lemon Nation, who was trying to catch them out, makes another flash mistake. His second major flash mistake of the series. You have to wait for the Twisted Advance to connect and then flash afterwards. Otherwise, it's just going to follow you right through. Lemon Nation gives up 2 kills, and that was a 2,000 gold lead 6 minutes into that match.
Yep. Looking throughout the game, even with the first one, with the great ultimate from Meteos, that's what they needed to win. That's what TSM's weakness was, right? We're just waiting right now as outside they are setting up in the fan zone. Everybody waiting. Cosplays look absolutely awesome today. And the fans obviously reeling if you're a Team Solo mid fan. Cloud9, they had a fantastic split, but definitely could not shake the troubles at the end.
And we're going to be hearing from the entire Team Solo mid team shortly as they're walking down that nice red carpet that is laid out outside for the Spring Split champions. 90 championship points. Bjergsen.
It's going to help.
Really, TSM, this is the best split they've ever had if you think about it. They won Rookie of the Split, Coach of the Split, Spring Split MVP. And across North America and Europe, from the semifinals to the finals, we're the only team to win in fewer than 5 games.
That's true.
Both of the series were 4. So
TSM
domination, if you look at it like that, has got to give them a lot of confidence heading into MSI.
And MSI, indeed. Will they be able to carry this into mini worlds, as people are calling it? Because that puts you, if you win on a pedestal, or if you do well and fight well, on a spotlight for teams to watch, and actually kind of puts a target on your head as well. So you got to go in there knowing that you got to win and be able to be strong so nobody can come back at you.
Some positive things for Team Solo Mid you can see as they're going to be making their way out into the fan zone. They spent the entire split trying to become a more versatile team.
Yeah.
And the question will remain when they reach international competition as far as MSI goes. Will they be able to pull that stuff out on the world stage? Because every time they kind of default back into that mid lane priority, Dyrus is left on an island. Dyrus is heavily punished. Wild Turtle, with his aggressive positioning, is punished. The things that TSM have worked on this split are all very positive. Wild Turtle's become safer with his overall positioning. You can see them now finally making it down the red carpet. And it's kind of a walk towards success. They adapted so much this split, hopefully making themselves a much more well-rounded, versatile team. And they just got to find their way through the fans.
That's one of those quantifiable things, right? I brought up earlier that Cloud9 kind of opened up Pandora's box the first time they won. They were just winning games. Nobody was really there to tell them different or say if they did something wrong in a game. It was just coming to them. And that hasn't been able to be replicated here throughout the seasons. What you were saying with TSM, Wild Turtle could fix his problems. Dyrus could fix whatever teleporter communication problems. Those are ones that you can spot.
It's not Pandora's box. That's why TSM is succeeding. It's a regiment of success, right? Loco Doco coaching, now able to walk down with the championship trophy right there. Loco Doco is not the only one. They have 2 analysts that they had live in with the playoffs.
Yes.
They have Reginald as the owner, who also doubles as an analyst, it feels like. A whole team of support for the team.
Yep.
It ends up making them a very, very potent opponent.
Really great how just actually the management has revolved around this team as well, with Reginald stepping down but still being a part of the team. The introduction of Lustboy being one of the best foreign introductions of a player into North America, and it has worked out very well for them. He seems to be acclimated to the North American scene, you could say.
Unique to Team Solomid, their ability to pull that off. Having a Korean-speaking and English-speaking coach in Loco Doco who could help acclimate Lustboy to the team environment. We see in TSM's documentary all the time, TSM Legends, Lustboy is very much a part of the team, which has been a problem for other teams that bring in players from overseas.
Right.
But this time, TSM was able to get it done. And very shortly, we're going to have the 6-man interview with Dash.
Right. I believe we're also going to be able to get from Loco Doco as well, translating for Lustboy if we have any questions for him. So you're going to get everything you want, and we will be able to see Lucina for this interview, I promise.
Are you sure?
I mean, I hope so. As long as he doesn't do any of that crazy hand stuff, that jazz hands will be all right. So Team Solomid coming out very strong. They predicted first game loss to bring out 2 more.
I know.
And
they did it again.
Right?
At this point, stop losing game 1. Like, you could just be sweeping through these teams. Yeah, Loco Doco in the semifinals predicted a 1-3. Reginald also predicted a 1-3 in the exact same order that it happened. Stop losing game 1, guys.
Just take a pole position and go. Yeah. It looks nicer, right? So right now we are going to hear from them. We're going to send it out to the fan zone for a word with our winners.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. We're going to get an opportunity here to talk to each of the members of the victorious Team Solomid. So we're going to jump right into it. And Dyrus, I'm starting with you. The last time we spoke, we had a slightly real moment where you said, all I want to do is play some League of Legends. Well, today it looked like you had a little bit of an opportunity to play some League of Legends, and it paid off to the tune of North American champions. So how does that feel?
I think the context of it kind of been taken too far with the league thing. I meant as a joke. I was pretty salty, but yeah, it's great to be able to like do what I want to do in the game and do it correctly for the team. And as long as we're playing the game correctly, I'm happy. And I owe a lot to my team for that.
And every time I talk to you, we talk about, you know, the history of TSM and the way this fan base behind us has played into that. And so, again, I'm going to come back to you because you are always so invested with the fans and the success of TSM, so I want to give you a moment to speak to that.
Great. I just like to thank all of our fans, all of our sponsors, all of my teammates, all the generic stuff I say every single month and year, every time we win. I got nothing special. I think my team has something better to say.
All right, well then moving on to Santorin. You, sir, were named Rookie of the Split, and then you go ahead and get a championship title in your first split in the NALCS. So where do you go from here?
Right now we are focused on mid-season invitational, and after that obviously Worlds is like the huge thing that we really want to win, and that's our goal. We want to win Worlds. So winning North American LCS is a big thing for us, but in the bigger picture, winning Worlds is what we really want.
All right, and then for you individually in this series, interestingly, you're the only player on the stage, including Cloud9, that had not yet played in an NALCS finals. The other 9 guys had. So what was that like, walking into it knowing you're the only rookie out here, and you're fighting for that #1 spot?
I feel like I'm as big a part of the team as everyone else, and I don't feel as much pressured because I know my team will always have my back. So even if I make mistakes, my team will always be there and help me out. So I felt really good going into the games, and I felt like we were going to win because we are really strong right now.
All right, and then Bjergsen, to you. Talk about a little bit of pressure. A lot of people were throwing a ton of weight onto that mid lane matchup between you and Hai, saying that if Hai can come out on top or even, Cloud9 might have an edge. So there had to be a little bit of pressure coming in there, but I actually want to talk to you about your champion diversity in which you came into this. You played Ahri, Urgot, Kog'Maw, and Cho'Gath, all different play styles, all different, I mean, these champions differ so much, and yet you mastered all of them and were able to play them to the, to their fullest potential.
I definitely didn't play them perfectly, and there's still a lot to learn. Like, you can play a lot of champions on like a decent level or mediocre level, and it can still look like I play them too, like super well, I'll play them to perfection, but I really didn't. There's always more to learn, and there's a long way to go for me and my team if we want to win Worlds.
All right, well, you have some time to do that. MSI coming up, and then Summer Split preparing for Worlds. Wild Turtle, last year, when we were going through the finals, we watched you get quadra kills, make some pretty crazy aggressive outplays on Tristana and other AD carries. Was there an extra element of pressure or like a feeling that you had to live up to that same performance? Or did this team here allow you to kind of, as Santorin say, rest on the fact that they can all pick up the slack too?
Yeah, I can always count on my teammates to like do well like every game, like Lustboy, Darius, Centaur, Bjerg. They all do really well like every game. So all I do is like take the backseat and then I'll say, yeah, I'll carry you guys on 25. Just like let me chill till then. So that's usually how our team dynamic is, and I really have a lot of trust in all my teammates.
All right, and one of your teammates in the bot lane, Lustboy. Loco, if you don't mind translating here for me, I want to know how you dealt with these bans, because it was rather unexpected for us. You had 2 bans targeted at you each game, and you pulled out the Kennen and had a fair amount of success with it. Well, were you expecting to be targeted like that?
일단 C9이랑 스크림을 플레이오프에서 굉장히 많이 했는데 스크림에서 스레시로 굉장히 좋은 모습을 많이 보여줬기 때문에 무조건 스레시를 변할 거란 걸 알았고 솔직히 잔날까지 변할지는 몰랐지만 만약에 스레시 잔날까지 나한테 밴을 투자하면 우리가 많이 이득을 볼 수 있다고 생각했어.
So, playing versus C9, in the prep for playoffs, we scrimmed versus them a lot, and Lustboy did really well on Thresh, so he expected them to ban Thresh, but we weren't that prepped for the Janna ban. But when they banned Janna, that's 2 bans used on a support, so he thought the team overall would get a better comp.
All right, so then I do want to ask you about the Kennen pick specifically, because it's something that we've seen overseas quite a bit, and we were wondering if and when it would make its appearance here in North America. So how do you feel about that champion in particular as a support, and why did you feel ready to bring it out today?
캐논은 해외에서 존나 많이 쓰잖아. 근데 우리가 그렇게 많이 연습을 하지 않았었고 몇 건 했고 그리고 캐논 하는 거 그냥 캐논에서 얘기하면 돼.
일단 캐넨이 해외에서 굉장히 많이 쓰이는 픽이기 때문에 몰래 솔로큐에서 뜸스님 연습했고 스크림에서도 나쁘지 않은 성적을 보여줬기 때문에 대회에서 꺼낼 수 있었고 평소에 시즌 1, 시즌 2 때 내가 솔로큐에서 캐넨을 많이 했기 때문에 다시 꺼내는데 큰 어려움이 없었다.
So Kennen's used a lot overseas, especially in China. So we practiced it a bit in scrims, but he played it a lot in solo queue. And also, Lustboy used to play a lot of Kennen back in Season 1 and 2, so he was really ready to just bring it out.
All right, well, you performed phenomenally on it and even showed that you don't have to pair it with the Callista in order for it to be useful. Loco, I'm coming to you with my final question here, which is, as Bjergsen mentioned, your ultimate goal is Worlds and international competition. Well, you have a little bit of a pit stop here at MSI where you get to source some of that international competition. So I want your opinion on how you think this TSM roster here is going to do and match up against the rest of the world.
Okay, we're going to win.
There you have it. Why is that? Why do you think you're going to win?
Because Turtle did this. It means we're going to win.
All right, Turtle's confidence translates into victories. If only we knew that, if it was that easy. All you need is Turtle to give you one of these. Well, you all played incredibly well, but the man who claimed our championship MVP is the same man who took our spring split MVP, Bjergsen. Now, in this series, he showed incredible champion diversity playing Urgot, Ahri, Kog'Maw, and Cho'Gath, while only giving up 2 deaths in their 3 wins. Bjergsen, Spring Split MVP, we got to talk to you a little bit about that. Now Series MVP, what does that tell you in terms of your ability to handle pressure and know that you can step up all season long, and then even when the pressure's still on, you can still perform?
I think the regular season builds up very well towards the playoffs. You get a lot of comfort playing against the teams you're playing against. You just get a lot of comfort playing with your team. So just going into playoffs, I take it as pretty much any other LCS match. Like, I just have to play a game. I just have to play as well as I can, and that's how we're going to win. We're not going to win because I'm nervous or I'm jittery or anything like that. So I just need to go in with the mindset that this is an important match, but this is a match we can handle, a match we can win.
And so often we talk about the infrastructure and the synergy that exists within this team and how confident you are in the rest of the players on your team. What does that do for you as an individual in terms of allowing you to make jumps at plays and look to be that huge hyper carry that, kind of pushes you to that MVP status, having these 4 guys behind you?
I don't feel like I'm always making like the big plays and things like that, especially in the Kog'Maw and the Urgot games. I was just farming and looking for the scaling, where my team was really the one setting out the plays and making the plays all around the map. So I have a lot of faith in my team that they'll do well, and I think our picks reflect that, and our playstyle also reflects that.
All right, and finally to you, Dyrus, I want to ask you one more question about Bjergsen here, our MVP. You have been in the professional scene for so long. You've seen numerous mid laners, just players in general, come in and out of the scene, rise to dominance, fall from dominance, retire. Few and far between, this, that, and the other thing. How do you feel Bjergsen stacks up against all the other great players you've played with?
So he's very comparable to Reginald. Of course, it's called Team Solo Mid for a reason. Reginald was basically the MVP of, every game he played almost, whether we won or lost. No, just kidding. But yeah, Reggie used to try and shot call and micromanage while winning his lane at the same time with certain champions. Right now with Bjerg and the rest of the team and just having a coaching staff and analysts, a lot of that burden is lifted. So even though Bjerg kind of has priority over the calls, everyone kind of already knows what to do. So when Bjerg makes calls, it's really easy to get across because everyone understands what he needs to do, and because of that, he's able to play his game mechanically correctly every single game, win by a certain amount of CS if the enemy mid laner doesn't play as well, and he just hard carries through that. And in team fights, we talk about what to do and everything. It's really hard to compare it to the past because League has come so far.
All right, that's very fair. But again, gentlemen, I want to congratulate you on your victory today. It was very hard fought and well done. We are going to pull up the champion points to see how the teams are set up heading into summer. Team Solo Mid claims the top award of 90 points with their 3-1 win over Cloud9. These will become incredibly important as teams compete for a spot at Worlds and a shot to hoist the Summoners Cup. That's just about going to do it for us today, but we will be back next week with more league action with the Summer Promotion Tournament. In that, teams from North America and Europe will face off to battle for a spot in the LCS for the upcoming Summer Split. The action starts on Saturday in Europe with Giants Gaming taking on Reason, followed by Rokat versus Copenhagen Wolves Academy. Then on Sunday, we'll get back to North America. Team Dignitas will battle Team Fusion, and we'll conclude the day with Winter Fox versus TDK. And remember, if you're going to be in the Tallahassee area, May 7th through May 10th, you can come out and see the teams and see Team Solo Mid and other top teams from around the world compete in the mid-season invitational. They said they're going to win, so you can go out there and hold them to that personally. Space is still available on lolesports.com. Just click the tickets link for all the details. Once again, a big congratulations to our champions, Team Solo Mid, and we want to extend a very special thanks for all the fans who tuned in and came out today to cheer on the teams. It has made this an unforgettable event and the perfect way to close out the first split in our new studio home. Now for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week.
Welcome to the 2015 North American League Championship Series.
That was beautiful. CLG fans, here's the team you guys were waiting for.
Sends the rocket out for a bit of scouting and maybe some damage.
Oh no! He got it!
That was a headshot. Can he get one more? Peacemaker.
Keith is fed.
Team Solo Mid persevere. And they take Gaming.
Oh my word!
Executive produced by Zhao Wei Zhao.
I felt that I would be with Dig forever.
I want to show that I have what it takes to be like the best. 가족인 것 같아.
이젠 꿈이야.
Piglet's a really big wild card. Is he going to play at the caliber of a Season 3 world champion? And that's something that could be a big problem.
You can tell how fat Piglet is now. Team Liquid takes down Counter Logic Gaming to move on. And Team Impulse will move on to take on Team Solo Mid in the semifinals.
When you come in 6th place out of 6 teams, you're going to be the underdogs the whole way through.
They're able to clean house. The reverse sweep for Cloud9. Team Solo Mid in 4 games, heading to the finals.
The only teams that have won in North America, C9 and TSM.
It's currently TSM's, and I really don't want them to keep it, you know?
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this.
History repeats itself, and this is going to be a good one.
Median with a 5-man Sejuani ultimate.
There is so much energy out here right now. Beautiful fans supporting their teams.
Turtle a double, turtle a triple, turtle a quadra. Team Solo Mid are the 2015 North American League of Legends Championship Series Spring Split champions.